Empires rise and empires fall. All civilizations crumble, ground to dust beneath the feet of those that follow, then scattered on the winds of time. It is the way of things. But once in a millennia, a hero will rise, one born to command, a master of strategy and coin, blessed by the gods with totally awesome micro. A colossus who stands astride the ages, immortalized by deed and cunning. Their name carved into legend as Champion of Red Bull Wololo 5. But who will claim the crown? Will it be Lierrey, the prodigy, the herald of a new age who defends his title? Lightning fast and relentless, can his armies once more dance their way to glory? Or will the great Lord Daut stand in his way? Ageless, wily, he has ruled for a generation from his not-quite-finished castle, crushing those who challenge him with strategies honed through decades of contemplation. Alas, the journey to Wololo 5 is a treacherous one, with danger lurking behind every corner. For some worthy champions, like the macro master Mr. Yo, the battle will have to be watched from afar. Though from this vantage point, he'll be able to study his enemies with a ruthless eye, planning and preparing for the many battles ahead. Or perhaps a new pretender will emerge to snatch the crown, and in doing so, usher in a new age of supremacy. For at Red Bull Wololo 5, only one thing is certain. No empire lasts forever.
Welcome, exalted viewers, to Heidelberg Castle, where Red Bull Wololo 5 will be taking place for the rest of the week. 14 of the game's all-time greats assembling to crown one single champion, and we can't wait to have your company for the entire event. My name's Riley Knight, I'll be hosting the event, and I'm looking forward to your company as we crown a champion here at Heidelberg Castle.
Live coverage of the Red Bull Wololo. The sparks are going to fly. He's killing more crucial units.
No slowing down, just pure acceleration.
Mr. Yo sweeps the Viper.
Absolutely fantastic. But the scouts are coming! 2 more villagers. Hera goes down.
Lierrey wins Red Bull Wololo 2. Great pressure from Lierrey. And this is a great game to finish off this series.
Never been seen before in this event. Daut's won the championship. Hera will continue to fight on, but I can't see a chance here.
There's no way. He's going to keep fighting.
And Lierrey taking it for the second time.
Exalted viewers, and welcome inside the castle for the first time today. You join us in our tavern. We have some incredible environments set up, but I'm joined here in the tavern by two of the casters that will be bringing us all the action this weekend. We've got Nilly, we've got Mem. It is so good to be joined by you here live in person here in Heidelberg Castle. Our tavern, Nilly, is a place for us to maybe relax and take a load off after we've seen some of the huge battles that are taking place this weekend. And of course, it's where we'll get the chance to catch up and interview the players after the dust has settled on these games that we're going to see.
And I'm so excited about that, right? We have the best of the best in the world here, and they will fight for it all, and I love to pick their brain there. So that's just going to be epic, and I think we will have some serious strategy discussions.
Absolutely, serious strategy discussions, Mem, in an atmosphere that I can certainly say I have never, ever, ever broadcast from a medieval tavern before. The setting, the castle, it's incredible what's been put together for this event.
Well, it's just amazing, and this is a place that is just a fantastic place to see what the emotions, you know, the feelings, because here in this place we're going to see the happiness from everyone, which is the most important people here, the players.
Absolutely, but before we meet our players, we do want to take you a bit more of a tour of what we've got set up for this entire week-long event here. We can't wait to bring you all the action. We're going to throw it over now to the analyst chamber, where some other familiar faces are standing by, ready to show off another part of the castle.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm T90 Official. Next to me is Nelson and Dave, and this is the Analyst Chamber, where we'll be breaking down the most exciting moments from every set throughout our week. But for now, we will send you over to the grand opening, the opening ceremony for Red Bull Wololo 5. We will soon take you on to the opening ceremony for Red Bull Wololo 5. And Nelson doesn't want to show his face quite yet, but he will in due time, trust me, and his analysis will be top tier.
Come here to our war room where these battles will be taking place. You can see once again an incredible setup in this incredible venue here to bring you all the action that we'll see from, again, as we've said, the very best players in the world. But who are those players that will be coming here to do battle this weekend? This week, I should say. We're going to introduce you to each and every one of them. Some new faces, some old faces, some fan favourites, and some young up-and-coming challengers. Let's meet the players that will be doing battle here at Red Bull Wololo 5. Our first competitor here at his first Red Bull Wololo event, levelling up his game to join the Age of Empires greats. His characteristically safe gameplay will serve him well as he undertakes his greatest challenge yet. From Poland, it's Bals. And coming back to the game after a break from Age of Empires, this player has showed that he means business with some huge finishes since his return. He's known for his dependable, tried and true approach to the game that got him to the top 8 in the last Red Bull Wololo event. Can he do better this time? From Germany, it's Jordan. An absolute all-star on the ladder. This player heads into a tournament setting with the support of his stalwart team. You'll see him combine his high-level mechanical skill with incredible execution all week long. From Canada, it's Slam. Our next player is a veteran who returns to Age of Empires to show everyone that he's still got it. His classic defensive play style will be on display as he returns to the Red Bull Wololo stage. From Argentina, it's Capoch. An underrated player in the field, he's proven that he's in spectacular form after a string of very strong results. This player's rock-solid macro and his cool head under pressure will be key as he makes his mark here in Heidelberg. From Brazil, it's Dogao. He's unpredictable, he's creative, and he's an incredible strategist known for generating the huge, dramatic moments that we all crave. He'll get in your head before the game's even begun, so watch out, because from Spain, it's Tatoh. This player has qualified for every single Red Bull Wololo event and has come so close against the world's best each time. Can he go one better here at Red Bull Wololo 5? Known for his aggression, his speed and his tempo, from Argentina, it's Nicov. He's messy, he's chaotic, he's stubborn, and he's a stone-cold genius. This player brings excitement and drama and a whole lot of personality to every game he plays. The Master Lamer, the Cockroach. From Norway, it's the MBL. He may be quiet, he may be unassuming, but this player has crept into the top 8 worldwide players and could go even higher. With his straightforward approach to the game, he's not flashy, but he's steadfast and reliable, and we can see him go far this week. From Finland, it's Villese. Known for his creative civ picks and a blistering pace of play, this player made a deep run at Red Bull Wololo 4 and is here to show the world that he can do it once again. He's a bit of a dark horse and you never know what to expect from the Russian Vinchester. Exalted viewers, allow me to introduce you to the greatest player in Age of Empires history, one of the scene's biggest and most beloved personalities, his peerless mastery of the game we all love. From Norway, it is TheViper. Speed, precision, micro, APM. This player brings pace and excitement to the game with his surgical execution and clarity under pressure. With one of the game's most incisive minds, he's a true threat to anyone who stands against him. From Canada, it's Hera. And now, a living legend of the game, the champion of Red Bull Wololo 3. He's been playing competitive Age of Empires for 20 years. He loves like the one standing in. He doesn't love finishing them. Praise the Lord, it's Daut! Finally, the reigning Red Bull Wololo champion, the only player to ever win 2 Red Bull Wololo events. With his unbelievable micro, his relentless aggression, and his daring approach to seizing the initiative and the victory that comes with it, can this young man defend his title here in Heidelberg? From Austria, it's Lierrey. Those are the players that you'll be seeing all week long. And we can't wait to bring you all the action, the excitement, and the drama that is generated in our war room here in the coming days. Right now, however, to get you into the show and talk about what's coming, we're going to head back to our analyst chamber, where you'll be joined by T90 and Dave.
Welcome back to our analyst chamber here at Red Bull Wololo 5. Those doors don't really seem like they were built for Daut. I think people were a little bit shorter back in the day. He was scraping his head coming in there, but he was walking in with confidence, man.
Yeah, walking in with confidence, just enjoying it too.
Yeah.
Like he had a smile on his face. Of course, everyone's a little nervous. This is very unique for us. Weird experience for them, but man, it's just so fun to be around everyone, to see, as Mem said, their excitement, their happiness. And
the expressions on their faces.
Yeah.
Like when it said, "Are you ready?" I got chills, and I'm sure the players did. I was looking at them and they were like, "Oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm actually here, I'm actually doing it." What's up, Riley?
It's good to be joining you here, boys, in our analyst chamber. And as you say, it's just so excellent to be feeling the atmosphere of a live event once again after so long. In such challenging times, it's incredible to get the whole gang together and get stuck in to such an incredible event like this. But of course, this isn't the first Red Bull Wololo event that we've had, and I know you two have been with us every step of the way here from Red Bull Wololo 1 all the way through to 5. And I want to talk about some of the stuff that we've seen, because T90, some of the most iconic moments in the game's history have been generated from this Red Bull series.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brand new game mode. It was a game mode that was talked about, but it was kind of a risky thing for Red Bull and Age of Empires to try and step into. As you know, most people watching have liked the game that's 21 years old for quite some time. So changing things is a little risky, and Red Bull Wololo 1 just delivered, and we had an upset right from the start. You know, the expected champion did not win Red Bull Wololo 1. And that was kind of the trend moving on to all the other Red Bulls. Yeah, Dave, there's been all sorts of, again, upsets, surprise victories, some people who maybe, you know, aren't necessarily expected to make deep runs into tournaments, really showing their colours. Are you expecting more of that this weekend here at 5? I mean, anything can happen in a tournament like this.
Oh yeah, like every single Red Bull event we've seen, the meta has been changing throughout the event. The rankings that we have going in are not the rankings we have coming out of the event. And like Tristan said, you know, Red Bull came into the scene, we didn't really know what to expect, and it dropped a nuclear bomb on our competitive scene. Like, it was all Viper for the years leading up to it, and then finally Mr. Yo got a victory, and since then, the last, year and a half since the first event, we've had people like Villese coming in and taking really good positions, ACCM, Mr. Yo winning the tournament, Lierrey getting a big result twice, Daut upsetting everything. Like, you never know what to expect in these Red Bull events, and it's kind of bled over, which is really healthy for the competitive environment.
Yeah,
here.
mixing things up, upsetting the apple cart a little bit, and you know, challenging some of that orthodoxy that we see in Age of Empires too. In case you're just joining us for the first time, welcome, by all means welcome. We've prepared a short highlight reel, essentially, of some of the action, some of the huge moments, and some of the drama from the previous Red Bull events. Let's have a look at that right now, and then we'll be back to ease you into the weekend after this.
Red Bull Wololo is famous for mad strategies, crazy comebacks, and some of the closest matches in Age of Empires competition. So let's look back at how it got its reputation. At Wololo 1, two heavyweights of the game seemed destined to clash in the final. TheViper took down Daut in the quarters before showing his genius in the semis against Hera, picking Teutons in Game 2 and carving out a win with one of the most maligned civs in the game. Yo, meanwhile, strolled into the semis, losing only once before beating the prodigy Lierrey in a 5-game thriller. In the final, Yo played the game of his life, finding the Viper posed and taking the title with an emphatic 4-0 win. Wololo 2 saw the same names battle it out in the semi-finals, but this time the young guns came out on top. Hera took down Yo to reach his first Wololo final, and there faced Aftermath teammate Lierrey, who had overcome the Viper. The main event saw a clash of styles as Hera's safety-first approach countered Lierrey's aggression. The players went game for game until the final map, when Lierrey's lightning-fast attacks forced Hera into mistakes that left him vulnerable to one perfectly executed engagement. Lierrey took the win and a new champion was crowned. At Wololo 3, 3 new competitors hit the semis. Daut took on ACCM and Villese faced reigning champ Lierrey. Lierrey and Daut won out to set up the ultimate battle of youth versus experience, and it did. The final saw Lierrey's god-tier micro win out in Game 1 before Daut took 2 and 3. Lierrey hit back in 4 and 5 and looked destined for the win until somehow Daut rallied, forcing a 7-game final for the second straight Wololo. Daut then cemented his place as an Age of Empires legend, using a huge army of plumed archers to overrun the Austrians' defences and snatch the title. Wololo 4 is best remembered for having the greatest grand final of them all, a teammate versus teammate grudge match between two of the best players of their generation. Lierrey and Hera were in scintillating form. Hera sailed through against Daut on TheViper without dropping a game, and Lierrey was almost as dominant, losing only twice. The final was one for the ages, with the pair trading wins for the first 4 maps. Hera then forced Lierrey to save 2 match points and set up a Game 7 finale for the 3rd Wololo in a row. One of the biggest matches in Age of Empires history saw Lierrey emerge victorious to claim his 2nd Wololo title and prove that he is without doubt the player to beat in this format. So, what surprises does Wololo 5 have in store? Can Hera finally grab victory after being so close in the past? Or will Lierrey triumph for a 3rd time? Will a new challenger emerge to claim the crown? Or is it at last time and take the title that has eluded him for so long? The legend continues at Red Bull Wololo 5.
Well, that's what we've seen so far at Red Bull Wololo, but of course the story continues, as we say here, with Red Bull Wololo 5 live from Heidelberg Castle. It's wonderful to have you. The games will be starting shortly, but before we get there, of course, we've got to talk about what this format actually looks like and how the tournament will pan out across the days that we'll play it. We're starting with Swiss rounds that will lead to a leaderboard that gets cut to top 8 standings there, which will result in a playoff in the weekend. So Swiss pairings, for those of you who may not be aware of it, effectively tracks the win records of the players as they play and pairs them against players who are on a similar or ideally identical result. This is a system that is used in other games as well, and it has a range of tiebreakers, as you can see, testing opponents' resistances and that sort of thing to make sure that we are able to make a relatively clean. You can see as the Swiss rounds continue, we'll end up with a picture of who's doing well, who's struggling, and who will be sweating it out for those final spots in the top 8. As we head towards the top 8, it is a clear-cut single elimination tournament bracket. As you can see, that we played over 2 days, and it's at this point that we move to best of 5 matches in the semis before finally getting to our grand final, where we end up playing best of 7 as well. And of course, the grand finals throughout these events have been where we've had some of the hugest moments, some of the most compelling drama, and we can't wait to get there as well. But a lot of Age of Empires to be played before that as well. And the Age of Empires that we're playing is a little different to what we see typically on the ladder, that sort of thing, playing Empire Wars. We'll talk about it in that just a second. But we do want to talk you through the drafting process, how it's going to look with when it comes to map and civ picks. And so we've prepared a brief draft explainer here for those of you who are perhaps new or may need a bit of a refresher. Here is how the drafting process will work at Red Bull Wololo 5.
So my favorite civ, I would have different civs for different maps and formats, and like Empire Wars versus random map would be different as well. For Empire Wars, maybe Tatters. I enjoy Tatters. The early thumb ring gives them a power spike that is really fun to play with. Mass Capochers and things like that. So there's been different popular civs throughout. Some has had popularity at the start and kind of fell off depending on either balance changes or adjustments to Empire Wars. Huns were popular for various maps. You had Ethiopians kind of growing in popularity quite fast. Vikings have been a clear pick from the start and still are. And yeah, meta shifts a lot, but it usually depends a lot on the maps. So I wouldn't be practicing every single civilization in the game for every map. I would probably nail down 3 to 4, maybe 5 civs for each map as a possibility. And then I would be focusing on training those civs specifically, rather than just like trying to try every civ on the maps. We have some experience in this game at this point, so using that to figure out which civs are better is the right approach. And in the end, I'll probably end up playing between 15 to 20 civs throughout the tournament.
Well, a lot to take in there with the way that we'll be drafting this throughout the entire week. But of course, we'll bring you across all of it, and we've got experts here to explain some of the ins and outs of drafting. Dave, drafting is a really, really important part of this game. Some people contend that games can be won and lost at the draft table. Talk to us a little bit about the impact of a successful draft and some of the stuff that goes into it from a player's perspective.
Well, from a caster's perspective, which I can bring you right now, sometimes we see players lose the set before they even start playing the set. Like it's a game within a game. And we saw for years players like TheViper or Tatoh winning against their opponents because of superior drafting. I cannot overstate how important it is. And we have another layer of complexity here because they're doing it live. And they're doing it at the table with each other. So they have to make all these calculations on the fly. They might not have as much time as they normally do. And it's going to just add another dimension to the whole process that we haven't seen before. So players are really going to have to be focused coming into that room. They're going to have to know what they want, and they're going to have clear objectives in their mind. And also, you know, main civs, backup civs, plan C, plan D, plan E, plan F, like every plan in their mind when they enter that room. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see which players have the right mindset stepping up to their draft table.
And who are able to adapt. You know, a lot of players who are incredibly talented, sometimes they are a little stuck in their ways. You know, they have an orthodox approach they've been using for a long time, and they can't pivot to new and unfamiliar surroundings. This is going to be a real test for them, T90, because, you know, I think it's fair to say this is a significant change to what a lot of these players are going to be used to. Talk to us about how the drafting process, how different it looks at this tournament in particular.
Well, just the drafting's already complicated. That's something that Dave just touched on, but the draft will be different each day. So like, I happen to know that these teams all have different outlooks. Some teams value certain civs more than others. They go into this with a game plan on how they want to play it. They might be able to execute that on day one, but come day two, people know, oh, this is a player that prefers this civilization, prefers this style of draft. When you add more global bans to it, you're eliminating civilizations that players have spent weeks and weeks and weeks practicing. So like, you almost go in with a plan that your plan's going to be ruined, if that makes any sense, because you really, come day 4, are not going to play the same type of game that you'd want.
As for the games that we will be playing here, as I said, a little bit of a difference when it comes to what you might be expecting from typical competitive Age of Empires. We are playing Empire Wars. Now, fans of this, the Red Bull Wololo tournament series, will of course know what this involves. But for those of you who, again, may need a refresher or maybe new altogether, here's a brief explainer of exactly what Empire Wars involves and what you might expect out of this very, very exciting and dynamic game mode. So some key differences here when it comes to Empire Wars, and it's going to be excellent to see how these players adapt to the challenges, the unique challenges they're faced by this very unique format. Let's have a look at what our schedule looks like for today. Of course, we are going to be covering each and every one of the Swiss rounds. There aren't any games that you're going to miss out on, of course. We do have some matches on our backup channel, as you can see down there, MBL versus Bars. We're kicking off with Lierrey, the reigning champion, playing off against Nicov. Villese against Jordan after that. Vinchester and Slam will round out our first 3 matches. And then it's Hera playing against Tatoh, Daut against Capoch. And as our headline act right at the end there, the main card, the title card, TheViper versus Dogao. For those of you who want to jump over and watch MBL playing Bars, of course, you can see there that that's on the B stream. But for those of you who still want to get across the action, we'll bring you the highlights from that match later on in the day. So if you stick with us here at Red Bull, twitch.tv/Red Bull, there isn't going to be any of the action that you're going to miss. And I mean, T90, plenty of all-stars in our cast today. I mean, are there any of those matches that you're really looking forward to?
Can I say all of them? I don't know if I can say all of them. I should have probably picked one. Honestly, probably Hera versus Tatoh. Hera and Tatoh have faced each other so frequently in tournaments, and almost every single set's going to the final game. And even if it doesn't, even if it's a 3-1 scenario, the games are just electric. You have a player who is full-on meta, full-on speed, combined against Tatoh, trying to break that with that creativity. So I'm going to have my eye out for that one. I think that'll be the set of the day.
Anything that stands out for you, Dan?
It's going to sound like I'm copying him, but I'm copying him because they asked for our predictions at the beginning, and I'm writing down names, and I get to Hera Tatoh, and I just wrote roll the dice. Like, you choose. I don't know where that's going to go. Tato's had that whole GL boot camp to get ready for this match. He's had, the think tank of GL coming up with strategies with him in mind, and that first matchup against Hera, he's had so many of those. He's lost a lot frequently. Obviously, he had the advantage earlier, like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. And I'm wondering if he can bring that back again. There's also a second match I'm looking at, the Battle of the Old Men, and I can say that because I'm old myself. I'm allowed to say that. Capoch versus Daut, which I think will be very, very interesting. I'm really excited to see the level of preparation that Daut has brought from that boot camp and the level of preparation that Capoch has brought coming in, because I know he's a real competitor and he studies the game and he's a real tactician. So I'm expecting great things from him.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, as you say, all these matches are going to be electric. There's so much action that we're going to bring you throughout the weekend. I want to spend a brief moment talking about our off-stream match here. This is the match that you'll be seeing on our backup channel if you want to go ahead and watch that there. It's MBL facing off against Bars. Now, Bars was the last person to qualify for this tournament. We've had the chance to catch up with him, heading into this round. What's your perspective on his readiness for an event like this? And talk to us about how we may go against an opponent like MBL.
So we actually had the opportunity to have lunch next to him just an hour ago, and he asked me, he's like, how do you think the nerves are going to affect things? And I was like, for me? Or like for the players? And he was like, for the players. I'm like, oh, okay, well. So anyways, we discussed it, and he was like, yeah, I feel fine. Like, I'm not nervous at all.
He seemed very relaxed.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big thing here, because MBL has historically, whether it's tournaments, I don't think they've been too frequently, but rated games in particular, MBL, he's going to have that swagger and confidence because he's got a good win rate there. But potentially, like, that's the edge for Barles. He comes in with nothing to lose, and also he doesn't seem to be fazed by the pressure that is the grand stage here in Heidelberg. So I think Barles could really take that set against MBL.
I mean, MBL obviously very well established and well-known player, but Barles, I think, I've been really impressed by the way that he's carried himself at an event like this. That, Dave, I mean, we're used to having cameras shoved in our face. It's fine, it doesn't faze us. It's water off a duck's back. But many of these players, I mean, even talking to them at Red Bull Wololo 4, where we had webcams, this was an online event, but even just playing with a webcam that was pointed at them, a lot of them found that really tricky. So that's an added layer of complexity for players who are used to playing at home.
Yeah, the thing that's impressed me about Barles is that he's come into this event not really meeting any of the other players. Like, he's not a usual suspect in a top 16 or, as we have here, top 14 sort of thing. And he comes in here with such confidence. And like, he just walks up to everyone, sits down, he's like, yeah, I'm Barles, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go. I think a main indicator on that set is going to be the Civ draft. Because historically, MBL, I think, has struggled with Civ drafts. And Burles, we haven't seen too much of him in main events to know what his strategies are going to be. So that'll be a big indicator of how the series is going to go. Also, NBL's confidence levels. I think NBL, more than probably any other player in our pro scene, maybe you can make an argument for someone like Slam, but confidence is the driver there. Confidence determines whether he wins or loses matches and whether he wins or loses sets. And a LAN event in a castle, is he going to feel pumped up?
Yeah.
I don't really know. We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, a couple of new variables certainly being thrown into this event, and I think it's really going to add to the texture of the event overall. But now our attention turns to the first match. If you want to watch that match between NBL and Bales, it'll be on our backup channel a bit later on. But right now, our attention turns, as I say, to match number 1, Lierrey versus Nicov. These are two very familiar names, I know, to most of the players, or to most of the people watching here. But we are going to spend a lot of time talking about Lierrey. We are going to spend a lot of time talking about him and his role in this tournament because T90, he's the defending champion. He has to come back here and defend his title and show that he is the best in the business when it comes to Empire Wars.
He also has been to 3 finals.
Yeah.
Like that's another thing that needs to be brought up. There's been 4 editions, and it's been so all over the place who's going to advance so far in this event, and he's just almost always been in the finals. I think Lierrey I think he understands his skill set at this point. He's proven that. There was a period where maybe he was skilled but not always able to follow through. I think he's got a lot of confidence there. I think he's come in refreshed, and he is definitely the player to beat. The only way that I would normally see Lierrey fail or struggle in an event, he's brushed up on. He fixed all the small things. He has already completed 2 previous editions. So yeah, for me, going to be tough for Lierrey to be beat in this Red Bull Wololo.
I mean, we'll keep an eye on it. Dave, our casters are ready and our players are standing by. A quick thought from you as we head into this match. This is going to be a big one. Lierrey, off the back of the win, he's got a lot to prove, but Nikov's a real challenger.
Lierrey has been treated like a king. For anyone that hasn't seen the background footage, they've been doing all sorts of stuff for Lierrey because he's won 2 championships of Red Bull Wololo. And I feel like the confidence has to be at an all-time high for him coming in. Lierrey's one of those players that you know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go for that 1-2 TC play, faster Imperial, you know, the archers into Arbalist, and you know it's coming, and there's no way to stop it. So we'll see what Nicov has in mind. I would say Nicov probably has, and I'm sorry, Nicov, if he's around here somewhere. He probably
Hopefully he's just wide up, he's got his headset and he can't hear it.
20, maybe 15% chance of winning. That's how highly I rate Lierrey in
All
Empire
right.
Wars.
I mean, he's an absolute dominant force in this game and in this mode in particular. My friends, it is so excellent to have your company here as we finally get underway with gameplay here at Red Bull Wololo 5. We do hope you'll stay with us the entire week. We've got all sorts of surprises coming your way, but right now it is time for some good old-fashioned Age of Empires 2. We're going to throw it over to the casters now. Standing by, it is Nilly, and joining him, it's Mem.
Welcome everyone. How you doing, guys? Well, with me, Nilly, and we're going to cast, well, one of the favorites, let's say, the number 1 favorite. What do you think, Nilly? Lierrey.
Yeah, you have to give him the number 1 seed there, right? He won 2 episodes, he's so good, clapping everyone on the ladder, incredible performances, and apparently training quite a bit, so I'm assuming we will talk about him for probably 6 days here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be amazing. I mean, Lierrey practicing, I have a premiere here. NBL practicing.
Ooh.
NBL practicing. I know that you don't believe that, but NBL practicing, it means that the level play in this tournament can be in another level.
Yeah, potentially. And we have some nice overview, and that might feel a bit random to you, but actually something pretty funny that we did yesterday. We asked all the players, the casters, to rate themselves and their opponents, and we came up with this graphic. So basically up to 10 points every single time. Lierrey getting the perfect 10 out of 10 in micro, 8 out of 10 in macro strategy, incredibly strong as well. Nicov lacking a bit, but obviously that is kind of comparable to the top 14 in the world, so yeah. He's one of the greatest of all time, obviously. Still.
I'm checking this overlay. I see the statistics from Lierrey, and I want to run away, man. Like, man, look at that. I mean, you see Michael 10, 10, 10. Okay, let's go. Even more in Empire Wars, he's pushing, like what Dave was telling, and he's going really aggressive from the start. How do you stop that? How do you stop that? Anyway, guys, if we want to know more about Lierrey, I think we have a great video to show to you guys.
I'm Lierrey, I'm 19 years old. I play Age of Empires 2 at a professional level and I love doing it. My most favorite thing to do is playing LAN and meet all the people. It's so fun. And also challenging, obviously, different setup, different atmosphere. It's great. I love it. But I'm gonna defend my title, obviously. I mean, if I'm gonna say anything else, I wouldn't be true to myself. So my goal is obviously to defend the title and get the third Red Bull.
That is our main admin, Mr. Krasinian. Look at that. For the very first time ever, we will have such a draft there. Left-hand side, Lierrey is coming. And right-hand side, Nicov. And helping them in the draft will be their villagers.
We have Villese, but before they start the draft, I feel really bad with the previous video. Do you think the Lierrey is the kid anymore? I mean,
19, I was surprised as well.
Well, look at this. Okay, this is the maps. They are picking the maps, as you can see. We're going to see zoom in for sure. And this is going to be really great because I know that the process in the draft might be a little bit complicated for the viewers, but now we are going to see absolutely everything, and they will have all you need to know. You'll know now watching all this.
Yeah. So basically, both players get a ban first. Now they each pick one civilization, and that was actually the wrong order. No, was it not? I thought it was ABBA. Now I'm confused, ma'am, but okay, we will continue with that. So Lierrey picked the whole map, now the whole map here of Nicov, and then we will go into 2 more bans.
Okay, let's see what he's gonna ban. I think we will need to see the zoom in for the maps just to see exactly what they are, where they are banning and where they are picking. So as soon as we will show you guys. Don't worry, because right now I cannot see it as well, right?
Yeah, well, we will get an overlay for that one as well. We can see Winged still at the front here, and I see some water. So it seems like Nicov picked Wade there, if I see that one correctly.
Yeah, that's one. It's the only one with water, actually, right? It's a free lake that has some short one.
And
another
now
ban.
what happens, something that we've never seen before, is actually a player offers 2 maps, and the other player will then pick one of the 2. So offered is Acclivity, and he will also offer what looks to be Meadow? And we go for Acclivity. So Acclivity, basically the 3rd pick map that will be played as map number 1. Oh, changed his mind. Oh, Acclivity there in the center. Okay, so Acclivity, game number 1, and then we have the 2 respective home maps. And now they will write something down there, pick a bit their brains. Okay, what civilization do I want? What are the maps? And
okay, the maps. There you go.
Runestones.
Okay.
Kabasan was the first ban, Aftermath the second ban. Runestones, very standard here for Lierrey.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much Arabia. Do you think he feels confident in that map? I mean, and then we have Wade, you know. Wade is going to be the other one. And now,
Atacama and Habub banned there.
Wow.
And now we see all the civilizations there that they can pick. Obviously, that will be diverse. Every single day will be different. I'm really excited for that. I think we will see a great variety when it comes to civilizations.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll have also an overlay complete when there is all the civilizations, the maps. But it's pretty clear right now. We have now the Runestones and Wade. Now they are taking the notes for the maps. They will pick now the civilizations, and we will see what they are going to pick. But the bans might be
thinking here. Oh, Runestones. That's a map that I haven't prepared on. What are good civilizations? Maybe Vikings, maybe Ethiopians.
We have to remind, it's very important, for people who has been following all this Red Bull Wololo, basically the well-known Arabia, or now Runestones, has been always a map fixed there. It's not happening anymore.
Look at those guns. He has been in the gym, right?
And Lierrey is not a kid, man. I mean, I need to find another kid. Do you see another kid here in the land?
Not really, I thought so. But
the younger is me, but other than me, not loud.
Okay, now we are starting with the Civ picks. And, the bans. The first ban will be Ethiopians. Makes a lot of sense. A very strong archer civilization. Lierrey loves his archers.
We saw in the interview with TheViper that Ethiopians in Red Bull Wololo 4 has been picked the most. So it makes sense also to remove that one. He was even winning against the Vikings many times.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, then we have a band now on the other side. That looks to be like Aztecs. No, Spanish band And I would think Aztecs picked for Lierrey there as number 1. Now we have Vikings picked. Okay, makes a lot of sense with runestones.
Wow, we're going to see some main civilization. But remember, guys, that there's going to be snipes as well.
Yeah, so basically 1 ban today, a snipe at the end. Magias after that one, incredibly strong, obviously.
The thing is, we're going to see different civilizations, guys, because every day we are going to add, remember. We're going to repeat all the time because there's going to be a lot of people joining and we want you know exactly what's going on. And every day, 2 bans more.
Look at that, Lierrey even had to scratch off the X. It's like, what did he ban? What was the what was my ban? And he goes for Mayans, so goes for both Meso civilization, the Aztecs and Mayans. He wants to go for Eagles.
Yeah. You can see the villager. The villager is paying really attention because they're going to be expert after this tournament.
Yeah. And you see how focused Krasini is in the background there, right? That is our main admin making all the decisions. And Bulgarians third there.
Okay.
Those are really aggressive civilizations.
Aggressive. What a surprise for coming from earlier.
Yeah.
Aztecs, Mayans, Bulgarians. If you notice in Krasini's costume, you're going to see that he's ready to take actions.
Ooh, Berbers and Franks against that.
Or cavalry.
That's kind of interesting, right?
Or
More
cavalry.
cavalry against already 2 Meso civilizations. I'm a bit surprised by that. And Bulgarians, Britons now, another archer civ for Lierrey. He will love his draft.
Maybe all want to see him for Nicov. I mean, we have seen that cavalry, it's working better and better. Also against the archers, not that much. Oh, Kumans. Okay, I mean, we have no time to breathe, guys. We're trying to explain, to make some guess about the civilizations, but they are, as you can see, taking the notes. So important, the draft. Here, this is, I mean, in a percentage, what percentage will you give nearly to the draft in importance to win the game?
Well, it is so different, right? Every single day will be different. The longer the set, it's different as well. I would think that on this level that we are playing, we have already seen sets where you felt like, wow, how is that one winning? And we see a ban now on Vikings. So only 1 archer civ left here for Nicov. That's a bit surprising to me. On the other side, Britain's banned. So 4th pick was actually banned. He still left 2 Meso civilizations for Lierrey.
No, he got banned 1 of those Mesos or not?
I thought it was Britain's banned.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna find out very soon. No, he has Aztecs and Mayans, you are right.
Yeah,
okay.
Bulgarians, Cumans there, and on the right-hand side we see Tatars, Franks, Berbers, Magyars, so 3 civilizations that are relying on horses.
Okay.
Now let's see those civilizations, Tatars, Franks, Berbers, and Magyars. At the right-hand side, left-hand side, we see Mayans in the back. Britons, Villager did a mistake.
That's why the camera...
Look at that face. He is not happy that Britons got banned.
Well, you can see that the place, people in the stream, viewers, I mean, the place is amazing. I mean, we cannot start repeating. You cannot imagine how beautiful is the place, you know, the environment, and yeah, it's just fantastic. This is probably the spot for Daut. He loves to be dark. Well, we'll see. I think he's going to push for that. But I think the highest seat is always on the left there, right? And the lowest is on the right. So if you join the stream, remember, and you are watching, the player is on the left, where Lierrey was. That's the highest seat. And the lowest seat on the other side.
Okay, now they turn the light a bit on a bit further. And you see more notes. They are now writing down, okay, which civilization they want to play. And we see the home map, runestones there in the center, Aztecs, Cumans, Mayans, and Bulgarians. Love that for Lierrey. And, well, how happy is he? I've seen him happier.
Yeah, well, he's not super expressive. He will express more if he's winning or losing, we'll see. I was thinking about not banning Aztecs or Mayans. I know that when you face Lierrey, it's like a big threat. Like
look at him counting, like 2? Like, what?
I need 1 more, right? I need 1 more, okay. Now, but remember, guys, that it's a best of 3. So 4 civilizations, you have 1 civilization extra. And we have the maps there. Wait, runstones, and which one is the other one?
Acclivity is game number 1.
Number 1, right? Let's go.
Franks,
but this is the whole map. So remember that the loser from the first game, the loser from Acclivity, will pick their map. So if Nicov is losing the first game, it will get weight.
Or the other way around would be runestones if Lierrey can't finish game number 1 in his favor. And Lierrey, look at those great banners. Holy moly, are they pretty.
They are great. They are absolutely great. They are absolutely great. Well, they are taking all the notes, and we're going to start with the first map very soon. Very, very soon. It's going to be Acclivity. Okay, it's gonna be acclivity, and then in acclivity, nearly. What civilizations do you think? Do you think he's gonna be using? Do you think he's gonna be using Mesosiv? He's gonna be using the cavalry acclivity?
Typically, Archer civilizations were good there, so something like Mayans, Britons already banned, so Mayans could be an option there. We've seen Vinchester play Bulgarians on that one, for example. On the other side, Vikings, I think were good, but got sniped, so I think Tatars are kind of forced onto Nicov now.
Okay, let's see what is going to be. Favorite for this city is Nili. I mean, this Lierrey is a beast.
Yeah.
It's a real beast. I mean, and you cannot imagine. Well, it's true that I don't feel the players very worried, but some of those looks like so confident. Like you talk with them, and are you stressed? And they look at like what?
Yeah, I talked to him as well, and I said like, what's the expectation? He said like minimum goal to semifinals. So I think at least for the first 4 days, we will always consider him the favorite, unless he faces Hera, where I see like 50-50 chances. But he's so dominant, and he's the person to enthrone.
Yeah, well, Lierrey, guys, if you just joined the first time the channel and you have not seen the tournament or Nili wearing this beautiful hat, you know, be careful, Nili. I told you.
I will be.
I told you. Okay, thank you, because my eye is in danger. I got a hat also too. Thank you. I got a hat too, but I couldn't take it. If I took the hat, you cannot see anything at all. But Lierrey has been in 3 grand finals in the Wololo.
Yeah.
Has won 2. He lost against Daut. I mean, that was probably one of the most epic or emotional, we'll say.
Yeah,
Nobody really will forget that. And he was in a semi-final.
Yeah, in the first one.
I mean...
Yeah, most achieving player, true ranking #1, truly the one to beat. And yeah, I think it's crazy what he brings there. And it feels so smooth as well. His execution is so clean. And it just feels ridiculous. You give him 3 archers, and suddenly your complete ego is down when others just maybe trade off against another archer.
I'm honestly scared, you know. I'm scared because I love casting Lierrey, not gonna lie. But I'm scared because I want to be here with you casting, you know. But with Lierrey, we have danger. I mean, in danger to have short series.
Yeah. Just remember, what was it like? I think 1.5 weeks ago, where we had another big $20,000 tournament, and it was Lierrey and Hera pairing up against another like top 10 team in the world, and it was like 3 8-minute games. Best of 5 over in 25 minutes. It was just ridiculous, like how strong they are and how well they executed. And they're also like with their team play was incredibly strong. And well, he's not here for a long time, maybe.
Okay, but now we can get excited. I'm getting excited because the game is about to start in a moment. It's getting there. Hopefully we're gonna see the signal very soon. We're gonna have our friend Mapu here as observer, and it's gonna be total domination. Remember, no, I'm not gonna put the hat. I can't put the hat. Lierrey and Nicov. And Nicov, do you think Nicov is going to feel the pressure? Because Nicov seems to be, and now we can talk about the personalities for
I think we are getting the shot in now. This is the QO, acclivity, and admin not there behind the cards anymore, unless he's now hiding. Oh, and I see a lot of clicking.
Oh,
Lierrey.
They are playing, guys. They are playing. They are playing. We're getting inside. We're getting into the game. It's going to be very soon, don't worry. And we're going to see the first game on this Red Bull Wololo 5 in Heidelberg, you know, in a beautiful place, in a beautiful city. But where's the game? I need the game. I want to see 14 in the chat, guys. I want to see 14 in the chat. The game is going to be there. We see Nicov. Look how focused it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, he knows how it's on, right? $100,000 on the line, man.
I was talking with him in the breakfast, during the breakfast, and he told me, I'm not worried, man, because losing against Lierrey, and he's right, it's not a shame. Like, I will try to win, I will try to do my best, but I don't feel pressure.
Also, remember with the format, right, playing one of the players that potentially finishes top 2 means your Buchholz will be higher. So basically the score of the points of your opponents, and that will be very relevant if we think about who is advancing with only 2 wins later on.
Okay. Well, according to the moving...
Oh,
don't worry, guys.
Krazzini not happy with that one. Jumping in there and saying, let's stop that one. Maybe some problem with their observing.
Restart, amigos. For that the game, it wasn't showing. Don't worry. Krazzini was there. When you see the most serious of us there, that's Krazzini. You know, the administrator from the tournament, a scary boy.
Yeah.
You cannot put a scary face.
I can't.
Try.
Yeah.
People. What? Okay, well, you can see, we can see now Nicov. Okay, look at that view with Nicov there. Oh wow, he really feels so confident in that one. I was talking that he was looking shy and he was stressed. Doesn't look stressed anymore.
Nice. The weather so
but look at this place. Now seriously, I mean, look at this place. This is the only sad part is that you guys, people in the stream, cannot be crowd here, right? He's the only, yeah, he's absolutely. Look at that guy, the sun is just killing him. It's just amazing. And we're gonna have the game soon. Yeah, amazing.
Oh, look at that esport pose. Oh, he knows what's up.
Yeah,
he
we
knows what's up.
We were watching, guys. We were watching as well. It's a surprise for us too, because we didn't see those videos. We have not seen those videos, so we are enjoying, same as you guys. Nicov, I think, I was checking the results, I think Nicov has not been in a single semi-final in the Red Bull events.
That is true. He qualified. He was part of it in all 4 times. So clearly a veteran, has been around, had I think a quarterfinal once. And I also looked up when Nicov and Lierrey faced each other. Actually, Nicov only won 1 time 2 years ago in a best of 1, KOTD 3 Express.
Yeah.
And all the other sets, like best of 3s, 4s, and 5, best of 3s, best of 5s, best of 7s, all in favor of Lierrey there, so pretty dominant in that regard.
You have been doing the job, huh? All these books we have at the back, you have been reading, or you have everything here. But you remember everything?
A mix.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, we're excited, guys. Don't worry, it's gonna be smoother. Remember, it's the first game. It's the first game in an incredible setup. So we don't know what happened. Probably it was a bullet map or something. But this restart, and the game is loading. It's gonna be in a moment, just in a moment. I just hope that they just play their best performance. I have always thought that Nicov has the potential, but he has that let's say Spanish blood, that it can be good if the game is going smooth, but if you get some, I don't know, imagine some hole, he get that mindset that is not that greatest, okay? And we're gonna see the game hopefully in a moment, because they are already starting, and the game should be there. This is Tatars, Franks, Magyars, Berber, and it's gonna pick on acclivity. I vote for Tatars maybe?
Yeah, I think it should be Tatars against probably Mayans, I would think. And Aztecs are going for Runestones and Weight. I'm not really sure what they will have prepared there.
Tatars is very dangerous, and well,
maybe Bulgarians for acclivity as well. Lots of short distance aggression, as I mentioned earlier. Vinchester really loves that one, so it might have been a thing. And look at that artwork! Holy moly, that's pretty.
Yeah, and also with the thumbprint is a problem. He probably wants to compensate the speed that he has, but look how focused they are. Hopefully they will feel absolutely comfortable. Remember, guys, that they got all these own devices. They have the keyboard, the mouse, everything, so they feel as closer at home as it's possible to be in a place like this.
And we also have a training area downstairs, 14 PCs set up. They're training all day long. I know that Jordan, already 8 a.m. here, wanted to get inside and wanted to train and practice. So they're taking it pretty seriously and should be in pretty good form.
Yeah. I don't know why you complain, guys. I can see the game in the Nicov classes, man.
Yeah,
so,
no problem.
If you pay attention, I see the game there. Seriously.
Look at that. Oh no! Oh,
no,
he should have quick walled that one.
No, this is a Villese down. I'm
Oh,
telling you.
Yeah, and you saw it, like the quick twinge in his mouth.
You see? You see? Yeah, people.
Swallow. Oh, yo. And now, if we switch over to Lierrey, you will see him smile and like, those 3 yards is paying off exactly like Lily predicted.
I love that now we are not in the camera because we're starting to cry, guys, but it's cries of happiness. This castle, amazing as well.
And it's actually finished.
Yeah, it's finished. Because in the one that we are, in some places I'm scared. in some places in the castle we are, guys, we are really worried that it can be a Daut castle. It's pretty, but you know, some renovation, it will be okay too.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, can we see, I don't know if production can listen, can we see a little bit closer Nili? We need to see if Nili has lost also a Villese. I mean, it's possible to see.
Are you going for Nili and Lierrey again? Did you just say nearly?
I see nearly.
Okay.
I compare you with Lierrey.
Lierrey, yeah.
Do you feel
It's the same micro,
right? It's a compliment. But your macro is in another level.
Mine is on another level, but we won't say if it's lower or higher.
Okay. Well, Lierrey is not playing with the glasses actually, but well, it's more complicated to see the Villese there. I have to admit it.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should force players to play with glasses. And Lierrey, he just gets the message from the admin, and that was the like, I thought I already was ahead, and now they're pausing.
Yeah. There is some trouble, guys. We apologize. Obviously, we're trying to see what's going on. There's a restart for some reason. We have some problems. Oh, but did you see? Did you see Nicov reaction? Did you see Nicov reaction?
Yeah, he's happy. Like, oh, 5 villagers down. Maybe we get a restart.
Now he's happy. Like, okay.
Okay. Now he's typing.
What I don't know. It's gonna be restored. No, it might be restarting completely, right?
Well, let's see what they have in store for us and what the reason was. Another shot of Nicov, and well,
okay.
He looks relieved. Was that a sigh of relief?
Okay, we have some. Was
that annoyance? Okay,
yeah,
that's annoyance. My bad.
It's okay. We have some trouble. We have some trouble with the observer. It's obviously a pity, but hopefully maybe they hosted with private.
Unlikely.
Yeah, well, okay. Well. So then I know who are going to blame now. DE. If you have to blame it, nah. Okay.
Look at those beautiful symbols as well. Honestly, the artwork, like I got here to actually watch Age of Empires, right? And let some nerds play against each other, but the artwork is completely out of this world. Look at those banners, MBL with the board there.
Yeah. But you know what? The artwork is great, but what is also great is that we're going to know a little bit more, a little bit better, one of those players, and this is the Argentinian, Nicov.
I'm playing for the team Aftermath. My most known nickname is Nicov. I'm very excited. This is the third LAN event I've been to. First one was like 3.5 years ago and changed completely my experience playing the game. I've been practicing with different players, scheduling for find a time to play together and try strategies or sieves or maps also, and discuss some strats here and there. My target would be top 8. Anything better than that is welcome, anything worse is not my goal. You better watch out.
Well, Nicov that like we can see there, he looks confident. Sorry, we apologize obviously for the delay, but you know, it's better that we have these kind of issues in the first game of the tournament. After that, it's going to be all fixed and it's going to be just amazing. Let's make a little recap of what is going to be today. We have Lierrey Nicov, the first series. We're going to cast together also the Villese versus Jordan, and then Vinchester versus Lamb. Let's talk about those seeds that we're going to cast together. Favorite for you between Villese and Jordan? After all this training?
That's a really close one, right? And I think both have pretty similar playstyles, right? Not too wild when it comes to strategies, more meta players, more execution. If you think about like probably like the highest level of execution, Jordan might be better, but Villese more consistent. It has to go 2-1 either way.
Like that cold, like people like to say it from Finnish people that they are colder, but of course he can be shy, but maybe he's not going to be that nervous. Do you think he's going to be Jordan more nervous, or do you think they are going to be fine both? No? Well, it can affect this thing as well,
actually,
at least in the first series.
Some behind the scenes, right? In Gamer Legion, we had a bootcamp for 1 week now. And actually on one day, we had a mental coach preparing us for situations if you have the first match and what are you doing and what you should be thinking.
Look what I hear. Look what I hear, guys. Look what I hear. Let's go finally. We have in the first game of the tournament, Red Bull Wololo 5. With me, it's Nilly. And we have Nicov as a Franks, Lierrey as the Aztecs. As we were talking, no Thambrin, no Tatars. We have Aztecs and Nicov trying to counter with Frank's power. Aztecs is still very dangerous. He's building already another barrack.
Okay, that's going to be an eagle opening here for sure. And the big question is, what can Nicov do against the swarm of eagles that are surely going to come? Scouts to begin with will be fine in very small numbers, but once spearmen are mixed in, it will become a bit more difficult. And then he needs some archers, instantly building the archer range as well. I like this approach, Lierrey, starting with some quick ones.
Okay, now he has the stable, the archer range, and we can see yellow color is Nicov. Lierrey as a red. Remember that this is going to be the colors with the whole tournament, you all know. And Oh man, I love those beautiful animals in the background. But to a scout, he's walling already. Look at Lierrey. He's basically nearly fully wall already.
Oh yeah, well, I see one villager being exposed there. If we scroll down a bit, that villager should be picked off.
Nicov, he didn't notice.
Just passed by.
Okay, he didn't notice. I mean, you have to pay attention to many things, but honestly, that's the village you want to pick. He's trying to pick another. He couldn't, okay. Now, 2 scouts going away, 4 eagles. Deploying with this civilization. It's true that France has a great economy as well, but the problem with this civilization, Nearly, is that you close your eyes, then you open, and he's on the way to Castle Edge.
Yeah, that's so true, and it's very likely that we will see Lierrey building a market at some point, and then sell his stone and just go all out with the Eagle Warriors then, and the Castle Edge timing.
Okay, he's trying to push now with the 3 scouts. He has now 2 archers to support that he cannot wall. Deny the walls, the potential word from Lierrey. It's not happening. I think Lierrey feels confident right now. Do we have any upgrade yet except fletching? Only fletching. Nicov economy nearly. Nicov economy, a little bit more gold, and he's on the way to Castle Edge.
Holy moly, what's happening there? That is really surprising to me. Lierrey is playing it so defensively. We see the market now on the left-hand side. You see that both players are using the market quite heavily. But what is that? 200 or 300 food for Lierrey on the other side. 800 food already for Nicov.
I mean, I close my eyes and it's not Lierrey going up. I close my eyes and the one who is going up to Castle is the Argentinian. All the way to Castle is in a moment. He's going to be there. He's going to be there. No, it is there. He's on the way to Castle in minute 4, 50 seconds. While Lierrey, yeah, but look at Lierrey goal. Well, he has also a good amount of food. He's going to go up soon too, but I'm very surprised with this transition, with the scout, with archers. But look at the amount of eagles he has Lierrey already.
Actually goes down. Observer was showing that villager was safe with 1 HP, but goes down there. Not the greatest move here by Lierrey so far. Now continues with the house, but I think the one below is looking pretty low as well. And the big difference normally is that Aztecs are up to Castle Edge a bit earlier, and therefore they should get the eagle numbers, but this time with Nicov being earlier, if you get 4 knights out, those eagles will get shredded.
Yeah, well, but he's on the way to Castle. He has 30-second difference. I don't think it's enough to make damage with the amount of farming he has, though. What do you think, Ellie?
Well, we are still walling off, right? And we don't really see villager moving forward for forward siege workshop. Will be a lot of map control, will be a lot of pressure. Now we see the second stable being dropped there. Goes fully for the eagles. No more archers in production, so it's going to be the full eagle play. I assume a siege workshop with maybe scorpions. He still has 19 on wood.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. Skill bar and armor. He's going to be now in Castle Edge. Can we see on the right side, I think Mapo is another barrack, right? I think that's another barrack, correct. 4 barracks. I mean, 4 barracks already, Nelly. The amount of gold he's going to need is a lot, but he's walling completely. He's not going to be able to make any damage. He has only 20 seconds left to be in Castle. He's going to have, how many eagles he has already? 15 eagles. That is going to be +2 an Eagle Warrior upgrade. I hate the Meso civilization, sorry to say.
Well, let's see about that one. Now he obviously, with reaching Castle Edge, gets +3 attack, opens that house, tries to go around, intercept with those archers, opens more, and will clear up this feudal army, but that's not the important one.
Yeah, well, let's see. He's going to clean absolutely everything there, and as you say, not important because the knights are coming. This is what matters the most right now. The eagles are just, as we say, +2. Eagle Warrior, a couple of knights. He needs to mass a lot more. We see only 4 knights now. He's going for that hill. Is not an oath. It's definitely not an oath. The Eagle Warrior upgrade is already there. The +2 is going to be also there as well. It's going to be there as well. And those eagles that if he's getting on Nicov base, it's going to be terrible. It's really going to be terrible. Okay. We'll see. You have to see. And he's going to be able to break. No. No. There's no possibility to break. I don't know if he will need a monastery to make some monks to convert. But the Palisade Gate is not going to do anything. Palisade Gate is not going to do anything. But if we check Mapo, let's see if yellow can get into red. No, it's not gonna happen. Going back to Nicov base as well. And the problem with this kind of a strategy, Nile, is that the one who breaks in, it can have half of the game.
Yeah, if he gets to that goal, the game would obviously be over, but Nicov way too good is walling this one off. Knight numbers now looking pretty solid, 9 on the field, 2 more coming, and at the top we see army value, 1.4k against 1.5k would be pretty similar.
Okay, the Eagles are going around, he has to be careful, and it's fine, it's still wall. Do you think he should go some siege now? Lierrey? Ooh, but there's so many knights. The siege might be tricky here because the knights can snipe the siege instantly.
And we already get monks out now as well. Look at that, 12 villagers still on gold. Could maybe send the monk to the back, get some conversions. Eagles still being produced. Very little fighting going on actually. 7 to 3 KD, and that was mainly some feudal army by Nicov.
Okay, there's so many knights. You can't lose at this point any fight, but still 13 knights nearly against 28 eagles. Doesn't seem enough to me. Then what else here, Nearly?
I think the siege workshop is really needed, but we don't see
Where?
it. Well, yeah, it's so clumped up. Yeah, it will be tricky. Now needs 2 walls. Some more eagles are in though, man.
He's inside. He's getting 1 villager down, 2 villagers down. The snowball can happen. This is what is gonna happen in these kind of games. Empire Wars is gonna be so tricky. You get inside and you kill everything. But look at those knights. Look at those knights. Where's the eagles, Nearly? Try to find them.
Some at the right-hand side, or the one at the front. The house actually not going up. Villager count still even. How did that happen? Nicov with a great clear up.
Yeah, it's a massive move here. He's killing absolutely everything. He didn't lose that much. Well, he lost 6 villages, but how much idle TC? Lierrey is surprisingly to me 2 minutes 15 seconds idle TC. Nicov 22 seconds.
Yeah, if we look at the column at the right-hand side, right, work efficiency for Nicov, they are going down heavily, so not really getting so many resources. Gold not looking too hot. Look at that one, 200 gold left. Monks need to get some conversions, 3 monks around. Let's see, one locked in. That monk goes down though.
Nicov had this. Nicov had this, guys. Nicov has this. Look at the amount of knights. This is 18 knights, 21 eagles. If he's taking the monks, he can take the game. Now is the time. I don't know if you agree. That really forward siege workshop and push.
Holy moly, 3 monks going down there without a single conversion. That might change the game actually in Nikov's favor. Now massively knocking down this door. If he just controls in, I think the numbers could be good enough for him. I think he can go for the kill against Lierrey here.
He's getting inside, He should take the risk. Mapu, we can put in yellow point of view for the war, please, to see what he can see. If he can see more barracks, thank you, man. And now look at those. Look at those knights. He needs the siege and kill the barracks. If he's taking the barracks, nearly, he can take the game.
Oh yeah, but that's a tricky spot, right? The barracks cost 175 wood. He can easily rebuild it and can maybe get some more time in conversion. Finally one happening here. Finally one.
Okay, siege workshop is there. Now run right away, or maybe some scorpions, because oh my god, this is the problem. I hate the Aztecs. Really? I mean, how many eagles still have? Yes, they have a lot of eagles, but it's gonna be enough to take those knights that are +1 only, nearly. +1 knights, if it was +2 knights, will take absolutely everything, but it's not, it's very close, nearly.
Oh man, Aztecs, that's so good, faster production. He found the perfect timing before the Scorpions are arriving. Now he dwindled down all the knight numbers and can jump on the Scorpions. Perfect timing for Lierrey.
Wow, it's so complicated to beat. I mean, you feel that you are getting there, but then you are not. You are not getting the game. Villese 52, 51, army 8, 9. Look at that upgrade, Nearly. If he got that +2 in that battle, what?
I'm not sure if that's such a big difference against eagles and melee units in general, right? Most of the attack is coming from the eagles, is also extra attack, and I think obviously it helps a bit better, but I feel like the Scorpion numbers simply went there. Just think about this big fight, man, with 3 Scorpions behind it.
Okay, but he missed it, now he has 0. Do you think he still have chances to get it, or the longer the game goes, the most complicated is going to be against the Aztecs?
Oh yeah, well, the siege workshop now is kind of a bit in no man's land, right? It's so tough to actually protect it, to really have the garrison in there. How did that get out today?
Okay, I don't know. Oh, there's a hole. But where is the hole?
Villager safe? Don't tell me,
okay.
Don't tell me.
Oh!
See ya.
The kid is not that is low, right?
No, yeah, he's okay. He's okay.
The micro, how much point was the micro?
10.
10, right? 10 out of 10, not bad. Okay, nice. Scorpions getting the hill. He's gonna push. No, he's now taking the goal. Still, after, guys, 18 minutes, we have to wait quite a lot for the game. Oh my, the knight is still there, but the villagers are Spanish villagers. No, but they still take the knight. And 1 TC, both players, nearly.
Yeah, it's still really, really aggressive, and that's why a single raid could absolutely change the game here. Nicov now open with those goals. Not sure if Lierrey can see that. That could be game ending there, because that attack at the front, yeah, it's pressuring a bit, but not really doing damage.
Okay, he cannot see it. He's a wall. Let's go back to Nicov point of view, full of war. Let's go back to Nicov point of view, full of war, and then see. You need to wall. He's walling. He's walling. No, he's not walling, and now 4 Villese are in danger. 5 actually. He's gonna lose 5 Villese. He's still with 6 Villese advantage. He's gonna lose all the Villese.
Man,
but in the other side, he's getting inside as well. No, he needs to get inside. The problem, I mean, it looks terrible, but then you check the Village count, and it's still ahead. Why? Lierrey, 5 minutes, 30 seconds idle TC. Nicov, 0.
Oh yeah, that's just crazy how good Nikov's macro was behind there. But obviously, if you just produce the numbers and you don't have so many farmers at that stacks, then sometimes you prioritize eagle production over the villager count.
Okay, let's see this battle. This battle is so important. He's under the TC. There's still so many eagles. The problem here is that the reinforcements for Lierrey are just instantly happening there. But the score difference is 600. He's taking absolutely everything. Military count, drop it a lot. Both are getting down now. He needs to delete and moving on the Villese. The Villese he's taking, and this can be the first upset in the game, in the tournament, sorry. Getting even excited because now they have 42 Villese, 44, taking everything, and Lierrey is about to lose the first game in the tournament, nearly.
Oh, we'll see. Can he maybe get some spearmen out? It's not looking too good, and yeah, he's typing the magical letters there, and can't be happy about that one. Crazy performance here by Nicov.
He's incredible. He's under the TC. Villese count for Lierrey. Villese count 26 Villese. Oh my God. Echo KD 30 Villese killed 27, and still the difference is 18. And look at that face. That face. I don't see any smile on Lierrey anymore. Honestly, if he can't come back.
Pop 33, look at that one. So many idols now as well. How can he get any resources now? The monks didn't get to
Cole.
Look at it.
GG Cole, man.
Nicov.
Whoa, look at that reaction. We should see that reaction replay when we can. The Argentinian take the first game.
You saw the fist there, right?
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Ooh,
Oh,
really
look at
happy.
that.
Really, really happy there. And that is even without the longsword play, right? Which we normally see so often. I think the key moment there for me was losing the first 3 monks without a single conversion.
Incredible. Well, incredible. And also we were like surprised because at the moment that he was killing like 8 Villese to Nicov, he went inside, killed absolutely everything because he didn't have enough eagles to counter.
Yeah. Maybe after you see, okay, I killed the first 2 scorpions, and you know your opponent can't really get 2 more scorpions, then maybe pikeman switch? Because your opponent is continuing to commit on the knights.
But Lierrey was off on the macro. I mean, he got a lot of idle time. It's true that he was getting ready, but not that much. It was 1 attack and like middle time in the game, and he was already 3 minutes either TC.
Yeah, as I said, it's not that important, right? Army numbers are the important thing, and well, just 2-3 beautiful fights from Nicov there with the aggression, and he did what did he do? Like 3 scouts, 2 archers, and forced so many walls and delayed the eagles, no map control, beautiful execution.
No, but I'm telling just to make the switch to the pikes. Like he didn't have like the economy, the pike mana breed is quite expensive, then you have to spam. Anyway, I'm so surprised because Aztecs, not only that is Lierrey, but also Aztecs, you know.
Pick number 1.
Yeah, pick number 1, don't get many losses. And now we are in a scenario that we didn't expect. Is Lierrey gonna feel the pressure? Because in this system, in this resistance, 4 rounds, you lose the first series? Oh boy.
And you're not really expecting Nicov to go 4-0 then, right? So, yeah, will be really tricky. But, well, we still have some games ahead of us. Now the home map of Lierrey first. It will be Runestones.
Runestones, Arabia. Runestone, Arabia, if you don't know, you know, but there's some difference, obviously, with Arabia. And what civilizations to pick now?
Typically Vikings is a good one, right? But that was sniped, so maybe we will take another look at the civilizations that are still left over. We know that Tatars can still be played, Magyars are around, Berbers are around for Mr. Nicov there. Lierrey on the other side, maybe he wants to go for Mayans. Strong pick, lost his archers.
Yeah, but now he might be thinking, well, he will go archers. I don't think he's going to go eagles anymore. Well, who knows, you know? But this might affect the Lierrey performance, or you think he's going to keep calm? I mean, he has been in these kind of situations at the limit. I mean, in the previous edition, he was 3-2 behind in the grand final, so.
Oh, yeah. But 3-2 grand finals, it's like you're already playing from home. You know, okay, I've been clapping people now for 3-4 days in the tournament, over 2 weekends even, and now you're in the finals against arguably another top 2 player. So your confidence is higher than jumping in here. Very first set, completely different setting over here, and then 1-0 might shake you up a bit more.
Okay, let's see if the production is gonna up our microphones a little bit for the viewers, because they say that it's a little bit loud. Don't worry guys, we will get the fixed and all balanced. And now we are waiting for the second game. How you feel at this kind of upset? I mean, I like this.
Yeah.
I like the upset.
It is nice.
Like,
it's nice.
It is nice, because if all this how is supposed to be, it's not the way to go. But I hear something in the background.
Okay.
So we have a second game going. And the abscess is nice, but we're gonna focus. We're gonna focus right now. And Red Bull Wololo enthroned 5, beautiful overlay as you can see. And we have Bulgarians and Magyars. Lierrey might try to go then as fast as possible with the upgrade. We have red, Lierrey in the north, Nicov as Magyars in the south, yellow. And he got a village already? A village already for Lierrey. No, for Nicov. Okay. Okay, 1 player down, and Magyars is a favorite civilization here.
Yeah, Magyars, probably lots of aggression coming from them, can build the scouts cheaper, +1 attack. Lierrey probably, as you said, is likely to go for more and more upgrades. But the big question is, like, Lierrey, we normally know him to go for lots of crossbows. Can't see that here.
Okay, yes, that's truth. I mean, he might go with the scouts. That he has any upgrade done? Not yet. The scouts, obviously, without having forged it, is not going to work. He's already behind 1 villager, and really, if the Mesosieves are a snowball, Magyars is a snowball as well, or can be a snowball civilization, really.
Well, let's see about that one. Maybe he can go for Cav archers. Could be really nice against Bulgarians. Well, if they want to go for knights, obviously full tech tree there with the skirms, so could be some options. And Nicov and Lierrey are both deciding to go for the attack. But look at Lierrey. He doesn't know where Nicov is, right? Look at he's scouting to the left-hand side. Oh, he actually knows. He's just taking the long way. Interesting.
Okay. Trying to go from behind probably to make the surprise. We're going to see what is going to happen. We have the spear now trying to defend, but he has no villages on goal. He has 4 villages on the hand, as you can see. The spears, many spears, now a lot of army. Lierrey knows that this is so important. And we see a guy in the idle time, 26 seconds idle TC. That's a villager down with another plus villager down that he killed it. So we have already Lierrey behind in the economy. And military is the same, but he's also behind because he doesn't have the... Oh, well, he has now 49, skill bar in armor, nearly.
Okay, I'm a bit surprised by that, actually, how they're trying to approach this one. Now Bloodlines as well. And going for the upgrades. Now the first fight here, but shouldn't really be too much. It's such an untypical play by Lierrey. 1 scout alone there, now grouping up with the others, though.
Yeah, but you can see when you're doing all those upgrades, I feel that now Lierrey is going to try to go full feudal. As you can see, 5 scouts now trying to make the damage. We can also appreciate that Nicov has walled nothing, so now it's full open. Lierrey didn't wall complete his base, but he's walling his main resources. And for now, he cannot get any damage at home.
Okay, 2 spearmen there, 2 spearmen following. Lierrey a bit on the sloppy side. Now wants to take the fight against 2 spearmen. That's really untypical. Obviously, he has a lot of upgrades, but took some damage and won't find villager kill. On the other side, Nicov doing more, but 2 spearmen chasing them away as well.
More damage there, more damage there. He has to be careful. I mean, look at the 4 scout he has. No. What is this? Oh my God. Losing another and another one almost dead. And now at home, he's going to have some problems. We will see these 2 speed. It's similar trade there.
Wow, 4 more coming. Both players heavily committing on spearmen here. Something we don't see too often in those wars. And, well, that's mainly because they don't want to transition into archers, apparently. At least you're not expecting it from a Bulgarian player.
Okay, we have double stable. Nicov has double stable, so... keep committing in feudal age all the time. I don't know if he has double stable Lierrey. I assume that he might do it. We have now a few scouts. He's going to take a villager there, but we don't see the stable. Let's see if that, he picked that villager. We can see in the stat at the bottom right corner, remember. But going to pick another villager. 2 villagers down. Good micro there. But in the north, there is a lot of action, and that action is going to pick now a few villagers from Lierrey, Mr. Nelly.
Nicov still not on gold, so he will heavily commit on Pulage. And how he normally try to defuse that situation against Magias would be by walling. But the map is so open here for Lierrey, and he has to do it with some spearmen. I think more scouts are coming in, maybe open at the top at the wood line. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that wood line is now going to take few villages, but he's bringing 2 spears. Why he's going away that fast? I think he could pick some village, but now is when we are seeing how Lierrey it's about to go up to Castlage. So, Nicov need to make damage during this transition, though, because he has more army, not a lot more. So, do you think it's an old army to make damage? Right, 9 spears, Lierrey. How to make damage with all the scouts when you have 9 spears and also upgraded?
Well, it looks like Nicov still finds some. Look at that. Left-hand side, he might find 1 pick. Right-hand side, another one. That's crazy. And how many hits did he get? Like 1? That's such a great play by Nicov. But he needs to do damage, right? He will be miles away from Castlage.
Yeah, and he is miles away. We can see how Lierrey is on the way to Castlage right now. The spears are trying to chase those scouts, but the speed is impossible to catch up, obviously, as you can see. More scout. He's sending all the time, but he has 13 scouts. 13 scouts, 12 spears. The problem with the spears, the mobility, as we said already. 2 minutes left, or 2 minutes window he has to make the damage, Nele.
Is Nicov maybe a bit too stubborn here? With more scouts in the queue, now the gold upgrade, more spearmen maybe could be taken forward as well. Just think about it, if he had like 3 archers, he could block everything, but he's simply staying on scouts, only now moving to gold. It feels like Lierrey should hold this.
Yeah, he should be able to do it. Now he's doing the market, but the market is not going to work because he doesn't have the food and the gold as well. He's going to take another scout. I don't see if he did more stables, but as soon as he's doing now couple of stables more, or 1 more only, Lierrey with Bulgarians, half the bonus is going to make Chamber and armor, and then it's going to be very, very complicated. There you go, that's the second stable, and now, whoa, man, they managed the economy in another level, seriously. Nicov is on the way to Castlage, nearly.
Sold all his stone, as we can see at the left-hand side, also sold some wood, and then bought some food. Was doing a good job there, and will maybe even go for a 3rd stable, wouldn't surprise me, but there's still the 2-minute window where I'm a bit scared for Nicov.
Yeah, it is very, very, very scary because he's not wall. I mean, if he was wall, we could think, okay, he's fine. He's already 7 villages ahead, similar amount of army, 11 scouts are not going to make a lot of damage, and now Lierrey is doing the pikeman army to stay defensive. Oh, I think he canceled. He canceled? It seems so. Yeah, he canceled.
Look at that, 4 knights in the queue. Maybe he's focusing on that. Sees, okay, the scouts shouldn't really get too much done anymore. I think this is the spot where Nicov shouldn't try to go for anything anymore because Lightcap should really pay off with 10 scouts.
Okay, let's see if the Lightcaps are going to do the damage. We can see how he's taking more villages. The good thing here is that he's keeping Nicov. Yeah, he's keeping Nicov away, and now he cannot really make damage on his own. We can see 2 dots at the bottom, but let's see if he can do something. Oh, there's a hole, there's a hole, there's a hole, oh, it's a hole, Nicov, a hole again, seriously. Oh man, when this kind of holes, you know that I love to sing some song. I'm not gonna do it, but Nelly, it's not doing a massive damage, but still.
Scouts all invested there to trade off against some villagers. Gold is still open for Nicov as well. He's sitting at 5 spearmen, now queuing up some more. Those scouts are finally going to go down. And it feels like Lierrey has kind of weathered the storm.
Okay, but he still 6 villages ahead. Now we have 14 spears, 7 knights on the field. Obviously the army now is much better for Lierrey. He's trying to get inside. He's going to be able to stop him. Remember, Magyars get the +2 attack also for free. Then the pikeman upgrade, but he has 7 spears. He can maybe hold. No, it's open. It's open and he's inside now, and those knights are going to make so much damage.
Oh man, and I'm not really sure why he stopped producing spearmen there. He's obviously getting the +2 attack for them as well. Now the knights are coming in. Pikemen probably not in the right numbers there to defend this one. Lierrey looking good to do a lot of damage with them.
Yeah, he's doing a huge amount of damage. You can see the score, how he's just now exploding. 42 villages, still behind, but the military numbers is now insane. 22-4 only. It's looking bad now for the Argentinian. And we're getting closer, maybe to get the 1-1. We can see now some quick walls. Okay, he's walling absolutely everything. Yes, but the problem now is that he cannot attack anymore. And now we see how he's also upgrading the pikes and 2-ton centers. So from now on, Lierrey should get the economy advantage and the military advantage already there.
And Lierrey could just bring more and more of those spearmen, soon to be pikemen, further forward, right? And then the pressure will just continue and continue, and I don't really see how Nicov can clear this map, and that's indeed what is happening. Lierrey with so much aggression in Nicov's face.
Yeah, now sadly we see this often also going for Capoch with the Magyar, usually working better if you have the initiative, but right now it seems to be not doable for sure, and he's under all the pressure, he's getting ready. This is the kind of game Lierrey love it. To get the initiative.
Yeah, it feels a bit like Land Madness, right? Of the game. No walls at all, small walls only, massive amount of units, and maybe trying to get up a bit earlier. And we don't like that he's building palisade walls over and over again. The armor on those not too great. Knights are trying to get in, but good walls by Nicov again. He's holding on, but the aggression won't stop.
Yeah, but I like something. I like that he's trying to send a counter attack. If we check in the right. Yeah, there you go. There's a lot of knights. There's a lot of knights, and in mind that Lee get also some hold, some overchop, or he's gonna be able to raid properly. It can make a lot of damage. So let's focus and see those yellow knights. He spread those to the left, to the right, to the middle, but he cannot see them anymore. He's walling Lierrey. There's unlikely to make a lot of damage now.
Okay, let's see. Pikemen now, some quick walls there further at the top are happening. Good job by Lierrey. Pikemen there for the defense at the bottom, and it feels like the counterattack won't really do too much. And there's so many red dots in the yellow base. Holy moly.
Yeah, there's a lot, but still, it's not killing too much. Nicov is still the same village, man. I mean, it's incredible. I think he's losing more probably Lierrey at home. Well, definitely, Lierrey 16 villages down. 16 villages down. And Nicov 9, it's not that he's behind, but he just lost it, and now he's taking some. Look at that town center, idle completely, but it's still also in the north. Let's go to the north as well, Mr. Maple, because there's a lot of damage happening on Lierrey's base. And Villese, it's, well, a little bit more now for Lierrey. There's so many pikes for Lierrey, knights, the same. He needs to move them back, and I don't know where to look. There's a lot of places to look, and now those pikes are doing the damage as well at home. I think the game is already over. As you can see, the 1-1 is already there.
Yeah, and that was really, really solid play there by Lierrey for sure. Oh god, what an open map. And Nicov, it felt like a switch onto archers could have been really good for him.
Yeah, but he didn't make it. He didn't have an old wood, like he was behind already. But you mean in feudal age?
Yeah,
he couldn't add it. I mean, he was already behind, so one archer range, not more. Put few archers, and then you do the real damage.
Yeah, it's like, how many scouts did he do? Like 16 or something at one point? And I think if you just go for 12 and add like 2-3 archers, it's so much better against the full spearman defense that we saw there from Lierrey.
Yeah. Well, now we have the remaining map that is Wait, if I'm not wrong. That's the whole map from Nicov. And what we can expect in that one? It's a map that has not been played a lot.
Yeah, it is new. It's even changed from the qualifier to the main event now. So we will see strategies that we have never seen before. Typically, there was basically one small base that players had, and some villagers spawning a bit further away, unprotected with a mill, and some deer and berries there. But now there's a second source of food as well.
Okay, let's see what is going to be the meta. I like those because we don't know. It's about to discover, right? And remember that in the tournament there is basically no water maps, not gonna be impact, maybe free lake. You can make it dock. I'm very sad about that.
Yeah.
What you love?
Well, I know that you love water, so yeah, we'll see about that one. And yeah, some people like Tatoh, for example, could suffer. Some people that we see like are so dominant on water maps over and over again, and yeah, maybe not the best map pool for him here.
Yeah, people always ask, what do you think about Tatoh chances? All the players, I mean. This map pool, I really think that doesn't benefit people like Tatoh. Benefit people more aggressive like Lierrey. I mean, Hera because he's very fast. Don't think it's a good also map pool for Daut as well. And you can see, guys, we have the 1-1 score. Those are the civilizations left. The map that they are going to play is Wait. And Tatars, Berbers is the choices. And then Cumans, Mayans. Might be Cumans.
I think humans could be a good option there, and I'm a bit confused by the symbols there. Runestones now gone for Lierrey, and Magyars being played, Franks being played. It feels like Mayans against Berbers. It's my wild prediction.
Okay. Then it could be a similar gameplay from the first game, actually.
Well,
I
the
mean,
distance is a
they're
bit
going
longer.
1TC is what I mean.
Yeah, and if you look at way top right, there is the small island, and that's where the main goal is. So it will be played very aggressively, at least at the end of Castle Edge.
Okay. Let's see. The game is about to start, guys, and yeah, the game is starting. When we see this scene, is because the game is about to happen. Look at how beautiful is this place. I mean, I'm not gonna be tired to look at that. Look at that board from MBL. It's amazing. I'm also wearing a board. People probably didn't notice, but I have a board on my costume, you know.
Oh,
I don't think we'll show me. You see now? You see now?
I see it, I see it.
We will show later. We will show later, guys. We have a board. I have a board there, and they are starting. As you can see, hopefully we're gonna see the game very soon because this is decider. We have decider already, and I don't think that even lose. Of course, you want to win, but getting a game because how is the system? It's already good for Nicov.
It's not that important. It will be, when we think about tiebreakers, be the fourth most important thing. But whoever wins today, if you win 2-1, you're likely to play someone who lost 1-2 as well, because obviously we have 7 winners, but we will explain that a bit later.
Okay, we are finding the game, and look at the map. Look at how beautiful is this map. If we can zoom out a little bit and show the map even more, don't worry, zoom out, even more. Let's go. You can see how beautiful it is. All the gold in the middle. That looks like water, but there's not possible to make ponds. Okay, guys? This is how it looks. And now we can go and focus into the players. Mr. Mapu, thank you so much. Red Lierrey as a Mayans in the south. And we have Nicov as a Yellow Berbers in the north, as we expected. And quick walls, very, very fast, Nearly.
Yeah, but as you see, not a single scout in production. So Nicov is playing this one fast castle, what it looks like. Interesting, and we don't see a defensive tower. So yeah, very different to what I would have expected. And Lierrey, he's going for some archers, is walling quite heavily. This won't be a lot of feudal age fighting.
Yeah, he's gonna go for Castle Age, and in Castle Age, I have to say that yeah, I love personally the Meso Civs, but if I love one civilization in Castle Age, it's Berbers, man.
Yeah, well, cheaper knights are just crazy, right? You can pump them out so much better. The question is, will he get there, though? Yeah, he has a small base. Yeah, he will be walled. But villagers at the extra food are exposed, and now we can see them on the minimap, still not being moved away. This is so risky by Nicov.
It is very risky. It is very risky. Let's see what is going to happen. He's now coming with how much army? 3 spears, 4 spears, sorry, 3 archers, no scouts, no army. Oof, it's so tricky to do that. Also, you are, like you said, you are not expanding your economy at all. And with the archers, you're going to be able to reach almost everything.
This is so weird. Where was Lierrey scouting? That he doesn't know that the berries are there over there and completely unprotected. Okay, only now he sends the eagle over, and he will be shocked. Wow, you're not going for any army, and those villagers are exposed. What's happening? And that's indeed the cue for him. Send the army over.
Wow, but guys, 3 minutes, not even 4. He's on the way to castles, and now he's doing the tower because, okay, he has spotted me, he's coming. But he's lucky, Nelly. He's lucky because look at how far is the army, and it's not a lot army.
2 spearmen, 2 archers, won't really get too much done. Some more archers in the queue. Actually, in total, he went for 5 spearmen against the player that played fast castle. And that's a bit of the problem of Meso, right? You only start with an eagle, which loses to a scout in feudal age. Therefore, your scouting is a bit limited.
Okay, let's see if that tower is going to protect properly. We can see 2 archers, 2 spears. Now he's moving around. Remember, Villese is going to help also to avoid those arrows because you have 10% faster villagers. And transition to Castle for Lierrey is going to be there. So it's going to be 1 minute advantage for Nicov. Not enough to make damage, in my opinion. What do you think?
I absolutely think there is a window, right? And especially with the defensive tower, that's indicating that he will go onto knights quite heavily. He's committing to the armor. And just think about how short the distance is from those 2 stables to the berries of Lierrey.
Okay, it's 2 stables. Do you think he will make even 3 stables, or is too much? Is maybe too early?
Unlikely that he can afford 3, right? He wants to go for some upgrades as well. And look at that. Armor upgrade here for infantry on Lierrey's side. So he probably is committing to pikemen, crossbow. Something we don't see too often. Normally he's trying to make stuff happen with crossbow only.
Okay, obviously we don't see eagles anymore. We can see 7 spears, 9 archers. He can still do damage even with the tower, Nelly. I don't know if he has a lot of army and sending there, but look at that. Look at that efficiency, man. With 1 archer, look how he's chopping that wood, Nelly.
I don't think he should have opened that one, right? Now the market should probably sell some wood there for Nicov, maybe even buy 100 stone in the long run. Where are the first knights going? I like that they're going aggressively.
Can we check also the yellow fog of war? Because look at those walls. He probably didn't see the wood at the back. He didn't explore anything. He could make much closer walls and not that bad. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you can see that small hole there. And he could wall absolutely everything, shorter distance. Anyway, he's going now with the knights, and we're going to see if he's going to make some damage. Obviously, he has army. He's sending spears to the left, to those berries. That is the only area that Lierrey has out of his base. And now he's going to be in castle. He got the spears, and let's see if he's going to be able to kill some villagers.
Doesn't feel very likely, right? So many spearmen upgrades are coming there. TC is getting dropped as well, and Lierrey, he should be easily defending this one. Now the question, Nicov, forward siege workshop?
Okay, well, he's killing the deers, slamming the deers right now. He's doing the town center. With the pikes, he's going to defend. Obviously, you cannot attack. With the archers, he can make some more damage. But we have already 7 knights that are already +1. Again, like with the Franks game. But so many spears, pikes already protected this area. Now crossbows on the field.
And just think about it, right? 3 games with cavalry versus kind of infantry from Lierrey. Game number 1, lost, no pikemen. Game number 2, won, lots of pikemen. Now game number 3, lots of pikemen again.
He learned. He learned quite fast, right? Okay. Now it's a second town center. And he's going to be able to break in that one. No, he's doing the house. I think he's walled completely already. And now look at those pikes. The pikes make those knights going away. It's a lot of army. Like, how do you make damage now? Even more when you are also adding town center. It's very difficult for Nicov to make damage to Lierrey now.
The adding of a TC feels a bit questionable to me. Look at how beautifully he is microing away those low HP knights there. Crazy move there by Nicov. I think a 1 TC play with Siege Workshop could have been an option to break the main defender here.
Yeah, because right now he's going to be Lierrey soon a little bit ahead in the economy. He also has more army. Remember, resources last longer for the Mayans, but that's not the main point here. The main point is that the Mayans, in the later game, gonna be very dangerous, you know, very dangerous. But still, imagine that now Nicov is gonna be able to break and make the damage. Do you think with those knights he should try to, I don't know, make a monastery and be back? Because those knights are almost bye-bye. Make a monk or something, or just go full aggressive?
Yeah, I think it could help. The numbers aren't really that important right now, though. Is he thinking about fighting? That's what was a bit surprising to me. Lierrey feels really comfortable, right? He's just defending 2 TC play by him, not going for a 3rd TC one right now, and there finally is the Siege Workshop.
Okay, the Siege Workshop with 2 town set, and maybe keep 2 TCs full push can be an option as well, because 1 TC, if you fail in the push, maybe you are done, and with 2 town center, you maybe can afford a longer game, right?
Well, let's see about that one. We're still running around, not going for the healing approach that you wanted to see. Now some pikemen there for the counterattack. Won't really do too much against the TC. That raid should not get too much done.
He needs to react. He needs to react. He's not reacting. He's reacting a little bit slower than expected. 2 villages down, 2 villages down at the end. He has lost in total 3. And let's see if he's going to be able to raid something. But again, we see how Nicov with a little bit better macro. 3 villages more. Obviously, the army numbers now is starting to be a little bit scary.
Oh, yeah. And he's still positioning himself so well. Like, how little Lierrey was on the map in the last 8-9 minutes is just crazy. It was all Nicov's control. He was poking here, poking there. But Lierrey's defense, so far, rock solid. But Mangonel's on the way.
Okay. He's doing 1 node. 2 Mangonels. 2 Mangonels is going to be on the field. After the 2 Mangonels, a few Scorpions as well? Or you think Mangonels is a node?
I think Mangonels will do the job to do the pressure. If we get into the big fights, obviously Mangonels are the more guaranteed damage dealers.
Okay, and the Mangonel is there, but he cannot see anything. Nicov, it's about to attack. Lierrey, not a single outpost. This area is going to be in danger. This is so many knights. 1 village is going to go down, and those amount of pikes are a little bit farther than he should be. No, he's going to be there in time. 22 pikemen. Now those archers are going to be +2. Lierrey is not attacking at all, being more defensive than usual, but that's why, because Nicov is trying to put the pressure. The score say that Nicov is ahead, but you will know that after this kind of fight, because this fight with so many army on the field, it can be definitive for one or the other.
Let's take a look. Ground attack may be happening here. No, Lierrey does not want to commit. Siege Workshop now for him defensively as well. And as you can see, only producing more and more pikemen. He knows exactly what's coming. He knows, okay, Nicov has at least 2 TCs, now even dropping a third one.
Whoa, third tone center. Let's focus in that fight. That TC is in danger. Probably is going to try to snipe those Mangonels. I don't know if it's going to be an oath with that army. He probably needs him Mangonel on his own. He's actually doing. He has already one on the queue and the 2 Mangonels. Look at the pies going from behind. And I think now Lierrey, if Nicov is not putting great micro there, it's going to be, oof, a big problem. No, he's going back. Nicov knows that Lierrey has some decent micro. Ooh, look at those Mangonels. Ay, ay, ay. He can make a lot of damage there. 8 Villese more for Nicov, though. Its economy is still very, very on point, nearly.
Yeah, but that is great damage without any return damage here. More pikemen going down, Monk now healing. Lots of good steps, but now slight heal advantage there for Lierrey. And obviously that means he can kill a Mangonel with the shot, but won't die if it's 1-for-1.
And we're gonna see. Ooh, actually 1-for-1. Okay, that was okay for Nicov because he has 2 more, and there was skill advantage. He's gonna try to make the outpost Nicov. That outpost is not gonna happen. The archers are already there. And the 2 Mangonels, no, 3 Mangonels now. He's not mining a stone. I was thinking, okay, maybe he's mining a stone. He's gonna drop a castle. It's not happening. And impressive macro for Nicov in the whole series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 77 villagers there with all that aggression, right? He did drop that second TC. And look at that one. He feels like he did enough damage and it's just going back. Tries to loop around, finds another angle. But now we are slowly transitioning into the phase where we feel, okay, who's controlling that center? Because in the center we have the massive gold spots, we have another relic. That's a small area. You can't really build around that. 1 castle, maybe 2 castles at maximum. And you can see Nicov finding another angle, now raiding here. Lierrey with the preemptive walls. Looks good. Those knights won't find too much.
He's not gonna find it, but I still see the numbers and I get this scare with 51 army. But I don't see yet how he's gonna make the damage. He has the pikes on a defensive position. The knights are going back. And this is getting longer and longer. So he's gonna go for Imperial game, Nili. Okay, look at those pikes and the knights.
Way too loud constantly.
Nili will come back, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Nili
he's
will come
way
back.
too loud.
Look at those Mangonels. Ooh, he's going back. No, he's not going to go back. This fight, it can be sick. It can be sick. I was talking Nili that maybe he's going to go up to Imperial this game, but about to happen a big fight. And so many knights still with low HP. Now with the wheelbarrow, Nicov doing the wheelbarrow in a decent time. Look at that horse collar as well. And Mangonel, oh, it's not taking. Lierrey has to be careful with those. Why he's shooting? Just focus on those Mangonels. Let's see if he's gonna be able. Who has the advantage for you, Neil? Oh, that Mangonel shot, that was one. Who has the advantage for you right now?
That is really nice for him for sure. And now we can see those crossbows chasing down the Mangonels. That would be sick if he still gets the second one. Is diving for it, gets another one. Oh, that's so good. How those 2 crossbows basically got 2 Mangonel kills there?
I don't know. I mean, only we get asked to Lierrey, to the kid. Is that another siege workshop?
It's not showing a TC in the minimap, so yeah, it has to be. So he's getting more control over in that area. Lierrey 6 on stone, but still pretty far away.
The economy, nearly for both, is impressive. But look at Nicov. He's gonna go up to Imperial even faster than Cavalier transition. Still a lot of farming. We see now 1,000 food for Lierrey. 500 gold. He needs to sell maybe some resources. Imperial Age already for Nicov. And we're gonna have the first time the Imperial Age in the tournament. And in late game, what?
Oh, it has to be Cavaliers. Is he just killing a board there with his knights? Maybe a misclick there. Obviously, he tries to move his units around. And the question is, what are we doing? Are we staying Cavaliers only? Then Lierrey can just produce pikemen going into Halberdiers and should be fine. Nicov needs to add a second unit, but which one?
Okay, we're gonna find out very soon. He's taking 1 village. He's gonna be open there. No, he's not losing. He lost 1 village. We have 103 villages for Nicov.
What a trap.
He's gonna be a trap. He's gonna trap in all the knights. But you need the pikes now to in there, otherwise he's gonna trap his own villages.
The market there probably should go down as well. Pikemen, how many kills will they find?
Where's the knight, Nili?
Oh god, he killed like 5, 6. What a crazy move, completely surrounding them there. Great positioning, and all of a sudden, Nicov will reach Imp in 1.5 minutes. Military count.
What
Look
military?
at that.
What military?
9 knights only.
Well, military count is just to say something, you know. 12 army, Lierrey, 59. 59 army with Now it's transition to Eagles, maybe, I don't know, 16 archers, 42 pikemen. 42 pikemen, he has, man, this amount of army. This is the problem with the Mayans if they can go to this stage, nearly.
Oh yeah, and it felt like he was so calm there with the defense and had such an easy job. And now the Manganols aren't really getting the kills in. Cross was microing away. Yeah, we'll still find something. But the big question is like, what are you imping for? I don't see a castle for trap transition. Cavalier numbers won't get crazy either. This looks really good for Lierrey.
Yeah, it's looking really good. I'm thinking in options. I mean, champions doesn't look, it looks good against pikes, yes, but then there's archers, so we cannot go for the champions. Skirmishes, he has no time to make that transition. He has 1,200 food. What he want to do? I mean, hussars, Hera hussars, I'm gonna call it, you know, but he can't because he has 39 farmers. The options are starting to be very, very low. 39 knights only, cavalier, +2 only now. It was with the +1 all the time, and those spies are going to be +4, and as soon as he can, Calvary is with a castle in the middle of the map.
Oh, that's so good. And now we see a more defensive castle there for Nicov. We also have the transition into Eagle Warriors now, and pikemen are taking the fight. And remember, this is all happening before the Cavalier upgrade is coming in, even before the second armor upgrade is coming in. Nicov, it's just like the last 2 minutes, his armor usage was really lacking.
Yeah, and also the armor is very weak. I didn't even notice that it was only +1. That's very, very bad. And now with the trebuchet there, he's going to get all the initiative. I know that the scores look very close, but I feel that the game is not that close anymore.
Yeah, look at the military count, right? 15 to 54. Now he's just running away, trying to buy some time for the Cavaliers, but they will be completely out of position as well. Lierrey now completely controlling the center of the map, which will be the most important thing early in POH.
But Lierrey in those games, Nelly, I don't know if you agree, he didn't really play that aggressive style, maybe in the second game. He just used it mainly in this one more, his civilization, like, okay, I have the Mayans, I'm not going to take any risk.
Well, it was an adjustment, right?
Yeah.
He was the one sending out 2 spearmen, 2 archers at minute 1. So he wanted to go for the aggression, he wanted to trade off armies. It was simply Nicov, completely walling defensive tower, and then Lierrey did not overinvest and transitioned quite nicely.
Okay, we can see how he is still with a lot of food. He could probably sell a little bit of that food and +4 make a big difference. He's walling. He's still with $125. I don't really I mean, Nicov 2 minutes either TC and Lierrey 14 minutes. I mean, okay, he's controlling everything, but he just cannot hold against this Mayans army right now. He's about to lose that castle. Well, not really, because he's now trying to hit that trebuchet. But the amount of army is just insane. I mean, what army he can do, because he's not doing any other transition.
Yeah.
11 Cavaliers.
Yeah, and that's the question I raised like 3-4 minutes ago, right? We need another unit there in addition to the Cavaliers, and it's not really coming. Come the archers sometimes, but it will take some time to get into the numbers. We need skirmishers, as you said. They need lots of upgrade. We need some more time. It just felt like the castle edge push, like after he saw the Mangnol there for the defense going back, he lost so much momentum.
I mean, with the resources he has, it's not good to go out skirmishes. He could add skirmishes, fully upgraded, and maybe it will be something. Like, he's not doing eagles, he has only house.
But he's like 9 upgrades away from having them fully upgraded. Yeah. So that's such a big investment. It will take so much time trying to go for the trap war, but eagles are coming in, cross as well, with all the harbiers supporting. And
There's some raid in the south, but I don't know if he's going to be an oath. Oh, he's walling. No, he can. Oh, come on. I mean, seriously, look at that one. It still has some villages there to kill, but he didn't want to let him go to the farmers. Those trebuchets are in danger now to be lost against the... Yeah, but those, I mean, some skirmishes here. Now he's doing transition to infantry, champion, well, a champion. Villese.
Well, you don't think of Berbers as an infantry civilization, right? But actually the champions have all the upgrades and could be a good option. But as you mentioned earlier, Plumed Archer or Arbalest transition could be around the corner there quite easily. The question still is, like, where is Nicov getting his gold from? Right now still 35 on gold, but that can't be not running out.
Well, we see the difference there in the village count, but the military is still very low. I don't know if he's going to be able to make any other transition. It's still, but what surprised me is that Lierrey is unable to push completely that castle, and the castle from Lierrey is down nearly.
Oh yeah, and that's some solid ground, right? And Nicov still looking good when it comes to population. Maybe you could consider an overboom. Oh, and look at that, supplies on the queue. He's going champion, but there's just so much gold for Lierrey, and the moment he sees the first like longsword man on the field, go for 10 Arbalest, and long shots aren't the thing anymore, or the champion line.
Yeah, but he also needs to make the upgrades. He doesn't have any of the upgrades for those archers as well. No chemistry, no ballistic, no +3. He's also far for those upgrades. I don't know. He's taking so much time. Nicov score is getting there, but still no army. Let's see now, because he has 37 farmers, 25 on goal. The middle is not guaranteed now for Lierrey, and Lierrey is struggling to finish the game.
Oh, he doesn't need to finish it, right? He has the gold control. He has the map control. He can raid. Right now, time is ticking for him. He just needs to make sure to not get completely surprised by the champion switch.
Okay, well, he's still also those champions upgrade that you said.
He sees
only
more
with
barracks.
the +1. He's in the barracks. He's far also for the upgrades. The farming from Nicov is not a good one. He's getting raided. You can see only 28, doesn't have the food. So he's struggling with the economy, and he's still ahead with the score. And remember, guys, there's a time limit in the tournament.
Oh no, and we were discussing like Nicov, how many points do we give him for macro? And some people said, oh, nearly, I remember one time when Nicov overboomed and he queued up more and more villagers. And look at that, 148 villagers, and queues up another 12 there. You ideally don't want to be above 140 villagers in those situations.
Yeah, you definitely don't want. He is still, well, he has only 58 abilities right now, so maybe he can do more to make it work. Okay, now you can see the 200 swords, and we still need to see the upgrades. He has over 1,000 on the 1,000 gold, no food at all, and let's see if it's gonna happen. I know that you see it now taking the berries, but he's little by little. Look at the minimap, guys. He's pushing in the minimap. Like now he's what, 65, 35%?
Map control-wise, yeah, but controlling the most important thing, it's 100% to 0%, right? Because that is the center. We still have this gold spot, as you can see, it will be running out here, and Lierrey now finally switches onto some more crossbow chemistry on the way as well.
But he's being a little bit slow, that transition because the macro, I mean, he's having a lot of village, I would say, but he's not having a balanced economy right now, Nicov, right? I mean, a lot of raiding.
Yeah, you can simply see how many raidings are happening there, and now moving forward, does he want to commit against that one? Not really, a bit of a surprising fight there by Lierrey, but he just wants to buy time, gets the kill against the trap, and then moves back, buys himself more time.
Yeah, and now those arbies are just being there, Thumbrin, Arbalest, handcard quite late, but all the arbies for that range units, and then without any range units to counter, the champions are going to be ineffective. So we're going to have probably, even if the score stays that Nicov is ahead, which is incredible, right? But you know that the score is kind of tricky, guys. But it's still, I mean, if the score is tricky, it can matter a lot in the tournament.
Well, obviously score matters at one point in the game, but we are far, far away from that one. And it feels like Lierrey has so much control before that one. And that's what we said, right? The only way for Lierrey to throw this game away would be to not transition into Arbalest to counter the champion line. But that is indeed what's happening. Halberdier, Arbalest. We could go elite skirmishers, we could think about janitors in some way, not that great, but that's simply not what Nicov is going for. We'll get some good raids in here, but Lierrey already around with a new army.
Yeah, and another cast, Lierrey, as you can see, guys, take the score lead in the game. There's only 27, 29 armies, 62 for Lierrey. Whoa, it's a lot of raiding, constantly raiding. Nicov is not giving up. A lot of people always have saying, well, Nicov not trying that hard. He is trying definitely as much as he can, but he's not finding that balance, not only with the economy. Now it seems to be a little bit better, 47, but also, well, Nicov with 2 relics. The problem is that he can't counter Lierrey's army, as you can see. Well, a lot of idols nearly as well.
University now, maybe thinking about going for hand cannoneers even. Is that a burb option? I don't even know if they have that, but, well...
He's so much idle. He has so much idle, and now he has no village on gold. Just look, Seed of Village is mining gold. That gold is gonna be bye-bye soon. It's so complicated. The amount of farming now, 70 army. And you know, I mean, the longer the game goes, Lierrey can even delete more villages and make more army.
Well, yeah, I think 120, you could make an argument for going for like 100 villagers being main player, but I think he's just constantly trading those off, so it makes a lot of sense to stay around 120 villagers. Queues actually not that long. Look at that, 3 Arbalest, 3 Halberdiers only in the queue, and the resources somewhat at the limit.
Yeah, I mean, he has now some decent amount of army, but what happened now? That Lierrey has a huge amount of army. He's also only missing few traps. Maybe even Rams is going to happen. And Lierrey is doing another castle on the right side, so he's getting even more map control. He has absolutely the game under control, and as we said, it's about time, it seems, that Lierrey will take the 2-1 and no upset at all.
Well, maybe the performance of Nicov, right? It looked incredibly strong in game number 1. This one, though, Nicov feeling, I'm still 170 population. It's increasing. I'm controlling the raids. And maybe if we think not about the next 10 minutes, but about the next 30 minutes, Berbers get crazy strong again, right? Cheaper hussars, we can go for everything, and Mayans, they might be lacking quite a bit without gold.
Yeah, but the problem is that, as we can see, he has all the middle. Now, Elite Eagle Warrior, he's doing the +4 for those champions. But how many champions you need to beat if he's doing El Dorado as well? Wow, 66 farmers. He's going to be able to make hussars. How as well? He has 2 relics and no gold at all. So we have light caps, Cavaliers, not fully upgraded because he's missing some upgrades. I mean, at least they attack. And I mean, how do you stop that army now without pretty much no counter for those?
Yeah, and now we indeed see El Dorado, something that you already mentioned for Lierrey, plus 40 HP for those Eagle Warriors. Crazy jump from 60 to 100 will be great raiding potential, but Lierrey, he doesn't even want to raid, right? He's just building an army. He knows, okay, I'm getting gold, I'm getting outposts, and he knows that the long run should be his with all the gold control.
I mean, the only problem here would be that you get like impatient, like, I want to finish the game, but no, he's just going little by little, not taking any risk. You can see, taking those light caps with 1 shot every time, bam, 1 down, another down. Yeah, it's impossible to stop that army. 90 military, he keeps deleting more villages, and now what is going to happen? Well, we can see what is going to happen. A lot of halberdiers, and what happened is that Lierrey is taking the 2-1, and now he can relax more. Nicov should be probably happy with his performance, but Lierrey at the end, no problem, man. Like, okay, let's make my game and not taking any risk.
Yeah, and Lierrey, he seems to be a bit relieved there and sees, okay, maybe that's something.
Look, you see that, like,
the small
it wasn't
side.
that easy, right? It was like, oof.
He doesn't
He's
look
not
super
happy.
happy.
He's not happy. Not happy. And this is the good thing. We're going to check now everything. We're going to analyze the game. We're going to have an interview with Lierrey, you know? So we're going to see the statistics in the game, the analysis and everything. And, well, we will see what is the impression that Lierrey is gonna have. What do you think has been the key for these games, actually, in the whole series, nearly?
Will Pikemans win? Stay Eagles, lose. It was that simple, right? Because it was Nicov constantly going for cavalry, and it was a bit too stubborn there with the Eagle play. If we have the Eagle Pike mix, it becomes way more tricky, and then we needed to see more Scorpions in game 1, but that didn't happen. And looking really strong here, Mr. Lierrey, as expected.
You can see how we're going to see the highlights right now from the previous series, and we can listen it already. So we're going to see the best moments of the game. Okay, we're going to see then what T90 and Dave gonna say about this series.
Everyone, welcome back to our analyst desk here. Riley Knight joined by T90 and Dave, and well, we got there. We did get the match started after. We do thank you for your patience. A couple of gremlins in the back end that we had to extricate, but things seem to be firing on all cylinders now. And I'll tell you what, talking of firing on all cylinders, games 1 and 2, so aggressive, T90. What was going on?
Ridiculous. I mean, a lot of people definitely gave Lierrey the edge going into the series. Nicov opened it up with a victory, and he looked sharp. We're back in the back room looking at eco upgrades, like he's getting his eco upgrades. The micro was insane. And that led to the first best of 3 going to 3 games. It was incredible.
Yeah, I think, Dave, we were expecting Lierrey to come in with, obviously he's touted as one of the favourites, if not the favourite. He's touted as one of the strongest contenders in this format of Empire Wars. But he was tested from the get-go. Like, Nicov was here saying, hey, listen, man, if you want to win, you're going to have to get through me.
The narrative so far in Empire Wars has been Eagles good, everything else bad, okay? And what we saw in that first game was Lierrey going for 4 Barracks Eagles. Yeah. And then he tried to do damage, kind of bounced off Nikov's walls a little bit, and then lost his army, initial army in Nikov's base. And Nicov capitalized on that like crazy. He couldn't immediately get into Lierrey's base, but he killed, 3 monks? And then he took a couple big fights in the middle, and as soon as he got in with the knights, it was destruction. And then tried to do kind of the same style in game number 2. Lierrey kind of mirrored him, and then game number 3 is just was fantastic.
Well, that's what I want to talk about,
Yeah.
really. I mean, you know, we had a little aperitif at the beginning with the first 2 games, but really we dug into our main course and got some of the stuff that we're going to... I mean, hopefully we're going to get throughout the entire weekend, right, Tristan? Like, game number 3 gave us a little bit of everything. Dominant performance from Lierrey. Yep, he's got this one in the bag. The production stuff ushering us back to this area because, like, all right, quick, you guys are going to be on camera. And then all of a sudden, Nicov's like,
Yeah.
And then, no, wait one moment because this show's not over yet.
Yeah, it was incredible, man. I mean, Dave and I were... we had to be quiet because they're right here, so we don't want to be too loud. We were freaking out, and it's a shame for Nicov, but it was a real good sign of what he's going to bring in the later stages of this tournament. Lierrey, I think, was it's a little awkward because he's walking past us right now, but I think he's a little disappointed in himself compared to his high standards. But it wasn't like Lierrey underperformed. It was Nicov bringing the level that many people have said that he could bring.
Absolutely, you know, and this is something that I think is characteristic of this. This game more broadly, but specifically Empire Wars, is that, you know, it is a bit of a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Tristan, we've got a couple of clips lined up here for you to have a look at, mate, and kind of break down. You know, I know we've got viewers young and old, new and fresh and veteran alike. So we're going to take a look now at some of the highlights from this match. And Tristan, I'm interested to get your perspective here. Why don't you talk us through what was going on with this moment here?
Well, this is where, at this point of the game, whoever takes the best fight is going to snowball that to victory. And for Nicov, if he takes incredible damage here, he's not going to be in a position to really win this game. And this is crazy. You've got Eagles on the right side coming into his base. You've got Eagles on the left that he's clearing. And you look at this damage control on the right-hand side. Like, if those Eagles get in there, that could be game over despite the clear up on the left. And the theme for me, as the Eagles do, funnily enough, just get close to a few villagers, was the army numbers. There's so many knights remaining after that, and Lierrey struggled economically. He struggled to maintain the numbers, and as Dave mentioned, did not get the conversions that he needed on the other side of the map soon after this.
I mean, this is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout the entire weekend, the way that the early game opens up, the way that aggression can be leveraged by certain players. Dave, there are players in this field that don't play that aggressive game. They are much more defensive. You know, they're much more reactive, I guess, in the way that they approach this. Empire Wars, however, is a format that really does reward early aggression when it's executed correctly.
It does, but this is the 5th iteration of it. And if pro players in our scene are good at anything, it's learning how to wall and keep themselves safe. The more they play, the higher level they get, the more safe they play in general. And a credit to Nicov for kind of bucking that trend a little bit, especially a matchup like Franks versus Aztecs. We've seen it so many times. Aztecs snowball the Eagles into victory. And Nicov was able to make it work with the Knights, where a lot of players haven't so far. That clip was an excellent example of Lierrey taking a calculated risk, and Nicov defending his wood line and clearing up the army on the left, and then shifting over to the right again.
Tinani, a second clip here for us to have a look at. I want you to talk us through the crossbows here and what we saw here, because I mean, what a moment, right? So let's have a look now, and Tinani, I'm really keen to get your perspective on what we saw.
Well, at this point, Nikov's in a really fine position. He's pushing forward, and Lierrey has 1 mango versus 3. So this is a position where, depending on how the fight goes, again, it's going to swing the game. Watch how Lierrey's able to get this. Obviously, Nicov there, he's feeling good. He gets that mango kill, and now Lierrey notices those are weak. He notices those are weak. And in the final game, he goes in there with crossbows to finish it off, and Nikov's so distracted and confused. Like, that shouldn't happen. And now he's got 1 weak Magano rolling away, and the other 2 are down. And this was such a big moment, because that was Nikov's window. Nicov had the army mass to be able to fight there and then prevent the opponent from getting to the middle. And because of that moment, because of what came from that, I think Lierrey wins that game. So that was, I was losing my mind when I saw that.
Those 2 crossbows, like, they're heading home after that battle, and the king is like, yep, sword out, knightship, lordship, manor, estate, whatever you want, boys, because you've won us that entire thing.
That clip was like, tell me you're watching Lierrey without telling me you're watching Lierrey. You know, like, 2 crossbows going against a Maganal army.
Oh my goodness me.
It was crazy.
We've opened up the series. We've opened up this entire tournament really with a bang here. And of course, there is so much more coming your way. And speaking of which, we're ready now to have a look at match number 2. Match number 2, of course, featuring Villese and Jordan. Familiar faces, of course, on the Red Bull Wololo series. We saw both of these 2 at Red Bull Wololo 4. Dave, talk to us about these players, and I guess what you're expecting in this matchup, and the sort of form that we can expect from these 2 players here.
I think if I were to look at this matchup, the one word that would come to my mind is safe. Like, both players are going to play fairly safe. That's the reputation that Villese has as well. And sometimes I think we kind of, slot him into that definition unfairly a couple of times because he's worked really hard to get where he is, and his execution has been brought up to another level over the last couple of years. And obviously Jordan coming back from his break has also worked extremely hard to get where he is. And if you were to ask me for a favorite in this matchup, I would probably say it's Jordan, just because he has that LAN experience and he's been at the tippy top before.
He's got the wealth of he's got those XP points, right, that he's been grinding for years and years and years. You take a break, you come back, the XP points are still there. You can't, it doesn't all just vanish in a puff of smoke. But let's focus on Villese here, T90. He's a very quiet bloke. Just personally speaking, he's not one of these brash, outgoing personalities that sort of. And I think that lends him something of an advantage in that you think you know what to expect from him, right? You think that he's going to play this steadfast, orthodox game, but he's pulled some stuff out of the back pocket every now and again. And he's not someone to be underestimated.
No, he's definitely not. I mean, Jordan will probably have had many conversations with the Viper about Villese. Villese was able to take a set against Viper in one of the previous iterations. So I think the difference between the two players is going to be Villese is more of a cutthroat player in the early stages of each age. Jordan, I think, might be better overall, and Jordan might be better overall when it comes to the pressure situation. So for Villese, I think he's going to be early feudal age, early castle age. Jordan is definitely the more defensive type. He wants to structure his base and set up for late game, and Villese is going to have to finish it before it gets there.
Well, we got the chance to catch up with Jordan. We got a chance to catch up with all the players before this event, but we are going to hear from Jordan right now and get some of his thoughts as we headed in to Red Bull Wololo 5.
My name is Marco Bloch, aka Jordan. I'm playing for Gamer Legion, and I'm playing Age of Empires 2. Well, I had 1 week with my entire Gamer Legion crew, right? We went to boot camp and we went pretty ham there in terms of practice, so that was very intense. And before that, I played a lot of ladder games. I'm practicing a lot, so should be very confident there in my gameplay. They know what I'm capable of, and they know that, especially in tournaments, I'm performing extremely well, especially with the preparation I had. So I guess they better watch out.
Well, I know that Jordan and his legions of screaming fans will be pulling very hard for him in this upcoming game against Villese, but they are both of them worthy and stalwart competitors, and the action's about to start here. A quick reminder though, however, on our backup channel, there is available for your viewing pleasure, my friends, MBL facing off against Bales. We are hoping to show you coverage of all of the matches throughout the entire week, but due to scheduling, obviously, we've got to sneak one in onto the second channel. So that is available for your viewing pleasure if you're a fan of either of those players. We bring you a highlights package of that later on. So even if you stick with us here on the main channel all day, you're not going to miss a moment of the action. Right now, however, it looks like everything is in readiness. Our cast is standing by to bring you our next match, and match number 2 of day 1 of Red Bull Wololo 5, our $100,000 tournament live from Heidelberg Castle. It's great to have you along. Right now, we're going to throw it over to Nilly and Mem, who are standing by to bring you coverage of this next match between Jordan and Villese.
Did I hear properly, Nilly? Did I hear 100K?
100K tournament, Mem. Indeed.
Age of Empires 2?
Age of Empires 2 in 2021.
And I'm here?
You are here, Mem.
Okay, thank you for reminding me, man. I mean, it was, I was listening, I was, what? Is this a dreaming?
Yeah.
We could dream that this is real not so long ago.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? We had some sponsors over the time, and now it's so, we are so fortunate with having Red Bull and just enabling us to go for this crazy thing. And one of the crazy things that's about to happen will be Villese against Jordan.
Yeah, and Villese against Jordan. I was thinking like how to analyze Jordan's mental state, let's say. He's smiling all the time. He's here, you face him, hey Jordan, and he's all the time.
He's crazy,
like, He might be focused, but he's happy all the time, man.
He's a true sunny boy, indeed.
It's crazy, man, this smile,
Yeah.
Okay, let's go and see the player then, and let's see if that happiness is actually there, right? And we're gonna see if Jordan is gonna be happy with the draft, because the draft is gonna happen in a moment. Oh, this is not Jordan. This is not happy, man. Krasini, please.
Angry Krasini, indeed.
Krasini's angry, man. We need a mod. Oh, I'm scared now.
Oh God! Did Hera Twitter something again, Mem? We should check something.
I don't know. Can you guys check if Hera make a tweet about Krasini? Because, okay. Please, don't clip this, okay? And now we can see Villese. Villese so serious, really, really, really serious all the time, man.
Yeah. Villese is a really focused person and knows exactly what he's here for. Look at that one. He already wrote everything down in his book as well. Jordan, smiley boy, coming to the front here. Looks really relaxed. And, well, we're going into the map draft.
He tried to not smile. You know, he tried to not smile. But now we're gonna see the draft, the picks, the bans, everything. It's gonna be beautiful. We're gonna get used to this system already. What is the map? I mean, my eyes are bad, but
that is the first map ban.
We need to get
now
closer,
Jordan goes for map ban as well. We're looking over his shoulder here, and he said, "Okay, let's ban that one. That looks like winged. Will be banned by Jordan." And now we're getting into Jordan picking a map, and that looks like, is that Frigid Lake?
Kawasan.
No, it's not Frigid Lake.
Kawasan.
Yeah, Kawasan, yeah, with the pawns there. Yeah, feels likely. And that looks like enclosed by Villese.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that one. A new map for this tournament. Now we're going for some more bans, and now Jordan with the ban, and then. Soon we will have two offered, and bap, band there. And now we get into the tricky phase. Sacred Springs band, Winged band, and Kawasan indeed Jordan's home map.
Talking about serious guys, look at that Villager.
Oh yeah, holy moly.
This is scary when you are around him, you know?
Yeah,
really
the other day I talked to him and like, Mister, I know that you work out, but you're blocking our shot. And he's like, are you calling me fat? I'm like, oh, no, that's not my plan. Acclivity, apparently map number 1 there. If they moved it over there, looks like it. And now they're writing it down.
There you go.
Seems like enclosed the map there, and we had Ataka. No, that is...
Aftermath and the other one.
Meadow. Aftermath and Meadow were the band maps, and close behind there the home map. Will be an interesting one. A bit of the map that could be the love child of
an Acclivity.
Acclivity.
We have to say, I mean, maybe you don't see that much in the stuff, but when we zoom in, it's beautiful as you can see. It's just amazing. Crasini also controlling that everything is all right. You can see also Villese and Jordan. And I'm gonna make sellout, and then people are not gonna blame you. Gamer Legend t-shirt on another level.
Oh, you haven't seen Daut's yet. Oh God, we couldn't hear the end of it. But people will tune in for Daut's match, and we'll see that one at that time. But yeah, Gamer Legion making some t-shirts for us was really nice.
Okay, well, you can see how focused the players are. Now they are going to pick the civilization. I don't know if you have noticed, but the civilizations on the table are in alphabetical order. And this is a beautiful view. We can see
Liberty at the top.
Yep.
At the right-hand side, we see Jordan's maps. Jordan himself. Oh, it seems like a difficult decision to him here.
I mean, I love to see this kind of situation. We are not used to see what people is thinking. Pure strategy game.
We give them 1 minute between the map draft and the first civilization pick. Typically 30 seconds time, but this one is a bit more special. That's why we go for 40 seconds. And Jordan apparently liking Aztecs.
Okay. I think I would love to use to listen Crasini, you know, to listen Crasini, and then we are going to control. We're going to see how he's controlling absolutely everything. There's another ban. There you go.
Liking to ban Aztecs. Okay. And then on the other side, I think that could have been Tatars as the ban. No, that is, Tatars as the ban and Vikings as the first pick here for Villese. Jordan goes for what looks to be Britain, so one of the early picks, most likely aiming for an Acclivity civilization, and then Huns. Well, I feel like Kawasan could be good with them.
Yeah, love to see Huns. Remember, guys, that, for example, Lithuanians don't keep the bonus, so that's a reason we don't see for that kind of map. Lithuanians, right? Japanese also don't get extra wood as well, so it makes sense. The Huns are keeping, very strong at that transition to Capoches. Daut has done pretty famous in previous tournaments, and now, which one is that?
Franks and Ethiopians being picked. Franks, we just saw them win on Acclivity, our game number 1, and Ethiopians could be picked on Enclosed as well. Obviously, you're trying to mix yourself up, seeing what the opponent's spending, and Jordan is going for humans. Now looking back at his plans, humans, obviously, the civilization that we will see way more than in previous Red Bulls. There was a balance change allowing them to build their military buildings cheaper. So the start where you build some of them becomes better. And Saracens for Jordan.
Always a tricky civilization, right?
Oh yeah. That could have been a Tatoh draft. Okay. Look at that one. Yeah. Now Villese with his 2 remaining one goes for Incas. Incas over Mayans.
Yeah, and I'm surprised.
That is surprising to me.
Maybe it's because he's thinking, if I pick Incas, I'm not gonna get that snipe. I still have the Eagles. If I go for Mayans, I might get the snipe.
Oh.
Or not.
Well, but then you have Vikings, right?
Yeah.
If they're banning Mayans. That
Berbers.
is interesting.
No, that's
Sicilians in the end there, and Berbers for Jordan. Now the snipe. Jordan with a smile like, whoa. Let's get rid of that one. Looked like Vikings to me, and the villagers Xing out Britons. So Jordan can't play Britons. Oh no, that wasn't Britons. That was Vikings X'd out. So Franks, Ethiopians, Incas, and Sicilians there for Villese and Jordan with Berbers, Cumans, Huns, and Britons. So his 4th pick actually got banned. Interesting.
And we can see here the full draft. Kawasan enclosed are the maps. And then look at those civilizations. Those are the home maps, because we have the first map that is which one, Mr. Nille?
Well, the map number 1 is Acclivity. Home maps enclosed, as you can see, for Villese and Kawasan for Jordan.
Franks, Ethiopians, Incas, Sicilians.
Saracens.
Britons, Huns, Cumans,
Saracens
snipe,
sniped.
and Vikings snipe. Why
Oh.
Saracens?
Well,
He's
maybe
scared
he was
about.
scared. Maybe he was scared of some special strategy there, yeah. That's
I mean,
interesting.
it's a civilization that, yeah, it's doable to make more something crazy, right? Like those are more meta with Saracens. That market bonus is absolutely insane. Let's see what we are going to see. So
Still
in the first
surprised
one,
by Incas over Mayans. They play so similarly, but
and like you said, Vikings and Mayans you have in there. Well, I don't know. Maybe he has something prepared also. But what else?
yeah.
But what else you can prepare? Mayans is better overall.
Huh. Maybe they're better on enclosed with the better Eagle Warriors in the long run there, with the better armor, if you want to play against range.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only thinking that the only bonus they have is that castles are cheaper. I mean, the towers are cheaper as well, but we don't see towers in Empire Wars. Castle is possible, you know. I don't know. Maybe it's a mind choice. Who knows?
We'll see about that for sure.
Yeah, because when you have this civilization left, you might be thinking, okay, he's gonna pick Incas. Then you also pick yourself one civilization to counter, right? So. I don't know. Look at Jordan. He's back in the high school.
He looked at me.
You.
Hey, Jordy. Hey, Jordy. Hey. Oh,
Look at Jordan.
He didn't like that one too much.
Look at Jordan. That wasn't a smile. It was like, what I do now, right? I mean, what I do now. Okay. You can see how much more different character. You know, he's so focused. He's focused in his own game.
Yeah.
Probably Jordan is focused, but he's just, like this.
He's just, Villese is very, very focused on all the games, and every single set he's taking 100% seriously, and well, he knows what's up, right? It's such a massive prize pool, so many eyes on him as well, and well, Jordan, he's truly back, and making a top 8 here would be crazy.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the favorites here, because I think this series should be a close one, but you never know, right? Yeah. Which is the favorite and why for you, Mr. Nille?
Yeah, I think this could be pretty 50-50. It just feels like both players are more of the meta players. Obviously, 1 week of boot camp behind Jordan. And if we think about both players playing meta to the full potential, Jordan might be a tiny bit better, but Villese probably more consistent. So I would be very surprised if we don't see 3 maps.
Okay, well, I love to go for the decider or every single series, but in this one we have arguments to go to that one. And Villese, we can talk also about Villese, it's getting farther. Like, it's always like in the top 8 in almost every tournament, right? From a long time ago.
Yeah. And that was so silently, right? Yeah. He was always like, he had
the match was first, Finnish player, right? But then from long ago, really?
Yeah, like slow, like Woobly ranking ladder number 1. People didn't really give him a lot of credit, and then the round of 16s, then lots of 2v2 experience and even success there, and suddenly he makes it deep into those rounds, even a semi-final here, a semi-final there. Like, he can easily make it into the quarterfinals here and maybe aiming for higher.
I mean, we're here for a few days, and sorry that I changed the topic. I love the place we are.
Yeah, yeah.
And sorry for being a little bit repetitive, guys, but the
Krasini?
place is...
Oh no, Krasini is gone. My
Krasini
bad,
is gone. He's Krasini in the helmet.
Same expression.
Do you want to take that helmet?
I wouldn't mind.
It reminds me of good moments, right?
Oh, yeah.
It reminds me too. I was pushing that helmet. Okay, Neely and his dogs, amazing. And the game is starting very, very, very soon. Memhat, I see in the chat. Guys, I'm going to confess something. We're trying to find a scythe to fit in my head.
Ah, okay. Well, let's see.
I'm sorry, guys, but it's too big, man. It's too big. I can't use the hat, amigos. I can't use the hat. Anyway, look at Jordan. He's not smiling anymore because I'm starting to see the game on his eyes. You know, I'm starting to see the game on his eyes, and we're gonna jump into the first game. That for a reminder to the viewers and also to me, Neely, because I forgot. Can you tell me the first game?
Acclivity.
It's an amazing map.
Yeah, it's very aggressive, short distance there, very likely to be, well, very, very aggressive. And in game number 1, we saw with the small pokey aggression and Nicov doing quite a bit, but I think the game can't start if Twitch chat is not spamming enough 14s, man.
Yeah,
what do you think?
We need to go for 14. 14 in the chat, 14 in the chat, and when we see 14 in the chat, oh, you see 14 in the chat, and we see the game already. And we have Kumans versus Incas. Oh man, these choices are just absolutely amazing. Villese as a red player, Incas in the south, Jordan, Kumans in the north, and in a first look, without watching anything, Neely favorite for this series with this matchup.
Oh, this will be really aggressive, and I'm a bit surprised. Double archery range in front of the berries instead of in front of the gold there. Might walk a bit further there. And Villese, he's opening skirmishes, so he's indeed expecting the double archery range play.
Okay, he's expecting, he has one archery range only, but if you go with double, with 2 skirmishes, you are gonna be fine. You're gonna hold it. Remember that the Eagles are 20 foot 50 gold, very cheap in terms of food, so you can spam a little bit too to support. And for now, the walls are real on Villese base. In walling, when you have Eagle Civilization, is definitely really the way to go.
Yeah, you want to get to those numbers. You kind of don't want to fight too much if you're late, simply because you don't have that option to go for scouts. And Jordan, he sees, okay, you're defending, I will go for some skirmishes. Only one more archer there, and he needs to start thinking about castle age. I think a stable archer range opening could have been better here, because Villese, he outsmarted Jordan here.
Yeah, well, let's see what is going to happen. The game probably will go for castle age because of those walls. I don't think that Jordan then will have to invest a lot on field age, or you think he could try and make a push even if he's walk already?
I think you can harass a bit, but some skirms behind walls, unlikely to do anything. And oh, that army is even coming around. And yeah, you see, defensive tower by Jordan. He does not feel comfortable there with the front. Likely to be a long 1TC play then. And it feels like Villese will be walled. Something that surprises me, he did delay the wood upgrade, but did it now after all. So Villese, he will continue building some army. He won't be the fastest castle age time ever.
Since there is everything absolutely wall, I would like to remind some moments in the past, really fast. Monday, first stream of the day, Red Bull Wololo 5, very early, over 10,000 viewers already, Mr. Neely. Over 10,000 viewers, that remind me great moments, but we're gonna have even better moments. And right now, guys, hopefully you enjoy with this series, with this tournament, you're gonna enjoy a lot of more, and we see how Jordan is taking some small hill advantage with the scout, with the archers, but there's a lot of armor from Villese.
Oh yeah, he needs to run. I don't think Jordan should get too much out of there. Oh, but another attack there at the side. Villese even instantly seeing that one though. And yeah, I don't expect too many losses there for Villese. Could be like 3-4 kills without a single loss. Now the market to buy himself up to Castle Age.
But honestly, I don't know if he has more than one archery range. Villese, I think he has only one. And what I mean is, he's keeping similar amount of farming. He's already doing the market, and this is the magic to have this civilization, like the Eagle shifts, because you produce with the barrack and with the archery range. All the other shifts, the barrack is pretty useless if you are facing against these units. And you can see, with only one building, he's holding the situation. Now he has the market, and he seems to be okay, right?
Well, let's see. We will see some aggression here. 16 against 40 military. Lots of stuff here at the side, but more is coming over. Jordan will continue with some aggression. Some more houses being forced. Jordan could take a bit of fight. Now needs a good trade here. Gets a nice kill, and those eagles, it won't be super great in Fuel Age. And look at that, Jordan on the way to Castle Age.
Wow, Jordan with a great economy. I don't know with who I was talking. I think it was Tatoh, and we were talking like maybe with Kuman's doing 3 archery ranges is an overinvestment. You go just double archery range is what he did, and then you are also keeping some economy advantage, and it seems that it's going to be like this. 400 foot only, yet now he sell everything. He sell everything, even his soul, Mr. Villese. All the stone bye-bye, trying to go up to Castle as soon as possible, but this gap that he's getting here, Jordan, is amazing.
And no unit production anymore, right? Villese, he's just waiting to get more gold, could sell even more wood if you ask me here. He wants to get to Castle Age. Now the Eagles trying to take the hill advantage there. The archers are microing back, doing a good job. I think Jordan just going back, maybe is this the spot where he could add 2, maybe even 3 stables? Humans can certainly afford that, and indeed he's adding stables.
Cheaper buildings now. 1 stable only. He still have more skill bard in armor. Probably he will do the crossbow upgrade. He's going back. He needs to wait for Castle. Don't lose more army. 13 army Villese. 15 for Jordan Villese. And now goal upgrade already. He's gonna wall. And do you think with it's 1 minute and a half, it's a good time to try to make the Eagle civilization to go back and get the initiative in the game?
Yeah, and that should really work well for him, right? Distance isn't that long, and let's see what he queues up. It will be crossbow, it will be Botkin. No knight yet, is lacking some gold. Actually, not that many villagers on gold and food. Look at that Eco, 21 on wood. Not really that balanced. Untypical for Jordan.
Yeah, that's true. 9 on food only, nearly. 9 on food only. He should have at least 15, I think. 15, 20 probably at this point. It's true that he's up in Castle. It's faster now between only 1 knight. His economy is really at the limit, but Jordan has right now 40 seconds, and this is Krogos with Botkin arrow, and if he's getting inside, he can do a lot of damage. That palisade gate is should go down very fast, but he's not going. He's going around. He's going to try to make some damage from the wood line.
Well, he knows that the gold is in the back there, right? If he goes through the center, that kind of says, okay, you need to do a mistake. You must not wall to let me in, and that's the only way I can do damage. If he goes around, loops around to the gold, he's kind of guaranteed to do damage.
Okay, let's see if it's going to happen. Now we should see Villese point of view forward war. Let's see. Nah. It doesn't even matter anymore because he can see everything. He's doing another mannequin. He's not breaking yet, but he's getting the initiative +1. No, +2 squires and eagle upgrade. He's going to break inside. No, that he has ballistic? Not really. And now when he's having those eagles nearly, do you think it's going to be enough to counter? Actually, military numbers is pretty much the same.
Oh, I don't really see that happening. So many idle villagers now. The gold is blocked. So many low villagers as well. Some could go down. 1 down here. Now tries to take that hill. Knights are around though. And Jordan fully committing on to knights. Now will take a big engagement here potentially, man. Could be game deciding if Jordan wins that one convincingly.
Let's see, because he has only 2 knights, but the eagles are there, +2. The skirmishes are not the lead. The skirmishes also don't have the +2. So those skirmishes are not that great. He's bringing more knights. I don't know how many he got. Well, I can see now 4 and 2 more in the queue. Is enough to get that army? We're going to find out very soon. This is a hole. This is a hole. I think there is a hole or not. It's not I think it's a hole, but he cannot see it. Okay.
Jordan focusing on that fight, obviously. It's so important. As I said, if he just clears up all the eagle numbers, he will look old in this game. And now wants to jump eagles. Well, only 8 there. And some of them half HP, not looking too good. Jordan is now trying to chase this one down there, trying to come together, loses more HP on those eagles. The knight's still full HP, and now the big fight.
Yeah, this fight now is going to be much more benefit for Jordan because, or maybe not. What? The knights disappear in a moment, but they cross the look at that Michael, taking 1 by 1 all the time. Now those knights are going bye-bye, but those archers are doing an amazing job. 22 armies, 6 military, 52 village for Jordan. And what? Is he drinking? Okay. I was like, he's drinking when fighting. No. It's GG call, 1-0 for Jordan. And you know how I call this? Total domination.
Looked really, really strong there by Jordan for sure. Oh, God. And yeah, I'm not really sure what went so wrong there for Villese. The market usage obviously was after Jordan was up, so that means prices aren't that great. And it simply felt maybe overproduced skirmishes there because he arrived Castle Age with 8 skirmishes still left. And you don't want to have any skirmishes left either. You go for elite skirm what should be full eagles.
Yeah, I don't know if we can check the statistics. We didn't see it till now because we could see the timing. The timing in Castellage with Kumans was amazing. That was the key, and like you said, we will see. But in this first game, Jordan looks like the training boot camp you did. It's doing okay, right?
Okay, well, one game, we can't say too much. Also, humans, I think, with a very short distance are looking good.
Okay, look at this. Look at this. We can go there and go to the technology, Mr. Maple, and see. Look at that transition to Castellage. 8 minutes 47. 8 minutes 47. It's amazing because also you get the initiative. What you don't want when you are fighting against those Eagle Sieves, let them mass. He never massed an North Army.
Yeah. He was behind the walls and took some fights, Jordan, always microing back with his archers, and yeah, just was looking really good. And then the stable edit could go for some knights that really helped in this fight. I think there was even a questionable fight, right? Because he really jumped on those skirmishes there. When he said, oh, the knights died, actually the knights were over at the skirmishes, but skirmishes didn't matter, right? It felt like decimating those eagle numbers, but Jordan having enough, so convincing fight for him regardless.
Are not even upgraded. But I want to change a little bit the topic. I have seen a tweet today from Jordan.
Okay.
And he put top 4 for the tournament. Lierrey, Hera, TheViper, and who put the 4th? Do you think he put Jordan?
I don't know. I don't think so.
He didn't put the Jordan. Don't ask me the 4th, I forgot, but he didn't put his.
Okay.
So,
cool
do you think, what I'm trying to ask you is, do you really think he believed in that one? Do you think he's going to be happy if he's not getting into the semifinals?
I think quarterfinals is his goal, right? Well, we can ask him afterwards, but I mainly think that quarterfinals and people will be happy and he will be happy as well. I think semifinals, Empire Wars, maybe he's not quite there yet, but I would be happy for him.
You never know. You know, so people say that he put Daut. I don't think he put Daut. That I don't know, guys. You know better, people in the chat. And now we see the civilizations, and now we're going to see and close it. Do you think this kind of game, when you are playing with the Eagle Civilization, is going to affect Villese? Has been 30-minute game, super fast.
Well, now your own home map is coming, and what I think is really important mindset-wise, once you lose a game, that the second game is different. An acclivity, as we can see, very, very open and closed. Yeah, you're close, but the rushing distance to your opponent is relatively long. So the game plays very differently, which is good to get a better mindset for game 2.
Okay, we are going to go to the second game. The 4th was Tatoh. The 4th was Tatitot in that tweet.
Okay.
And now, guys, we can listen. We can listen already. Second game, and we're going to see the civilizations. Looking forward to it. That castle is just amazing. Really, really amazing. And what is going to be the civilizations? There you go. Jordan, Britons, Villese Sicilians. Ooh, the new Sicilians in a, let's say, close map like this, can dominate with the new Cavaliers, let's say, to the Britons?
Potentially, right? Because skirms are just so good, you can play with the Cavaliers. Now, with the new upgrade that you mentioned, gives you 1 more melee armor, 2 more Pierce armor. If you research the Imperial Age, you can buy yourself with some surgeons, can donjon the map, and Sicilians. I think could be a pretty strong pick on this map. Jordan obviously looking for Britons, looking for an archer play into crossbows, into arbalest, and distance not that long should potentially be better for the Briton player.
Okay, let's see what is going to happen. We have Jordan as a Britons, then Villese is Sicilians, as we said. And this reminds me of Rockslide. The difference with this map is that you cannot make dock in that area because it's not water, obviously, and that you don't have a stone in the corners. Other than that, the map generation looks very similar, but definitely the gameplay is completely different. Do you think it's going to be a lot of aggression in feudalism? I think potentially it will go more for a fast castle game or
It is easy to wall off your wood villagers and your farm villagers, right? So only the berries and gold is exposed, so most of the time you shouldn't be too scared of most of your villagers. The important thing we still need to mention is that stone around in this area here on the ground that Mapu is now selecting cannot be walled upon. So therefore, complete wall-offs on this map are impossible.
Okay, so let's see then. He's doing so many scouts, scale bar the armor even. Remember, guys, that Sicilians get a special bonus. Those spears will have 50% minus bonus against them, so those scouts honestly gonna clean absolutely everything.
Now he even goes for armor here, and Jordan knows, okay, 2 spearmen won't be enough. Still has 2 more spearmen at home, 1 scout. He wants to take the engagement, and Jordan now trading this one off should be better for Villese.
Yeah, he's taking absolutely everything, as you can see. Or not? No, he should kill it. Of course, the micro wasn't on point. Now the spears are going to do a lot more damage, as you can see. He's going back, but as we said, at home he's fine. He's selling the resources, okay. And do you think a tower there in that goal? Because otherwise, Jordan can make some damage in the goal.
They can't even tower, right? They have to invest into full dungeon, and that is way stronger, but more costly, but will be tricky for them. And Jordan, that was a surprisingly good fight for him. I was thinking he would lose all his archers, but he actually disengaged with his spearmen, which he normally always wants to have engaging, but Villese chased those, and then Jordan had more spearmen arriving, and suddenly that could be a deadly crossbow ball in like 3 minutes.
Okay, let's see. He's walling everything. The good thing here for Jordan is that there's no range unit, so with those houses and the palisade, he should be fine. But let's see the power of those Sicilian scouts. He's going to be able to kill a lot. Well, there's a lot of army now for Jordan. 12 army. 2 villages behind, but yeah, he's safe.
Timing. Oh, that's so ugly to wall. Oh god, I already hate this to wall. And will he have a mistake? Will he be better than I ever walled? And looks like he fixed all that. Really good job.
Oh, he opened in the last second, and now he has to be careful. I mean, the game was going super ideal till now. Let's see if Jordan is going to have some kind of a snowball. You can see how he's on the way to cast it, while he's not sending the army. Okay, he didn't lose any villager.
Maybe 1, no, 0.
No, 0. He didn't lose anything.
Okay, that's maybe the difference, right? I have the same hole, but I lose 4 villagers there.
Yeah. That's why you are casting with me, Nelly. I'm sorry to remind you, man, but what is this? I'm not going to tell you how many villages I will lose, you know, so incredible. Anyway, let's go back to the game. Bloodlines, 140 seconds, 27 for Jordan to be in Castle Age, both going to be in Castle Age in a moment. And double is stable now. There you go. Double is stable. But Britons now get so dangerous to stop, even more with this amount of army.
Look at military count, 19 to 3. 240 military value against 1.3k. We have the dungeon up there that's basically the equivalent of a tower for Sicilians. Way stronger, more costly though. And, well, I see a palisade wall in the walls. I think Jordan could go into the main base if he wanted to. Another spearman around, and still 40 seconds till we even can produce knights. I think Jordan has a good timing.
Okay, let's see if he's going to be able to do the damage. Of course, he has the dungeon, as you said. He's going to take 1 villager probably. Let's go. Well, no ballistic, but got it. 1 villager down. Remember that they get extra range, so even if the botkin arrow is not on the field yet, he still have like the +2, now he's going to have the +3 crazy range, 8 range. And we can appreciate that range if we put the Fog of War for Jordan.
Look at that, the dungeon is probably out of position.
It's crazy.
Because it does not have any range upgrades, so that should be 8 range. Indeed, against the solid now 9 range? 8 range, obviously, by Jordan, but 2 tiles away.
Yeah, it's very far. He needs to move. I don't know if he's going to make a TC. Remember that, well, he has no stone. No stone to make extra tone centered. I mean, if you can make super cheap, chain bar and armor obviously gonna help a lot. But the amount of army for Jordan is insane. Nearly, Jordan is playing very, very smooth both games.
Yeah, this is like the dream play for Britain player, right? Only 30C is missing to the dream play, and now we can see him microing away those knights. Will get the clear up. Spearman won't be that efficient against them. We have the upgrades on the knights. Now the fight. Jordan is trying to make the best out of the situation. Goes back and feels like maybe no knight is dying. Could that be an option?
Oh wow!
No, at least 1 is dying.
He's gonna kill maybe 1. 1 is down. Knight's gonna take a second if he micro, but those knights are working much better than we probably expected with the +2. He's doing, yeah, he lost at the end more, but he's killing all the archers. Now the numbers are getting closer. 47 villages. Through that, we see Jordan with 2 tone centers already up, and only 1 TC. Do you think Villese now should try? Well, he doesn't have a lot of army, but what is the gameplay for now? 3 stables. So going forward, Siege Workshop?
This has to be forward Siege Workshop. And Jordan, I think, should go for a defensive monastery. I think monks could really help out because he knows Villese will have to go for aggression. He knows, okay, my opponent did invest into stone. Unlikely that they go for a big boom behind this and attack has to be coming by Villese.
Okay. So many knights are coming. He's now staying at home. He's probably thinking, I need to mass more. We don't see yet any amount. But there's not a siege war shop. He's going for the TC up, and that's a mistake because we all know also that also Britons, cheaper town centers, you cannot match up the boom from Britons in theory. So I don't know.
Look at that spearman by Jordan. That is because he's scared of the sneaky siege workshop. He knows if I'm sitting back, I'm in a good position. The only way I can lose lots of villagers and my army is if somehow some mangonauts appear from nowhere.
Yeah, he's exploring absolutely everything. As you can see, he has no ballistic yet. Ballistic is a big investment, so, well, he preferred to keep going with 2 town centers. Maybe he's going to make a 3rd TC as soon as he can afford it. I think those villagers are looking for that 3rd town center, maybe in the stone. At the back, we will see. And 3rd TC also for Villese. Not putting any aggression. I'm not convinced about the late game because at least that you are ahead, Nilly. Britons, halberdiers, arbalets with 11 range. How do you counter that?
Well, probably skirmishes is the way to go, and the cavaliers. So I think Villese is in the better spot if we go late game. Villager count is even, so we thought Jordan had an advantage there with the aggression forced, but his boom wasn't that crazy. Normally we see like 3 TC Britons, but Jordan stayed on 2 TCs for a relatively long time. Yeah, and we can see a little bit. Well, look at, he doesn't like how the game is going. We can see in the face cam, that's why it's great to have it. 4 town center. We can see First Crusade, maybe? Not impossible. 5 villagers still on stone. Maybe we could see the castle then attack. That will create villagers, or not villagers, military units out of all TCs, and that's a one-time thing. Pretty crazy and gives you a nice power spike. But Jordan actually having some good units against those. Okay, well, let's see what is going to happen, but it seems that the game is going to be for a longer game. An Imperial fight that I would love to see in LA, honestly. Sicilians versus the Britons. We see now a few knights trying to make some raiding, but Jordan has a lot of army, now with ballistic as well, so he's going to be able to help even with the town centers more. He's going to achieve those knights, he's going to take those knights for sure. He's going back. It is a whole, I think all that is wall, right? Yeah, I think it's wall. Yeah, he did the house wall there, and still some low wood trees, but doesn't really matter. What am I seeing on the mini-map? How many TCs are there, man?
Well, it's pretty obvious. First Crusade, why? Because with 5 town centers, that hybrid, you just get full potential. Of course, you will need more villages on a stone, but he has 8 villages already on a stone, and the castles from Sicilians built in no time at all. Forward castle, just defending. I mean, he's going for a huge boom now, Villese.
I think that won't be a timing, though. I don't think he can get First Crusade out. I think he honestly wants to go for boom and then with a very good eco go for cavaliers and skirmishers, or only cavaliers. I don't think First Crusade makes a lot of sense against what the Britain player is putting on the field here.
Oh my god. He's even converting that knight. Now he's coming with more knights. The archers are a little bit out of position, but he's coming. He's gonna be there very soon. He's taking so many knights, so many archers, sorry for now. But those knights, look at the ballistic. I told you, man. I told you, look at that ballistic. I mean, this is Robin Hood. He's not archers, man. He's Robin Hood. Okay. And now what? Imperial. I mean, I was checking the resources. Yeah. He's on the way to Imperial. Jordan is up to Imperial. I love, yes, Villese, you have a lot of town centers, but the German player is up to Imperial with Britons and only 37 army.
4th GC now as well, and yeah, only 37 army. That could be Arbalest at one point, and now let's see, that could be a second conversion. That would mean the Monk would be safe. Oh, deleting, and Jordan, likely that he will get 2, 3, maybe even 4 relics here. Has the map control right now. Military count 40 to 5, and Villese with 76 food. That castle has to go up. It will go up, but Jordan, I think he will have enough aggression. I think he should make a go for the main base.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is how you counter those archers now. Even if you do the First Crusade, they can do something against those units.
No, First Crusade is not really a thing. I think he needs to buy time. Maybe like 2, 3 more dungeons. The good thing for Villese is that Jordan is far away from getting a castle up, right? You see 280 stone and 3 villagers on stone. So there's no real siege pushing. Jordan will have a dominating army, but I don't think he will be able to force fights.
Yeah. I don't know if ramp push is also an option. We need to check the resources for Jordan. Resources for Jordan, he has 85 villages only. Like, he's not with a huge boom, so he doesn't have a great economy in the bank, as you can see. Of course, he will get there, but for now, we see how who is getting there to go up is Villese, and the archers are going to have a crazy range in 30 seconds. Hand card already as well done, and the game will keep going a little. Now it's slower because the players cannot really attack. He's going to convert another knight probably. There you go. The monk is going to be bye-bye, but those knights are going to be bye-bye as well. An Imperial Age.
Oh, John is diving, I believe, with his army there. No, he's not. Second dungeon there, and he's kind of closing that area. And now the difference is, like, I would think other top players would have maybe a castle here. Lierrey, for example, would be known to have like 2 siege workshops and try to go for some rams, for traps are needed. Jordan, as I said, he has such a big, look, compare the army value, 270 against over 4,000, and now Jordan is diving. Jordan is diving.
Yeah, he's going all in. He's going all in. He has 2 dungeons, but those dungeons are not going to be enough. Look at the upgrade, please, Mopo. Can we put point of view from Jordan? I want to see that Robin Hood. No, I mean, this is outpost walking. You can see everything. Outpost with all the upgrades. Look at the castle. He's going to make the castle in no time. That castle is going to be up. What do you think with Sicilia?
With another civ, it would be like 30 dead villagers, but maybe with another civ, Villese would have not tried that. And that's what I'm saying, right? The army, he can't find damage. Now is he diving up top here? Looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, Daut Castle is not a thing yet. Guys, don't worry. We will have the Daut Castle in the stream, in the tournament, for sure. And those arbors are going to make the damage.
No, look at the mini-map. Where's Jordan building his castle?
Very, very close to Villese face. What? Well, if he's sending the trebuchet from there, maybe he's going to arrive.
Outside of the map and the other side in.
I mean, okay, the push is going to be real.
This will be an endless game.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Jordan had such a huge advantage. He's 50 population ahead, but I don't see him finishing this one.
He's playing safe, man.
But do you want to play safe if you're Britons against Sicilians?
Yeah, well, it makes no sense. He could push. Also, you can make the trebuchet upgrade, Wolf, but his economy is still kind of at the limit. The problem here is what
he's idling so
Villese, exactly, what Villese can do, because he has 93 villages now, much less villages. He's killing 23 villages. I mean, he's probably not even need the castle. He's playing absolutely amazing. He's all over. He's doing the Cavalier, but 11 Cavaliers.
Yeah, we have 40% more income for Jordan right now because so many idle villagers are forced there. Cavaliers now taking the fight before. I don't think they need to do that. Just wait for it. Castle could get Hallberg, but obviously not the cheapest upgrade. Imperial Age there in the castle. And I think Jordan, there were different ways to close out the game faster, but I think he's playing it so much better strategically than I ever would have.
Yeah, and then my question is, this was the home map for Villese, and in a map like this, you pick Sicilians, it can be okay. He's doing the upgrade, an amazing one. He's going to have those Cavaliers, but the score difference is already 2,000. Look at the village. He has killed, 50 villages already without any trap. I mean, what is this?
Yeah. In a map where endless amount of villagers should be safe as well, right? Look at how everything is blinking. Like in the last POV, everywhere where he scrolls, Arbalest are sitting.
Where to look? Like where to look? And now, guys, if the game keeps going, Villese is gonna be defeated.
Well, defeated. Villese is getting to the spot where he wanted to be, right? Hallberg, upgraded Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And he will take some good fights here, but simply being 120 population behind means there's no chance.
GG Cole and Jordan, like, I'm strong, I'm strong, playing strong. Jordan, he's happy and
he's riding in there. Okay, Britons against Sicilians, what?
He's happy and nearly he has reasons, arguments to be happy because Villese is a very solid player and I don't want to be mean, but he made him look weaker than he really is because Jordan didn't give any chance to Villese.
Yeah, Jordan looking really, really solid there for sure. And the patience that he had, right? Just poking in with his army in Castle Age, going back, defending, even the late monk. I was a bit surprised by how late he got to the 30C, but he simply knew, okay, if I get to that Arbalest number, I should have the earlier imp, and the Arbalest completely dominated everything. I thought for a small moment Jordan could let it slip, but then he swarmed out, idled the full economy, and we could never see the Cavaliers.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, we were complaining like, why that castle there is go for it. He didn't need it. He won without any push at all. I mean, push. He was raiding completely all over. It's so smooth. It has been really, really, really smooth. And well, what else we can say? I mean, not too much we can say. What we are going to see is now to analyze properly these games. We're going to have a winner interview with Jordan as well. So right now it's time to go to Mr. Jordan.
Thank you very much, guys, and thank you, Red Bull, once more for this amazing event, for this amazing opportunity to witness live an event of such epic proportions. $100,000 prize pool, and one of the guys was very much hoping to take home a large portion of this prize pool is Jordan. Jordan, congratulations, great game, man. Listen, man, in a recent interview I was doing with Daut, he told me you were probably going to be one of the scariest guys in this tournament. You know, he mentioned you're someone who works really hard, your work ethic is amazing, and he thought that someone like you would get a huge performance boost out of this GL bootcamp. Are you feeling it, feeling confident?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the GL bootcamp was amazing. We practiced a lot, right? And I'm that kind of guy, as you already said. Don't mention it, I practice a lot, and I might not be the best in terms of coming up with strategies and the decision making, but luckily I have five great team members, and therefore I was able to get some knowledge from them, and yeah, let's see if I can pull it out in the tournament.
All of them in this event as well. Now, Jordan, in this same interview, Daut also called you a zero-talent player. Were you mad about that?
No, I'm not mad, because I know he's kind of joking around, right? And a certain degree of talent is there. However, I might not be as talented as most people here, but I'm for sure the one who's working the most.
You
and
compensate
that's
with hard work.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's the one which is more important for me.
It shows, absolutely. Mem and Neely were wondering, what's your goal for this event, man? Top 4, top 8?
Top 4 is definitely something I'm aiming for. I mean, being super happy that I've made it so far, right? So I'm a bit less pressured right now for myself. But yeah, I just felt pretty good in terms of accuracy and playing wise, and I definitely have a shot, I guess.
The venue doesn't scare you?
No, it motivates me even more. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Congratulations, Jordan. Looking forward for the rest of your run in this tournament. And back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Have fun. Bye-bye.
And I was muted, and I was already...
Well done, man.
Win. Honestly, one of the most incredible things about this entire event, I mean, the gameplay obviously is fantastic, but it's interesting to hear Jordan is motivated by the setting that we're in. It's something that's kind of factoring into this event that doesn't, Tristan, factor into many of them. Usually, you turn up the studio or a big, event space, whatever else. So, yeah, cool, all right, whatever. But here you're like, all right, man. I gotta get these dubs, man. I gotta win in this castle. I'm gonna make this castle my own.
Yeah, Jordan's fascinating. I feel like, and this is gonna come off a little wrong, but hear me out. I feel like Jordan is very much the opposite of maybe one or two of his teammates, and that Jordan loves to work hard. Like Jordan loves the challenge. He doesn't like
and the
anything
rest of
to
the
be
team,
easy.
Super lazy. That's what you.
I would have never said that. That's all on him.
That's well, okay.
Anyway, so Jordan is just like, he loves that challenge. He loves to kind of be behind someone in terms of talent so he can compensate for that and catch up. And I think that he's shown that hard work really brings him results. And, bringing that into a LAN event, it is another layer of hard work.
Yeah.
So preparing your mind, preparing your body, he's well rested, he's thinking straight. He played very well in that series.
Let's talk about some of the highlights that we've seen from this match, Dave, and I guess some of the hard work that Jordan was doing here. In game number 1, immense pressure with humans. This is a civ that's been buffed recently. There's been some changes, and we talk about Jordan's hard work. This is innovative stuff. Like, this is making use of a civ that has been changed to really good effect.
Yeah, humans used to be known just for the double TC, right? And we saw in that game, Jordan made use of the cheaper production buildings now for them, and it enabled him to get that pressure early. He was on the gold from Villese, who was playing as the Incas, and that's where you want to sit if you're playing against the Incas. You don't want to let them build the Eagles. As soon as he got a position on that front gold and got up to Castle Age, shifted right around to the back gold, and even though Villese was on the way up, he couldn't do anything because he couldn't produce units.
Yep.
And that was a fantastic place to be in, and Jordan made it look really, really easy in game number 1, and then game number 2 we just saw it was a masterclass.
Well, let's talk about game number 2. We've got a moment here, Tristan, that we can bring up on the screen and have a look at what went on with this. It was a huge big push from the side of Red that really did turn things around. Jordan, Tristan, talk us through what we're seeing here and how it ended up changing the texture of this game.
Well, I credit Villese for being creative. I think we might see more of Sicilians in this tournament, but Jordan just realized you have no army right now. Like, he had 50 arbs. The enemy was waiting for a very strong unique tech, which we eventually saw, and you can see being completed there. But just look at the yellow dots amongst the red there. They're just blinking everywhere. And Jordan just killed so many villagers and did damage before Villese was able to make a very difficult transition. Again, another another good example of how Jordan recognizes what to do in a situation, because some people might have saw those dungeons, and I'm sure Villese was hoping for, and ran back, but Jordan realized he could run
it's like
through.
He was trying to scare him off with them, and Jordan didn't fall for it. Dave, this is something I want to talk about with you. Just the way that, I guess, I'm not trying to say that Villese was necessarily trying to next level Jordan, right? But he was definitely putting together a plan or an idea or a concept that was, attempting to push the game a little later, get those calves online and push the crossbows back that way. But Jordan just didn't fall for it, right? Like, Jordan recognized his position in this game and realized, no, I can win this one.
That's the moment that T9 is talking about, where he sees the double donjon, and a lot of players would bounce off of that. They'd see that and they'd think, oh no, archers versus defensive buildings. No, we can't go near that. Jordan dove right through, and then he realized that Villese was probably on the way up. He probably invested his resources into that Imperial Age and didn't have enough to produce, and he split his army into like 6 different groups. I have played a lot of Age of Empires. I've never seen a mini-map like that. I felt like I was at a rave or something, or like a construction site on the road or something. There was so many flashing lights there, it was insane. I remember I turned to T9 and I was like, I've never seen this before, it's crazy. And Jordan did it without siege, which is something you usually want as the Britons. You want that main ball of Arbalest with the super range, and you want a castle behind with trebs rolling forward. Which he didn't have there, and he knew he needed to win fast. Because if you let the Sicilians get those Cavalier out with the new unique tech, it's deadly. And he did win fast indeed. And he won the set pretty quick.
The series was fast, I mean, we were resting, we were having a good time. We're like, oh, ready to go again.
Let's get the gloves back on and off we go. That's it. Look, it's been fantastic so far, of course, to bring you coverage of these matches. And the most incredible thing about it is we've got so many more to go throughout the entire week, of course. This 6-day event held all the way through to Sunday, and $100,000 on the line here. It's a huge tournament in a huge venue, and it's just been spectacular so far. But of course, the party don't stop. Our next match coming up here, we've got Vinchester playing Slam T90. Now, these two names. Vinchester is one I want to talk about here, because at the last Red Bull Wololo 4, this young fella, he really turned some heads with the performance. He went deep into the tournament.
Yeah, I just love, what is his overall rank 6th coming into this? Like, there would have been a lot of people saying Vinchester would thrive in the settings before the first Red Bull. But to say that after 4 of them, he'd be ranked 6th is crazy. I remember how pumped everyone was for him and how pumped he was for himself and believing in himself after the previous edition, which was his standout performance. The dude, he's just such a nice guy. He's always in great spirits. He looks like a player you want to root for, and his style is amazing. So as far as Vinchester goes, I think that he's proven himself more than Slam in many ways. Slam having to qualify, of course, but Slam is no slouch either.
Well, let's come back to Slam right now. We did get the chance to catch up with Vinchester. Let's get some of his thoughts as we headed into this week.
My name is Dmitry Smirnov. I also known as Vinchester. I'm playing Age of Empires for a lot of years, and I really like this game, and I like to compete with other top players, and I'm glad that I'm here. I need to be one step ahead, and that worked for me for the last 2 events. I was top 8 and top 4. Now the next step will be top 2, but I hope this is going to be the one tournament when I'll make it more, and I will just win it. So it's going to be 2 steps more, and I believe that I can do it. I can do this. So just win the tournament.
Just such a big fan of this kid. I really am. Like, he's here to have a good time, and you can just tell. It's so excellent. But he's not the only one. Slam as well here. Dave, I want to ask you about this bloke, a countryman of yours, I understand, and someone that I think, we have to keep an eye on as the tournament progresses, because a lot of potential locked up in this guy.
Yeah, I think if Vinchester's here for a good time, Slam's here for a long time. Because he's been around forever. And one notable thing about Slam is that in team game tournaments, he's had some success. Like, he's had some real success when he's working with his teammates and everything, and obviously part of Tyrant and then Secret and GL. But 1v1 tournaments, he struggles to find results. And that's been the narrative we've had for the last 6 years.
Yep.
I think is just Slam always struggles in tournaments. But coming into this tournament, it is a live event, which may or may not benefit him. We don't know yet. He did have the GL boot camp where he got to train with all his fellow GL members. Apparently he did well there, according to, they won't release the official, numbers, but apparently he did well there. And they had a mental coach come in.
Yeah.
To take them through the process of competing at a very high level and how you balance that. So maybe Slam is in for kind of a narrative change throughout this tournament. And I'm really excited to see, because Slam, I know for both of us, he's been one of our favorite players for many, many years. He's one of the fastest players for many, many years. And his execution is usually on point. So we'll see what his team have helped him with and what he can bring himself going into this set.
All right, well, the players are standing by, my friends, and it's time to bring you coverage of our next round. Our casters Nilly and Mem are ready to bring you all the action as we head into the next match here, live from Heidelberg Castle at Red Bull Wololo 5.
Really happy to be able to cast these players, actually. I mean, the whole tournament, obviously, but the Slam, being a Slam in this kind of event, a lot of people has been cheering for him for so long, and finally he got it. It might be one of the best, if not the best moment for him.
Yeah, well, clearly a great 1v1 achievement, right? He has been around for so long, has been crushing the ladder over years, and so many people see incredible potential in him. And a top 8 here might be the greatest thing ever for him when it comes to Age of Empires. And yeah, I have really high hopes for him, clashing two completely different styles, right? Slam, known to be the super macro player, very clean, executing, and Vinchester, probably the craziest we have here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's gonna use Gods.
Yeah.
Like, who can use Gods if he's not King, right? Like, it's not gonna be an Empire Wars. I'm super excited to see this series, but who can be the favorite here? And we are going to see now the head-to-head for both players. Let's see if we can see it already. It should be there in a moment. There you go. We have Vinchester, 3rd place. Last Wololo placement.
Slam looks pretty.
And Slam looks
smile
great.
by Slam.
Really great, actually. I mean, why people always want to bring? Well, it's also Vinchester. There looks pretty as well, right?
Vinchester looks more. Okay, so the stats are still all right at the bottom, and
the photos. Okay, now looks better.
No, that looks like Cresini. Oh no, that's Cresini.
Oh my God!
God, that face. He's intense as well, and he's putting the pressure on them. I don't want to misdraft there. Vinchester from Russia, Slam from Canada, has been around here for already 1 week, players around, and Cresini saying, okay, let's start the draft as you know it by now. Map draft first, then 1 minute time for them to think about what they want to do, how they want to draft their civilizations, which will follow afterwards.
And Cresini is going to be very strict. He's not going to give a single extra
Vinch,
second.
no book. Slam brings a book. Vinchester, he does it all on his head.
Okay. Let's see. What? What is he going to pick? Habub, I think. I have read Habub, right? Yeah, Habub is banned. Okay. I want to see that map being played, but...
we will have it, man. We will have it. I think we'll have a great diversity. And Acclivity gone. Interesting. Acclivity Vinchester looks extremely strong. Even beat Hera on it in another Red Bull.
Okay. Let's see what is going to be now the next pick. And closest pick.
Okay, as a whole map?
Yeah.
For Slam, very controlled game.
Then Aftermath. Aftermath is the next one for Vinchester. And now? Let's see, which one is this one? Another ban that is going to be, I cannot see from here, but now we can.
Runestone ban.
Runestone's ban.
Interesting.
Okay.
The standard map, basically, and he doesn't want to play the standard game against Slam.
Yeah, Aftermath is the one with the trade post, right, that gives resources. I think at the end it was only 2.
Yeah, one of
Secret
the wildest
Springs, also now banned. Okay.
Another typical thing, 2 maps will be offered by Vinchester, and then Slam decides which of the 2 we are going to play as game number 1 and closed the home map of Slam at the right hand side. And now we see as an offer, he pointed at Wait, looked like it, Atacama and...
Wait, I think.
Atacama and Winged. Ooh.
Oh, Wind. Okay.
Will we change that? Okay, and
Winged
Winged will be the choice.
Yeah, okay. Well, both are great. Like super aggressive maps, you know, we can expect all the aggression. It's one of those that we can see a lot of feudal commitment, right?
Yeah. I think it might be the favorite map of Dave, right?
Yeah.
Winged, formerly known as Wings. Now we have some changes. Super aggressive. And you see, Vinchester, he's doing it in his head.
Not taking notes.
Yeah, and Slam, well, maybe GL Boys told him, okay, you write stuff down and we'll be prepared. He's looking through it, but he looks in the zone as well.
Okay, he's super focused. And Vinchester? Well, that only means one thing. I mean, he was very clear to know the map. I'm surprised about that. I mean, everyone is taking notes and he's, okay. Slam, please,
maybe he has a plan. Maybe he's so well prepared before, then you don't need to write it down, right? It is really complex because there are obviously so many different combinations with the 3 maps there. What do you want to do? What do you want to do against your opponent? I wouldn't be surprised if people even start to like prepare some drafts. Okay, that's my home map. That's likely to be his choice, and that's 3, and then they just turn to the right page. But that's something probably for the future, maybe something for like day 3, day 4, and when we have lots and lots of bands there. But yeah, Aftermath, something we will talk about later. Now we start the draft here. Winchester goes for Magias.
And
Aztecs and Magias band.
You know why I'm thinking that he's not taking notes? I think he's thinking, I'm gonna pick gods, Korea, Persian. He's gonna pick that, so it's easy. I don't need to take any notes there, because otherwise it's complicated. You know this, because they are not gonna have the Camptimes mode website. He's gonna have like this. So he knows exactly what to do. Okay.
First pick is Mayans. Ooh. Aftermath, Winged, and Enclosed. Not your typical pick number 1, Memp.
Is he a typical player?
No, he's not a typical player. Certainly not.
Okay.
Certainly strong, but most of the time I would have expected it to be like pick number 5. Humans. Jordan just has shown their potential. Slam, obviously his teammate, maybe sees it as well. And after Cumans, he likes to go for Britons again. So the both wins off Jordan.
They seem to have been practicing together, right?
They have been practicing together quite a bit. Franks by Vinchester, and now he goes for Bulgarians after that one. Vinchester, known for his Bulgarians, obviously super aggressive. Has shown that on Acclivity, as we mentioned earlier, and they're so versatile, and that's really his play style. Let's see what Slam will do after that. Maybe some more Archer Civ, and that's the overview of all the remaining civilizations. The top.
I want this to have at home.
Yeah,
we're going to be able to buy somewhere because it's very cool.
Maybe with your children.
Sicilians again. No, it's not the same civilization.
No.
Sicilian was Villese.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a mind choice, you know?
We'll have a second pick after that one, after Sicilians. And he is going for Ethiopians. So 3 Archer Civs, kind of, well, let's say like 2 Archer Civs, Sicilians, Cumans. An interesting mix, not really committing for a horse Civ necessarily. Oh, that's the face though. Oh, you picked what I wanted. Okay, but not taking too much time. They get 40 seconds for a decision, but not needed here. Now goes for Hans. Could be good on Enclosed. Could be an Aftermath thing. Don't really think like Winged will be too great for them. Bulgarian's crazy good on Winged.
God! He picked the God! I told you, man. I mean, God, he picked the God,
oh,
man.
no, that's just for the memes. That's for the memes. Look at his smile.
He's
no
smiling.
way.
You see why he's not taking notes? Come on. It was spotted by me. It's live, guys. This is not recorded, I promise.
No. But where is he picking that? Enclosed? And oh, look at that backup
Byzantines.
pick. This might be Byzantines to be countered. Right? If Enclosed is the last one.
Bulgarians snipe.
Bulgarian sniped. Okay, I like that one. Against
and now,
Winged.
Snipe which one? Snipe Byzantines, man.
Don't snipe Byzantines.
Humans snipe.
Okay. Right. We just saw the potential there, and Cresini is saying, okay, let's go back. Winchester taking a good look. Slam might be writing everything down. Winged, game number 1. Then the 2 home maps for the players. And yeah.
Remember that now they give the civilizations to the players as well, so maybe he's going to take some notes now, and he probably he has clear idea of what he's really going to do. But I really like Vinchester, man. I mean, nobody picked gods. I mean, he always do crazy stuff.
Oh God.
But
Even
it works, but not
even
not
at
always.
lunch today, T90 told me like, yeah, someone will be God, and I said, I will give you good odds on that.
Yeah.
Luckily, we did not bet.
Vinchester. Well, you can see there you have seen the full draft there with aftermath, close it, all the civilizations, Mayans, Franks, Huns, Goths, then Britons, Sicilians, Ethiopians, Byzantines. And let's see now what they are going to use in all those. We are going to see a beautiful, beautiful map as the first one. That is one of the most aggressive, Nelly.
Yeah, Winged will be super wild, and I'm trying to figure out what civilizations we might see. This feels a bit like Mayans against Ethiopians on Winged. Aftermath, probably the aggressive civilization, something like Sicilians could work, something like Ethiopians could be an option there, Franks, Huns, likely on the other side of Vinchester. And if we get to enclosed, I have no idea anymore. Is it Goth? Is Vinchester really playing with Goth? But then Byzantines might be the perfect counter because those cataphracts?
Yeah, but to get into the Byzantines' power as well, you need to mine a stone, drop the castle, going on the cataphracts, of course. And imagine if he's going to go, I don't know, a full spam with long swords. He can do that and going aggressive. I mean, I don't know. But it's the good thing with Vinchester. He's so creative. It's true that it can be benefit, but sometimes also he kills himself, honestly, with those strategies. But for me as a caster, I love to watch.
Yeah, Vinchester is one of the most entertaining. So many of us have been fans for years, but I don't think that his Goth win rate is actually that high in tournaments, we have to say.
No, you don't want to check. You really don't want to check. Hopefully, guys, you are enjoying with the tournament. It's only the first day. Thank you guys for watching. 100,000 prize pool in a beautiful castle with a. I'm going to say with a beautiful caster. I mean, why did you pick this?
Questionable one.
I mean, I like it, honestly, but I'm afraid because when you move, when we go excited, you don't see. I'm exposed, you know.
You're exposed. Okay.
I mean,
okay.
You're gonna kill me, you know. He want to give me the helmet in Red Bull Wololo 4, you know. Anyway, let's talk about the civilizations pick for the first one, and you can see there, below. All the program for today because the remaining games as well, and we will talk about the civilizations, is insane. I'm just checking right now, and you can see the score. By the way, it's NBL Balls finish, or they still playing?
I think it's still live on the second channel. If you want to check it out, Red Bull.
You can check. You can see it there. It's true that it was quite fast. The series that we saw before with Jordan, and then you can see Hera Tatoh, the next series, Daut Capoch, and TheViper versus Dogao, the last one.
That's going to be a tricky one, especially with Dogao, but well, we will talk about that a bit later. Stuff has been happening there and will be an interesting set. But this one, as you said, Winged, we will start that one. Bulgarians, crazy good, but Bulgarians were sniped away. It feels like Ethiopians could dominate this one. Mayans feels like the likely option to me.
If he pick gods, I leave the booth cast. No. If he pick gods, you cast alone the series.
Yeah, but
I bring Nelson. I bring Nelson
it
here.
Can't be long then, man. Goth, yeah, you have your infantry a bit cheaper, but it's so tough to get onto stone. What are you doing, skirms?
I got spotted here. NBL 2-0 against the ball.
Okay.
NBL was a little bit, you know, he was feeling the pressure. He was telling me this morning, it's a good thing to be here with the players. It's one of the good things. Well, man, but I'm supposed to be the favorite because in theory, Balls is the lower seed, you know, so I have to win 2-0. We didn't see. We want to see later. If people couldn't check because you are here, we're going to see later during the stream, we're going to see the best moment of the series. So you're going to see the most important moments. And NBL 2-0, convincing against Balls.
Okay, I'm interested to see those. And yeah, I will stay on stream to watch that one for sure. NBL, that will be a bit like the guy that I can't predict at all. He could go, like, if he transitions his random map skill into Empire Wars, he can make it into the semifinals, which he didn't really show. So he will, in my books, be a guy who will be flirting with the quarterfinals, but will be likely ending with the 2-2 score, I would think.
Okay. Well, let's see. We're waiting to see the first game, Vinchester versus Slam, and there's no spoilers, guys. I mean, we need to know all the scores as well, because if we don't know the score, how are we going to know the matchup for tomorrow? I mean, do you want that we keep hidden the score? Then, okay, tomorrow, we don't know the games.
Yeah.
We'll see. Join, tune in, and we'll
just
see.
open both streams on both of your monitors.
Exactly. I mean, on multi-Twitch.
Yeah.
You can watch it. You can watch it both. It's the good thing nowadays. Do you think that you have been with Islam is gonna be here with the webcam? Is gonna be pressure a factor here?
Well, typically, like it becomes a bit repetitive, right? But so often, if we think about Slam, we think about his nerfs and him underperforming in tournaments, not living up to his standards in tournaments. But we had the mindset coaching, and we talked about it a lot. And look at that face. Oh, he doesn't look nervous.
Oh, the game is starting. I'm about to hear the game, and when I hear the game, I get so hype. I love this panel. These small panels for the civilizations. Can you get me some, Lily?
Oh, I love. I will grab them myself first.
What?
Yeah. Steal your own.
To get more. Okay, let's see if we are going to get into the game. Hopefully, there you go. I listen it. I can listen now the sound, and we will listen the sound. If I see gods, Lily, you take over.
I will take over, man.
Okay.
We won't see Goth here. We won't see Goth here.
I feel that there's a restart
we
there,
won't
maybe?
see Goth here. We won't see Goth here. It seems like I'm right. We won't see Goth here.
No. I think I hear again the game. So we're getting there. And we want to see, guys. I want that he now pick it out, so I take a break. Okay, let's see if we are getting into the game. Getting excited, but even more now. Look at those hands. I play same speed.
Yeah. I know.
You know, right?
Yeah, especially if you play some Rage Forest.
Come on.
Flying over the keyboard.
Okay, Hans Byzantines. He picked the Byzantines. I keep casting here. I couldn't take the break. Well, I'm sorry, guys. You're going to have to listen to me another series. And then we have, as a yellow on the right, Islam Byzantines. Hans. Honestly, Byzantines can be also a good choice here because you can... Brass units so cheap, 25% cheaper, but we have seen the mobility also for the hands, how dangerous it can be. What is your favorite here, Nili?
Interesting. Byzantines, we don't often see lots of opening with skirmishers, which we are seeing right here, right? And that is against an archer range opening from Vinchester. He's known to be an archer range player, so I don't mind that blind counter too much. I think Byzantines, if you can force like lots of unit fights early on with a cheaper spearman and cheaper skirmish, you can get an advantage.
Okay, let's see if it's gonna happen. You have to play really smooth. I can see Vinchester on the left, Slam on the right. Never seen a Slam actually playing with face cam. It's the first time, so I'm curious to see also his reactions. But the most important here is the gameplay. Obviously, we have already Slam with a little bit more army because you, as we say, and you point out, you couldn't spam. Now we see the Fall of War.
Oh, that's big. That's big.
That's nice.
6 against 4 military, and that scout can now help out. This will be tricky, but Vinchester has the stable, so if Slam does not build enough spearmen or archers, those could be really nice against the skirms. Let's see, first attack coming here. Villagers are being pulled, but Slam not biting.
Okay, let's see if he's going to be able to hold that position. I don't know if a tower would benefit that early. Some players do, some others don't. Vinchester is not one of those, but now he lost quite a lot. Hey, a lot of damage also with that spear. Of course, he's getting that army, but he's investing also a lot more, Vinchester, in those units, more than Slam.
Let's take a look. 250 food floating by Slam. That's quite surprising. Maybe more on gold could have been an option. Now added a fifth one onto gold. Probably double archery range. Feels like the reasonable choice here. That was a good opening for Vinchester. Those scouts clearly paid off.
Okay, he's holding a little bit now. Those skirmishes, he don't want to go forward. Second is stable. Second is stable already, and he's going for the dog as well in the north. He's going to go then. This is a full aggressive, and this is a problem because I really prefer the Byzantines when you reach castles. Also, you can spam camels as well. But now it's going to be difficult to counter this. At least that he's going full pikeman, full spears in this case.
Let's see, not a single villager died. Oh, and tricky dog there as well. This could be the weird scenario where both are kind of fishing and no one really building a fire galley. Obviously, knowing Byzantines, if both build one fire galley, Byzantine fire galley wins because they attack faster.
And look at the upgrades he's doing. I mean, is this Bulgarian civilization? Do you think these Bulgarians and the way he's doing all these upgrades? I mean, skill bar in armor, remember, 150 foot. Bloodblades, 150 foot, 100 gold is quite a lot. He's now walling quick walls. He's going to wall a guy, and that Villese is exposed, but Vinchester didn't, Vinchester didn't notice. He has to be careful with those shots. He has his skirmishes. He break it, and now he's trying to go in. The problem is that now killing those scouts is going to be more and more complicated, Nelly.
Yeah, and one had like 1 HP left there as well. Meanwhile, Vinchester sending out a second army while Slam is arriving at the other area, but now sees that one. I think Slam should lose that army again. Only one spearman.
Yeah, but then look, if he's not doing the damage, Slam economy is looking smooth. He can go up. He can go up to Castells very soon. Okay, he's cleaning that one. Let's go to the right side, Mr. Mopo. There you go. With those scout and archers, he's gonna be trying to be annoying that woodline. It's not happening yet. He's just attacking the archery range. Surprised me a little, but he got quite some army there to defend. And 50 foot more, and he's on the way to Castells, Nelly.
Yeah, interesting stuff, but the question is, will he survive that long? Because those scouts, look at that one, 13 scouts now on the field. I think Slam, he's underproducing army here. This is a bit like close your eyes and pray that you're not getting...
Man, this is so many scouts. Vinchester has so many scouts there. Of course, he's not gonna go up to Castells. Now Slam should hold. If he's not holding now, he's gonna get destroyed. He's gonna have a lot of villages down. But let's see. We need to check a little bit more on the right. The goal. He needs to wall. He's gonna wall. Oh, man, in the last second. He walled it in the last second. Another one, but here he's open, man. He's open. How he's gonna wall this one? Well, like this. And now he needs to run away because this is so many units. Still not killing anything, but that can change in a moment. Now Slam with some villages idle, and almost in Castells. No, 1 minute and 30 seconds, still didn't kill too much. If Slam is holding this position, do you think he can hold this amount of army?
I think the moment he reaches Castle Age, Vinchester should dive. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't jump on the army earlier there, and now it still did not spot the dog. Vinchester, he should look at the score and see like, okay, we didn't really have that big of fights, right? Yeah, I took some better fights, but I should not be leading 600 points. You have to be up to Castle Age.
Yeah, that's truth. But it's about to be up to Castle Age. Now he's doing the armor for the spears. It's not an old, this is 19 army. Slam has 17, but now he's gonna start to lose some villages. He's 2 villages down already for Slam. He has to be careful. I don't know if this is a good fight to take. He's about to be in Castle Age. What's going on? What's going on? It's GG call already. 10 minutes game. I'm a little bit surprised that this is happening because he's in Castle. What?
I lost so many villagers here. The skirmishes can't too much and send the villagers forward. Holy moly, and yeah, Slam just seeing, that will be a tough army to stop. And look at those archers, all of them dying there after they came out. That was a crazy one. I think we got some delay in the webcams. We apologize for that because we got a little bit spoiled. Yes, it's true, but being said that, he was losing everything. I mean, it was clear that he's going to be bye-bye, but why he took that fight actually? It was the only woodline he really had left, right? He quick walled off the woodline at the bottom. Gold was kind of open, so I think simply a defensive tower could have been the way. Maybe armor for the spearmen could have changed something. That was a really greedy approach, and that's surprising for Slam, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was a little bit surprised. Why you don't make the tower? It doesn't matter too much with Byzantines because you can spam a lot of army. I mean, and you are really ahead in Castle Age, and then if you hold that one with Castle Age's army, you're going to stop him very easily.
Yeah, it will take some time to... Well, stopping him is easy, right?
Yeah.
Trying to get to the other side and counter-attacking is a bit tougher for Byzantines, but you can just add some stables, can go to the camels that we mentioned earlier. So Slam with a greedy approach, especially against someone that we rate very highly when it comes to aggressiveness, which is Vinchester. Untypical.
Yeah, let's see if we can go and check the draft again. We can show to the viewers the maps left and also the civilizations, and then we can analyze what is going to be in the second game. Now it's going to be the whole map for Slam, as you can see there. The whole map is going to be enclosed. And what is the civilization is going to pick? Maybe Britons, and then we see a similar strategy for Slam in comparison with Jordan. What do you think?
I think Ethiopians or Britons make lots and lots of sense. Sicilians could also be something again, right? I think there are some good arguments to play in close. I think the game for Villese didn't go as planned. On the other side, I think Mayans feel strong and enclosed. Goth, if I think about any map where Goth could be an option, it has to be enclosed. And now with Byzantines off the menu, I think actually Goth have some merit here.
Then Islam need the Ethiopians better than Britons, in my opinion. Because shooter warriors, in case the late game, are pretty decent against the Goths.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, this is going to be complicated. Let's see if Islam is going to be calm also in the next game. And, well, difficult situation. I mean, when you lose that fast, how can it affect you? Again, with that psychological factor. I liked a lot that because, I don't know, it's maybe you're just going to make to change your plans or doesn't matter at all.
I think it really shouldn't change your plans, right? Enclosed, completely different map, completely different stuff. And I think there was one mistake. Obviously, the goal is to just shake it off, get into your mindset again, to play your best game. And I still see Slam as very focused here.
Yeah, I see as well. I mean, it's episode 3. I mean, he has to win 2 games and then he can come back. We saw Lierrey also in the first series of the day that it happens. And then we should get there anytime soon. Don't worry, guys, because the game is starting and we can listen it very soon. Are we listening? We are not listening yet, but it's going to be there very soon. There is some delay probably with the observer that is going to get there. And we have now no delay anymore. And we're getting back into the game number 2, Red Bull Wololo 5, with a crazy $100,000 prize pool. And the game is about to appear there, don't worry, and close with what civilization?
I think we will have a bugged villager from what I saw.
Probably.
Let's jump to Slam's view and look at the villagers, because he was typing something and he, I thought, was not playing anymore. So that looks like either a pause or a bug or something. How many villagers does he have? He has the normal amount.
Okay.
I'm a bit surprised.
No, it's fine. They're playing.
Okay,
they keep going. And then Sicilians and Franks. You don't want to... It's a tricky one because you really don't want to go to the late game against Franks. I mean, Franks Paladins, Sicilians there, they have a great Cavaliers, but they're still Cavaliers, you know, so... And Franks' economy, also better. Don't think it's the greatest matchup here for Islam.
I think I'm just a big fan of like Onager Halberdier play against Franks, right? Maybe you can go for Arbalest being mixed in as well. But yeah, I don't think Franks are actually performing too poorly against them. Maybe just Knight Pikeman, and you win against Knight Pikeman yourself?
Well, maybe. I mean, I think one TC push it could be good here. Honestly.
Distance is reasonably long, I would say. Pretty much the average distance on this map. And Scout still around. Slam taking more damage than he normally should. Spearman gets one more hit off.
Okay, we have 33 villas for Islam, 53 for Vinchester. Not a single kill. Well, 1 kill now, not a villier. And trying to go away. We will see probably Castlage, aggression. This is very, very easy to wall like we saw in the previous series. This is one of the slowest map, let's say, you know, because of the map generation. As you can see, guys, it's very, very easy to wall. He's already doing. And if we're going to see some long games, might be in this map in the tournament.
Yeah, I think so as well. The distance is so long. Yeah, you can not really wall in that stony area, but it's easy to wall your home base. You know exactly where your opponent is attacking from. Let's see a wall there. Indeed, we will. And Vin should be cleared up here. Oh, but another low HP villager. That means villager down.
Delay, man. One villager down, as you can see. Yeah, he took the army, but it feels good here for Vinchester. He has one villager ahead. Military numbers, as you can see, that still similar. A little small advantage for Slam. Resources, so it's better for the Canadian. But we all know how Franks, also with the horse collar for free, it's going to be helpful, obviously. And he's trying to send now Slam some scouts to raid. I don't think that they will commit on any Blasphemy upgrade right now. Just go for Castlage, right?
Yeah, Castlage is so much more important. The lower your numbers, the less important upgrades are. So pretty easy choice if we have like 4 scouts. Investing into another scout adds so much more in your army strength than adding another attack. And Slam is actually going for the attack. Has 3 spearmen at home, so feels fine, but Vinchester knows, okay, unlikely that I can do any damage at your end, so I'm just running behind you, trying to defend. He has 2 spearmen himself, and Slam shouldn't do much. Good hits.
Okay, his wall now, he's trying to do something, but what he's doing is to go up to castle is really well. I mean, he did in the previous game. Hopefully now that because we want to get a decided game, it's not going to be the same scenario, and we're going to see a stronger fight. He's going to go for the goal, but Slam doesn't have too many on goal. He did more, and it's actually only 40-second difference with 4 Villese more. I like Vinchester's position here as well, Nelly. Of course, it's good to be in castle faster, but might be worth it, this amount of Villese more.
Over a minute of idle time. Both players having 2 eco upgrades to Spearmen now coming over, and that should not do too much. I think it's even worth it to wall in your villagers, because otherwise you're constantly running after them. They're not taking a fight with another scout. There's some more damage. Maybe a quick wall there could be a thing. Prepares it.
Ooh, but you need to wall on the right. He didn't. He just did one side, not the other. Now he's going away. Still, that goal is a little bit awful with that hill. He will need a TC there, probably. The spears are already doing the job. And both with forging and... that he has forging? I cannot see it properly.
No,
okay.
no,
I don't know. He doesn't
not have forging Vinchester though, and he goes for armor there as well. So he wants to commit to more knights. Second stable, very, very likely to come. And Slam, is he going for pikes? Is he going for knights? Maybe some monks? He's throwing lots of resources. Look at the wood and food count, man.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, but this is a little bit unbalanced. He needs gold, 5 Villese on gold only. It's 800 food. I mean, he's going to make a TC on a stone, which is great. He's already in cast. Oh, another TC. Well, he's going for a smooth boom then. And then maybe more spears.
Really want to see the second farm upgrade from him as well. Makes so much more sense with the Syrian. Double the efficiency, maybe even over the wood upgrade. He has enough wood and food, so I think it could be a good argument for making it.
Would you do the wheelbarrow now? I think he has not so many villages on food yet, so maybe it's not needed, but definitely heavy plow for sure. Double stable, monastery. Different approach completely. 3 TCs for one player, the other one, a double stable, monastery, but they are very far. I mean, this will be a good situation for Slam.
Slam gives us the answer why we did not see heavy plow. He is rather going for a 4th TC. That's going to be a brutal boom, and we already saw lots and lots of aggression earlier with Sicilians. So yeah, apparently Sicilian players are a bit more on the greedy side. That raid shouldn't really get too much done. And Vinchester, I think he needs to add something, right?
Yeah, because, I mean, we are checking 4 TCs and you think, oh, he's greedy, but where's the army for Vinchester? No army at the moment. Well, he's taking maybe a villager there. He's going to take 1 villager probably. Yeah, he took it, but he's going to now lose both his scouts. Not a big deal when you have 4 tall center, 4 villagers more. And, well, if he's not attacking, the Sicilians' movement is going to be insane, as you say.
Clever by Vinchester. Sending villagers forward, that's going to be a siege workshop. It will be 3 against 4 TCs. Slam actually opened there at the woodland. Knights could come in, villager building that one really slowly. Slam!
Slam, the hole behind. Well, overchop, 1 villager down, he's sending the spear, he's going to lose another. Those holes, man, or overchop, whatever you want to call it, are always so damn important. The spears are there, maybe it's going to be now a good spot to stay and take it, but still, it's not pikes, it's spears. He's going to take all the knights. Well, he's doing a good job, actually.
Okay, got one. Vinchester only took that fight because he wanted to stay in for a short time and then heal the map. He already has monks on the map, so I like that effort, but, well, the knights backed out a bit and he...
Got it. Oh, he killed it in the last second. Yes, he did it. Let's see now, what is he building there? A siege workshop, monastery, what? Siege workshop, monastery as well? No, the monastery is at home for Vinchester, so he cannot afford another forward. And now he has a Mangonel coming, as you can see on the top right corner in your screen, guys. The 30C is not building yet, and there is a knight that is picking another villager. In total, nearly 7 villagers down. But even with those 7 kills, Slam is still 8 villagers ahead.
Crazy boom, crazy boom. But it's 4 TC against only now 3 TCs. Now forward siege workshop spotted. That's massive for Slam. Now he knows, okay, let's get some villagers on stone, get a dungeon up, get Fletcher and get Botkin, and then he should be fine against the Mangonel aggression.
Let's see if he's going to make it, because he's also grabbing a stone with 6 villagers on stone, and he's getting the resources. Light cap upgrade. Okay, he's feeling that, obviously, Slam is not doing army. He's going to do the light caps, but, well, he got the spear, so, is light cap upgrade needed?
With like 2 scouts only?
Exactly.
Oh no, 0 scouts, 2 more in the queue. What?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
This is really untypical. And you know that your opponent is already going for spearmen.
Yeah, well, I don't know. He's taking the relics. That's good. He's still now 11 villages behind. And look at the stone for Slam. He's landing the castle there, and he has the game.
Yeah, it feels like at least his economy will be better. Still, lots of distance to be covered there till he actually pushes Vinchester's base. Vinchester still will have the army control, but yeah, has enough stone, builds the defensive castle.
Defensive in between the TCs or no? Forward.
Builds it there, builds it there. Tiny bit more risky, but yeah, he will be fine, especially with Sicilians.
Especially that he cannot see. It's only one Mangler in that siege workshop, right? Yes, only one Mangler. We can see the spears now. Scout, 2 light cat. Well, 2 light cat, Nelly. It's going to be now 4 domination. Look at him. It's up instantly, man. I mean, it was, what, 5 seconds? He built the castle. Now those monks, please don't lose that way. Okay. And really very difficult now to take damage at home.
Remember, light cav do extra damage against monks. That is halved what the Sicilians. So monks survive a bit longer, but still enough to get the kill. Slam now going for the pikeman tag here. He should be fine, and I think both players should not really invest into too much army. At least Vinchester shouldn't. He should know that he can't do any damage.
Yeah, but and deploying this map, Billy, how you go around? I mean, I attack from the other side. It's not possible. It's too far. You can't really do anything at all in that situation. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. It's still only 9 villages more, because Vinchester, 1 minute LTC, 3 TCs booming, yeah, later TC, but very smooth. So he's not so far behind. Look at Vinchester economy nearly. He's about to go up to Imperial, and he's gonna come and gonna drop a castle in that area. So then, if he's going up to Imperial, drop the castle and take that castle, Slam has down, what Slam can do?
Well, he probably needs to get up to Imp as well, but yeah, he's investing in the 5th TC, so he will have way more villagers, but the Imp will be so much slower. This is really good, looking good for Vinchester. And Slam, no map control, no outposts. He has no idea that this is coming.
Yeah, he has no idea about what is going on. He has no idea. I feel that the castle is going to be, I mean, well, it can be anywhere right now. Where he's building the castle. Let's see if he's going to be on the right, taking the wood line maybe.
I think it should be trapping distance, like next to where the monks are sitting right now could be a good thing. Outpost now being built, but
is that First Crusade?
That is indeed First Crusade, and that won't do it anything. The castle likely to go up, so now you will see units spawning out of all the TCs. That's why you went for the 5 TCs. A pretty crazy unit in Castle Age, and will get some aggression, but Vinchester will have the castle up. So I don't really see it doing too much damage.
No, it shouldn't be. Also now Vinchester with the castle there, at least that Slam will have 4 or 5 rounds, right, to take the castle down and then push from there. They can keep going with the boom, but this is not the case, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, there's no rams there. So what he can do, he can even make aximans as well. This is going to be so difficult. I want to see what is going to happen when he reaches Imperial. Slam face might be like, what?
This is kind of a timing attack thing, right? And the timing right now, he's going into the other direction. Now he sends some through, but those are not really getting aggressive. And that will be an imp difference of up to 3 minutes.
Yeah,
well, I fear for Slam. Scored.
Crazy.
Completely disagrees with me, though.
Yeah, well, if you check with the resources he has, he could be up to Imperial a long time ago. That's absolutely true. He has quite a lot of army, more army, but he's going to be in Imperial. Now he can't do any damage. He's going back. So now what? He's going to convert those? Yeah, but look at the economy for the Canadian. The Canadian is on the way to Imperial as well, and now with army. So maybe he can hold that position, and then from there, push. The problem is, only 90 villages for Vinchester, yeah, but Slam 95 is not like he has 120 with a huge economy advantage.
Yeah, that's indeed true. If he was at 120 villagers, he could even easily afford losing that castle. He still can afford it, right? I think we would simply go into the long game. The question is, what is Vinchester going for? Is it going to be X-Men? Feels a bit like it.
He's doing that. Well, he did some and now Trebuchet, but the problem is that...
I think it might be hand cannon, yes. I think he might be going for hand cannon, yes. We need to look out if some archer ranges are getting added here by Vinchester.
Okay, we need to check now dead forward. He's going to make a second castle forward? No, because he did 1 castle at the back, but he's still mining a lot of stone. And remember that Franks get castles cheaper, 488 stone. So if he's doing a second castle, spam aximans, even if you are now on the way to Imperial, with only 2 villages difference, it's going to be so complicated, even if you have more army in LA, in my opinion. I mean, the army from Franks here is just amazing.
Well, what are they really going for, right? Halberdiers are good for Slam. If he just goes for those surgeons, he will be fine. Remember hand cannons that I just suggested? have +10 extra attack against infantry, but that's going to be halved as well.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Be careful there. Well, he has the castle. He's trying to go with so many units. Now Slam is going with so many units. I don't know if he's going to make another castle. He needs a second castle, but he's going far away from the first one, so he's not going to be in the range to try also help those units. But the problem is there's no round. It's going to be an all-out army to take absolutely everything. Actually, it is. He's killing everything right now. Islam is taking all, and what is more important, Nelly, I don't know if you agree, it's taking time for himself to be up to Imperial.
The second castle there at the right-hand side for Vinchester, not sure if I like that one too much. Obviously, he was scared of that raid there, but it was far, far away. Another castle here for X-Men production could have been better potentially. The two traps are likely to go down. Castle will go up, but Slam has some breathing room. Population getting closer and closer, though.
Halberdiers, though. Well, Halberdiers, potential Cavaliers, you got the counter, and then also you are getting the beautiful Sicilians unit that are there. But now he's under two castles. You have to be careful, don't lose that. I mean, he's losing now all the army, nearly. Losing all the army, Slam, under the two castles. But the trap is going to take it.
Don't tell me he's saving the trap.
No, he killed it in the last second.
But still, saved one other one, and Slam lost lots and lots of army here. I think Vinchester with all those X-Men is holding. Now he's suddenly 12 population ahead. Weren't we like 30 population lead for Slam like 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, I mean, crazy. I mean, Islam, with 4 ton centers, is not doing Villese in the last minutes. Just check it out, the idle time. So he should be like now with 140 Villese, that's the difference. You know, and he still have a lot of food in the bank. I don't know why he's not doing. He needs more economy, but still, the game is stabilized, same population. And at this point, what civilization do you think has better units? Because the bombard cannons are already on the field.
I think Halberdier Arbalest is actually not too bad against what Vinchester is building, right? He will switch into Cavaliers now, potentially Paladins. We have lots and lots of gold on this map, so Paladins is actually an option, although we are thinking about 1v1s, where most of the time you kind of stop your tech at Cavaliers. I think if you have the perfect composition, Franks, but with some limited resources, I think Sicilians should be more cost efficient.
Okay, let's see if it's going to happen, but Vinchester is starting to get a lot of map control, nearly. That castle in the right corner, oh man. Well, there's another castle now here for Slam. He listened to you, and he's doing already the Archer's upgrade, as you can see. So he's going to go probably for the House Arbor. What? He's doing everything. He's doing the Cavalier upgrade as well, so he's going to have everything. House, Arbalest, Cavaliers. Obviously, he needs, in my opinion, a little better economy. And relics, though, nearly 3 relics for Vinchester. Vinchester is still with a much better position, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's not unlikely that he will get up to 5, right? Those 2 relics that we can see on the minimap are not contested, and they would generate quite some nice gold. Bombard Cannon microing back, seems like it's surviving. Now jumping onto that trap, Halberdiers should fall against those X-Men. Villager repairing, but is not in time. That will be all the Halberdiers gone. I think that's the spot where he could jump with the Cavaliers if you're Vinch.
Yeah. And now he has also Chivalry, so he's going to produce them like if we're, I don't know, man, gods, huge skulls, super fast. We have the Cavalier, the +2 only for Slam. The game can stabilize a little bit, similar amount of army. Let's focus in front if he's going to be able to do something. Now he's massive more army, but now he needs Trebuchet to try to push. It's true that he's doing some raiding. Well, some raiding. Some raiding. 24 villages killed by Vinchester.
Really solid there, and well, let's see. Halberdiers should clear that one up. Still no ballistics on that castle, and now goes for siege engineers, so more range for his bombard cannon and for his traps. Now the big fight. Slam's army not looking too strong anymore. Where are the Halberdiers? They died, and he didn't replenish them.
Yes, he didn't, and he has a lot of gold. Now he's doing the bloodline, but bloodline for what? He has no Cavalier, he has no cavalry, no nothing there. Where's the house? It's true that he's under 2 castles. He needs to micro probably the house up to position they are coming, but now they're going to face the Axemen, so the Axemen are going to do the job. No, he deleted the market, and now he's trying to go to those Cavaliers and take everything, but the KD is just brutal, really. The KD is brutal for the Russian. 120, 38 units. He's not killing anything with this army. Oh my God, and this is the GG call that you can see there. Oh man, 2-0 for Vinchester with a very solid play. That KD is absolutely brutal.
What a crazy fight in the end. Perfect engagement. Cavaliers jumping on the Arbalest. The X-Men dealing with the Halberdiers. Lovely stuff. And Slam bit out of position. Didn't have enough barracks there at the front to reproduce. And he lost a bit of the timing there. I think the First Crusade Not really the right spots.
It's better to do the First Crusade after, no? I mean, go to Imperial, then you make the First Crusade and you get the control, because First Crusade just delayed himself.
Yeah, it was simply against the other units. Maybe if you go counter-attack, it could work a bit more, but he was chasing units at the top, then trying to make something there, got some conversions, fell back, and maybe after he got the defensive castle, he knew that a push couldn't really hurt him. Maybe just go imp and execute your plan that you had for him.
I was a little bit awkward. Honestly, I have to say, you know, always straight. I expected closest series in the second and the third, and the closest series was the first one.
Yeah, probably.
I expected the number 2, number 3, Villese, Jordan, closer.
True.
This one closer as well. But then it was just completely different. What is make this? That is going to be an exciting day, absolutely exciting, because nobody knows what is going to happen. But what is going to happen now is that we're going to see what Vinchester has to say.
Congratulations, Vinchester. What a great second match, man. Well done. Now, listen, man, you've been competing at a very high level for a very long time now. And yet, this is your very first LAN tournament. How does it feel?
Because it's much more different to play when you're playing online and when you're playing LAN, when you know, LAN, when you can watch your enemy, etc. And yeah, this is crazy emotions, and I was a little nervous in first game, which was not happened for me for a long time.
Do you take some cues from the reactions from your enemies? Because you were saying you can see them?
Not really, so it can be like, it can be something, yeah, but I didn't really understand how to read it properly.
Okay.
So probably for the next games I will understand that more.
Listen, man, Red Bull 1, you finished 9th. Red Bull 2, you finished 9th. Red Bull 3, you finished 5th. Red Bull 4, you finished 3rd. Red Bull 5, top 2?
Well, yeah, that's interesting thing, but not top 2. So I'm not sure about the English word, but you were saying like 3rd, 5th, 9th. It's there is no like count 2 games. I mean, did you understand what I mean?
I understand.
So
what
yeah,
you mean,
that's why it should be next one, right? But yeah, overall that's interesting thing which I like, because every tourney I was like, I need to be one step ahead. So that's how I moved to Red Bull 3 with top 8. Then yeah, I mean in my head like top 8, then top 4. So yeah, that's how it works in my head, and so that's glad that you mentioned it.
Yeah, you've been doing better each time. Listen, man, I've noticed you're here with your girlfriend. Does she like to watch Age of Empires?
Well, it's kind of big to say that she's my girlfriend. I just first time saw her like 1 day ago.
Oh, okay.
So she's my good friend in Age of Empires.
I've been lied to. Sorry, I've been lied to.
Yeah, anyway, that was fun. So yeah, this is my friend for a long time, and she helped me a lot with streams and media, etc. She lives in USA while I'm in Russia, so yep, she's good here, and I like that someone came to support me.
Yeah, do you have a lot of friends who enjoy watching Age of Empires?
Yeah, I know that there is a lot of friends right now watching my games, even probably parents, which father prefer to do not watch my games, because I know that he's nervous even more than me. So that's why usually he's saying like, okay, I will leave, play, then tell me the result, and I'll probably watch it later, but maybe not.
As a father, I totally understand that. Vincher, congrats, man. I'm really curious.
Thank you very much.
Really curious to see how far you go. Thank you so much, guys. Back to Riley.
Thanks very much. Yes, good to hear from Vinch there, even if he was put on the spot a little bit. Look, I'm a big fan of this kid. I think he's done so terrifically at this entire tournament series, and I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go even further throughout the entire week. We saw really some electrifying Age in both games for kind of different reasons, Tristan. In game number 1, a bit of greed from Slam there, and I really like the way that Vinch was able to punish him just with that. I mean, he countered the attempted push towards Castle really, really effectively, I thought, on week.
Yeah, a little unorthodox for the map, I think, from Slam. You know, not something we see too typically or too frequently, but Vinchester, he recognized the situation and he doubled down, and I think he had the right civ there as well to be able to double down on the scout production, hit the proper spots, and it's always the worst feeling when you hit Castle Age and then you're dead. But that's what happened, because Vinchester recognized it and punished it.
Yeah, I think he read the position that he was in very well and played to that really well. Let's talk, Dave, about game number 2 instead. This one was cut from a different cloth, but still Vinchester got across the line. What went right for him there, and why wasn't the counterplay that Slam brought to the table enough?
There was a couple instances early. I think Slam was ahead in Villagers for a little bit there, but like Vinch got into that hole on the wood line, and he had that early pressure, the annoyance with those 2 light cav, and then he brings 2 more back to micro around the spears from him, and then he gets that forward castle position, and Slam going for First Crusade. The sergeants are just so slow. They're like molasses going across the field. It took him forever to kill the 1 trebuchet that he got, and then couldn't really use them effectively, and he had already invested so much resources into them. It gave Vinchester tons of time to get the Cavalier ready and to get the Axemen behind it, which effectively counter the Halberdiers. And Slam, just the positioning for him was not good. Like you saw with Vinchester, he had a castle forward, a second castle behind that, a castle at home defensively on the other side of the map, and a castle securing resources all the way in the corner that neither player had gone to yet. So really, really good stuff from Vinchester, and we're going to need to see more, I think, from Slam going forward.
Yeah, but I mean, as we say, convincing stuff from Vinchester. Let's turn our attention to one of the key moments in that game. We've got a replay here to show you, and Tristan, I want you to talk us through what we're seeing here at this point, where we really saw. I mean, was this the point at which the game was decided for you, as far as you're concerned, Tristan, or what's going on?
Well, there were a lot of things that led to it, obviously, but yeah, this is. You look at the army value. The army for Vinchester was twice as expensive. He was able to buy himself so much time, and Slam, I think, was just indecisive. He didn't know what to go for. Sure, Halberdiers are great. Sure, Arbalest is great. Sure, Cavalier's all great, but it's all about timing. And Vinchester, what I loved about this, actually, and I don't think he ended up clicking it, but he's even saving the resources for Paladin. So crazy pressure from him, amazing siege follow-up, and even if this wouldn't have been the final nail in the coffin for Slam, yeah, there it is now. Paladin was on the way, and Vinchester just breezing through Slam. He's looking really good. So, never a question on what he needed to do in every moment throughout a best of 3. And so I think whoever's facing him next will be very afraid.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, look, Slam did his best, but even with that first crusade they tried, looked a bit more like the 4th crusade to me. All right, okay, never mind. I'll try again later. Anyways, boys, I want to thank you so much for joining me throughout the first half of the tournament here at the desk. You boys are going to pop over to the caster desk now and take care of the back half of our games today. In the meantime, my friends, as we get things set up for our next portion, the back half of today's action, I want to talk to you about something. I want to talk to you about this nice piece of machinery I've got here to my left. This is, believe it or not, the trophy. And it's got a story behind it that I want to share with you now. We've got a bit of VT to show you how the trophy was put together. And after that, I'll show you one of the hidden features of what's going on here. So we're going to show you how this trophy was made, and then we'll be back with all of this. Machinery, we have not yet determined its ability to fire a 90-kilogram projectile over 300 meters. We're going to test that right now, my friends. So without further ado, the incredible, incredible piece of art you see towards you, to my left here. Let's see exactly what the lucky winner of this event will be taking home with them. Oh, physics. Look at that. Magnificent. We actually should be really careful. Have we got that? Is that insured? The statue? Well, I'll be careful. I'll be careful before I fire it again. But there you go. A very impressive piece of machinery there to be taking home here, but no less impressive, my friends, than what the I guess the business of cold hard cash. I'm joined here by Nilly and Mem. Good to have you. Wonderful to have you along. I want to talk to you about exactly, in addition to the trophy, what our players will be taking home here, because I'll tell you what, there is a lot of money on the line. $100,000 with 26,000 of it, over a quarter of it, going to whoever comes in first, and you can see a deep payout all the way down to 14th. There are 2,500 group stages picking up extra cash as well. This is a lot of money, and Mem, even for you as one dressed so richly, as befits your station, I'm sure you're very impressed by this, by the cash that's been thrown around here.
Well, when you are a king, you get less impressed. But yeah, it's a decent amount.
You're a king, are you?
No, come on. I mean, it's great. I mean, a prize pool we were talking before is just amazing. It's really, really amazing. And hopefully we could get these kind of events with that prize pool. But this is up to. It's insane.
It is just bananas.
Really
and Nilly, look, dressed as you are, you certainly know a thing or two about comedy, laughing, all that sort of stuff. The prize pool, no laughing matter.
Not at all, right? What is it, like the biggest when we won prize pool in like 20 years? It's like the biggest prize pool in the 1v1 tournament ever. It's just crazy. There's so much on the line, and players, I've never seen such preparation, because players are so excited for
this. The motivation has just been incredible, all of these. But this is not a joke, by the way. I think you two missed this. Out the back in the green room before, this is not a bit of gear. Bales was doing push-ups. I'm serious. He was on the floor doing push-ups. And they want it, man.
What was that, after or before MBL?
That was before. He was getting ready.
Before,
okay. That's why he lost.
Yeah, maybe exhausted. That's why I never do push-ups.
All right,
so don't get exhausted.
Let's have a look at our schedule here for what we've already seen and what we've got coming up. As you can see, our next match is between Hera and Tatoh. Later we've got Daut versus Capoch. TheViper and Dogao, and we're going to catch you up on that MBL versus Bales match. I believe that's already taken place. We will have a highlights package to get you across all the action from that one later on. So you're not going to miss a moment, my friends, if you stick with us here as part of the broadcast here from Heidelberg Castle, Red Bull Wololo 5. What a pleasure it is to have your company. We move on now to our fourth match between Hera and Tatoh. Now, Hera, one of the game's greats, a very popular streamer and someone who, in the Empire Wars format, Mem, is just supremely talented.
I mean, he's talented in everyone, in all, right? In all modes. But in these Empire Wars, I think with Lierrey, for me personally, is probably the two clear favorites. I don't know if clear favorite is maybe too much. Very strong. Tatoh also is an amazing player, but Hera, I mean, you can't push him under the pressure, man. I mean, he's under the pressure, Nilly, right? And he's moving, he's expanding all over. You don't notice. You are killing him village, and then you check the village count, 20 villages more. I mean, how this is possible? Hera is able to do that. An amazing player. And I think the map pool is good for him as well.
Yeah, he's got an incredible mind. You can just see that he just has one of the most incisive minds in the game. Let's look at his opponent now, Tatoh. Nilly, I want to get your perspective on this bloke and what he's going to be bringing to this matchup in particular. I mean, it's fair to say he's probably not the favourite in this matchup, but what has he got to get right here as he goes up against Hera?
You're probably right? 2020 didn't really go. I think they faced each other like 7 times or something. Hera won all of them. So Tatoh, well, that's really a mountain to climb. And typically Tatoh is a player that we see also stronger on like mixed maps, water maps, a bit more funky, a bit more crazy. But this map pool, all-time grades over all the Red Bull Wololos, and some new ones added, but nothing like hyper gimmicky. So this map pool, as Mem said, probably a bit better for Hera. We have to say though, Tatoh just said a week long in a house, discuss strategies with the greatest mind of Age of Empires, everyday training. He comes prepared.
Yeah, he's done his homework, and even if he's not doing push-ups out the back, we can still expect him to get things done. Well, my friends, I believe everything is in readiness. Our casters and players are standing by. We're about to bring you a live draft. It's one of the special features of this event at Red Bull Wololo 5. The players are drafting live in the meat space. Can you believe it? And we're going to get across all the action right now as we head over to the booth now with T90 and Dave.
All right, Dave, in the casting booth finally. How's it feel to be here? Yes.
I've been sitting on those chairs for so long. I'm getting a cramp, you know? I'm happy to be standing up. I'm happy to be on to the next series, and we've got a really good one to start us off here.
Potentially the best one of the day.
I
I
think
mean,
the
when I
best
saw
one
it
of
on
the day.
paper, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't.
Yeah.
It's probably going to suck now. We ruined it. But yeah, I mean, we said it earlier. They faced each other many times, and they both are two very different players. So well prepared, probably from the two biggest clans that exist in Age of Empires right now. I mean, lots of fans on either side.
Yeah, definitely the two biggest teams, and you know, there's a kind of narrative behind this match as well. As in the beginning, as they said in the scriptures, you know, in the beginning, Tatoh used to win against Hera very consistently, and now that narrative is switched.
It has switched, but it hasn't switched in dramatic fashion, right? Like, if I think of the sets that they played, it's never a sweep. You know, if Hera does win, he's winning by one game possibly. I remember a very big 3-2, so we'll see. But the draft is definitely something that Tatoh has been very good at, right? And it's a bit of a different experience here at Red Bull Wololo 5. We have the live draft, so I'm excited to kind of see what these guys are up to. I don't know what you've thought, but the live draft is definitely a nice touch throughout our day today.
It's definitely different. As we'll make our way in there pretty soon here, and there are the villagers, and there's our executioner, Krazini.
I just love how the admin's an executioner. It's so fitting. This is great, and there goes Hera. Got his little notepad here. Okay, Dave, very serious question. Do you think this is the first time that these guys have used pen and paper in like years?
You know, I'm old, and I still struggle to write my name down. So, I don't know about them, man.
They asked me to write something down on paper the other day. I was like, what? Where's my notepad? I can't just pull up another tab. Like, what is this?
And it looks like Hera bans Sacred Springs, and Tatoh is going to ban Acclivity. And now, of course, we have an Aftermath pick for Tatoh.
You know, that's a little confusing because Hera is on Aftermath, but we were talking about the map, and that's maybe the most gimmicky map in the pool. Very tricky. There's a pick from Hera.
I believe that was Runestones?
Yep.
Okay, that's a very standard map.
I'm
Basically,
shocked.
Arabia Light.
Yeah. I'm shocked.
And then Kawasan, I believe, is banned there. Yep. And Tato's final ban will be... What is that there? Atacama.
I was just going to let you struggle.
He doesn't want any open land maps.
Nope.
None.
Close it up.
Yep.
Where's the arena map? Come on. Okay. They're pretty quick with this as well. They clearly have thought this through. And Tatoh gets to choose one of the two maps that Hera has there for game number 1. The villagers confused, but it will be winged. Okay.
That's exciting because I know it's both of us. That's one of our favorite maps historically throughout these Red Bull events. So that's very, very nice. And both players are going to write it down now. I love to see them. You know, Riley commented to us earlier. He loves to see the players go and write stuff down frantically. It shows that it really matters, you know, the map draft process.
And the excitement that Riley was able to bring to us over someone writing something down on paper shows how good Riley is at his job. I'm like, I mean, I love the guy, but I was like, come on, they're writing down on paper, bro. This is... Oh, man, it's been so fun. Getting to know him more, of course, is the second Red Bull in a row, and he's been killing it. And it looks like we're about to get back here for the civs. Anything that stands out to you, any of those civilizations that come to mind for some of these maps?
Well, how often have we seen Sicilians so far today?
Quite a few times.
Yeah.
Their win rate's awful.
It's awful so far. I think we see the general idea that they're going for, but to be fair, in most of those games that we've seen them, it was arguably the underdog using them, right?
Yep.
Like Slam versus Vinchester or Villese versus Jordan.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Do you think Tatoh is the underdog?
Well, we're about... Yeah, like I said before, when they asked me to make predictions for this set, I literally wrote, roll the dice. because I think Tato's coming in here with an unparalleled level of preparation.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he can bring to the literal table right now.
I see what you did there. Yeah, I think Tatoh will, as we see a Magyar's ban there for Tatoh, I think he's going to draft slightly as an underdog here. He knows he needs to out-strategize Hera. We'll get a ban there from Hera.
As
Didn't
the
quite catch
villager,
that.
in typical DE fashion, is quite confused about the pathing to pick up the right icon.
Saracens. That is Saracens, right?
Yeah, that's the Tatoh
Okay.
special right there.
'Cause I can't- okay, and a Vikings pick there coming in. All right, I mean, no surprises here. Tatoh loves Saracens. Hera says, let's get rid of that, and let's pick probably the #1 Empire War Civ. Ooh, but Aztecs, I mean, that could
Vikings,
also be really
Aztecs,
good,
yeah.
Tricky.
Okay,
Alright.
humans, much stronger now than they were in the last iteration of Red Bull.
Sure. Yeah, I think Aztecs Vikings at the end of all this will probably be banned after the fact with the snipe, but you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Look at Tatoh. He's kind of like got his arms crossed. He's like looking at different angles.
He's trying to intimidate Hera.
Yeah.
He's
Look
like,
at him, man. Okay, Ethiopians pick there.
I mean, that is very much in line with what Hera likes to do, but that is 2 archer picks. He does like his scouts as well. I know there's many people out there who might want to see poles, but I'd be shocked. Ooh, is that what I think it is? Is that Khmer? Okay.
No Frigid Lake here, right?
What?
He didn't
Yeah,
pick it.
There's Frigid. Oh, no, he didn't pick it.
He didn't pick it.
Yeah, he didn't
Okay.
pick it. You know what's really funny for the viewers, as we have Mayans picked by Tatoh, Hera and Lierrey, but in the back room we have these icons of the civilizations above our heads everywhere. And Hera and Lierrey probably got 50% of them wrong. It was
Everyone
horrible.
got them wrong. Dude. No one could guess the Indians but you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really the best with that type of thing, but I was absolutely shocked.
So Tatoh with 2 mesocivs here.
Yeah, he's got Mayans.
and Aztecs. And there it is. There it is.
Okay.
Sicilians kind of sneaking that in there at the end.
Pretty crazy, man.
I wonder
We're
if
seeing a lot of
I wonder if he
Sicilians.
snipes that.
Nah.
What is that?
Franks. Got some Franks there for Hera. So he's got 2 good Scout Knight civs. He's got 2 great Archer civs. So got options.
I was surprised what Nicov was able to do with the Franks against Aztecs earlier. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in the back room was saying that Lierrey could have done a few things
And
differently.
here we
but
go
still.
to Tars. Once again, no Frigid Lake for his pick.
Sure. Yeah, Tatars, good civ, probably below Ethiopians and Vikings. Makes sense at this point of the draft. You're going to be picking that, and now Tato's got a pick to think about. And I have heard that it's Koreans. I have not seen it with my eyes yet. But if you actually picked Koreans, I'm getting some GL flashbacks from the previous Red Bull Wololo. I know that the GL boys really put faith in Koreans as a counter to some Archer civs, Dave.
Yeah, as Tatoh snipes Tatars. Well, Koreans will always have a special place in my heart, Tristan. Maybe not yours because you had audio issues and had to bow out of that game.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Daut versus Lierrey, remember in the finals, going Korean Cav Archers. I will always remember that.
Tatoh sniping Tatars is really a surprise to me. The fact that he fears
And
Tatars
look at
more
Hera
than Vikings.
just thinking about it. He's like, that one. He snipes
Whoa.
humans.
So he's allowing Tatoh to have Aztecs and Mayans. That is very tricky.
Yeah, Tatoh allowed him to have Vikings though.
Are they did they have a gentleman's agreement beforehand?
Yep.
This is
They want to
fascinating.
mess with our heads.
They've definitely
succeeding.
successfully achieved that. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much, but it doesn't take much. Well, that was a more eventful draft than I expected, Dave.
Yep.
We have civilizations that are probably seen as the top 5, both available to players.
Yep.
So where do we go from here? What do we see? Do we see the best civs picked first? Do they save it for the potential game 2 or game 3?
What are the best civs? I guess would be my question because
Aztecs.
literally every single Red Bull event that we do, there's another civ that's added to that like top 5 discussion.
Sure, yeah.
You know, or another strategy. Like Red Bull Wololo 3 was the Cav Archer Red Bull. Last Wololo was the Wall Up Red Bull and Go Eagles Red Bull. The only common denominator, I guess, and you're saying Aztecs, is Eagles are very good.
Yeah. Eagles are very good. Yeah, and here we have it up on the scene for you. So it's worth reminding everyone on the maps. We'll have Winged first, and then their home maps are available there for the players' Runestones and Aftermath. Now, Aftermath I'm pretty sure I have set in stone. I think that what Tatoh wanted to do was go Kumans there, and Hera prepared and recognized that. So I feel like that's almost a place for Sicilians, because it's the only solid scout civ, and that's common on that. So maybe eliminate Sicilians game 1 for Tatoh, and on Winged, it's got to be Aztecs or Mayans for me.
Yeah, the Eagle civs are just so strong, and especially with the Aztec production on Winged.
Yeah.
Once you get momentum on that map, it's so hard to stop somebody. So looks like a good pick for him. Where are the Sicilians going to be played here?
Well, again, I think Sicilians will be Aftermath if we get there.
Okay.
I think Aztecs for Tatoh was likely the first game.
And Koreans?
Koreans are tricky because I think Koreans might be like a counter pick to Vikings on Runestones. Because the meta on Runestones, as you said, is like wall, make archers, and make eco. But then again, you have Mayans, so maybe you don't even see Koreans. Maybe Tatoh just wanted to hear us say Koreans, and that was it. But anyways, they'll be starting shortly, Dave. Best of 3 is so crazy and punishing for players of this caliber.
Well, it is a Swiss system, right? So best of 3, I think it keeps it entertaining. If you're watching the stream, if you only have 8 hours a day, you get to see all the players play, which is fantastic as we can see it. Look at the level of concentration there. Hera trying to remember how to write with a pen and paper.
Oh, I think he's about to turn the page. Oh, he's so close.
My God. This is just knockout stuff right here.
Oh, jeez.
This is just
I think he's psyching out Tatoh with all that page
That
work.
Khmer face kind of looks like it's smiling at us. It's a very friendly icon.
It looks like it's constipated. I don't know about smile.
We should get it some help.
I really hope that's not like hugely historical and I didn't just, disrespect a lot of people. But anyways, Tatoh, it looks like he's ready. I think he seems to at least know what civs he wants to go for here. And Dave, for me, I believe because they're so close, the winner of game 1 wins this best of 3. That's the way I see it.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. And the funny thing is about this, you said all Tatoh Hera sets recently have been really close, which they have.
Sure.
He's been kind of like the gatekeeper to Tatoh getting into those final stages of tournaments. And all Tatoh needs to do is lose 2 games here, and it's still really close. So it continues the narrative there, but I'll be interested to see what he brings. I'm surprised he let Hera have Vikings.
Yeah, but then again, you get the win. Maybe you give up, you just kind of give up Runestone, say whatever. I don't know. It's tricky, but I will say this. I was in a small group with Tatoh. We of course here are hanging out when we have the time and the space, and Tatoh kind of with a look of disgust on his face. He's like, it's hidden cup all over again. Hera first round, what a surprise. So I don't think Tatoh was thrilled. I don't know what Hera's thought was, but yeah, we'll see. And I'm just waiting now. I'm just waiting for game 1 to launch, where I think it will be Aztecs. What do you think about Hera's approach, though? If you're expecting Aztecs, what civilization is best for him to go for?
He has Franks, doesn't he? We
He
saw the
Franks.
success earlier.
Nicov
against Lierrey, who Lierrey is, I think it's fair to say, is the best Empire Wars player ever, and he made it work. Lierrey did toss some army away early, but if you can pressure your opponent into making those mistakes, it's certainly doable.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of Ethiopians, because Ethiopians have that Shotel warrior as a backup.
We've seen that. Dude, we're in the 5th Red Bull. We've seen Ethiopians die to Aztecs.
We've seen
Far
Franks
too
die
many.
to Aztecs.
We've
What do you
seen
even...
Ethiopians die to everything.
We need the stats, please.
All I know is that Eagle's good, Ethiopians bad.
Yeah, well, I think the other aspect is that Vikings was picked number 1. We kind of foresee that on Runestones, which is Hera's home map. Ethiopians was picked number 2. So I might be crazy, but maybe Hera's crazy as well and prioritizes Ethiopians a little bit more. But however, Dave and I have had a lot of conversations off air about how we think Ethiopians are overrated a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know exactly what the win rates are.
Well, I said the win rate was like 20%. Robo, the last event, contacted me and he's like, no, the win rate is actually like 33%. I'm like,
what a big
no,
difference.
it's not that much better.
Yeah.
Thanks, Robo.
Hey, I mean, some stats people be stats people, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Robo out there. But we are waiting. We are ready. And we're going to send it over to an Hera interview before we can get started.
My name is Hera, as I'm known in the Age of Empire community, and I'm here to participate in Red Bull Wololo 5, which is the 5th edition of an amazing Empire War tournament. Coming back to a LAN is amazing. It's been like 2 years since the last one. Definitely a lot of competition, as always, and I think my main goal is just to play maps with best. I think Lierrey is the best Empire War player, but whether it's me beating him or someone else, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, good luck, have fun, let's have a good set of games, and yeah, that's what it's all about.
All right, nice little tidbit of insight and information from Hera. Tatoh also was able to spend some time with them and give us some insight on his preparation for Red Bull Wololo 5.
So I'm Roberto. I'm known as Tatoh in the Age of Empires community, and I'm from Spain. Yeah, basically, I managed to qualify. I was invited because Mr. Joe couldn't come, so I'm happy to be here. The venue so far has been amazing. I think still there is a lot of things to come and a lot of surprises, so for now I'm super happy as well. We have been on a boot camp in Berlin for the last week, like all together, all the members, DL members together preparing for a tournament. So we are way quite prepared.
I saw that one visual of the castle in the fog, and it reminded me, just to give everyone a perspective, we arrived here earlier yesterday to do our kind of rehearsal. As we wait for both players to get into the game room, we just have a small delay here. And when we got here in the morning, it was like magical. The castle, we drove through the fog, and then we get up here, we're looking out the windows of the castle, all you can see is fog everywhere. And then it slowly cleared as the morning went on, and you just came to this realization that, like, we're in a freaking castle.
Yeah, right.
Playing Age of Empires 2.
Yeah,
and this is absolutely insane. You guys have no idea about the production value that went in here. So thank you once again to Red Bull and the whole production team. It's fantastic. And we should have game number 1 coming up here pretty soon. We'll get a heads up when we do. What's the first map? Do we know?
Yes, we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, first map is, it's Winged.
Winged?
Yes, Winged.
Okay.
And I was going to give you a hard time for not remembering it.
Yeah,
and
then you didn't remember it.
It was a problem,
yeah.
Anyways, so Winged, we expect Aztecs versus Franks. You thought maybe Ethiopians, right?
Yeah.
But back to like the whole grand stage that we're on, we literally went from not being able to do live events for almost 2 years to throwing everyone inside of a castle.
Yeah, with
we went
0
from
to 100,
0 to 100 really
real
quick. It's like, whoa, I do not deserve to be here. I've been sitting in my office for 2 years.
Yeah.
What is this sunlight? Why is there a castle in front of me?
Yep.
So, yeah. Anyways, it's been a joy. Obviously, this is day 1 as well, so I think things will only get better from a production standpoint and also from a player standpoint. Hera and Tatoh really making us wait here, Dave. Really making us wait. They're maybe taking all the time they can to think through things. Mind game.
It's a fairly typical Hera strategy as well. He really likes to get himself prepared for sets, especially in between. Like if he had a rough game or if he had a long game, he'll go and just kind of compose himself. And that's something he changed. We've talked about it so many times. It's becoming old like me now.
Yeah.
Something he changed a while ago, but here we go. The game will begin very shortly. It looks like both players are just getting into it right now, so we'll have that feed for you soon. We've got Tato's nice little banner there, and you can see the Spaniard behind the keyboard and mouse, and then of course we had Hera's banner on the other side. Each player with a custom banner, by the way. If you guys missed the opening ceremony, you can see them all up against the wall there, and the Civ draft and map draft.
Yeah, it looks
on
nice.
display. Yeah.
But by the way, I believe the person on the right side of the room has won every set today. Am I wrong on that?
Aren't they the higher seed though?
I'm just saying. There might be a reason why they're there. I'm just saying, okay? Don't bring up the seed and make it seem like I'm not observant or
My
something.
name's T90. I just found out something really interesting. Like the better players are winning. Oh my God.
No, it's crazy. It's absolutely
It's insane how that happens.
Every Red Bull Wololo gets better, Dave. Can you believe that?
That was a great segue. Really.
Was it? Because you ruined it. I'm not sure if it was good.
And there's our other admin right there, the armored man behind the castle.
They don't pay him much.
He will put his foot down or his sword down.
Eventually.
If they take too much time with those Civ drafts.
What if they had someone in there that just like if they took too long, he'd hop out and scare them?
Oh, that's what I do. They didn't tell you? I run into the other room.
All right.
We're in a land now. We can do that sort of thing.
Well, we're close. It looks like they're ready. We're going to be in, and we're going to be in game number 1. Our call is Aztecs for Tatoh. Could always be Mayans, could be other civilizations as well. It is your last look at the maps, last look at the table as we move on to this best of 3, Dave. And this is going to be beautiful. We actually have Tatoh opening up with Sicilians, Hera going Ethiopians. Not what I expected, that's for sure.
Not what I expected on this map at all. Usually on this map, you want to pick a civ that has those options, like the Eagle, like the more military production, maybe something like Burgundians or Mesoamerican civ, but Ethiopians can definitely get it done. And we'll see what Tatoh has in mind with the Sicilians, because from what we've seen so far, the Sicilians have kind of gone for a more boomy approach so far this tournament. So this is, if he's going for a boomy approach, that is some greed on this map, because this map is wide open.
There was a player who, and I'm not going to say who because I can't spoil strategies, told me, if you just make archers with Sicilians, it cannot be killed. So it's so interesting to have this civilization suddenly coming to the forefront, because everyone thought it was weak for so long. And now suddenly the fact that there's a reduction in bonus damage against you, it means that players are suddenly making scouts and fighting against spearmen, and making archers and fighting against skirms, which you can't do with other situations. So Hera with a range opening, good little fight there, and he also has a stable working for him.
Yeah.
And Tatoh went double range here, Dave, full archers.
Double range, and this plays into what you were talking about with the Sicilians, right? And if Hera wants to go into like something like skirmishers, they're going to do less bonus damage as well. So it's quite nice. I noticed Hera has a forward gold too, where his mining camp started on Empire Wars. So if Tatoh ever wins a fight and starts pushing back towards that side, Hera might have some trouble.
Yeah, Tatoh, maybe a little too much production for his own good. He's really badly housed, finally gets a house up. And Hera very quick to the scale barding armor upgrade, Dave. So it seems like he recognizes he's going to need more in the way of upgrades to be able to fight against this civ.
Now skirmishers being mixed in from Tatoh, and he's slowly walling up. I like this. It's not super greedy. He's kind of defending with military numbers now, and it looks like he wants to get to a point where he's got this giant house wall across the front of his base, and then maybe he can go into that more boomy approach if it gets late game here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to be more important for Hera here as he loses an archer. Are the scouts going to be more important, or are the archers here? Because he's staying on gold. Obviously, he probably wants to do both, but Ethiopian's not really the best civilization to be going cav with, as Hera is going to have to fall back from this gold.
Like I said, that positioning for him, I mean, this is what you get with randomly generated maps, right? Sometimes your gold is forward and you have to play around it, and you can see Hera doesn't want to take that fight, but he doesn't want to lose that position either. So he's forced to sit there. Now Tatoh, Hera doing a pretty good job not losing any military there, and Tatoh judging that he doesn't have enough to push it, so he's going to fall back to the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think it was good for Tatoh to fall back because his units are so slow, and Hera's units are so quick, and it was close to Hera's production buildings. But it does not mean that Tatoh is not here to stay. He comes back, and Hera was going to go for a counterattack, but now Hera has to come back home, and he is going to have to leave the gold right now.
And a second range too. So he's got stable 2 range, and he's pushed off that gold, so he's going to struggle with archer production. Maybe go more into skirmishers here. And that is a great play, though. That is a play that only the top players in the world make. When you're under pressure like that and you're worried about this army, sending the scouts to cut off reinforcements is really, really nice.
I think Tato's going to try and switch this into Castle Age somehow. Look at that. He's got 600 food. He built the market. Yeah, like this is, I mean, Hera obviously has spent more food right now. This is tricky, because Hera's going for a counter, and you would think that maybe Tatoh would
Hera doesn't know where the army is, but he suspects. His game sense is telling him it's back there, and he just saw it with the scouts, but I don't know if he noticed it. Yes, he did. Nice play, Hera.
What can he do against it, though? Meanwhile, the scouts are getting attacked by a spearman. Hello?
Stand ground.
That hurt. But
stand your ground, men.
They could
Except
still,
not there.
Go to the other ground. But like, okay, those scouts could probably do some damage, but Hera has to do a pretty decent amount of damage if Tatoh is going to be faster to Castle Age, and is going to have that big ball of army right by Hera's base.
And he's done the classic loop-to-loop, right? Hera saw him at the back. He pulled the villagers from the wood line, but the annoyance is not gone. And it's a very deadly army back here if Hera doesn't have anything to respond. And he's sending them north here, Tristan. He's hoping that Tatoh doesn't notice that, but that's so risky. Tatoh sees it. Oh, this could be a huge moment here.
Is there like some way that Hera only loses 1 vill here? Because he is taking the army away from the rest of the vills.
Yeah, but idle time, tick, 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 tick. He's on the way to the Castle Age. Tatoh is ahead of him on the way to the Castle Age. I mean, It looks
this is funny.
really good for Tatoh.
I mean, it does, but it's funny because let's say Hera only loses 2 Vills.
Yeah.
All his Vills at home are on every resource he wants.
Yeah.
And Tatoh has not been able to kill anything yet. So I don't think this was necessarily part of the plan for Hera. He's got to deal with the situation.
He's looping 2 of them back.
Yeah, he's just split up. Only
Okay,
some
so
of us can make it.
I think Tatoh should kill 1 here, should kill both of them, and he's going to kill 3. That's definitely worth it. I mean, he pulled the army out of position and all that idle time for Hera, too. It's just brutal. And the Lion actually might get 1, too.
Ooh, good tracking from Tatoh here. He's going to see Hera's army. Obviously, Tatoh getting his upgrades. He actually prioritizes Elite Skirm with Bodkin over getting Crossbow, which is a little weird to me. He's only got 6 Skirms. But I'm sure he's going to click the other upgrade, or he maybe doesn't realize that it didn't come in for him, and there's Hera just on stone. And things have not gone well for Hera so far.
Yeah, now Hera's sending that main force back. I mean, Tatoh being in the Castle Age much quicker is going to pay off for him. And there's the Elite Skirm. He's pushing him off the other wood line as well.
Crossbow, dude. This is like, okay, first off, Hera, kind of uncharacteristic from him not to be fighting here. He's obviously distracted. But Crossbow still has not been clicked. Tatoh needs to make the most of his time window. And now Hera's fighting and Tatoh fighting back, and we've got Tatoh's army just sitting next to some houses right now.
Yeah. And Hera's villagers are still at the top there.
Yeah, right.
They're still up north.
Oh, wait, there's an archer!
They're mining gold, but Tatoh sees it.
Oh, okay, I thought it was attacking the mining camp. Tatoh spotted it. And yeah, Hera's going to have to run around with those things. And Hera falling back with defensive siege.
Yep.
Hera's under a lot of pressure right now. But Crossbow isn't in. He shot a zebra. The lack of Crossbow has really hurt Tatoh, man. If Tatoh doesn't close out this game, the early Castle Age mistakes is what we're going to bring this back to.
Yeah, look at that Eco KD, though. He's definitely doing damage, and Hera, in typical Hera fashion, is managing to defend against something that you think can't be defended against.
Yeah.
Wide open at the back. He's only lost 5 villagers, but it's still 5-0.
Yeah, it's also interesting to note, Tatoh did sell his stone to get Castle Age faster, so he does not have the ability to build a second TC. So I kind of like to see maybe a knight here for Tatoh, or maybe his own siege. Just mix in something to take out the Scorpion defense from Hera. There's still villagers on that stone, Dave, but Tatoh doesn't seem to care about the Scorpion.
He doesn't care about the Scorpion.
Yeah.
Scorpion is a non-issue, apparently.
Should it be?
Now it's an issue, now that it's being repaired and is hitting you. Ooh. But he's microing around it, and Hera's committing with the villagers there. He's hoping the second one can do some damage, but he lost like 3 villagers repairing that Scorpion. He does have an army forward, though, as Tatoh returns to that stone. Great point there, Mapu, going to that part of the map. I didn't notice the dots going over there. Good stuff from our observer. And Hera, once again, being pushed back. He just can't get anything going here.
Yeah, and I think since Tatoh still has so many armies working for him, unfortunately, Hera's not even in a position to counter. He's got a ton of villagers on gold in the middle, though.
Yeah.
That's crazy. He's like he went closer to the enemy.
I think Hera is starting to realize that this start was pretty bad for him, and he's in a pretty rough position. So he might be shifting into some more YOLO plays as this game goes on, just hoping to make it work, and also hoping that his Scorpions could probably do some damage against that army that's been harassing him forever.
Oh man, Ballistic's great timing here for Tatoh, so he's able to hit these crossbows as they run away. But I think Tato's Siege Workshop is definitely late, because he is very vulnerable against the siege. So a lot to focus on right now, Dave. Hey, by the way, we've been casting how long with Mapu? And I just realized that the guy who controls the map is named Mapu.
You are slow. I will give you that.
Oh, I wish you guys could have seen Dave's face during that.
You're slower than those sergeants were in the other game.
Right?
Jeez.
Well, this army's still getting some value here, Dave. Let's see if that Scorpion goes down. I mean, it looks like the Scorpion will go down. Tato's got to be so happy with that, but here he's got to be careful. He runs away to that TC.
Yeah, runs away to that TC, but that TC is in the perfect position here now. Like, if Hera can't loop around from this side, he can attack it with the Mangonel, apply a little bit of pressure. But what Tatoh needs to do right now is just hold against this army and then continue picking away at Hera's eco behind.
I'm liking Hera's military position a little bit more. He's forcing reactions from Tatoh, whereas before he was not.
But now he has the Mangonel. If he gets a good shot here, that's so big, dude. That's so huge.
Oh, and Hera even runs into the next shot.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's what Tatoh needed, David. At the same time, and this is probably what Hera was looking at, there was an army going down, and Hera probably needs to back away now.
Yep.
Good stuff for
Skirmishers
Tatoh.
v Scorpion, that's always what you like to see, but he made it work. And the crossbow army, for what, the 4th time this game, crawls back across to Hera's base, having not killed a single villager. And now he's going to the middle for wood while he's running with his army past the villagers.
That's weird to me. I mean, he's got to know there's wood in the backside there. It's not like this is a brand new map.
Yeah, and he's going to find the skirmishers pretty soon.
Yeah.
He's not only found wood, he's found the enemy as well, and now he has to abandon the lumber camp that he just invested into.
Oh, Tatoh almost killed his own skirmishers attacking the lumber camp. Thankfully, he's fine, and I think Tatoh is really feeling good about this, but Hera's going to say, let's dodge ballistics here. Not working out too well for him, though. Still losing crossbows. Tato's still over the wood line.
That's a massive shot against the villagers and gets the other mangonel as well, and he knows those villagers are weak. If he micros correctly, he can just dance around the mangonel shots with his skirmishers and target the crossbows.
Oh, the attack rounds from Tatoh!
Dude,
what
this is a hero mangonel!
Oh my God, he dodges again, he splits, and well, it was good.
You know,
listen, all three of those moments could have been individual highlights.
Every mangonel has its day, and, you know, it was tired.
Well, Dave, look at the Vilk difference now. 63 villagers for Tatoh.
I think I know why, because I see another number here that's 21-0.
Yeah, that has
and I
something
think
to do
that
with
might
it.
be the reason.
The math adds up there as Hera patrols into one shot. I mean, at this point, Tatoh was in survive for 5 minutes and he wins mode. So I think he's surely recognized that, and really the only thing Hera could damage Tatoh with is more mangonel numbers. So as long as Tatoh keeps that even, oh my God, and that's a massive shot again.
The mangonel performance here from Tatoh is insane. The shots he's getting off, and it's just enabling so much pressure from him, and it's stopping the push from Hera. Hera's finally going to kill his first villager of the game, I think, here. 22-1 eco KD. That means, for anyone that's not familiar with these numbers, that means that Tatoh has killed 22 of Hera's villagers as Hera kills some more from Tatoh. And Hera has killed, what, is it going to be 7 after this is all said and done?
Yeah, can you imagine what these crossbows were told? Like, listen, you need to kill a lot more than we originally planned.
You're going to go in, you're going to do some damage, but I've given up on you. You're not going to survive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And for them, it's worth it. That's just how they like to live. Is Tatoh maybe falling back a little bit, Dave? That counter definitely hurt him,
He can afford to fall back. He's on 3 TCs, and he's got another army behind still. Sure. Hera's base, and he's up on that stone for a limited time.
This is, I know that Tatoh is an amazing player, right? Everyone has known that for years. However, he is dominating Hera at the moment. As we say that, Hera fighting back, and maybe a little bit of a throw situation for Tatoh. He's completely off of gold, 32 on wood, not a lot else going for him.
I think the number that I'm looking at right now is the stone count for Hera. And I'm seeing him send, there's the villagers coming forward. If there's ever a way to get yourself back into a game, or in Daut's case, to kick yourself out of a game, it's a forward castle. And I think we're gonna see it right here. And this will probably work because the only thing that Tatoh has here is skirmishers.
Yeah, this is tricky. Yeah, because if he goes for the crossbows with his skirmishers, the mangonels are there for Hera, that castle will go up. Hera has a chance. Now, there's still an army at his base. I think Tato's a little distracted from that right now, but remember, Hera's been sitting on that gold in the middle. Dave, this is doable for Hera. I don't know how. The stats don't tell us it's doable, but the position does.
It's a fantastic play from Hera to come forward, and good recognition to realize, as that's a juicy shot. That is a juicer right there. Tatoh with another huge mangonel shot on the army from Hera, and it has to crawl back across the map for the 5th time this game.
Right, yeah.
I'm counting.
I mean, thank you, Dave. I love how Tato's taking stone right now. He'll probably fall back to make a castle at some point soon. And he's like, where's Hera getting wood? He's looking in the back, but no, Hera's still taking wood in the middle right now. Let's see what Tatoh does here. He goes in with confidence, and he micros against this thing, and he's doing a really good job.
The good thing early was the skirmishers, and now the bad thing is that he only has skirmishers.
He's got a knight, though, and there's not many crossbows. Oh, man. The castle is up for Hera, but he is not going to have a wood line pretty soon. Where do those villagers go? They're going to the castle.
Yeah, it's a similar situation for the stone villagers at the beginning, right?
So.
If you can't retreat to your base, I guess you just go far afield, and he's going to send them towards the castle, maybe get some more stone, maybe think about a second castle somewhere around there. Tatoh, important to note that he only has 3 on stone, so it's going to be a little bit of time, and he doesn't really have gold before he can get an answer to that forward castle.
Well, he built a TC there, so his villagers go back on stone. He pulled like 10 vills for that, so that's good to see for Tatoh.
And he's on that gold, and he can sit under that tower all day with these skirmishers and be really annoying with that knight as well.
Yeah, good micro from Tatoh. It seems like while that position is strong for Hera, he took out a TC and that's it. He's had no follow-up, and I think there's no way back for Hera here, Dave. He's behind in every category. Strong start for Tatoh. We saw him rub his hands together, very satisfied. And Hera's got to go back to the drawing board a little bit.
Yeah, great stuff there from Tatoh. I mean, I don't know what to say. Sicilians are good, I guess.
Well, okay, so Dave and I have been having conversations about Sicilians, and I know this means so much to him, but I agree. I really agree. You know what was beautiful there? Tatoh didn't even need to make a transition. Normally you're seeing Archer opening, but with any other Civ you have the transition. Tatoh said, nope, I'm just going straight Archers, and I'm going to win with it.
And, well, straight Archers into Elite Skirmisher first, and I'll ignore the crossbow upgrade, which triggered you, but apparently worked out for him.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Dave. So perhaps this situation was not quite as predictable Civ-wise as I was expecting. And I suppose that being the case was predictable with Tatoh.
Yeah, he's the most unpredictable. Well, we have Vinchester here.
Yeah,
so
he did draft
he is one of the most unpredictable pro players we've ever seen, and we're used to that. And you know, his teammate in GL Slam went with the Sicilians, played a more boomy approach. Tatoh played an all-out aggression into boom. Once he secured the map control there. Also, the Mangonel shots there were huge.
They were.
Hera could have dragged that game out for another 20 minutes if he didn't consistently get hit by every single Mangonel shot in the middle of the map there.
Yeah, well, we move on to Runestones. That will be Hera's home map, and Runestones is like Arabia before Arabia was changed, if you've been following the community. So it's pretty straightforward, probably Hera's favorite map, arguably his best map, and he does have arguably the best Civ for it in the Vikings. Now, Dave, there's some tricky Civs out there that the Vikings could potentially face up against. Tato's got Aztecs, Mayans, and Koreans. I'm not sure about Koreans. I think when you're up 1-0, you probably want to go for something like Aztecs, Mayans, but what are you expecting?
We are 4 rounds into a Red Bull event, and we have not seen the Vikings played once.
We've seen a banned, though.
Yeah, but there was a couple sets where they were not banned.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, and historically, if we look at like Red Bull Wololo 3 or Red Bull Wololo 4, Vikings were a prime pick, so maybe the players have a kind of different beat on the type of play style that we're going to see here. Maybe it's going to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I'm kind of, again, I was pretty sure about the first game, and I was wrong, so take everything I say with a grain of salt, but I kind of feel like this will be Aztecs and Vikings, and I think it's going to come down to Hera's micro. The Viking economy is already very strong, Hera's macro is strong as well, but if the Eagles and Mangonels end up showing up, you're going to have to micro against that until the time comes for Imp. But, you know, Tato's got to be feeling good. You know, even if you lose this game, you lose a game on someone's best map with probably their best Civ, you have your own home map waiting for you.
So you're thinking Mezzo Civ for Tatoh, and you're thinking for Hera?
I think Vikings. But he could.
Yeah.
Like, the tricky thing is that Aztecs are difficult to face against regardless of whatever Civ you have. So, like, for Hera, if he tries to go Franks, it's not like it's significantly better than Vikings. So.
Vikings are difficult, though. They live in your head. They're literally, it's like the human double TC. Yeah, Koreans live in your head because you don't want to lose to Koreans, basically. But Vikings, I mean, they get free handcart, they get free wheelbarrow, and if they wall up, it's constantly in your head. I need to do damage, I need to do damage, I need to do damage, and sometimes that makes you make mistakes. And throw away your army.
Thinking the Runestones meta, if we want to get specific here, has been at an archer range, make a few archers, maybe get fletching and wall, go Castle Age. We don't see anything too crazy compared to Winged at least. Especially Hera. Hera and Lierrey love that 2 archer little opening regardless of what they're up against on Runestones. But I'm just wondering Tato's logic.
But Tatoh knows that.
Of course,
Tatoh has done that.
Yeah, they could just do the same thing.
Yeah. And Aztecs are not bad economically either.
Yeah. I think I would give Vikings an edge over every Civ that Tatoh has, but they have to be played perfectly.
And that's something that Hera does, to be fair. That is something that we know Hera for. If he has a strategy, he's going to execute it to the best of his ability, and his ability is insane.
Yeah, you can see
trying to figure out how to use a pen again, just checking the color. Okay, it was bluish green. Now we're going to check that again. Okay. Tatoh looking focused. I like it.
Tato's like, can we start this thing already?
Yep.
Come on, I'm in my groove right now.
Scratching his head, a little bit itchy.
He's got a nice wash there.
Yeah,
not bad.
He does.
Yeah, okay.
He's looking good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. We haven't seen the players in so long. And
we all got so old, dude.
Yeah.
We all got so old. But
I've
but
been
we
old
aged
forever, man.
We aged gracefully, I like to think. I mean, you know, it's been a rough year and a half, but
I can't wait till you start losing your hair and you start texting me like,
Don't
oh
you-
man, it's falling out. No.
Don't you wish that upon me.
Oh, that
Don't you-
sucks.
It was funny when we got here, though. Dave was looking around, and most of our players and casters are relatively tall. And Dave's like, the couple people that hadn't shown up, he's like, God, I hope.
Why'd you bring that up? I'm wearing a Hobbit costume right now.
I'm sorry. I blame it on Hera, man, but I think they're about to get started. So we can just move on past that, I suppose.
I'm legitimately wearing a Hobbit costume. Thank you. It
chose
took one
that.
set. It took one set.
Thank God the viewers didn't see the costume I had on
Fine.
yesterday. That was horrible. How would you describe that?
The costume you had on yesterday, a medieval shower curtain, I think is how I would call it.
Oh God, yeah, it was brutal. But anyways, here we are, and it is Koreans for
Hey!
Tatoh. Okay, so the whole thing that gets me excited about this, as I notice it's a much more open version of Runestones. Look at the back woodline options for Hera. But anyways, Koreans get the armor upgrades for their ranged units for free. So if you go into skirms, which Tatoh used successfully in the previous game, that armor's so tanky that archers can't do much against you.
Yep.
Vikings predictable, maybe too predictable, and that's why Tatoh goes for Koreans here.
Yeah, I'm still wondering though what the Koreans can do if the Vikings get fully walled.
Right.
You know, like sure the archer armor is nice, but I think the wheelbarrow carrying the archer armor is nicer than the armor itself.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you don't have a reduction in bonus damage now because you're no longer Sicilians makes this tricky.
Yep.
Going only archers is still probably fine, but it's just, you know, the bonuses work in different ways. So
Okay, so is this actual runestones or the New Arabia? Because I'm looking at Hera's woodlines right now. Oh my goodness, man. If he wants to wall up and boom, he's going to have to wall a lot. And then all of it, assuming Tato's going for range units,
Yeah.
all of his woodlines are going to be rangeable.
I know, and the thing that's tricky is Hera right now is like, oh my God, my map's amazing.
Yep.
Back gold, and I can
Yeah,
full wall between
and I'll
these
find that
woodlines.
woodline back there, and I'll go back there,
Yeah.
and it'll be amazing. And
I'm gonna hug Krazini afterwards because he made him an amazing
Dude,
map, and then
the
nothing.
top of this map looks like the top of my head. There's nothing there.
See, okay, Dave, you make fun of yourself with that. I'll refuse to do that any longer. But different levels of posture here for the players as they go forward. Tato's like, it's like he's driving 200 miles an hour right now, full focus. And Hera just playing defense, but he had to research that armor upgrade you're seeing now. Tatoh, of course, has already had that.
Yep.
And I like Tato's position right now, but at the same time, Hera's just holding on to his eco advantage.
Yeah, and here comes Tatoh. He does have the armor. Hera does have that on the way as well. There we go. It finally came in, and Hera should be able to push this back. And all he wants to do right now is just kind of enable his walls going up.
You know what's tricky, though? Hera only has one range. Unless I'm mistaken, we're not seeing it.
True.
He
And
has less
Tato's
production.
micro has been pretty good, but Hera does have the scout around here.
Yeah, I think he's trying to invest as little into feud late
Yeah,
as possible right now, Hera.
Name a player that tries to invest as little as possible and still manages to hold.
I would normally say Hera, but last game wasn't the best for him. So,
True.
So we're going to say
True.
Slam.
Okay, there you go. Tato's stalwart teammate right there. As Hera comes back across the map, I think he's got to be careful not to go too far. He had a decent engagement there, but like you said, he's only one range, and he can tell that Tato's double range here by the amount of units on the
The
field.
thing is, Hera, he doesn't have the food to click up yet. He does not have that food, and you see a second range now. I mean, Tato's already at 15 military, and it's 8 for Hera, and that includes the scout there. I mean, this is a great position for Tatoh to be in. If he could break through, there's villagers on either side here.
See, in typical Hera fashion, though, I think it's just going to be in time.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. We've seen it so many times where he can delay, like he's doing right now.
Yep.
He doesn't want to straight up take that engagement, so he's just going to pick at the units, kind of fall back, get that second range up, and we see the food count now climbing for him. It's going to be 800 soon, and he's going to click up to the castle age, and he's walling at the same time. So this is more time. Tatoh has to go all the way around those walls. By the time he gets there, Hera's going to be here with the skirmishers. He'll need to back up again.
Yeah, but you know what? This is tricky. Tatoh, again, is going to sell all his stone. He's like, I got to finish you fast. Sell my stone. He buys resources. They're actually going to have similar castle age times.
Yep.
And now, while Hera's skirms are chasing archers, which is really good, he is going to lose some skirmishers on his side right now.
Yep.
But Tatoh is still only going to continue with the same units as Hera, just skirmishers and crossbows. So I guess it's
this is a
gonna be
typical
tricky.
Hera defense, though.
Yeah.
It looked really good for Tatoh. He had the numbers advantage. He was pushing in, and then suddenly Hera's up quicker, and Tato's being pushed back across the map. So Hera's going to have the upgrades quicker as well.
So my experiences obviously are not the same as these players, but I will say one thing that's tricky in these situations is deciding if you want to go ballistics or siege workshop.
Yep.
Because ballistics is such an important upgrade when you're fighting ranged unit v ranged unit, but sometimes you'll get ballistics and then you'll have 2 mangonels in your face,
Yeah.
and that could be tricky. So I kind of feel like now that Hera's pushing out across the map and will be slightly faster to Castle Age, maybe going for ballistics is good for him.
Yep.
But for Tatoh, I think he's got to go for something stronger than that, and I think he needs a forward position and maybe some siege, but always adding knights maybe. That's weird.
Tato's going into knights. I mean, he's only seen skirmishers from
Yeah.
Hera, but Hera's going to spot that stable, and that's, you know how important that is.
Yeah. Plus Hera's like, okay, you're Koreans. Like, you
Yeah.
don't get bloodlines. That's fine for me. Remember, Hera also has his stone, Dave, so there's just one opening to his base right now. He's walled everything up. It's right through the gut. I think Hera's going to add a town center. And again, it's going to be defense, economy for Hera. Tatoh has to kill quickly.
It was kind of cool there because the church bell outside rang at exactly the moment that Hera
I
got
did
up
hear
to the
that. Wait, I thought it was a new sound effect.
I kind of thought like he rang the town bell or
Yeah,
something.
right?
We have town bell IRL as, that rhymed. That sounded really good.
You're amazing.
Yeah, I should make a shirt with that.
Yeah, you
Check
should.
out my merch. As we have Hera cleaning up the remnants of Tato's army over there. Now Tatoh going for the long loop around, but once again, he's going to run into that house wall, and he's going to run into that TC.
The odds are just so stacked against
Yeah.
Tatoh right now. Like, there's a reason Vikings were picked as frequently, were banned as frequently throughout the Red Bull Wololos, and now you've got handcart working for you, which is insane, and Tatoh doesn't even have wheelbarrow, and Hera has the villager lead and has the TC lead. So if
Yep.
Tatoh doesn't get in, if Tatoh doesn't do significant amount of damage over the next 2 minutes, I think that Hera is going to be in a great position to close this one
Yeah,
out.
and I think Siege Workshop might have been the play here. You were asking
Yeah.
ballistics or Siege Workshop.
Yeah.
He's gone for ballistics, but he's just going to bounce off the walls here. He's not going to be able to do much against these skirmishers. If he had a Siege Workshop here, potential mangonel out on the field and pushes those skirmishers back. But now he can't get in, and he can't stop Hera getting in.
Also, one knight without
There it
upgrades will die to skirmishers.
Oh, yeah.
Tato's got to make this Siege Workshop so far back. Hera, good micro here with his skirms. He's actually got decent enough numbers to kill some crossbows. He'll be making more. I think we're starting to see Tatoh crumble here, Dave, as he's got skirms in his base.
This is called the Vikings getting in your head, as Tato's like, I need to do damage, I need to do
Yeah.
damage, but Hera is going to do so much damage to the back of his base. Just running in here with the skirmishers, those villagers are all dead.
Oh, and he added a Scorpion. Like, I feel like a Magna would have been
Yeah,
better
yeah,
because
look,
the Scorpion's
Scorpion
going to
just
go
goes down. Yep.
And great recognition from Hera to realize the situation. Now the villagers are fighting back.
Yep.
Not quite the Burgundians here, Tatoh, so I don't think the revolution's going to work for you. And Hera, what more can we say except typical from him?
Yep,
Good
he judged
eco,
it. He
good
judged it
defense.
perfectly.
Yeah.
You said there might be an opportunity for Tatoh to do damage, and Hera just stalled him out on the front as Tato's, trying to kill a few villagers here with the skirmishers chasing. Hera stalled him out so much on the front, gave himself time to get to the castle age, and then came back across with skirmishers, and Tatoh is just struggling big time here.
Typical. 56 villagers for Hera,
Yeah.
36 for
Yeah.
Tatoh. So Tato's going to try and micro here and show us what he's got, but he's not going to have a real counterattack, Dave. And, okay. Whoa, amazing shot. We all saw that, and it was exciting.
Dude, that was Pog.
Yeah, and now it's 71 population versus 52. Kind of bad if you kill 15 units.
Yep, and your opponent has wheelbarrow and handcart, by the way.
It's just so sick.
It's very, very demoralizing when you're playing against them, and you have to wonder what Tatoh had to suspect Hera was going Vikings. You have to wonder what the plan was with Koreans here.
This is what bothers me. Okay, he had Mayans, Aztecs, and Koreans.
Mm-hmm.
If he loses this game, there's only one more game.
Yep.
So he's going to play with Mayans or Aztecs, and then one of them is going to go to bed without playing today.
Yep.
Like, to me, losing with Koreans now looks very silly because of the dominance of Mayans and Aztecs, and especially on a map like this, where we know that Mayans can compete and Aztecs can compete. So I think I know what Tatoh was going for. And we've got 68 villagers for Hera, 40 for Tatoh, and we're just, I think, going to have to see if Tatoh can just snowball a siege at this point. We'll see if Hera falls back to his own defensive siege, Dave.
I like the mental image of Krazzini telling a civilization to go to bed. Okay, Aztecs, bedtime. Go.
He probably does. He's an admin. He probably does.
Power hungry.
Yeah, it's probably what he says.
Yeah, this seems over to me.
Well, okay, so there is a chance because Hera was very late to the defensive siege. So he's just now adding the siege workshop. He doesn't have a mango on the way yet. There it is. And Tatoh has 2. So I mean, the previous game definitely wasn't stellar micro from Hera. If he overextends and loses his army, all of a sudden, then maybe Tatoh could snowball it. But I think we've just seen this story so many times.
Yeah.
That we know what should happen next.
Hera's in autopilot right now. He's even taking in relics.
Yeah.
Like, he's just doing all the right things currently, and Tatoh can't find a way to do damage here. He's got 2 mangonels, though, so he could potentially force Hera into some drastic measures to save that TC, but I think Hera can just safely repair that from behind and then hope for some better shots than last game as Tatoh continues the good mangonel micro. Good attention to detail here as he had 2 armies to control and still managed to get that shot off.
Yeah, $100,000 prize pool. No surprise to see Tatoh fighting on here. You have to make your opponent earn the victory. And Hera's, he's about to, well, he's repairing a TC currently, and he goes for a shot. Doesn't get the kill yet. Similar army numbers still, and Tatoh, ooh, nice hit there. You can get one more shot here, Dave. Fire to the side. Oh, okay, never mind.
He was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. As he's hitting that TC, and Tatoh now with a second TC of his own, as Mapu points out there. But Hera just repairing behind and building up his military numbers. Maybe he can hit this military from Tatoh from behind at some point.
Look at that. Tatoh debating on diving under. Hera
bold.
deleted the farms and going for some walls there. I think that was pretty good.
Hera's
move
also
there.
on stone too, so he should have a castle up pretty soon.
Yeah, Tatoh might be considering some guard towers. Actually, I think we see villagers on the left making some guard tower. Oh, big shot, maybe. Oh, Hera dodges.
So a lot of you might be wondering, why is he making a guard tower there? It's not denying any resources. He's trying to create a position that he can push forward with, that he can fall back to if he's against this mangonel army. And Hera managing to dodge that shot, and he's going to get it from Tatoh with the delete.
Though. The skirms, though. A lot of those skirms went down there at the same time. Unfortunately, it's 22 military versus 15, which is very similar to before, but it's now 95 villagers versus 49. Listen, if this was a ranked game and this was possible, Hera would be in queue for the next game right now.
Yep. Koreans coming forward with the guard towers. Obviously, the guard tower research is now free, or it has always been free, not now free. And Hera going for a defensive castle. Tatoh, the first, I'd say, real raiding he's been able to do this game, other than picking off a few at the front. It comes in behind, but Hera's ready. He's tracked that entire army. He's got the skirmishers back there. The skirmishers from Tatoh trying to deny that castle. I don't think he can with the TC.
Dude, the woodlines are such a problem for Hera right now. Like, if that castle doesn't go up and then Tatoh stays on the woodlines on the right as well, there's still maybe a chance. It would still be a monumental throw, in my opinion. But Tatoh is making Hera fight in this series. This is crazy.
Yeah. Good mangonel micro there from Hera to take that one out. And of course, Tatoh is going to clear it up. And Tatoh is attempting to go for another guard tower there. I think Tatoh has recognized that Hera's woodlines are trash.
I agree.
Because he's looking for map control at the moment. He's got towers on both sides now. He's taking control of that stone and the gold forward. And he's trying to outlast Hera. But I mean, Hera is 50 villagers ahead of him right now, so he should be able to push this back, even if Tatoh gets guard towers all across the map.
I mean, okay, so at this point, this is just bonus content, right?
Yeah.
Most people expect with this type of a lead that Hera's going to get the win. But we have been saying that for 5 minutes, so let's see if Hera will actually be able to push out across the map. I love the castle position there as it gives him access to the wood. Of course, he can make siege and get ranged upgrades, but another big shot from Tatoh there on these skirmishers.
Yeah, what was the Geo boot camp just like mangonel micro? It kind of feels like it, doesn't it?
Daut was probably teaching them micro all week, and that's why we're seeing some big shots here.
I'm looking at Daut. He's just kind of nodding his head. No, he's shaking his head. Oh, okay.
I think he's shaking his head.
He doesn't teach anything. Yeah, he doesn't teach any of his secrets.
I think he's very unhappy with us.
I think he's just unhappy in general.
I don't think Daut heard that. Anyways, back to the game here. Back to the game as Hera is here trying to get wood. He still can't get wood comfortably. This is crazy. And Dave, even if Tatoh, no way. Hold the phone. Is Tatoh going to try and build a castle there? Don't build a castle there, Tatoh. Don't do it.
I think he's going to delete that. That flag on the siege workshop is so intimidating.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a really bad idea because of the siege, but also because he sees now that Hera is an imp, but somehow Tatoh is still alive here. Hera's trying to put the Imperial Age into effect now as he's getting chemistry and bracer.
This is just
crazy.
The Tatoh showing that the best defense is truly a good offense here, as he's kept Hera pinned. He hasn't been raided since that first skirmisher army came in, right? So Hera's villager count is kind of stalled out around 100, and Tato's still keeps coming up. He just needs about 10 more minutes to really get back into this game,
Yeah, I really think this will be a good confidence boost for Tatoh as well. Like, even if Hera ends up pushing him back, Tatoh would not go away quietly, and yeah, there we see the inevitable GG. As we will move on to game number 3, everyone was thinking that we might go there, Dave. And you know what? We kind of already summed it up 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. It is all down to the economy, and there's Hera, and he's ready to regroup and prepare himself for the final home map, or the only home map for Tatoh, excuse me, in the final game.
Can I just shout out the like stained glass patterns behind them?
It's not bad.
It's so cool, isn't it? That whole room is just set up so beautifully. Once again, shout out to Red Bull and the production team and everyone else involved. I have to be nice to them so they be nice to me and make me look good. Speaking of looking good, we are back with you guys, and we're heading into game number 3 here.
So game 3 is Aftermath, Dave.
Which
Game 3
is
Aftermath.
I think it's, you could say Aftermath is a question mark. I think a lot of players don't like it. Some players have come up with strategies for it. There are questions around the resource allocation from the trade workshops in the middle, maybe a little bit too high, but I'm sure Tato's practiced a ton of stuff on this map.
He has, but has he practiced any of it with Aztecs and Mayans? It's not shown here on the scene, but for the viewers that missed game 1 and game 2, Hera has played with Vikings, and Hera has played with Ethiopians, so he has Khmer and Franks remaining. And then Tatoh, he has Aztecs and Mayans remaining after Sicilians and Koreans were played. So the way the map is situated is you've got some trade workshops out there, and you need to control them. If you control the trade workshops, it gives you a trickle of resources. It's a bit like a Feitoria, except it doesn't take up any population space, so it's even stronger than a Feitoria. And again, I hope that I'm going to look back at this and say, wow, Tatoh proved me wrong. But what's so tricky here is those trade workshops are in the center of the map. You need mobility, and he does not have a civ that can make a stable.
And you know what I think happened here, which might be a 5-head snipe from Hera on Cumans? I think Tatoh picked Aztecs, Mayans, hoping that Hera would ban one of those or snipe one of those. And Hera looked at the maps that Tatoh had. He saw Aftermath, he saw Cumans, and he sniped it. And he's thinking, okay, the same things along the lines of your thinking. Mesociv, Aftermath, seems like I have an advantage.
Especially because Tatoh picked it as a home map. But if that's a 5-head play, again, they sniped it before the civs were actually picked. Or sorry, they sniped it before the games were actually played is what I meant to say. So I feel like it's negative 5-head to have Mayans and Aztecs remaining at the very end here. Like, play Aztecs on the previous maps, then have Sicilians available. I don't know. I'm curious. I think that Hera's going to have the edge. He has the perfect civilizations, Khmer and Franks, and we know he loves those civs. Game number 3 here.
Game number 3 of a really intense set so far. I'm not going to lie. I'm really satisfied with the quality of games so far. It's been very, very good as we see Tatoh opening up with an archery range there, and Hera, no surprise, opening up with the stable. He wants to get control of those trade workshops as soon as possible. Tato's going to grab the one in the south. Looks like Hera already has the one in the north, and the eagle from Tatoh just making its way over there now.
Yeah. So it's a little bit deceiving. There's obviously villagers bringing in resources as well, but these things are strong. They are worth fighting for. And this is what's tricky about the map. Hera got the first hit there in that spear engage. So if it's just one spearman versus one spearman, Hera's going to take control of that one as well. And we're seeing the weakness of Mayans here, Dave. We're seeing the weakness of Mayans. It baffles me, truthfully.
And remember, guys, that these trade workshops give resources. If you look at the resources in the top, you kind of see trickles coming in one at a time. Villagers don't drop off one at a time. So every time you see that, it's the income from the trade workshops. And if you think, oh, that's not that much, you know, in comparison to what they have in the bank. These are pro players where losing one villager is like the end of the world.
Yeah,
So
yeah, exactly.
it's a huge deal to get those resources, and players are going to fight to the death for control of these trade workshops.
All right, Tatoh definitely going to have to change his game plan here. He's walling right now. Scouts from Hera moving on from the workshop. It looks like Tatoh has taken the one in the north. And okay, he's got an archer and some spearmen there. That should be pretty safe for a while. And now Tatoh is probably, oh, he's done the same thing in the north. You know what? I mean, that's a pretty hard army to kill. Hera kind of needs to make archers to deal with that.
It is, and he knows he was only going to send scouts here. I mean, even if that spearman comes along, he's got to hope for good initial hits from the scouts. He's going to engage the spearman with the spearman of his own. That's a really smart play there from Hera. He's getting a couple hits on the spear before it turns around on his scouts, and he's going to have all three alive, controlling that northern trade workshop, hitting Tatoh on the gold here. But remember, Tatoh still controls that southern trade workshop.
Yeah, just to step away from the trade workshop aspect for a moment, obviously it's still important. I feel like if Mayans are able to get to crossbow and pikemen, it is an issue for the Franks in the mid game. So usually with Franks, it's about getting ahead, getting some knights out before they mass the numbers, and controlling the game with the speed. And Hera, with an outpost here on the left, let's see what his speed's going to be like for some damage control. He cannot engage that right now, and he hasn't reacted yet, Dave. That could go right into that wood line.
Yeah, Tato's making his way past that outpost. Why is the outpost even here at this point? I mean, there we go. He engages with the villagers. I guess he thought it wasn't a threat, but it is. One villager's going to go down there. Hera's trying to take is trying to take the northern siege workshop from Hera, and Hera traps him. Hera walls him in here with this army. It wasn't much of an army at the end, but style points to Hera, and maybe some confidence there as he traps all of that forward military.
That's huge. Like, the scouts would take a very poor engagement to clear that up if the spearmen were there. But because the spearmen were separated from the archers as both go up to Castle Age, Hera, he limits the damage there. But he did lose 2. Tatoh hasn't lost any. And we see similar things for Tatoh as he comes over here with another spearman and some archers, but I just don't think he has enough right now, Dave.
Yeah. Do you switch into eagles here?
Nope.
You go crossbow pike?
Yeah. You go eagle. I think he already has the momentum. As you can see, this is what tends to happen in this type of a matchup. The scouts are going to matter so much more right now, and I guess it depends on his archer numbers as well. It looks like he's still trying to make archers here, Tatoh.
Yeah, do you still go crossbow pike now that you've lost?
What else you do?
Whole archer army?
What else you do? I'm genuinely, like, there have been situations over the years where drafts have tilted me, and I'm genuinely so disappointed.
2 barracks, by the way.
And I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, 2 barracks, Dave. Now, it is really hard to stop Mayans if they get going, and you've been saying Mayan privilege for about 6 years now. Even if they fall behind, which Tatoh hasn't quite yet with economy, they could be very strong. And Tato's been sneaky here, Dave. A few spearmen, a few archers, forcing a tower out of Hera at Hera's base.
I think the trade workshop really helps with eagle production as well. Even just that limited amount of res, it means you can keep your TCs running a little bit longer, get some more eagles out onto the field. I like that tower from Hera. Defending the backside, he knows that Tato's back around there, and he just wants to secure that area. And once again, Tato's been so good about taking these things back.
He's been consistent with his army, He's been real consistent. I mean, the KD isn't the prettiest for him, but his units are cheaper, and he's getting crossbow, he's getting bodkin, he's going to be on Hera's woodline, plus he has 2 trade workshops. So as I said, Mayans are just the best civ on this map.
Well, there's the crossbow pike you were talking about. Maybe a little bit of a compromise for both of us.
I mean, I actually think eagles are very strong, but not when you need to get a lead, right? I think that eagles are great to maybe finish the game off in this situation. And Tatoh, I talked to him at dinner the other day. I said, Tatoh, you're just amazing with how sneaky you are with your armies. And I expected a lot more from him. He was just like, well, thanks. He's like, thanks, I tried. And that's what he's doing here, Dave. Hera's got really strong army, but Tatoh is being annoying. He's sitting behind that woodline right now, forcing reactions from Hera.
And there are the knights from Hera. And Hera, you know, with a couple more knights could probably clear this up, but he's got to decide, like, do I want to give up all that HP? Do I want to weaken my knights? Is that army back there really doing that much damage? It's a difficult decision, and he's opted to go for that trade workshop, which Tatoh took back again, both of them.
This is nuts.
Yeah.
Hera's got to be thinking, how did I get caught in a community game here? What is this? Like, I would never play this in a million years, but Tatoh picked it for a reason. And Hera, I think, making a good choice, kind of giving up the woodline focus and going to take this away from Tatoh.
Yep, and there's the knight getting weakened that I talked about, but Hera not even going to lose that knight, going to take back the trade workshop again. That'll really help with the knight production. Scouting everything as well. He's got 2 scouts on the go and still can't take that wood line at the back. I wonder if Tatoh loops around to that left-hand side now.
Hera, not on the biggest clock, but he did make a tower, so he cannot afford a second TC. And what's difficult for Franks is their transition from late castle to imp if they don't have a lead. Halberdier is so cheap compared to Cavalier and upgrades, and it also is so much faster. So I do think that Hera has to get some damage in here, or at least expand his economy. Tatoh has tons of military on the field.
Yeah, and there's Hera taking another trade workshop as Tatoh comes in with an army that feels like it can't be countered.
Right now.
Right now in Hera's base. He's going to need some siege or maybe a lot more knights to deal with this. That's a ton of pikemen.
Wow.
And now Tatoh is just sitting on that zone and more importantly, sitting on all these farms over here.
I know this isn't the most popular map out there for viewers. Some will love it, some will hate it. But this is a great game.
Yep.
Hera loses some of his eco at home, but in return he has the workshops. It's back and forth, and that's a lot of knights for Hera. He could actually consider taking this fight.
That's a lot of pikemen too, though. It's like, oh, but that's a bad first engagement there from Tatoh. He just kind of runs his units right into the knights, maybe looked away at the last second, and the pikemen not dealing too much damage to the knights. They kind of stalled out there. Now all the crossbows are going to die, and that army from Hera is going to make its way right across the map to Tato's eco. So very bad stuff there for Tatoh. Just one little misclick can cost you a fight like that.
Well, the other thing is Hera can decide when he wants to fight. At lower levels, the pikemen are terrifying, but Hera can simply run away with knights. And I encourage viewers to constantly, throughout this tournament, look at the value at the bottom right. That is how many resources the army composition costs. And even though Hera has had less in the way of numbers, he's had the higher value military.
Ooh, the crossbows are kind of out of position here if Hera decides to dive. And it looks like he might be doing that right now as Tatoh is heading across the map. Not too many pikemen near these crossbows. A couple of those knights are weak though, so maybe Tatoh has a chance
plus the hill.
to clear this up. Yeah, and here come the pikemen now. Hera needs to probably get out of here.
Can't tell if that's still worth it for Hera. I feel like it's not. And I just said that he would run away from any bad fight. And then again, it's decent kills, but I guess they both lost similar
While that's
numbers.
going on, Tatoh once again taking back the trade workshop.
Yeah, he's had that one for a bit. Hera's going to lose that knight. Hera runs away. I think Tatoh will now go down to the one in the south. And Hera with some weak knights there, but getting some value out of him.
And is that it? That's a third barracks, so maybe we're going to be seeing, or no, that's an archer range, sorry.
It's all right. They look the same.
Fourth archer range, though.
I mean, he did just get ballistics, and clearly he doesn't have as much faith in the pikemen, so here he comes, and we have ourselves a close game. Hera, he's going to expand to that second town center now, so we'll probably see him rely more and more on the farming eco that the Franks have. And Tatoh, I'd still say is going to have an issue with mobility, but he does have almost triple the military numbers, so if he can find a position to sit at with those crossbows, Hera doesn't have any siege yet.
Yeah, Hera taking back that one at the top. As we get deeper into the game, these matter, I think, less and less than in the early game, but they're still very nice to have that resource trickle coming in. And here's another army from Tatoh heading in. Not too many pikemen attached to those crossbows, though.
You know, there is an issue here. I still don't like 15 crossbows. If it's 25, I'm liking it a whole lot more. And he's going to have to send more forward. You see that army from Hera? Watch this. Let's see if he looks for the reinforcements, guys. This would be perfect for Hera. Now, whether he's going for the raid.
He's going for the gold.
He is going for the raid, Dave. This is good as well, but Tatoh notices it. And there's the army, but Hera not thinking he has enough to fight it. This is an amazing game to end this series.
Yeah, this is a chess match right here. Both players realize the important spots on the map. You know, they're looking at the trade workshops. Tato's looking at that back wood line from Hera and those farms. He's been there a couple times. Hera is looking at that forward gold, or forward-ish gold from Tatoh, and the reinforcements coming across the field. And both players just kind of dancing around each other at the moment.
Will Hera take a bad fight? Because he gets to decide. He gets to decide where he is faster than Tatoh can. And Hera's going to take a good fight here. And Tatoh losing precious numbers.
Yeah, sending everything for that the northern thing. Yeah, I needed to send 40 units up there.
And then you can't even sit there.
Yeah, psych. Yeah, this is the mobility coming into play that you were talking about, right? Hera can choose where he wants to fight, and obviously he doesn't want to fight up there. And it's going to take Tatoh 40 years to get back across the map if he wants to send those units back in defense.
If he can, it's a little risky too, but if he can maybe loop around that TC, I feel like there's damage to be done there. Tatoh doesn't want to be cut off from his reinforcements that much though.
Yep.
As Hera hasn't done much more damage, and it's just like Hera's making so many knights.
Yep. And Hera's booming behind this too in typical Hera fashion, right? He's got 3 TCs now. Yeah. You were concerned that he only had 1 TC at a moment earlier in the game to sustain the knights, but he's got 3 now. He's got a decent economy, 70 villagers to 63. Tatoh attempting a conversion, but doesn't have enough crossbows back there. He's going to lose those.
Yeah, the knights are just stronger, Dave. That's the difference here. Knights are just stronger, and good players are going to be able to take their positions, and Hera's economy is getting stronger. Of course, Tatoh does have the trade workshops, and that's great, but 72 eco over 65, and Hera controlling the pace of the game as he does lose a knight to a conversion. Maybe losing a few knights here. I'm curious, though, will Tatoh be able to imp quickly? That's always the danger when you're up against Mayans.
Yeah,
if they get to Arbalest.
The thing with this is, like, if you imp quickly, number one, where's the push happening for Tatoh? Is it right down the middle? And if so, you're going to need some siege to complement it. And how are you going to get the villagers forward if Hera's just running around with knights?
Yep. It's almost as if you picked a civ that had stables, you would not have this problem. Or even cav archers. Doubt's probably over there like, yeah, man, should have gone CA. But Dave, Hera's done such a great job at this. He's even on stone right now thinking about a future castle. There is a hole there, I believe, next to the lumber camp. Let's see. And Tatoh blocks it off. That was beautiful. That would have been game over right there.
Man, the players today
There's
have
another
been
one. There's another one.
so
There's another
good
one.
with the quick walls. It's in. He's in, and maybe he can get a wall to trap the knights in there. All those villagers are going to die anyway. Maybe you could have trapped them and shot them with the crossbows, but no dice for Tatoh. He's going to lose his entire wood line, and Hera ahead by 20 villagers now, Tristan.
He can run away. He doesn't even lose his entire army. That's the thing. Oh, he sees a few more villagers, says, thank you very much, I'll take that. And now Tato's desperate.
Desperation mode.
So he's gonna have to run back here, which I think is a good move for him to try and win. We'll see, though. There is 52 military for Tatoh. There is.
I've been looking at that number, man, and it's getting closer to the villager number. It's starting to balance out here. He's also been housed quite a few times this game.
Well, he just lost 20 pops, so that's going to help.
Yeah, that's the MBL strategy, right?
It's funny, he got wheelbarrow, I believe, when he was housed as well. And Hera's going to try and trap this army in with some markets.
Market wall.
Market wall.
Very Hera-esque.
Yeah,
as he's got the knights behind.
Wow, that was so well done.
Yeah.
So patient. And he had to plan ahead for that. Villagers are not very fast right now.
Yeah, and I think Tatoh is starting to realize I gave it a good run, but once again, it's going to be Hera stopping me here. Maybe I can get something done with this big ball of crossbows. Doesn't have the resources to click up to the next stage, though.
Look at the value. 4,000 resources put into Hera's army and 2,700 resources put into
Knights are kind of good.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Especially when it's an open map. Archers have been very dominant in this tournament, but that's on the closed maps where you're fighting in 1 or 2 positions, not in 6 or 7. And I think Hera's been in this situation before, and he's just going to wait and pounce. He is hungry for some crossbow kills.
Yeah, and it's not even like you can mix in that many pikes with this army either, because like we said before, Hera's just going to run circles around you.
Yeah.
If you want to go on the attack, you need pikes with your crossbows, but you also need them in defense at home, and if you have them in either places, Hera does not have to engage.
It's honestly so annoying to watch what's happening to Tatoh right now because he has so much army, and he's like, fight me, you coward, come on. And Hera's like, yeah, sorry, not going to do that.
This ball of crossbows, I think, has been in the middle of the map, it's been in the south of the map, it's been home for defense, and it'll be in the graveyard soon if he stays out here. But good micro there from Tatoh, kind of working his way towards that wood line, and he gave Hera the impression that I was going to sit in that choke point and you'll lose so many knights that you need to back off.
Okay, knights do cost a lot more food and gold.
Nice pikemen.
And Tatoh is imping. Is there a chance here? Down 40.
How much stone does he have? There's the castle from you know what? You know what, though?
Oh, I do not want to watch this.
There's a way to throw this game if you're in Hera's position. There is a way, and I think we're looking at it right now if he takes a bad engagement, but he does have the knights, and he's looping around behind. That's such great positioning from him, and the mangonels are coming. That was a huge shot by the mangonel. Another mangonel shot. He goes for the delete, but it doesn't work. But there's so many knights, Tristan, and they're going to push back these crossbows. The castle will go up on that hill right right over the production buildings from Tatoh. And a second castle. Frank privilege coming into play right here with the cheap castles for Hera.
Tato's dead. Unfortunately, Tato's dead. He's going to arrive to Imp. He's not going to have the army numbers. The timing has been correct from Hera. Was able to delay the siege earlier and went for eco. Use that mobility as we've been talking about.
Nice little garrison, ungarrison. You know, the getaway trick, the great escape from Tatoh. It's not going to do anything.
I would prefer to just dive on the crossbows so I don't have to, be running around on 10 HP until the eventual inevitable. But what a performance from Hera here, Dave. He just made it look so easy on a map that, of course, he probably doesn't love.
It didn't look easy to me. I don't know, man. I don't know. Tatoh looked like he put up a hell of a fight here. I mean, think about all the damage he was doing early. He was in Hera's woodline. He controlled both of the siege, not siege workshops, sorry, trade workshops on both sides, and he's still not giving up.
Yeah, Tato's still not giving up. I mean, we saw how long he fought on in game number 2.
Yep.
But
he's in the woodline too.
Unfortunately, this is not going to be a best of 5 for him.
Another castle.
Yeah. Someone said a few months ago to me that playing Franks is like playing AoE for dummies, and I don't mean to call out considerable amounts of people who are watching, but like what they're good at is very simple. You just make knights, make farms, and make castles because they're so cheap, and you can dominate with that. Very rarely do you need to switch into anything else with the Civ because it's so good at it. We saw counter units, we saw monks, we saw pikemen, we saw a lot of crossbows from Mayans, and guess what? Hera's still all over.
Look at Tatoh still fighting back. He's going to deny that. I mean, that castle was never going up.
That's a little over-ambitious there. 2 villagers building the castle. I mean, Hera needs... The only way Tatoh comes back is if that army there has a huge counter, and Hera's just like, well, if you're going to send your army forward, I'll go to your base. But I think he either needs to start diving TCs, or he needs to find that army and kill it. Still producing a lot of knights right now, so he's staying all in Castle Age.
Yeah, defensive castle at home now for Hera. I mean, where isn't he going to put a castle at this point?
He has 24 on stone.
He does.
He has more on stone than gold. So, yeah. He has half of his villagers on stone. Tatoh has 48 villagers, so Hera has half of that on stone.
Hera's looking at Tatoh right now and is like, you dare to pick a map with the same name as my esports team? You dare?
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, I just looking at Tatoh, hoping to do damage everywhere he goes. He might find a few villagers, Dave, but there's no way he can kill the amount he needs to. I mean, maybe if Hera somehow doesn't have gold, because if you don't have gold with Franks in this position, you're kind of stuck. But I'm just waiting for the TCs to start going down in Tato's base.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have Arbalest yet. That's how bad his eco is.
No, he got Bracer and he's got chemistry now.
Well, are we going to see guard tower defense from Hera? I think so. He has the university. Yeah. He's going to take that TC out, finish the castle.
Yeah, you can just go all in Castle Age here as Hera. Just spam knights and raid the eco. I mean, look at Tato's villagers.
Taking out farms right now?
Yep.
That's great. 92 pop for Tatoh. Has a lot of fight in him. Obviously, this is Swiss system, so if he loses this best of 3, he'll still be able to use that fight moving on, but runs into a TC, didn't know the castle was there. Oh, looking bad, man. I think at this point, Hera's next wave of knights could probably clear that. He does have a lot in the field right now. Hera's making a trade cart. Do you see that? Oh, no, he canceled it. Never mind.
Okay.
If you didn't see it.
I didn't see it. I was very excited, though.
Yeah. It's
trade workshops, trade carts.
Lots of trade.
Yep.
So, Dave, how's your day going?
I don't know what to say now.
How's your day going?
I literally just looked at you at the same moment like, I don't know what else we can say here. I mean, it seems kind of done.
Oh.
Nice shot, though.
We ruined the hype before the big moment. That's the problem.
You ruined the hype before the big moment.
You thought it. I said it.
Yep.
Tatoh is still going to fight on there. He denies a tower. Hera maybe doesn't know how much guard tower costs or something. Hera still isn't on the way to him. Hera now has less than 30 on food. Hera has the stone for castle number 6,000.
Yep.
What? Is Tatoh?
The villager difference is under 100.
Like, Tato's actually staying alive in this game somehow.
For a limited time only.
Yes.
He's got a castle in every single area that he can walk, and he's got no siege to take it down. So.
Rip obsidian arrows, am I right? If he had obsidian arrows, he'd be all over those castles. Gone but not forgotten, that tech.
Yeah. Okay, so Arbalists are going to find their way if you scoot along the wood line just out of range of that castle, you can make your way across the middle of the map and run into the TCs from Hera here.
Does Hera know guard tower exists? Do Franks not get it, or did he just not?
No, they
click
get it. Yeah, they get it.
Yeah, I thought they did. Like, what is this? He's made like 6 or 7 towers.
Well, the watchtowers worked. I mean, they chased them away.
Okay.
I think at this point, Hera's fine with the Arbalest sitting there as long as Tatoh loses some military numbers. I mean, he knows he doesn't have the economy to really keep it up.
I agree. I just want to see guard tower.
I think Tatoh resigns in a minute and 40 seconds.
You want to make a bet? I think he makes. I think he resigns.
The problem with making bets with you is that we're in person here, so I actually have to pay up.
It's all right. I backed out. I made a bold prediction that we wouldn't see polls at all in this tournament.
Yeah.
And said I'd make a bet, and Nilly immediately called my bluff, and I backed out. I was too much of a wuss, so he knows things I don't apparently.
I think he called your bluff, and then I looked at you, and I said, "Well, Barles is here."
It's true.
And then you just had such a look of disdain. I'd never seen it before.
Sorry. You've changed.
Yeah.
52 army for Tatoh, but the theme has been that his army is just not going to be as strong. The value's still sky high for Hera, and at this point, Hera just delaying until he can get his upgrades. However, he is choosing to fight here. I feel like this is because he's so far ahead. He could just wait another 30 seconds, but he's going to take out this army, probably make more. I didn't really count, to be honest, but I know he's going to kill it. I think Tatoh probably calls the GG when Imp comes in, because he realizes the situation.
Yeah. Tato's given this a hell of a fight.
Yeah,
like,
seriously.
let's give so much respect to Tatoh here. And his early game was really good. And then Hera just, Hera got to the stage of the game, as we see Tatoh calling the GG. Hera got to the stage of the game where Mayans just don't really have an answer to Frank Knights running around. Think about, there is no Dark Age in Empire Wars. Jesus, Tristan, come on, man.
You know what I meant.
But, in the early stages of the game, it looked really good for Tatoh. He had both of those trade workshops. He was in the wood line from Hera. And he just got to a stage in Castle Age where the Knights could use their mobility, and Hera really, really punished them.
Was this the case? And I know we've talked about this before. Obviously, very close set. But was this the case of maybe Tatoh being too tricky? Because if you saw game 1, he clearly can outpace Hera and outplay Hera.
I don't think he expected Hera to snipe humans.
Okay.
And I think that's what went wrong there, because like Sicilians were a great pick on
humans would have been fantastic there too. Yeah.
Anyway.
The final map. Yeah. Crazy. I loved it.
Great set. Probably best set of the day so far.
Yeah, I think lives up to the expectations here. And those players, of course, are going to be favorites in any set they have in the future. So we're going to send it over to the interview with Hera.
Thank you, guys. And Hera, congratulations once more on your win, man. Look, your series against Tatoh always seemed to deliver. I can remember Hidden Cup 4, Arabia Invitational today. What is it about Tato's style that seems to pose such a challenge to you?
I think he's just a really well-rounded, very strong player, and he felt very informed for this series. So we've had close sets in the past, and this one was very, very tough. Like one wrong step here and there, and that decided the series. So props to him. He needs to just continue what he's doing. He's gonna do well this tournament. He played really well.
Awesome. Listen, man, you're one of the most hardworking players in the community. I mean, you're such an active streamer, and that means that we as viewers got the privilege of enjoying you grow to the point where you're now an undisputed top 3 player. Was your preparation for this tournament one of the most intense ones yet?
It was quite nice. I actually tried to do something a little bit different for this tournament, and I practiced with a good amount of players, like more, I'd say a couple more than I usually would practice with. So I had, I think, a very nice diversity. Because all the maps need to be played, the nice settings in the group stage forces us to play different civs, different maps. I felt like I needed to play against a different set of styles, and yeah, it was very hard training, and I think it paid off.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, for the previous events, I believe Lierrey has been one of your biggest training partners, right? And considering you guys just recently reunited with the AM guys, I was kind of wondering if it was more of a team effort this time around, you know, with Nicov and MBL and Hart. So were those guys also involved in your preparation?
Yeah, I played a lot with Nicov as well. We did, I did partner up with a couple others away from AM as well, just to, like I said, get a little bit, different perspectives on the game and the civs. And I practiced a lot with the AM guys. I didn't play with MBL until we got here, though, so that was maybe that was a little unfortunate, but our times didn't line up. But I know he had a set of practices. But yeah, AM reuniting was pretty good for this tournament specifically.
Awesome, Hera. I wish you lots of luck for the next matches, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow, I believe.
Thank you very much.
Up to you, Riley.
Yes, well, welcome back to our analysis chamber here. Member nearly standing by after the action that we saw, and certainly a very exciting set, one of the longest sets. We've had some quick ones. Mem, you and I were talking about how blisteringly fast the day has been, but the players really put through their paces in that set there, nearly. Oh, Mem, sorry.
Yeah.
It's so easy. You look exactly the same. It's so easy to take apart. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, honestly, it has been like always. I mean, Tatoh put always a big threat for Hera. Now this time it was looking really nice because in the first game we have seen a civilization that dominated Ethiopians, one of the best overall. But then the Vikings is really a great one. And then in the last one I was really wondering if the Mayans could take over, but we saw the mobility with Franks and so on. And at the end again the Canadian beat the Spaniard one more time, Nille.
Yeah, it's been like what we've seen here, I guess, more so than the last couple of matches, the matches that you were casting, Nille, is a bit more back and forth, right? Like between the two players. This was more of a test for Hera, certainly, than what we've seen from some of the other ones here. I want to talk to you about game number 2. When we were talking about this, you described it as something almost of a civ win. Was this a match that was predetermined before the players even started? How much back and forth was going to be possible in this matchup here?
I was really confused by how take a look at again at some point, because that completely dictated how game number 2 would go. Game number 1, obviously great game, and we will have a highlight about that one, but it felt so weird because obviously we draw 5 civilizations for ourselves, right, and then snipe 1 civilization away from our opponent, and typically we draft best civilization first, weakest civilization that we will have last. And Tatoh decided to snipe civilization number 5, which was Tatars. So he must have been really scared of that. Maybe he had something prepared himself and then felt like, oh God, I don't want to run that strategy. And suddenly he goes into Runestones, most played map, into Vikings, best civilization probably on that map. And as we can see, typically the snipes there a bit earlier, Aztecs, Cumans, we see the X earlier, but Tatars pick number 5.
Yeah.
And there was that X, and that's really surprising. And that leaves Hera with such strong civilizations, right? Didn't even have to play Khmer. Franks delivered. Ethiopians pushed Sicilians to a strong test there. And Vikings, they are the best civilization for a reason. And if we look back in like Red Bull 2 or something, we had them included in 16 out of 16 sets.
Yeah.
Or 15 out of 15.
Yeah, something ridiculous. And I mean, it's interesting seeing that graphic there and seeing the order in which they were picked. And often you think, yeah, the sniper's going to go after that. And I guess that did contribute to the texture of game number 2, and it was a bit of an outlier in that sense there. Game number 3, however, certainly we saw a fair bit of action. I believe we've got some footage here. We're going to go back to game number 1 first and have a look at the mangonel duels. I mean, if there's one thing that gets the sparks flying here at events like these, it's just stanky mango shots. So I think we've got some images here of some of the most succulent mangonel work you're about to see.
And there's actually 2 things happening here. Hera moving out there to that woodline, I think relatively unforced. Yeah, your villagers were close to it, but you knew that the army was there. So actually beautiful mangonel micro happening here and big fight, but actually the strategic decision for Hera to force himself into the spot, questionable for me.
Look at this though, like just the mangoes trading blows and ultimately taking out like huge chunks of the opposing armies here. And this Mem was quite. How decisive was this moment? It was huge.
Mean, we were talking. Was close to Viper when we were there, and they were mentioning why he's putting the wood there. Why not going at the back? I mean, at that point he didn't explore at all the back area. He never went to the back. You never go to that area, you know. But I think we are already in game number 3.
Yeah, in game number 3 now. This was the fight that took place in. You can see it's taken place in a base here, and you know, we saw Hera pushing the castle age for a long time, relying on the natural strengths that the Franks have when it comes to things like knights and castles here. Tatoh just wasn't able to really keep pace with the aggression that Hera had, and ultimately the concession came once he realised that Hera was outstripping him both economically and militarily. When you're looking at fights like that, you know, how much of a signal is that for you as a player as to how the winds are changing? Because it took quite a while, admittedly, for Tatoh to finally throw in the towel.
Yeah, and this is a great scene that we just saw, because pound for pound, pikemen, crossbow beat knights, right? You just love to take the fight, and then you have the counter unit and a reasonable unit against it. But obviously the Knight player have the mobility, and as you saw, Tatoh was deep in the base of Hera there. But then what do? Do you camp there? If he controls the trade post, idling 8 villagers won't really help you that much. So he needed to find other damage. But then Hera has all the vision, and Tatoh, he moved, click moved there, and therefore army didn't really fight till they arrive at that point. And now some people say, why didn't he patrol? Well, if you patrol next to those buildings, the units will attack the buildings, and then you take an even worse fight.
Right, so we had a lot of factors coming into play there, but ultimately it was Hera that took out the 2-1 series there, and you know this was one of the most contested predictions amongst the casters. We were asked to make predictions about how we thought the sets and the series would go today. I believe we've got that view these images for you to have a look at and see exactly how things went, because the Hera Tatoh match is the one that I really want to talk about here. This is what's really interesting about this. Because Dave was the only one who decided it was going to go a different way. We're all united. I want to point out something. We're going to talk about these predictions a lot today or throughout the week. I want to point out that my name appears first. I was the first one to ask to make those predictions. I put it out. A lot of the other ones that came after, it's very similar. You know, I'm not saying that they copied the predictions that I made. I'm also not saying they didn't do that. You know, I obviously have an enormous, very wrinkled brain when it comes to making these predictions, so these obviously riding on my coattails. Anyway, Dave described it as a coin flip. Now that we've seen them play, Mem, what's your assessment of Dave's? What's your assessment of Dave's assessment?
I don't know why Dave. I mean, I don't know why Dave went for that prediction there, but it's true that anything can happen, and we saw that in that series. The problem is that in the last map, I think the mobility was so crucial, you know. And even if he was trying, he was in Imperial, he never got the castle, you know, so he couldn't do the job. Even if the game was longer than he probably should, he really never got a chance to get that game, you know. So, well, let's see what is.
But hey,
if that's a coin flip,
yeah.
In Canada they have to have some really weird coins.
The loonies are just like heavily weighted on one side, exactly right. Well, the good news for all of us, except Dave, is the fact that we're all a point up on him. So that's great. That's a great result for everyone here, and we're very happy with that. But we move our attention now, we turn our attention to our next game, which of course is taking place between Capoch and TheLord himself. It is Daut, a fan favourite. I know people will be very, very happy to see him getting amongst it. I want to get your perspectives. Ben, we'll start with you. These two players, very, very well-known, entrenched sort of players who've been around for a long time. Capoch returned to the game, Daut's been here forever. What are your perspective as we see two players of the old guard coming into to the modern age of Age of Empires?
Well, this is a classic, you know. Back in the days, they were both in Legion clan, you know. They were got a lot of battles back in the days, 20 years ago. It's a pleasure to have them here. Daut, I think, is favorite, you know, in this one.
Yep.
But Capoch, in this kind of map as well, he's also a hard worker and try hard. And it's going to be a series that probably is going to have, at least for today, the most fans there, because how many fans Daut got? A lot. But Capoch, all the American, South American people, I'm sure that they're cheering there. I'm not going to tell you who I'm cheering for.
No, because we're always strictly impartial.
But I can tell you in advance that I'm looking forward for this series the most of the day.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to see an incredible series, really.
I think we've got some stats here that we can have a look at. We can bring up and have a look at these two players. This was nearly something that you helped to organise here. So talk us through what we're looking at.
Well, I'm a bit proud of this. Actually, we did ask all the players, we did ask the casters to come up with some stats for those players. So they kind of agreed on it. Obviously, Daut tried to fight it, but in the end, we ended up with 4 out of 10 points here for macro and strategy. Obviously, he is incredibly strong. Capoch, more well-rounded, macro. We couldn't really see where he's stronger, where he's weaker. Strong in strategies. Obviously, take this into consideration. We are trying to compare the top 14 in the world right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like when this was passed to me, it's like obviously I'm a relative newcomer to Age of Empires. I'm still learning about the players. I'm still learning how to, you know, build lumber camps instead of mining camps next to tree lines. It's very difficult. I mean, you guys, second nature. For newcomers, it's a lot harder. But I looked at this, I'm like, why are you giving these people like 4? They're all 10, 11 out of, like, for me, it's like they're all like 4,000 out of 10. But, you know, again, it's a good point you make, Nearly. We're talking certainly in relative terms. But there are no relative terms when it comes to us talking about this match, because it is going to be a huge one. Daut versus Capoch, two of the old guard going head-to-head here in our feature match area, standing by, ready to walk you through our live draft, a special feature of the Red Bull Wololo 5 here at Heidelberg Castle, a live draft with both the players. And as I say, standing by to walk you through it, of course, in the caster booth, it is Dave and T90.
They threw you under the bus.
I wrote roll the dice on my prediction. I did not write Tatoh. Of course the production team puts Tatoh, and they sold me out, those two.
They were talking to the production.
Yeah.
They were in on it. I saw
Yeah,
it.
man, but I don't know what Dave was thinking. Anyway, next series, Capoch versus Daut. I said this is one of the ones I'm looking forward to. Mem said it's the one he's looking forward to most. Daut, probably the favorite coming in here, obviously winning Red Bull Wololo 3 in an upset victory against Lierrey, maybe the most emotional victory I've ever seen in my time. And Capoch, been making a name for himself in these events, arguably has one of the best games I've ever seen against MBL in a Red Bull event. So I'm interested to see what he can bring here. And we have the live draft going on pretty soon. These guys have been drafting for quite a long time, and they're old, and I can say that because I'm old. I'm gonna keep saying that. I'm allowed. So we'll see how they adapt to the live, draft table.
And let's clarify, they haven't been, well, maybe Capoch has been drafting a little less than most people, but drafting is actually relatively new to Age of Empires. Back then, they probably just played Huns for a decade, before things got
It's
switched
harder
up a
for
little
us to
bit,
change, Tristan.
I know.
Yeah.
Why do you act like you're that much older?
Because I'm ancient.
You're really not.
I
Compared
used to
to
be.
other people,
I used
compared
to
to
be
me,
as
you
tall
are.
as you. I used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of tall, these guys are massive. We're going to see them in a second, but these are some tall players.
Yeah. This castle was not built for Daut. This castle
He had
was
to duck
built for
underneath
Dave.
a 10-foot doorway.
Exactly. As we see the villagers assuming their positions behind the players here, and we see Krazini as well, looking intimidating as always. Daut approaching the table, and Capoch approaching the table as well. Daut is the higher seed coming into this.
I mean, he's Mr. Reliable. Before he won Red Bull Wololo 3, he was still always going to be qualifying, that type of player. Capoch, one of the ones that had an opportunity to come here. If you think about originally, he was definitely not on that list, and then the event got expanded. Capoch earned his right to be here based on previous results, but we're going to have Land Madness banned, and Daut clearly showing Capoch's ability to play fast. A lot of respect.
I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. I think there's been enough Daut disrespect thrown around here.
How did
4 out of 10 on a micro scale the players give him.
Oh, that?
Winged is picked.
What would you give him out of 10?
4.5.
Oh, so generous, Dave.
So we saw Wade banned there, I believe, right?
Yeah, Wade, and then you've got Winged was just picked, and now we have Sacred Springs for Daut. A map I know he loves that does get me excited for that Civ draft as well. I think that's going to be the first time we would see Sacred Springs potentially, and now we have Kawasan. So, okay, so the way this works, as I believe Capoch instantly banned there, is you have 2 picks for Daut because he's the highest seed, and then Capoch gets to pick which map he wants to play.
And Capoch is going to ban Enclosed as well.
Or actually, did I get the order wrong here? Does Daut pick another one?
Daut picks, I believe.
I guess he gets to pick one more, yeah. I got the order wrong, I
Yeah.
believe. Either way, whether I'm right or wrong, we'll clarify that in just a second.
There we go. There's the 2 maps right there. And now the competitor gets to choose what the player he's playing against has to play. So they're
Capoch
thinking,
is thinking.
Capoch.
Did you see how he put his hand there? It's like great presentation there.
Yep. He's a performer, man.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a little confused with the positioning of some of these maps. I might want to get clarification just so I can make sure I'm 100%, but they're going to write it down.
What map was that again that he just picked? Haboob.
Haboob.
Okay, and I'm glad to see that map back in the map pool. That's
Yeah,
a really, really entertaining one, and really close combat in that one as well. So both players just writing down what maps have been banned and what maps have been picked, and then we're going to head into the civilization stage here. Daut also trying to remember how to use a pen and a pencil. It's difficult in this digital age, you know?
It is very difficult. I don't know where to go without Notepad on another tab, you know? You know, what is interesting, and I don't know if you picked up on this, but the GL team has like a secret notebook, right? And so when the first draft was started, Viper was down, he's writing down all the Civs picks.
Oh, I know,
from
and
the
they won't let anyone see it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And then like it was on the table, and Barles went over to get a Red Bull, which was right next to
And
the
he's
book.
like, oh, no.
Yeah, and they were
Yeah.
like, get away from the book, Barles.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barles is like, I can feel the power from this book. This is crazy. So I don't know if Daut's been like back there. I mean, I'm sure he was back there talking to Viper and everyone else about the previous set, but also this one. There's some strategies that Gamer Legion have prepared for, certainly.
Yep. Let's go. I'm hyped for this set, man.
This is gonna be great.
Yeah, these two players.
You know
True
what's-
RTS masters, too.
Yeah.
If you think about their history, like Daut, one of the best players in Age of Empires history. It's been around forever. Capoch, not only successful in Age of Empires, but in other RTS games as well.
If you're a viewer right now, think about what you were doing 20 years ago. Just think about what you're doing. For me, I was, what, 8 years old? I have absolutely no clue. I was probably getting beat up on recess or something. But 20 years ago, these guys were sitting at a computer playing Age of Empires. The exact same thing they're about to do here for this series. So, I mean, it really says how strategic the game is, right?
Yep.
That this isn't a game where you necessarily have to be young and quick and fresh to the game. Obviously, it helps, a la like Lierrey and Hera.
No, but decision making
Decision-making
is a huge factor, and these two players prove it here. Not to say that they're slow, like they're still faster than 99.9% of all the players who've ever played the game. Magyars are going to be banned there
globally,
globally by Capoch. We've seen that a couple times actually. A lot of players not wanting to match up against.
Daut is really fast right now. Like Daut has already banned. There you go. Like Daut was.
Ethiopians
He came out real quick with the global ban, and then picked Indians first, which is definitely going to be for Sacred Springs if he can keep it.
Well, he knows the icon now that we taught him.
That's true. We did have to teach them.
Is that Aztecs? Yep. I'm going to be such a pro at icons by the time this is done, man. Map thumbnails and icons. I'm going to know them all.
I'm not trying to brag, but I think I know them all.
Okay.
Just saying.
That's
my call to greatness.
That's amazing, man. I'm really proud of you.
Rather hard to see that, but you can see the
Yeah,
text
and
on
we
it.
saw Britons for Capoch and now Huns for Daut. Daut is pretty beastly with Cav Archers. Like surprisingly so. He basically won Red Bull Wololo 3 with Cav Archers, and Huns are an excellent civ. And once again, from the GL players, we see Sicilians coming out.
I've seen it work, I've seen it not work. I think it all depends, but that civ has definitely not featured in a lot of Red Bulls before, so, or any Red Bulls. I don't think it was picked a single time.
No.
Previous one. We see Bulgarians for Capoch. That's a fun one to watch out for.
Bulgarians, and I believe we have winged here, right? So that might be a play there. And Incas as well, another kind of like sneakily strong Empire War civ, even if you play the meta, even without the armor in the feudal age now for the villagers, you can play the meta and succeed. And there's the Cumans now for Daut.
Is it Cumans or Cumans?
It's Cumans.
Is it though, or did you guys just decide it?
I'm just, you know what? When in doubt, no, that's
the wrong time for that.
When in doubt, just be 100% confident.
Okay.
It's Cumans.
We never
No,
got to
no,
talk
no,
as
no,
a
no,
team
no.
about
Byzantines now for Daut.
All right. Like how Poles is like 3 times as tall. The devs are like, hey,
Yeah, it's both the expansion civs. Yeah. Have you checked out these civs?
I would just love that to be on like some type of requirement list from Microsoft.
Just $19.99.
Oh god.
It's a great price.
And at this point, they're doing a bit more thinking. It gets a bit more complicated right now. You have an idea of how the players are going to want to play these maps, but it just comes down to that final pick, and we see Tatars there for Capoch.
Great civ. Great Empire War civ, Tatars. We've seen it in so many Wololo events ever since they got the changes done, especially like the free thumb ring is really, really nice.
That's the biggest one, yeah definitely.
Yep.
Okay, so
Right,
Cumans have
Cumans
been
sniped.
sniped here, and there will be a snipe for Daut as well. Kind of feel like you will fear Aztecs or Incas here. Yeah, I mean, he will get rid of Aztecs.
Yep.
All right, Dave. Well, this is...
Fairly
I was a little
standard.
skeptical about this process, but it's been pretty fun. I don't know about the
Yeah.
viewers at home. It looks nice. The presentation looks good, and the players also have been able to manage it. They, of course, have to write down in their notebooks, and Daut's like, what did we pick again? Okay. And
yeah, we're looking at that one. Okay, we're writing it down. Great. Okay. I love his banner, by the way, with the panda.
Yeah.
And look at Capoch's banner. It's so cool too. I hadn't seen that before.
he's even wearing his T-shirt. That's branding, right?
Yep.
there.
I think Vinchester's banner is the emblem of the Sal's clan that he was in for a long time as well. So I love the way that the art team here for the Wololo events has kind of incorporated everyone's particular flair. Like MBL has the boar, you know, Viper's got the snake, and it's just really cool. I wanted a beaver with a sword for Slam, but apparently that was unattainable. So there's the map draft. We have this beautiful graphic from our production team there. And it looks fairly standard, actually.
Yeah, so let's try and think about how we're going to match this up, right? Game one is Haboob. Okay, so game one Haboob, typically you see a lot of scouts. So I think for Daut, going Huns would feel very natural. For Capoch, while Tatars could also maybe justify going scouts, I feel as Bulgarians is the obvious pick for me. Moving along to that, let's say Winged, which is the home map of Capoch. Now this is where it's a little tricky, because we've also seen a lot of Bulgarians there. I'm thinking we're going to have something maybe like Incas there, maybe something like Britons there, Dave. And the final map for Daut, did you see it? Because it's not...
We had Haboob, we had Winged.
We're really good at this.
We're going to,
What's better, our face or the maps right now?
If you look really closely, you can see the map reflected in my head.
Guys, come on, help us out, please.
We're old, Tristan. Now you're old, too. Yeah.
They hear us, right? Did they go on first?
Anyway, let's talk about Haboob. I mean, it's a great map. There's a lot of aggression. Really, competitors really close to each other. Here we go, Sacred Springs.
Yeah, we talked about that, Sacred Springs.
Yeah, there we go. I already forgot.
Hey, there we go. And so that one's clear to me. Indians, for Daut, 100%. And so I almost feel like Indians are so strong there in some ways, and granted, this is kind of a dangerous outlook. You almost kind of expect to lose on Sacred Springs against Indians if you're Capoch.
Do you go Sacred Springs Indians, Haboob you go Huns, and then Winged you go Sicilians?
Which is what Tatoh did.
That seems really strong to me.
And then Byzantines just like to scare you away from going Bulgarians or something, I don't know.
So on Capoch's side, Haboob you go for...
It's a little trickier.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Out of all these maps, I do not see Britons as really jumping out at me, despite the early pick.
I have seen some Briton victories on Haboob, though.
Yeah,
if you get the mass, but it's tough. It's tough for sure. I mean, you want a civ with an early eco bonus. You want a civ that can make strong scouts if you need it, and you want a mobile civ basically.
So let's talk comparison of the players. Per Nilly's analysis, he said maybe Capoch more well-rounded, but Daut extremely good with the macro and strategic side. Does that affect how Capoch plays this? How do you, as a more well-rounded player, approach a player like Daut? Is there a certain mindset you have? Are you more aggressive? Are you more defensive? Do you try and like confuse him with
I think you just play your game, man. If you're Capoch, you know how good you are. You know the people you've beat. Capoch has taken games from every single person in this tournament. Now, has he taken them in big tournaments? Maybe not, but he's beaten them before on the ladder or whatnot. So he just needs to have confidence in himself, play his strategies that he's prepared, and that's the way you approach someone like Daut. Because Daut is just solid, right? So you need to be solid as well, and you need to create openings for yourself.
Okay, well, Capoch will give you guys some insight. We were able to sit him aside, excuse me, to talk to him just yesterday.
I usually go by the nickname of Capoch. Kind of nice and weird to be here playing a LAN tournament. I think it's going to be between Hera and Lierrey. I feel like they are the fastest players and probably the strongest for this type of Empire War settings. Kind of unique with all this medieval stuff and being itself in a castle. That's something good, and may the best win with that.
All right, that was pretty cool. Got to see Capoch, hear what he had to say, and we're going to do the same with Daut.
Hello, my name is Darko Dutovic. I come from Serbia, Belgrade. You maybe know me under the nickname Daut. I'm here to compete in Red Bull Wololo 5. The venue is looking absolutely amazing. Like Red Bull is doing an amazing job. The castle itself is absolutely beautiful. So yeah, looking forward to for the games to start. My biggest goal is obviously to win the whole tournament, but priority number one is to get to top 8.
Dude, Daut looks so cool with that shield.
It actually fits him.
Dude, it actually, I was kind of scared because it's someone that I wouldn't want to come up against at the battlefield, just kind of like,
Yeah, it's like Goliath, man.
Yeah, he fit that really, really well.
Yeah,
That was cool.
it's nice. I don't know if the viewers enjoyed it quite as much as we have because we've got to see it, thankfully. But it's so cool to have the background of the castles, all the different angles with those interviews. I love it.
Yeah, so we're going to get the set started soon. There was a slight delay there from the players as they get ready to go into this. First day impressions so far?
Okay.
Amazing?
Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
I was asking, that was a question.
Yeah, sorry, I was also
Okay.
being asked another question. I was like, woo.
The voices in my head.
yeah. But first day so far has been really good. I feel like as the casting team, we've had to get used to this a little bit, of course, and the players, of course, had to get settled in. Yeah. Many of these players, most of these players having to deal with the time zone and everything that comes with the LAN.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like the players are falling more and more in line with what they're capable of, and the same for everyone else involved.
Never get used to this castle, though. Never get used to it. It's so amazing. And look at Daut. Look at he's writing in his little secret notepad there. Okay, Tuesday, eggs, bacon, celery.
Oh my
Just
God.
wiggle my
That is-
pencil. There
that
we
is
go.
There's been quite a few moments so far today that are meme-worthy, but that one, it's just, all the memers right now are
The way he was holding his pencil, it was so like dainty. It was just. Oh man.
That was beautiful. And it's just amazing how like that, to come into the Age of Empires scene brand new over the last year or two, you must be so confused how someone like Daut could be like, joke about players and then also we can make jokes about him, but also still be one of the legends of the game. He's such a great personality.
Every time I speak to someone outside the game and I try and explain our pro scene, the thing they're always most shocked about is the fact that we have a player like Daut, who people know is slow and is older than most of the other players in the competition, but still makes it work and still has a great position in our competitive scene, a top 10 position after all of these years, just because of his brain, basically, and his game knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's going to be ready here. Daut, I know that when you hear him speak at times, every other word is sarcasm. There's a lot of jokes, a lot of memes associated with him, but man, is he competitive. He takes it very seriously. He hates to lose. I know that's the same for Capoch as well, Dave. And, Capoch, I almost wish we would have had data on some of the tournaments and games they played back in the early 2000s, but like he's always been just like one step behind Daut, if I'm not mistaken anyways. I was not following the game back then, so it'd be a great result for him, and Capoch has upset before. Most important one was when he beat MBL 3-2.
That was such. I remember casting that with Nilly, and after the game, we couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
It was an insane performance. It was an insane comeback from what we thought was instant death, basically, from MBL. So good job from Capoch on that, being part of one of the most memorable games I can ever remember. But hopefully he has another couple memorable games in this set, as we're going to get in here pretty soon. You can see all the civs and the maps for each player. Capoch looks like he's about to get started here. Looks pretty serious, Tristan.
Checking his emails right now.
Yeah,
he's catching up on some work.
Yep. Yeah, about to clap this kid from Serbia.
Hey, Mom, I'm on TV. Send.
Yep.
All right, here we are, game number 1. This is going to be an amazing best of 5. Just the fact we're here, just the fact we're saying the things that we've said about these two is a testament to their skill. And we have Capoch in the yellow, playing as the Britons. Daut with a classic civ pick. He's got Byzantines on Haboob. What did I say about scouts on this map? Apparently I was
What did you say about Byzantines? Oh, you're just picking Byzantines to make them think about Byzantines.
Yeah, but it's true. I did say
well,
that.
he's gonna make them think about it, as Capoch tries to be annoying with that starting scout, but good reaction times there from Daut. He's found the back gold from Capoch as well, so he knows roughly where to pressure there. He also found the berries with his scout, which is nice, and Capoch is going to explore a little bit of Daut's base. It looks like Capoch is opened with an archery range, and that's no surprise there with Britons.
Okay, so this is very much a me thing to say, and it's probably one of the dumbest things I'll say all week. However, Britons collecting sheep faster here can actually be some kind of a problem if you don't account for it. Like, that's a great bonus, but when you have that many villagers, sometimes when you're used to playing with other civs, you're going to have villagers there for a bit longer. So hopefully Capoch is going to have some map control. He's going to be able to transition his eco elsewhere in a bit. And he's going to use the food, though, Dave. He's going to go for a stable. It seems to know that Daut has the very cheap skirmishers with the Byzantines.
I just see the entire players gallery looking at themselves like, great point.
They already do that already. They do that
T90.
already at this point. It doesn't surprise
Faster
me.
gathering sheep, right. Well, here comes Daut with his army, but Capoch is here with the archers, and Daut's pushing the berries, and I think Capoch could give that up. He's only got a couple villagers on there, so he just wants to protect the gold at this point probably, and the wood lines, which are so tricky to defend on a map like this.
Look at the red lines in the mini-map. Daut's playing like an old AI here. Just trickling units
You know
in.
what? And he's going straight to the wood lines.
Yeah.
And Capoch, on this map, you have to decide whether you want to make a tower there.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
You got to secure somewhere with a tower. Do you want to invest that stone? As Daut takes control of that hill and is getting a couple good hits, killing an archer early from Capoch. But Capoch has the scouts there too. Excellent micro from both of these players so far.
Yeah, it all comes down to that spearman there. If that spearman's still alive, then Daut can stay here. But he's got to get a few more. He loses it now. Now he's going to be pushed away because of the scouts. By the way, for the last 40 seconds, Capoch had villagers sitting underneath his TC doing nothing. I kind of called it, but the 5 villagers building the range, Dave, and Capoch's scouts getting kills.
And Daut is truly playing this like this is
He's gotta make
2001. Man,
Yeah.
the skirmisher
He's gotta make
flood
spearmen.
crazy, man. Spearmen don't cost anything, really, especially with Byzantines. So it's surprising to us that he hasn't
There we
sent
go.
one forward to support his army. But there's the first spearman. He does have quite a few skirmishers on the field, and I like the fact that Capoch is using that really weak scout. Mapu saw it right away to explore the rest of the map.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
I mean,
very
it's also a little tricky because you kind of know their wood's going to be in the backside, but every little bit helps.
And I
Daut's
love that
worried.
outpost, too, from
yeah.
Daut.
Yeah, free town watch with Byzantines will give him a lot of vision. He just wants to make sure Capoch isn't going to
Yep.
sneak anything. As Capoch shows up to the berries, there's a lot of villagers there.
This is going to be tricky micro here from Daut because he needs to, ideally, he dives against the archers with his own skirmishers, but also keeps the spearmen near where the scouts are going to hit his own villagers. It's really, really tricky stuff. It doesn't look that hard when you're looking from our point of view, but if you were to look from their point of view, it would be super intense at the moment.
Capoch getting pretty badly housed. I think that will stall his production a little bit. And Daut is mixing in archers now, so he's able to threaten those scouts a bit more. And Daut getting outplayed here. He's lost 2 archers. The scouts are going to dive. It's an interesting one. Just the scout there, but still kind of feels like with Daut's production, he's able to hold this position.
Yeah, and Daut, with that outpost now, doesn't have 200 stone. It's
man.
unlikely that, as Capoch dives here. He's going to take out some skirmishers, but Daut's going to clear all of the archer numbers from Capoch.
This is the most Daut game ever. Like, just make a lot of units and don't really micro them too much and just focus on macro. And you can see he's benefited from that. He's got 500 food. So, I mean, if he holds this a little longer, he definitely will be in Castle Age faster than Capoch.
Yeah, like I was saying, he spent stone on that outpost, so he's probably planning on making a tower anyway, or
Maybe,
just one
yeah.
extra TC. It's not really a map where you're going for the 3 TC kind of
Yeah.
thing. It's usually over before that. And Capoch, you could see, really wants to pressure this position, but Daut is doing the correct thing. He's fighting the scouts with the spearmen and the villagers, and he's going forward to try and clear up those archer numbers, but Capoch now has come back, and now he's targeting the skirmishers, and now it's only villagers. Daut used to have an army.
This is so confusing, though, because everything's so weak. Like, it's not like Capoch can snowball with 2.5 scouts and 3 archers, and Daut just trying to hold on. The spearmen are sometimes getting hits, archers are sometimes taking them out. This is this is one of the weirder games
This is almost every Haboob's game you've ever. It's either a messy fight like this in the middle, or someone demolishes a wood line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it continues like this, granted, Daut is playing with fire here. Daut will be in Castle Age faster. So Capoch is definitely under more pressure to do damage per my assessment. And Daut, look, he's like, I don't care about the KD. I'm just going to send units in here.
Great play from Capoch to just sit on that hill and not give an inch. Like, he dives a little bit, and then he's been sitting on that hill this entire game. Look, he's back on the hill again.
Capoch's micro is significantly better. Did we give him
really good.
1 score above Daut's? Because I think he could have been like
He
2
was
or 3.
1 score, I think.
Yeah.
He might have been 2. I don't know.
The scout goes down. I love how Mapu's been picking up on that one scout. Way to go, Mapu.
Dude,
That's
that scout's
funny.
been living in Mapu's head since the beginning of the game.
He's like, thank God. I wish we had the observer mic'd up right now. But yeah, I mean, Daut seems happy to just hold here. The KD is somewhat even. He's not going to counterattack yet. Capoch kind of caught in limbo here, Dave.
Yep.
He wants to go Castle Age, but if he were to go Castle Age now, I think he's going to be too late. So it might actually be a misplay here from him not to be going all in feudal against Daut.
Yeah, he took that early position, but he hasn't really pushed past that hill, right? And Daut, to Daut's credit, his production has been insane.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, he's been able to replace his losses so well here. Capoch still playing on that hill, but that's a lot of skirmishers now.
It's funny, just as I was about to say one of Daut's greatest strengths is not getting housed, which
Yep.
is true, he did get pop-capped a bit. But Dave, that's what he does. You know, he's constantly churning out villagers and military.
Look at the KD. It's actually close.
Yeah.
I thought it would be firmly in Capoch's favor, but great stuff there from Capoch. He has killed 2 villagers, though.
That's true. Yep, 2 Vill kills
And
is definitely something that he'll be happy with.
So if you're Daut here, and you know you're going to be Castle Age soon, you have the skirmisher army, do you run in there?
You definitely do, but you got to wait till you have your upgrades. Yeah.
Okay.
Like if he has Bodcanero with crossbows, this is pretty good. Just
Yeah.
skirmishers wouldn't be against the scouts. And this is what I mean. Capoch was
Ooh,
at 500 food.
Look at the balance, and he was housed at 70 for quite a while. Look at the balance from Capoch, 737 gold.
Dude, he almost had the resources to go castle, but then he realized it was going to be
And
too
there's
late.
the market.
So he's
It's
got to produce
delayed
here.
response. Or no, that's Daut's market, sorry.
But there's a market too.
There is
we
a market
go.
from Capoch. Hey, there we go.
Oh man, rough position to be in right now for Capoch because his scouts don't get bloodlines with Britons. So Daut forced Capoch, as those scouts go down, he forced Capoch into a position that really has not worked for his civ. And now you can kind of get the ball rolling on the counter to what Britons are good at, and that's the skirmishers.
And
this is crazy.
Daut is going to love this. He's in on the wood line. Capoch didn't make the tower back here, and this is what I was talking about earlier. You have to really judge where you want the tower, and unfortunately for Capoch, I don't think that's a good tower position. On that side of the gold, it should have been on the other side, but either side of the gold, he's not going to have one on the wood line, and Daut right now is trying to clear up the archer numbers from Capoch, but that's a pretty good fight for Capoch, considering the upgrade advantage that Daut has.
Yeah, all things considered there, I think Capoch will take that because he might be able to clear this army.
Oh, there's the spearmen. We're wondering where they were.
Oh, God. But that
Hello.
Well, I mean, Daut got a lot of kills. Again, that's very Daut, what we just saw there.
Yeah.
He didn't really try and move around as much with his units. But look, there's a TC at home.
Yep.
That's so Daut.
Yep.
He's like, I'll just make more units. Who cares?
No.
Beautiful. And he's still going to have some presence there, Dave. That cannot be addressed right now. And so expect Daut, after killing villagers and now adding a second town center, to just grow and grow with his advantage.
Yeah, and the only way that Capoch can deal with this army in Feudal Age is with scouts, basically, to deal with those skirmishers. And now the spearmen are here, and he's going to have to run all those villagers. This map, it usually comes down to a good raid on a wood line. I've seen this so many times on this map.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Maybe Capoch could have waited for that tower. I think Capoch's mistakes were just not doing enough damage
Yeah,
against
and
Daut
here's more
earlier,
archers.
so-
Oh boy, here's more archers. Now Daut can hit him from 2 sides, or
If he
join these
fights,
together
there we
and
go.
kill all those scouts, and then Capoch is going to have to try and find a solution really early in the Castle Age here.
Capoch about to lose villager number 9 and 10.
And
Capoch behind in TCs.
Dude, he's only got 14 military, and 4 of those are useless scouts.
Yeah, look at the spearmen. They're like, we're here to work. Let's go.
Daut's speed running right now, it looks like. I mean, this is a quick game.
I
if
mean,
it continues down this path.
It's 16 minutes. It's not really that quick.
That's pretty fast to me, man. For Daut?
Okay, all right, I see. Well, as you can see, that tower's done very little, like you mentioned, Dave. So tower doesn't really protect from that army at all. Villagers have to run away, and for Capoch, he's really out of options right now. He's got a counterattack going in with a few scouts. Daut already adding a town center there, though. He could
TC,
lose a few vills, but looks like that will be secured anyways. And Daut knows it too, so he's not gonna dive the tower because he doesn't want
Yeah.
to take any unnecessary risks.
I think the scouts might actually get trapped in there.
I don't think he'll kill a single vill here. I think he'll garrison.
I think he'll get 1.
Garrison,
Nope.
garrison,
Yes! Oh, Daut Micro, look at that.
We bet $100 on that, right?
Nope.
Okay. Well, elite skirm now for Daut. So the only real weapon for Capoch is the crossbows, and he's going to have an answer there. Daut already has more crossbow numbers, 63 villagers versus 43. And, Dave, Capoch right to fight on here, but I think he's going to need to have more army than he's able to make to be able to bring this one
and
back.
you know, say what you will about Daut's his macro is insane, and
I
when he has
know.
multiple groups of armies like this, it's just, he takes it to another level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so good. Like,
Look,
really
he's got 3
shows-
groups now, and he's going to be moving all 3 of them. It's so tough to fight against if you're in Capoch's position.
And look, he goes in with this army. He says,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're gonna go there. I'm gonna go in
Yeah,
with the other army.
I'm gonna hit your gold. You're reacting to me hitting your gold?
Yep.
I'm gonna hit your farms too, and then I'll come back with that other army.
Yep. Yeah, this is brutal.
Yeah,
Let's
play
see.
with me.
Come on. Yeah, he's gonna run away. Like Capoch just has to chase,
He's
and
so
the other
good,
army's
Ben.
still over there.
Yeah, he's so good.
To be honest, it's really easy to look good when you're 30 vills ahead of someone and 30 military
He
ahead
did
of
get
someone.
himself in this position,
But
though.
he did, yes.
Yeah.
Whereas I would not have. So
He's showing why he won the 3rd Red Bull edition.
would you say Daut looks relaxed right now? Like, what emotions is he feeling? Dave just leaned in closer to the monitor.
I'm examining. That focused. I don't know. Every time he looks at me, I just see a general sense of disdain for casters.
Well, anyways.
Daut, yeah, Capoch calls it, and that was an excellent performance from Daut there. He weathered the storm. Like, Capoch had a great position on the hill.
Yeah.
He just didn't go up fast enough. The eco balance was a little bit off. Maybe that all had to do with your theory about your hypothesis about the Britain sheep gathering, perhaps. I mean,
Definitely.
We'll never know. Maybe we can ask him at some other point. But Daut lost his entire army and then suddenly got it back in the space of like a minute and pushed back across the
He
field.
just did a really good job of creating units. He was producing from his barracks in 2 ranges. Capoch was producing from 1 range and the stables. But also, as Daut goes back to his tiny notepad, he needs to get a bigger one, honestly. Daut's going to jot down some notes, but I really feel as though when you invest into that many scouts, you have to do more damage, or that's going to be the result, right?
Yeah.
I love the zoom. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, there we go. The master at work, but yeah, Capoch spent food, which would delay his castle age. He needed to kill Daut, and it ended up being a 50-50 situation when it needed to be more like 60-40 for Capoch.
Pizza on Friday. He writes down in his notebook.
All
He's
right.
examining. He looks really serious. He looks really focused. He's in the game right now.
He's thinking about it right
I like
now.
it. I like to see it.
Let's try and get into Daut's mind. Let's try and talk about
No.
what he might. Okay, let me back up. We do not want to enter his mind. We would immediately be unable to appreciate our normal minds.
Yep.
But seriously, like let's talk about what civilizations are available, right? And I'm hoping we can show that for the viewers as well. It is a little tricky for Capoch. Britain's was the highest up available for him, and he lost with that. It was countered by Daut's final pick, so Daut clearly was in his head. I feel as though Capoch is going to have a civ that slides into a really good position to win this next game, and then he's going to be up against Daut with Indians and Sacred Springs if he wins.
I think Bulgarians are a pretty good option on winged.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Daut has Sicilians, which are still, I mean, Tatoh made it look good.
Yeah, he
but
did.
Tatoh made it look good against, what civ was Hera again? Archer?
Ethiopians.
Ethiopians, yeah. So can Sicilians do the same thing against Bulgarians? I don't know.
I mean, think about the power of Bulgarians. It's not really into making. They don't really utilize bonus damage much. They just get a lot of upgrades. So yeah, there's the look at the civilizations. Of course, Britain's was already used, so cross that out of your minds, as was Byzantines. But yeah, Dave, I'm feeling as though Indians is definitely saved. Maybe Daut will go for Huns. I think though it's going to be Sicilians, like you said.
Yep.
Sicilians have a knack for just destroying. I feel like we haven't seen it as much, but.
We're going to see it by the end of the
I think
tournament
so
if
as
this
well.
first day is any judge. And
Yeah.
if you guys are just joining us, by the way, this is the 5th edition of Red Bull Wololo, and we are in set number 5 as well. Daut is currently up 1-0, and first day of many.
First
over
day of
here
many.
in Heidelberg, and we have this beautiful castle here. We have all of this production value from our beautiful production team and the investment from Red Bull and Microsoft. It's just been an amazing experience so far as we wait for game number 2, which will be 100% on winged?
100%.
100% on winged?
100%.
Are we sure?
101%.
Good, you're committing. I like it.
Yes. Bulgarians versus Huns. I'm just trying to think about the civs. Yeah, Dave, I really do feel like we'll see Sicilians again.
versus Bulgarians. Yeah.
Also, remember that tomorrow we have 2 global bans for each player, and then day 3 we'll have 3 global bans for each player, and day 4 will be 4 global bans. So, like, if there's a civ that players don't necessarily like playing with, but they definitely don't want to play against, I think we'll see those civs in the bans. So maybe a lot more Sicilians today, Maybe day 2 and day 3 and day 4, a little bit less until we move on to the main stage. But I have no clue. I'm just happy that we're seeing different civs picked in different spots.
The thing I love about these tournaments is that we always see something different. I think, like, if we look back to Wololo 1, and if we had a time machine from Wololo 1 and we would tell our past selves that these are the civs that are strong in Empire Wars, we'd be like, no. What are you talking about? I mean, there's certain ones like Magyars, you know, that we thought would be super strong, and Aztecs and stuff like that. But there's others like Tatars that one change and suddenly it's super viable, you know?
Yeah, I think that goes back to the devs as well. I think the devs get a lot of flack at times, but the fact that we have a situation now
It's
where
so
there's
healthy.
updates is crazy.
It's so healthy for the
like,
scene.
The reason we talk about Sicilians, Tatars is because of those changes. And Bulgarians, another civ that was changed at one point and now has seen quite frequently in Empire Wars. And Dave, you called it. Capoch goes for Bulgarians. He's going to go on the offensive, and Daut relying on a civ which has not been changed very much in the last 20-some years, the Huns.
Nope. They got one tech, basically, I think.
Yeah, maybe a tweak here or there to let Cav Archer cost, but this civ's pretty much been the same. And actually, interesting comparison. Capoch is housed. He's pop-capped, and Daut is not, because Daut does not have to build houses with a civ.
Yep. And that's the major advantage of playing with Huns. Plus, they have such a versatile tech tree. You talk about it all the time. Castle Age is where they thrive.
Yep.
And Daut would ideally love to get there. But he's going to be opening with an archer range, and it looks like Capoch is also opening with an archer range. And Daut, that's excellent tracking.
Yeah.
It's not just scouting, it's tracking the army across.
This is sick. Yeah, and if you were to compare it, I know it's hard to, but Capoch's scout was circling around the back of Daut's base. So he's not actually confirming exactly what Daut's going for. It might seem like a small thing. He, of course, did see the range, which is important. But Daut knows exactly where they are. Oh!
Yep.
Oh.
The micro.
That is like, this is why we love to cast this player. We compliment him for doing everything right, and then maybe he should have kept his scout further away. Well, Capoch is going to like that, and Capoch is going to come in now. Daut kind of knows knows what's coming, but he doesn't know where it's going to show up at, and he's actually being baited here. He sees the scout, so he's going to the north, and Capoch is going the other direction.
Okay, so he's going back down towards the wood line. Daut is going to track all of this. He has vision from the buildings.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to push that back. And it looks like Capoch is going to run back the other way, but he's going to be caught out here. And I think one archer at least will go down here. So once again, good tracking from Daut.
What?
Maybe one archer? How did he not?
Oh,
he was shooting the other
archer,
one.
yeah.
That's
Okay.
it. See, both of us were kind
We
of
were on
juked
the
out by
same-
that. Yeah.
It's bad. You know, it's bad when we're on the same wavelength with our mistakes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh God, we've been casting together too long. But nice dock there from Capoch.
Yeah,
and I
so-
think Daut's going to do the same.
It's tricky on this map to judge when you should go out for the dock, because if you go out too early, you won't have the wood to make military or to make another production building, but you want that food income, right?
Yeah.
So that's a really tough timing to figure out, as we see Capoch hitting the archers from Daut, and that army's gone.
Oh,
that army is
goodness.
completely gone. Good stuff from Capoch, and look what's coming across the field. We've got 5 archers, 2 spearmen, and 4 scouts.
Daut can't fight this. His army's not even in
that
position.
tower though. Maybe he can delay long enough for that to go up, but then Capoch just runs right around that, right?
It's a very weird tower. If you're gonna commit to the tower, you have to pull more vills, I feel. And anyways, Daut not taking the best of engagements here.
Yeah,
and it
and
really
he's forced to commit on this because he needs to delay for that tower. He needs to delay for that tower to go up, and even when it goes up, look, Capoch just runs.
It's like, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for not having a tower available for your gold now. And the other wood line where there's even more villagers. Man, Capoch's micro, I know that in the previous game it was like kind of 50-50, but it really is a couple levels up on Daut.
And Capoch on any map with water and land is so dangerous.
Yeah.
He's such a good hybrid map player. Daut is as well, but Capoch is great with those timings. You can see earlier fishing ships for him as well, and he's putting military pressure down. Daut has to abandon the berries.
Wow.
Which means less food income from him. He has to kind of abandon the wood lines up there as well, and Capoch is everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, now he did just get a little too ambitious. He had already psyched Daut out and made him bring the spearmen in the south, so lost the scout there, but I mean, he's on the berries right now. And this is kind of the problem that Capoch had at one point. Now you don't know what to do with your vills.
The micro from Capoch this game is sick.
Like, he's got so many vills inside that TC, and he doesn't know where to send them. Like, if he sends them to a wood line, that's not giving him resources he needs. He's losing vills everywhere.
Yep. So that tower is coming into play.
Yep, not really.
Unexpected.
Not really.
I question that, but I guess it kind of protects some farms and it gives him some wood to chop. And he can't sit under his production buildings, I guess, is one of the main things.
I think you just pull those villagers back to the other wood line because you have another, and then tower next to the gold, which partially protects that wood line too, you know? But it's easy to say when we're not under pressure, we're just sitting here hanging
it's
out.
so tough to play in situations like this.
Yeah.
Like, you see an army coming in, you're just like, oh, I need a tower, and you don't have time to consider, is it 5 tiles away from my gold, or is it where?
Both players so focused. The army was underneath the TC for a bit. Slow reactions for both because of this, and Capoch is going to get villager pick number 3. And he still has army to kill more.
He's been so good, yeah.
Dave, at this point, it looks like Daut is just going to try and buy food to get Castle Age. I don't know what else he can do.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Capoch make some water units as well. As Daut goes for a second dock, so Daut's thinking about that as well.
You know, the Vill difference isn't that insane because of that water presence.
Yeah, Capoch host again, but Capoch does have, what, 6 fishing ships to Daut's 5, so both players pretty competitive in that area.
Daut with another tower here. He just had to buy the stone, Dave. If that spearman's down, villagers will be down. The spearman's down.
There we go, and there's another weak fill there, and Capoch is probably scanning those as well. Those 3 archers are doing so much damage over here. Another villager going down there. Capoch, great micro with the scouts consistently.
Yeah, seriously. Even pulling the archers away, he has the other army on the other side. This guy has to produce the units. He has to macro at home. This is insane. He has had only 1 minute of TC idle time. Granted, Daut's had 33, which is impressive, I guess, but the fact that he's fighting in 3 different spots and can macro like this is very
I find
impressive.
it funny how it's like such a battlefield around Daut's base on the land, and then you look at the water and they're just both happily fish booming. Look at this.
They're either both so distracted that they can't think to do it, or they're like they think the other one's so distracted.
Yeah, he doesn't have a dock. No way.
there's
but
no
they
way.
should know. They should probably know from the score.
Seriously.
Because Capoch has done so much damage to Daut, and Daut is still at 2,100, which usually indicates that he has some presence on water.
When you get this far ahead on land, you normally should think to go on water. At this point, Daut, like he's got to invest everything to land. So yeah, I think that's definitely the missing ingredient for Capoch right now. But can't argue that his position is better when he has so
No, you cannot
many
argue with the
resources
success
coming
here
in.
because it has been a success. I mean, Daut lost that first. He had a first good engagement against the archer, and then lost the army for free. And ever since then, Capoch hasn't looked back.
Capoch kind of slowing down with production of a mix of units. I think he's going to go primarily for scouts now.
I think he's thinking about going up soon.
Maybe. Here's a few more scouts. He's microing with the archers. Should be able to win this fight. Look how much Daut has on gold. He's going to buy his way up to Castle.
Well, he wants cav archers.
Yeah.
That's the only way back into this game, I think.
I've seen
for
it
him.
before.
Yeah,
so.
we've seen it. And the fish are about to meet in the middle. And I think there's more fishing ships on the water than there were fish in that pond to begin with.
Oh, God, you're not wrong, dude.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. How many Vill kills is that now? 12 for Capoch.
It's crazy. 12-0.
Wow.
12-0 here, and he's still microing the hell out of this. Like, he pulls the scouts back to his archers. Daut can't engage there. He's pulling away those scouts on, like, negative HP. Okay, they're finally dying.
The reason I'm laughing is because they noticed each other, and they're both making fire ships right now. But Daut has 2 docks.
Also, look at Capoch's game face right now. He's in it right now,
is he
man.
like,
oh my
man.
God.
Oh
He's
my
angry. I like
God.
to see it. Let's go.
Oh my God. I've never seen a game
That is
face
frightening.
like that. Whoa. Oh my goodness. He's all over the place. All right. Well, Dave, you called it. He's on his way up here and should be able to finish it off in Castle Age. But Daut, I guess, is going to win on water. But like you mentioned, there's not really much to gain there anymore. Lots of farms here for Capoch. Daut with a counterattack will get an eco kill.
Dude, imagine how much food he had coming in. He had all those fishing ships and all these farms, too.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's why I could get all the... And even the blacksmith upgrades being cheaper is sick. Daut loses the Vill there, so it makes that forward attack a whole lot less menacing for Capoch, so he's happy with that. I'm just not seeing what Daut can do here, Dave.
I don't see it either. I mean, I know what he wants to do, which is probably get into multiple range cav archers, kind of YOLO style. Hope to take back the water, which would be a really great advantage for him if there were fish left in there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there aren't, but he's gonna try. He'll see if it works, and if it does, then he has a story to tell.
Yeah, he does have 2 armies right now, so he is delaying Capoch and keeping Capoch at home.
Yeah, but now he's in the Castle Age.
Yeah. Like, he clicks up, it'll take 2.5 minutes to get Castle Age, then he has to defend from units that he really can't kill.
Yep.
I think it's going to be tough, but he should play on here. He definitely should continue to play on. Capoch played on in a much worse position in game 1, and It's expected that players at this level are going to close it out from Capoch's position, but you do have to just double check that they have the know-how to do that and make them earn it.
Yep. Daut's still being annoying with that scout. Capoch is on top of it. That villager's gonna die.
Yep.
Yeah, baby. Let's go, Daut.
Start of the eventual comeback, possibly.
Ooh,
but
knights are so tricky
knights are
for
a
Daut.
problem.
Yeah, if you're in feudal age, how do you deal with the knights?
Look at Daut's fishing ships. If we could have Mapu look at the and they finished the fish as well to make matters worse.
That was perfect timing to go over there.
Oh, God. Jeez.
That was the last fish.
Yeah, and he's just got vills everywhere right now.
Yep.
Like, there's vills on the berry.
I love how every time Mapu has like an all-star play, it just pops up Mapu TV.
Just in
Follow
case
him
you
on
want to make
Twitter.
sure. Just in case you guys want to know who that is, yeah. That's great. Well, there's Daut with a 2-scout counterattack. Exciting stuff, but he's 50 seconds away. Yeah, I've seen Daut have crazy comebacks with Cav Archers before, but I don't think he's going to have access to wood and gold for very long.
Yeah.
Even if he gets access, I think Capoch should
that
kill
flag
10
is going to
more
be on that
villas.
TC so often.
Yeah.
Daut is going to have villagers in there, and it's basically over. He was on the way up, but he never quite made it there, and Capoch really never looking back since he cleared up that first army from Daut. The tower for Daut may be a little bit questionable, but he didn't have the military production. Even if he puts the tower in a good spot, he did not have the military production to compete, or the micro in this game.
Yeah. Yet, honestly, wasn't impressed with Game 1 micro from Daut, and I was not really impressed with Game 2 either. And the difference here was that Capoch was able to put his foot in the gas a little bit more. Game 1, he kind of stopped in that mid-feudal age. Capoch finally gets to take a chance to breathe a little bit. He was really focused there. And one win away, both players, I guess, from winning the best of 3. It will be on Daut's home map, though. This is going to be very tough for Capoch. Daut will have Sacred Springs, and I think the best civilization on Sacred Springs in Indians.
Yep. And so that means he's going to pick Sicilians? I could see it. I could legitimately see it. I don't know. I'm never surprised. Well, I am surprised all the time, but
I'm sorry.
I'm always expecting something unexpected with these Red Bull Wololo events. I believe it's going to be Indians. I don't think it's going to be
You're
Sicilians.
stretching it here, okay? There's no way this is ever Sicilians. There's no way that your first Civ pick, which happens to be Indians, which happens to be perfect on Sacred Springs, is somehow not picked here.
This is what I call a clippable moment, chat, okay? This is a very clippable moment because he's going all in on this. Continue.
Clippable when you get it wrong and...
No, when I get it wrong, no one remembers because I said Indians is the best Civ here.
Wait a second, you're saying
But you're saying there's no way, let me quote you, there's no way it's ever going to be Sicilians. We'll see. It's probably going to be Indians.
I have to say, it's
be
news
fair.
to me that people online, specifically Twitch chat or YouTube, would forget mistakes. I have not had that experience.
Yeah.
Anyways, game 3. I favor Daut. If he goes Indians, what would you do if you're Capoch? You've got Incas. Yep. Is Incas your #1 pick to counter a Civ that was primarily going to make light cav and camels? Or do you go another direction?
What else does he have? He's got Incas. He's got...
He used Britons.
He
used Bulgarians. So he has... I asked you the question. Don't make me look dumb.
Oh, well, I think
I really
Incas
wish
as
we
well.
could have it
Yep.
up.
He has,
I should stop asking these questions is what we should really do. But no, I don't think he has any civilizations that really stand out to counter Indians.
Mhm.
Like, I think he has a Cav Civ, but actually, doesn't he have... Did he pick Aztecs? Aztecs was global banned.
Global ban, yeah.
Anyways, I think that Daut's going to have the edge. But
I
do you
agree.
think that, like, do you think that we could potentially see Cav Archers from Daut in this map? Do you remember that one game? It was I think Lierrey and Daut. It might have even been the finals where Daut was somehow making Cav Archers against Eagles. We've cast a lot of games together.
Yeah, I remember about 5 games in that set where Daut was making Cav Archers.
That's true. That's true.
He can make them with any Civ. Okay, quickly, let's analyze. What Civs does he have here? He has Britons, Bulgarians. What's the other one there?
It doesn't matter. It'll be Incas.
Okay. Incas.
I'm not as sure on Incas, but pretty sure it will be Incas Indians. And if he picks Sicilian, okay, thank you. Okay,
Yep.
Whew, I was
Incas Indians.
I was sweating. All right, so as expected, Dave. But the real big thing we need to point out is why Indians is so strong on this map. And it's because Indian villagers have a bonus on shorefish. Now, these are actually box turtles, but that's equivalent. So Indian villagers have, I believe, unless this has been changed, increased carry capacity and increased gather speed and cheap villagers. So lots of food to be able to make scouts. Incas, however, are a very solid civ with eagles and pikemen against scouts and camel civs.
Yeah, Incas, you kind of got to get to that Castle Age stage, right? And get the eagles rolling and get your villagers armored up now in the Castle Age, which prevents a lot of the raids from doing a super amount of damage. And you can snowball from that point forward. They are good at the start, though, because you do start with all that pop space. You don't have to make houses. Look at that, 36 out of 65. It's kind of an underrated bonus.
It definitely
especially
is.
in Empire Wars. You save a lot on that. And they're a very flexible civilization, but against a civ as mobile as the Indians with an intense food eco coming in at all times from those box turtles, he's really going to struggle.
Wondering if Daut will consider going back on gold and making an archery range. Yes, he has a lot of food, but clearly Capoch is going to expect what's coming.
That's a stable, right?
Yeah, that's a stable. He's going to make more scouts with that food, and I'm just, going to circle back to Capoch is going to make spearmen. In fact, he's got 2 spearmen, 4 eagles, and Capoch
I think
sold his
Capoch is
stone.
just going to go up. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
crazy.
He's going to wall and go up. He's not even going to fight really for these box turtles.
Okay.
Like he'll take a bit of food to help him go up, and then I bet once he gets 800 and clicks up to the next stage, he might actually pull those villagers back.
It feels like it's a good time to use this phrase. Back in the day, you used to see a lot of full feudal action. We already saw Daut do relatively well with the Huns. He had his struggles in the later stages of that game, but I think Daut's just going to go back to what he's used to here. He kind of feels like the opponent might be on the way to Castle Age. He's going to use that food for scouts, but there is a risk. And Capoch seems to realize that risk. Look at how many villagers he has on gold. When Eagles reach Castle Age, so even just those Eagle scouts, they have 7 base attack as opposed to 4. So the Eagles are actually pretty good against scouts. That's even before the upgrades. And Daut's like all-inning to kill 4 villagers out here.
Well, and I think the Eagles are going to be really good for raiding the villagers he knows are going to be on the other box turtles from Daut.
Yeah,
as well. So we were talking about mobility from the Indians with the scouts and the cavalry and maybe potentially cav archers. Eagles have mobility of their own as Daut comes in. Doesn't really want to take a straight up engagement. Now he gets a good position on Capoch. He gets some Eagles caught out and he's going to go with the scouts. I believe there's a spearman in there though from Capoch, but Daut's still clearing it up.
Yeah, so interesting approach here. Capoch didn't want to take a massive risk by sending villagers. Oh no, we forgot the palisade.
Man. Oh.
Well, they're going to die. I mean, they probably would have been useless out there anyways, Dave, but risky. This is the problem.
Yeah.
Capoch is going to Castle Age for reward. That's the risk. I am very, no, my God, don't send your, okay. Why? Why though? Why?
but why?
Anyways, we'll just forget that happened. I feel like I like how Capoch at least didn't have 10 vills out there. He's played differently.
Normally I'd say like GG in this situation, but I've seen the damage that Eagles can do.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You just toss, look, you toss half your economy on gold, you make a couple more barracks, and you just produce. And you can snowball. And eventually Daut is going to have to migrate those villagers from that spring over there to another one because he's going to run out of the box fish in a few minutes here, and that will mean less food income for him. He's got to make sure he has the farms down to sustain his economy, or he's got to move to a more exposed location.
Daut also has to probably transition. He cannot make knights, and knights is what you would make against eagles. So he either has to switch into longsword, which is something that's very slow and can't keep up with the pace of eagles, and then Incas have slingers. Or you just try and make enough scouts, try and make enough camels. There's definitely potential here for Capoch. This is a very, very, very tough push to counter.
Look at that sneaky little villager from Daut.
That makes no sense to me. What would she possibly be doing? Let's think about it. Always, we're seeing ranges.
Yep.
We're seeing ranges.
You had to expect it. What are you going to do? Camels against eagles?
We'll get back to that. What is she doing?
She is just passing.
Wasn't expecting that for some reason.
Is she pathing all the way around to gather resources from somewhere?
I wish Capoch wouldn't have attacked her so I would know.
Yeah.
But anyways, that was a mistake from Daut, and that's a freebie.
Yep.
And he's like, hello, old friend, I'll give you free kills there, and then I'm also going to take losses here. Daut not reacting because he's getting hit on the other side, Dave.
And this is the
crazy.
speed and mobility I was talking about with the Eagles, right? He goes to the spring. He knows he's going to be out there.
Yeah.
But Daut coming over with some scouts, and you know, we look at the eco KD, and Daut's going to get out of this, and they'll be basically tied.
Yeah.
But he had villagers working for so much longer on the
I think the key here now, and I say this all the time with Cav Archers, is that you need to have the time to mass them. So Capoch has got a solid couple minutes before the Cav Archers are massed.
Do you go forward with a Siege Workshop if you're Capoch?
No.
You haven't seen the ranges,
No.
so I guess
I think his eco is so all in. Look, he is 9 on wood. He's got 15 on gold.
True.
I think you just got to kill a bunch of ills before you do anything else.
True.
And Daut's got to defend from this, and he's lucky he locked that gate. And he'll send the scouts over to the other side. But, I mean, at this point, we have ourselves an even game and an even series. Very important best of 3 for these players.
Is that no armor upgrades at all for Capoch? On the Eagles?
He should have. What?
None. No armor, no attack.
What?
He's just now. I was wondering why the scouts were destroying them.
Yeah.
No
Wow.
armor, no attack, no
eco.
first wood upgrade, no,
No
farm
eco.
upgrade, no wheelbarrow.
I mean, I've seen economies much worse than this win games with Eagles. So there's definitely a lot that Capoch can do, but what Daut has is the time. And if Cav Archers get masked, and Daut's known for this, they can dominate. And you might think, because you've learned a little bit about the game, that Eagles are anti-archer, which is true, but problem is, Eagles only have so much
This is
pierce
going to
armor
hurt Daut,
in the
though.
mid-game.
This is going to hurt a lot. He left with the scouts. That tower is already weak. All these vills are dead.
Oh, but he could have been there, Dave. He has the light cav out there somewhere.
Yeah, and now he's looking, he's like, yeah, I'll catch him when he expands. Psych,
Yeah.
doesn't need to expand, he just needs to be on gold.
Yeah, and now he's tough because you can't go back home. You've committed.
That's a good play from Capoch to go back there with a bigger group.
Took a little bit of a risk too, but he also waited for that armor upgrade, Dave, as Capoch takes the villager lead, and the Eagles are going to try and run through
Oh,
here.
and he's not walled either, and this is the time. Remember, you said what you need for Cav Archers is time to build them up. If Capoch can keep that walled area open and get in with the Eagles, he could do a lot of damage. There's more Cav Archers over here from Daut, and the light cav that are dangerous. Another hole there as the Eagles come in. This could be...
What?
This could be comeback territory here.
But Dave, Daut has an army that can't be killed on the other side. They're both kind of screwed. It's just who can weather the storm.
Yeah, and no second armor upgrade for the Eagles
Yeah.
either. So they're just going to get shredded.
Daut will have the hill. Daut will have
and light cav are
cav.
going to do so well there. And they can't tank TC fire. Like, if you have the second armor upgrade, you can maybe swing fighting those Cav Archers.
Yeah.
Or fighting these Cav Archers. But no second armor upgrade, and they just all die.
Okay, so Daut's being taken off of... He's being taken off of wood, but until a moment ago, he's actually had gold. So I guess in some weird way, Daut's army is in a better position because if Capoch loses gold, he probably loses the game. Capoch trying to defend from this. There's actually a gap there, and he's losing villagers. He should get a second armor upgrade.
I don't think it matters if there's a gap at this point. He's getting through no matter what.
Wow, dude, this is crazy. Daut's down to 35 vills, but it still seems like Daut
But
can win.
if there's... You can sustain Eagles on low eco. You can also sustain Cav Archers on low eco.
If you're Daut, then can use the market, I guess. I'll choose to agree with that statement. That's a lot of fresh Eagles there. And Daut hasn't been able to send in any reinforcements. So maybe this is enough for Capoch to just breathe a little. And it's 58 pop for Capoch, 56 population for Daut. This is an amazing game.
That's a really good one. And Capoch is pushing back. I'd still love to see that second armor upgrade come in for the Eagles, though.
Can you imagine just like being the players right now? I don't know about viewers, but I feel nervous sometimes.
Well, Capoch's game face is making its way back there. I can say that right now. He gets intense, man.
He's like biting his lower lip,
I
man.
love to see it.
Is he gritting his teeth over there? It's crazy, but...
Yeah, he really wants to win.
I'm with you. No, I agree with you, and this is continuing to escalate here. Now, Capoch is working with 12 additional villagers, maybe 11. If he can wait till that second armor upgrade comes in, if he can hold on to that gold, he should have the advantage. And there he is with an eagle.
Still being annoying.
Still being annoying, yeah.
And there's the second armor upgrade.
30 seconds off, Dave. Now, I think he has to pull vills from the gold. Daut doesn't have ballistics yet, but he's
No,
still...
he doesn't need to because he has armor. He can tank some shots.
Well, she's going to disagree in a second.
Okay, well...
she did not agree with you. But either way, as this continues here, It still feels like Daut with his army mass could somehow do something, but +2 armor is in. Capoch is going to try and take the fight, but Daut backs away to the hill.
Needs to get behind him. Maybe he can get behind him with some reinforcements, and I say reinforcements. He's got one eagle coming. It's making its way there, and Daut needs to run for the time being, and Capoch is going to get some good picks there, and he's still being annoying with that eagle, man.
How is that eagle still there? Daut trying to micro his cav archers, running around these springs.
The light cav are doing so much in these fights as well, like just as a general meat shield and damage output against the eagles, they're doing really good.
What in the world, dude?
Yeah,
like,
this is a crazy
Look
game.
at the military count. I kind of feel like
That eagle!
That eagle! You got another villager kill. I kind of feel like Capoch should have more in production with his Vil count, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I'm crazy or if it's just because eagles do take pretty long to mass. But now, Daut, after that good fight, 18 military on the field, only 9 military for Capoch.
Yeah, and there's the cav archers forward. It's not as many now, so Daut has to be careful. He has to meet him up with his other.
Another eagle.
Okay, so Capoch basically has one barracks just sending eagles in.
I can hear Viper screaming through the castle. Why don't you wall? Like the amount of times that Daut's teammates have told him to wall. Like there's been a gap there next to the wood line for 10 minutes.
Yep.
That's not doing him any favors right now, Dave.
Daut's got to be thinking like, I thought I killed that eagle.
There's their monk back there. Did I get healed? And look, it goes away. And there goes, oh man, this is, I almost don't want to watch the rest of the game.
Yeah, this is just, this is
sick.
frustrating if you're looking at it from Daut's perspective.
Yeah.
And Capoch has enough to chase the cav archers away. Daut has 18 in total, but this group over here is going to do some damage. Luckily for Capoch, he does have that second armor upgrade.
Oh my God.
So it's going to take him longer to raid.
Sick.
And
that is so sick.
That is so nice, man.
How is he, like, that you guys...
2?
That's unbelievable value.
Is it going to get 3?
And if he trades against the army now, Dave, there's 2 armies out there. If he can trade against Daut's army, his eco advantage is going to grow.
3. Everybody count with me. 4.
The thing is, Daut is working on microing 2 armies right now, so it's the perfect time
and
to
he's
send
going to
in an
lose
eagle.
units from this army, too. He needs to get out. There's a bunch of weak cav archers there. He can't lose numbers for free.
It's
And
still going.
Capoch has army to push him back on this side as well.
Oh my God,
5?
it's still going.
Oh,
It's still going.
No. Oh. This hurts so bad because Daut needs the gold income to keep the cav archer production up. He's still only at 40 villagers. Capoch is at 55.
55, man. That's amazing. I'm just baffled by that. That's so sick. To send it in when he did as well was so smart because he knows that the opponent.
It's still going.
Yeah,
it's
going to
still
kill
going.
everything at this point.
It's one hit away from death. She's going to die, then he's going to die,
Daut's
and then
going to be
she's
so
going to
tilted.
die.
I'm so worried. Like at this point, it's better for Daut to never notice this, never realize it happened, and his teammates never tell him.
Yep.
Because
Just
he
will-
won't be able to sleep for tomorrow. You know, he's
Exactly.
got to get some rest tonight.
Exactly.
And-
Oh, he noticed, but he doesn't see the HP.
He
Capoch,
also-
there was one hit. Okay,
He
whatever.
also doesn't notice how many vills he lost because the bodies have already disintegrated. So.
Oh, and he's losing this army too. He's
But
losing numbers.
It's now a 17 villager lead for Capoch. Capoch just needs to continue to run through the hole. Oh, no. Why? Oh, Daut's getting brutalized by these raids. It's so good from Capoch to keep up with that and the
Daut
defense.
speaking of keep up, Daut can't keep up. Like he's got the faster unit, but he has to constantly be microing it, constantly be hitting and running.
Wow.
And meanwhile, his eco, like, kudos to Capoch for having, I think he had 1 barracks with the gather point set into Daut's base.
Maybe.
And there was a couple eagles that kept distracting Daut. It was like a little fly buzzing around his head.
There's 3 more now.
And
This
there's
is
3 more.
3 times as strong.
Yep. And every time he attacks him over there, Daut maybe takes his eye off his main army,
so
and
sick.
Capoch is wiping up numbers. And Capoch is going to win this game, Tristan. I think he's...
He remembers those vills are weak.
Yep.
Look at that. He goes right in there.
Oh, there
He
was
kills the weak
9
one
villagers
first.
on that gold, I'm pretty sure, at the beginning.
I mean, even if he didn't do that, I think he was still in a better position. But the fact that he was able to combine that with everything else is so beautiful. And
Camels, not
Daut
what you
is-
want to see. Not what you want to see in
The
this
score's a little interesting, probably due to the overall KD, but the eco KD, 32 villager kills by Capoch, only losing 10 is just insane.
Yeah, and we were speaking about that game, the legendary game he had against MBL in a previous Red Bull Wololo. It was a very similar situation. He won by raiding eco.
That was very peculiar there. It's like Daut misclicked his patrol or something. His units weren't firing, and now villagers are just melting when he does have the army there. Also, eagle on the gold at the same time, by the way.
Eagles. this
Eagles,
time,
yes. I'm very impressed with Capoch. Remember, He was rank 14 here. Rank 14, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was something like 13 or 12. Daut has won Red Bull Wololo before. Red Bull Wololo
He's pulling
3.
the villagers, and I think
And
Daut's
he's rank
starting to realize the
Yeah.
score is really close, which is probably why he's, you know, he did a lot of damage early.
Yeah.
So he's looking at the score, he's thinking about the damage he did, and he's thinking it's fairly close. But that's a lot of cav archers.
That's like so many cav archers that the eco different.
no, Daut!
As I
Right
was
into
saying.
the Eagles.
As I was saying, that's slightly less numbers of cav archers, but certainly enough to threaten the Eagles. I think you can easily two-shot them.
Yep.
So Capoch might, I don't know if his eco is set up. It looks like he has the numbers, but might honestly need Scorpions, maybe some Elite Skirm. I mean, surely Daut's never going to boom in this game. So you could switch into Elite Skirm. It's not like he can make the counter. But look at those CA.
Man, when Capoch turns it on, he really turns it on. Like,
do
the
you turn this
intensity
on, man?
is crazy here. It's the game face. I'm convinced. There's 2 weak villagers there, too.
I don't even, you know what, you just had me thinking, what do I look like? What do we look like when we're playing?
Not good.
No one's ever recorded that. But Dave, can Daut possibly still
No.
win this? Look at the...
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I
Okay.
think Capoch can
All
just
right,
raid him to
all
death.
right, Okay.
I think he can actually
There's nothing
just raid
to
him
raid
to death.
anymore. He's got nothing at home.
But if he goes to the gold with all of his eagles, Daut has to defend that
Yeah, that's
position,
true.
and then he can engage the cav archers. Either engage the cav archers, or Daut loses the villagers. And
Cav
there's no way in
archers
for him.
sitting there.
There's no damage to be done for Daut.
Oh, well, Capoch did not send in another group of eagles to the gold again. He's been consistent with that, and he's
No.
kind of stopped.
He's making scorpions now too.
Can we
Tristan.
talk about how that's not walled yet, by the way?
We've been talking about it for a while now.
just saying.
Yeah, it's still a problem.
Cav archers, there's 30 of them. Okay, there's the scorpion. Now, does Daut have bloodlines? I actually didn't pick up on that. It should be at the top left for us. He does.
Yeah. And now with scorpions evolved though, it's even harder for Daut to get in, even if he wipes up this entire eagle arm. I do like the fact that he has those light cav here though.
Yeah. I don't know
Really
how
good
he could
stuff.
afford them with...
Oh, is that gonna live?
What?
No.
That was like a step lancer.
It was close.
It's like a step lancer somehow. Capoch, 69 villagers right now, 36 for Daut, and yet Daut is somehow still alive in this game. I think I see eagles coming though.
Yeah, there's
Surely
more
Daut's
eagles.
gonna wall this.
Yeah.
Scorpions. enough to
Scorpions
hold.
doing extra damage there
Just
with the
passing.
shots running through. The hole is still there, pointed out by Mapu, our excellent observer.
And he's getting pushed
And that's
back.
a lot of cav archers, but that's a lot of eagles,
Yep.
man.
Yep, Eagles run in. Daut might get the kill there. Cav archers are dying on the other side. Daut slowly realizing that in his first best of 3, where I think he was favored between the two, he's going to lose here. And this is, of course, not over for Daut.
I wonder
ends
if he
up losing
notices
this.
the hole now that he went through it
Dude,
himself.
At this point, he's probably so angry he just refuses. Like, you go a certain period without walling, you just never wall. Because then it looks bad, right? Like, it would look like he didn't realize it if he were to wall it now. But I'm tilted.
That's a gigantic army coming from Capoch as well. And Daut's clearly distracted by all this stuff on this
There we
side.
go.
And now that army is going to come from the other side. And this is the position I told you about. See, this gold, Daut either loses all the villagers or he loses a good portion of his army, if not all of his army. He has to defend this. He cannot move from this. So this is what Capoch likes to see. He wants to force Daut into a fight.
Yep, and Capoch, of course, has the economy to continue to make eagles.
And that's the rest of Daut's eco right there. Oh, man, that's just so good from Capoch and so unfortunate for Daut.
I'm really pumped to see if Capoch celebrates. I know that he's a very animated figure.
Yep.
And I remember seeing a clip of him jumping up and down after beating MBL in Red Bull, one of the earlier Red Bull Wololos.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you want to be respectful here. You've got your opponent across the room, but this would be huge for Capoch as his face is getting more and more serious. Surely they both know right now. Daut doesn't want to give it up, but surely Capoch knows that he's going to win this series.
Yep.
And
That's
we're going to see
incredible.
Capoch win this best of 3.
That's an incredible comeback and an incredible performance from Capoch. And Daut is, like, there's some clear mistakes. We pointed them out there. The gold is one of them. That hole in the wall is a big part of it. Moving away from with the scouts early from the box turtles was a massive part. And Capoch forced Daut into that. That's what we have to mention. Like, he played so well, so aggressively after losing those first villagers, forced him into it. And big hug there from Daut. He's smiling, he's laughing, he knows that's a big moment for Capoch.
Yeah, I love to see that.
Yeah.
You know, those players respect each other. They've been rivals for 20 years. There's about a 10-year break in between or something like that. So what was I saying? Indian Sacred Springs, really good civ.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agreed with you.
And it's a good civ if you wall a little bit more, or maybe don't all in. Maybe it was too predictable there. Maybe Capoch just realized he's got to go all in.
I think it was just timings for Daut.
Yeah.
You know, he moved the scouts away from the box turtles at the wrong time. If it kept them there for 30 seconds, he doesn't lose those villagers. If he had noticed the hole in his wall, if he had pulled the villagers away from the gold, like just little tiny things that add up. And Capoch played amazing. He played amazing.
Great series. Yeah, I mean, Daut will be disappointed, of course, but he will realize that Capoch played well.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're going to send you on to the next bit. We will have another best of 3, Dave. So we're ready.
Thank you, guys, and I'm here with Capoch. Capoch, what a great game from you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Capoch, so as we've been saying in this broadcast, the first time you played Daut must have been roughly 20 years ago. That was before some of the players in this tournament were even born. Is that still a special matchup for you?
Well, we've been rivals for a long time, and it's nice. Every time we play, it's like it brings all memories back. And
we could see.
Yeah, it's really nice. He's an amazing player, and I knew that probably the way to beat him was just play really aggressive. And I was really surprised the first game with his pick Byzantines and his early castle time. I didn't expect that, so caught me a little off guard. And I think for other matches I was more prepared. Probably I had a bit more nerves during the first game.
Since you've been playing him for such a long time, would you say you're very familiar with his style? You know how to counter his play?
Not really. I would say he usually beats me more than I do. So he's just a very strong player overall. So it's hard to play him, you know.
So Capoch, I'm assuming and hoping we have a ton of new viewers today, and you're someone who has played this game for such a long time. Could you maybe talk about how the game has changed since you played Daut for the first time?
It's a completely new game, basically, yeah. Back then, it was mostly play a lot of feudal age and play a lot of skirms and like no walls. And today, the game has changed so much, and there are 39 civs compared to only 13 when I used to play. So it's
13 even,
yeah.
okay.
We only get the Mayans, you know, the Meso civs back then when I used to play. I played only for 4 years, like from 2001 to 2005, and then I just came back last year, and it's really nice to be here. I kind of didn't expect it, so.
By the way, the way how fast you improved at this game ever since you came back, it's unbelievable how you were managed to do that.
Well, actually, I believe that it's, I've been playing other games.
That helped you.
Yeah, exactly. So other RTS games that kind of keep your, I don't know if it's speed, but your mechanics well. So that's really helpful. It's not that I came back after 15 years.
It didn't completely stop. Yeah. Congratulations, Capoch. Looking forward for the rest of your tournament, and we're going to give it back to Riley.
Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the caster desk here, or the analysis desk, I should say. Riley Knight joined by Mem and Nilly. And I'll tell you what, you got your money's worth that time around. There's no use denying it, Mem. We saw some incredible games there, particularly in game number 3. We were ushered through here very quickly. It looked like it was going to be over in the blink of an eye. Let's talk about that third game. What happened? Capoch just pulled something very special out of thin air.
I mean, not only the third game, the series itself, right? I was telling you before, I was expecting this match. We could consider this series probably the only upset, let's say, today, because pretty much, more or less, all the favorite win. I think favorite here was Daut, but in the last game, that transition to Castle, I mean, he didn't have the +1 or +2. I remember T90 and Dave telling, what's going on? The Eagles don't have any upgrade, but even like that, he was reading constantly. They were also, Mapu pointed that eagle all the time, picking how many villages he picked, where he wants to take, how many villages he picked. But at the end, I think he got over 30 villages, and with the Eagles' civilizations, you don't need the great economy. And he was also 30 villages ahead. Feel sad for Daut, but I'm sure that Capoch, I was talking in breakfast all the day, and he was like, well, I don't know, I will try my best. Daut is favorite. He respects him a lot, like he has said, and he might feel incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, Nilly, I'm interested to get your perspective on the way that third game panned out, because just the relentless raiding, you know, like it just had a real bee in his bonnet, couldn't get rid of the Eagles. They kept coming back for more, and Daut wasn't able to deal with this just relentless onslaught of raiding that kept the pressure up the entire time.
Yeah, it was wild, and even in mid game 3, I even went to the production crew here, give me the highlights, show me the shift draft again. Why did he allow Indians on this map? I thought it was completely over, no upgrades on this Eagles, Daut with the map control. But then apparently he just wrote in his diary, today I'm not going to protect any of my gold villagers.
He was making a note, he's like, all right, I must remember to leave gaps in my walls. Yes.
Something like that. I didn't really understand it, and I still have good faith, because remember, Red Bull 3, opening match for Daut, he lost against Capoch, then came back to actually win the whole event.
Yes, indeed. So look, you know, even if he's not off to the ideal start, certainly a lot of Age of Empires left to play for Daut, and indeed for the rest of the players. We want to bring up now the Civ and map picks for this round, and maybe sort of have a bit of a retrospective, because, Mem, I think there are a couple of surprises. You know, whether the draft went to or didn't go to what we expected, certainly the way that the game's played out, that wasn't what we had drawn up, I don't think.
Not really, and also Capoch recognized, like, he got surprised with Byzantines in Habub map, you know, but he controlled the macro in that game perfectly, because I remember that he was all the time on that hill, and even with that one, he could catch up, get to castle, then he was raiding with some archers, and he took the game. The second game, if I cannot even see properly, what was the second game, Mr. Nelly?
We had Winged.
Winged there. Oh, in that one, the Bulgarians. Also using, it's a very, very dangerous civilization. And he was against the Hans. He was trying to probably use the well-known Cav archers, but in this one, he went really aggressive. And that tower he was building, that maybe he should do it faster or a little bit more in a forward in another position, he couldn't really protect. And the game was completely over from that point.
Well, let's talk about that moment, Nilly. I believe we've got some playback to show you of that, of the moment when, I mean, characterize this position for us here. The tower was, I mean, we saw being caught out of position. The response was the tower here. Nilly, what's your analysis of this moment?
He was a bit too far out there, right? It's 10 against 11 military, and now he feels like, okay, I need to rush this one up, because he had the stable and the archer range there. But actually, what resources are there? Yeah, you have a lumber camp, yeah, you have some villagers, but just fall back and maybe go for the other wood line. Yeah, I see 3 lumber camps there, but you needed to regroup. And with the decision going for the tower, it felt like he forced himself into taking this fight, and it snowballed after this one.
Yeah, what really sort of, I think, turned the tide here is that this ended up being an overcommitment, because the tower had to be defended, because he was trying to buy himself this time to defend this tower that went up in not a great position, as we saw, as it was able to be circumvented quite easily. Sort of painted himself into a corner, Mem, and from that position there, I mean, we saw that Capoch, once he smells blood in the water, he doesn't let go, and he will just continue to pick and pick and pick away at your defences, at your weaknesses, until he takes it out. That's what we saw.
Yeah, he pushed it, and he was trying, because it's a really important tournament, obviously, but the game was completely over. And it's similar also in game number 3. You know, he got a lot of army, but he was just going down constantly, and it's a snowball completely, game number 2 and game number 3.
It's incredible, especially, you know, coming in as someone who, as I've said, who is a bit new to this game. I haven't been playing Age of Empires as part of the competitive scene for a very long time, but something that really strikes me about this game on a very general level is the enormous depth in the way that games can play out. There can be blistering fast matches that take place in the blink of an eye, and you miss one key moment and all of a sudden it's gone. But then there can be these long, grindy matches that can take so long and dependent on so many different factors, and as you're saying, you get ground down moment over moment. But then the most incredible thing about that, because I mean every game has fast games and slow games, is that games can go from fast to grindy and then back to fast in no time at all. Nilly, this is something that I guess we kind of saw a little bit. I mean, today we've seen fast games, we've seen slower games. One thing that I want to get your perspective on here is, like, how important is it for players to be able to change their game plan on the fly? It seems that being able to pivot and adapt and be innovative at a moment's notice is super, super important for success at a high level.
And that's one of the main skills that you have to bring in here, right? Especially first game on this major stage for a lot of people. And it's no like, I can warm up. It's like, no, let's get into the game. No, deep strategic decisions from basically the first second. You have to micro, you have to fight, you have to read the maps. And making that up on the flight shows you, like, probably some people that will have nerves, that will have some problem with adjusting, and some people that are just so natural and can shine in those settings.
Well, let's talk about that as well, because obviously one of the huge differences with this event, we're playing in an enormous castle. This is a huge, a very intimidating venue, I guess, for some. We're playing for a monumental prize of $100,000 in total is the prize pool. And for a lot of these players, you know, they're used to sitting in their bedroom. They're used to sitting in a room with no one watching their face, no one watching their responses, and no one, I guess, keeping track of maybe their emotional standpoint there, and they're just playing the best Age of Empires that they can. This is a huge paradigm shift, man. You know, for people like us, we're presenters, we're used to having cameras put in our face, we don't mind being showmen or whatever else like this, but I've talked to the players about the way that they respond to this circumstance. And for some players, they love it. They thrive off the attention. They love the drama, the atmosphere that we've generated here in Heidelberg Castle. But for some of them, it's a real challenge, and it's sort of this external factor that all of a sudden plays on their mind as they're playing Age of Empires.
It's crazy, but then in this series, Daut is the one with the experience.
Yeah.
He has been in many events. Capoch has been away for a long time. He came back last year, and then this is the first time that he's in this kind of event. And then what happened? It didn't affect. Maybe it affected in the first game. Maybe we should ask that in in the next days as well. But I don't know. It's kind of complicated. I believe it's really depend a lot of each player. So.
Yeah, and certainly, it's a skill that these players are going to have to develop if there are more big events like this, and we certainly hope there will be, because showcasing your skills is one thing, but showcasing an ability to, make sure you've got that mental game, make sure you can keep it together under pressure is also huge. My friends, we do have our off-stream match here to show you. Now, we've put together a highlights package of a match that we weren't able to fit into the schedule on the main stream. This took place earlier on between MBL and Bals. And we've stitched together essentially a package of all the best bits from this series. And we're going to show it to you now. And we do hope you'll stick with us for it, because on the other side of this, my friends, we have our headline act. Of course, the only two players you haven't seen play so far, it'll be TheViper versus Dogao, our title card act tonight. So we do hope you'll stay with us, my friends. We've got MBL and Bals here playing off a quick recap of what we saw there, and then we'll be back with more live Age of Empires very shortly.
Right into it, everybody. Going to be game number 1 here on Acclivity, with Barls in the yellow to the west of the map as the Tatars, and to the east of the map in the red as the Indians will be not just any MBL, but the MBL. Interesting matchup here in game number 1. We have Tatars, I think a pretty common civ on this map. We've got all of the fast castle crossbowman play that's very strong because it's so wallable in the early game, but then you have the very, short wood lines that you can shoot over with archers, longer lasting sheep, free thumb ring, really sort of lends itself to that style of play, as we have a little bit of a scuffle here in the middle. But Indians, meanwhile, maybe just sort of a counterpick to Tatars.
Yeah, I can see that happening. In fact, I think we have seen this quite frequently on Frigid Lake, where Tatars sort of started to become a pretty popular civilization pick, and many tried to just go for a counter pick with Indians. Because, while obviously their camels are by far not arrow fire resistant, but the thing with the Indians is that you have something that deals with an early cavalry archer play very nicely, and you can also snowball the game really fast with the camels that also have a building attack bonus.
And you have elephant archers. Can't forget the elephant archers, man. Oh, archers going to be coming in here, poking away at the villagers, and this is just so much idle time. You can see here in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you got WELM, which means worker efficiency in the last minute. Pretty much, okay, how efficient is your economy relative to your opponent? And you can see MBL working at around a 20% more efficient eco there for a little while, as one archer isn't really doing a whole heck of a lot. And this is just a really uncomfortable spot for Barls.
It definitely is. This is the danger you're taking on this map, that if you can't finish your walls, even just a couple of units could come in and push you. It might be worth mentioning that the MBL is actually playing archers here with Indians, which is not out of the ordinary, but usually Indians open with scouts and just transition to camels later. So maybe Bars was caught off guard by the archer opening of MBL a little bit.
Yeah, I guess you might expect scouts from Indians. I mean, they are something of a cavalry civ. But on the other hand, archers are just so powerful on this map because it is so easy to wall. So then being able to shoot over those walls is quite helpful. Still, though, Barls will be up to Castle Age before his opponent, just selling 100 stone at the market, so he will be able to put down at least one additional TC. MBL having the tower forced out of him means that he will either have to use the market or mine stone if he wants to get his boom going. But I would imagine that as we transition to mid-game, it's going to be Barls the one who's going to be on the aggressive.
Makes sense. He's the Tatar's player, and the deeper we go into this game, the more advantage the Indian player is going to receive, because the bigger number of camos you have, it just scales a lot better than the Cav archers do.
Oh yeah, definitely. And once you sort of get to that massive camels, then like Barls has to go for halbs maybe, and with Tatohs rather, your halbs are quite sad, missing lots and lots of defense upgrades. But this is still a nice little scuffle over here. We have to consider that Tatohs are going to get the extra high ground damage, 25 additional % damage. But still, looks like the scouts are going to be cleaning up everything, and now we're going to be seeing, okay, you're in Castle Age, Barls, what you going to do, my man? And it is going to be crossbowmen for the time being. But MBL, for his part, is going to be going for Camel Skirm. Now, we see that Knight plus Skirmisher is a very common army composition for, civs that have decent cavalry and or archers against civs that are going for pure archers, like in this case, Barls. And we're just substituting the Knights for Camels in this particular instance, even grabbing a quick +2 defense just to minimize the amount of damage those ranged units are going to do. And for MBL, this is all about surviving.
And MBL also loves to play very long games. This is something to talk about. He's not really one of those players that will overcommit to an early push, because he's just so good in these very late game post-Imperial scenarios. So he's more than happy to drag a game out very long.
Oh yeah. Anyone see that it was like 6-hour game time long 1v1 arena between MBL and Hera? It was like around a year ago. And then MBL just queued up right afterwards, just without a care in the world. That's just MBL things, but here the camels are incoming. And uh-oh. Those crossbowmen losing that mangonel support. Skirmishers are running in. This could be really rough for Barls. Yikes. I mean, free thumbring is quite helpful. It improves the archer fire rate by around 18%. It's the same as the Ethiopian bonus, in case you never noticed. But still, skirmishers beat archers, and that's just sort of the fundamental problem that Barls is struggling with right now, as he is forced back into his base, and MBL can poke away at these villagers on this forward gold mine. And, ooh, okay, forward siege workshop from MBL. This is kind of surprising. I guess he feels like, okay, I got a nice early army advantage, so let's just go and pressure him even more.
It does make some sense, especially if you consider the fact that the Bars already has 2 TCs, whereas MBL was a little bit later, adding the second one, which means that he might assume that there is a bit of an economical disadvantage. Plus, if you apply the pressure to the opponent's base, you will pretty much have an untouched economy back at home.
Exactly, MBL just going to be so safe. Not only is he applying pressure, but his TC is off way on the other side of the map, and he can just continue to apply pressure, continue to harass this gold mine, and the second TC here from Barls, it does protect a gold mine, but if it's also under attack, then it's just going to be quite a struggle, and, wow. Barls just calls it.
That's a bit of a shock.
Yeah.
I feel like part of this could be that he didn't really know that he wasn't that much behind. This is one of the hardest things to anticipate in Age of Empires. If you think about it, we are seeing the villager numbers, we're seeing the positions on the map, but they do not see that. And sometimes you feel like, oh, shoot, I lost too much, I'm not breaking out of my base, he might already be on free town centers, and you just anticipate that your opponent is so much ahead of you that he will just call it.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking, okay, game number 1, things didn't go as planned, let's just go to my home map and see what I can do from there. But it was really rough, if you can see here. 45% eco efficiency is not good. And 63% much better for MBL. Just a massive difference there. If you look at the statistics, one, MBL was getting a massive edge in the KD. And although the resources collected were similar, remember that Barls had the greedier approach overall, so the fact that he was even slightly behind MBL in terms of resources collected is a huge problem. So here we are. Game number 2 in this best of 3. Let's go ahead and give MBL a point. But this is going to be the home map of Barls. Winged, picking Bulgarians here to the east of the map, and to the west in the red, as the Franks will be MBL. Remember, only 1 game away from winning this best of 3. And interestingly, despite playing as Bulgarians who get the free men and arm upgrade, Barl's just straight opening with straight archers. Just, yeah, not too worried about going for infantry or scouts.
So we have seen this quite a lot. In fact, one player I'm particularly familiar with that does this quite often is Casva. Opening archers with Franks means that your opponent will be forced to make skirmishers, because the thing is that, especially if you're up against the cavalry civilization as well, if you open archers, it will be very hard for the cavalry player to deal with 2 archers, 2 spearmen. So they will have to react by adding skirms, and if they add skirms, you can add your scout, which is your power unit with Franks.
Exactly, and Barls gets the first villager snipe onto MBL, so he can be quite happy with that, but on the other side, MBL's got a couple archers, a few archers rather, fletching coming in, and Barls is going to need to start getting the stable up really quickly right at the front of his base, but this could still be harassed by our red player.
It definitely could, and you see the mind games coming in, that you have an archer opening from both players, so Bars may have expected the archer opening from MBL, and this is why I want to highlight Casva here. He does that very often, and Bars did qualify against Casva, so he's probably familiar with this approach.
Indeed, but right now it's 8 army to 3 in favor of MBL on Empire Wars and on this map. It can just really snowball out of control if you are not careful. That poor zebra, what did that zebra ever do to you, MBL? Come on, man. Right now, it's just a matter of numbers, and those numbers are not in favor of Barls, and this woodline here is very exposed, and this is just a really, really sort of quick scuffle here at the front.
Bars is now on the back foot, not ideal by any means for him.
Certainly not. Getting scale mail armor, Bulgarians getting the benefit of those cheaper and faster researching blacksmith upgrades. Definitely really handy in these heavy feudal age situations. But still, it doesn't change the fact that your spearmen die to archers and skirms very quickly, and MBL is now pouncing. He has almost double the army numbers of his opponent. This could be pretty painful. He also has the forging upgrade. 9 more HP on those scouts, but still, it seems like the closer reinforcements of Barls could just barely be enough to hang on right now.
Yeah, Bars has the advantage of being able to reinforce his army much easier, but as long as he's not getting bloodlines for his scouts, the Frankish scouts are better. Once he has bloodlines, though, suddenly MBL scouts will be inferior, and he cannot do nothing about it.
That's the case, but this is such a rough position here for Barls. He's down, it looks like he's, only down 8 population, but just huge disadvantage in terms of military. If you look at what are the best feudal age army compositions, it is without a grass Daut, scouts plus archers, and that's kind of what MBL is mostly working with. And that's going to be another picked villager. Looks like Barls is actually mining stone. Has a dock, but MBL's making one as well. And, well, water not too important just yet.
It isn't. And at this point, if Bar starts to invest into the water, that actually favors MBL, because MBL's got an untouched eco back at home. He's got a little bit more eco efficiency. So if he can stretch out the attention of Bars, make him spend his resources on 2 different fronts, that's probably going to help his push on land.
Speaking of which, MBL's clicking up to the Castle Age. Oh no, this is going to be a disaster for Barls, who is nowhere near Castle Age. Oh man, if Barls doesn't make something big happen in the next few minutes, we could be looking at a very short stream for us on the first day.
We have to keep that in mind, that MBL is performing really well over here.
Oh yeah, no, incredibly well executed aggression. And Barls is just struggling to hang on as villagers being forced to fight. That is never a good sign unless you're Spanish in Imperial Age. And this is bad, don't get me wrong, it's 6 villagers killed by MBL. But the bigger issue is that MBL's just going to be getting to Castle Age. He's going to be hitting Castle Age with, enough resources for 4 to 6 knights, and yeah, you're not beating that with Feudal Age units.
Indeed, just a couple of knights, especially if you consider that Franks don't even have to get the Bloodlines technology. They get that pretty much for free, for their knights at least. That means that MBL has to spend less resources on that, and a couple of leftover archers that he has could be converted into crossbows very easily as well.
Exactly. When we look at the north on the water, we see this watchtower built by Barls to defend his 1 fishing ship. This seems like an investment that's going to take way too long to pay off. It's like, okay, we'll build the tower to protect our fishing ships, but we're completely dying at home on our wood lines as these archers are running around everywhere, doing a massive amount of damage. MBL hits Castle Age. These two scouts are not going to be doing anything, and wow, that was quick and dirty.
It was. Maps that favor MBL's playstyle quite a bit, fairly open, standard land maps, those are the maps that MBL loves to play, but also his execution seemed to be a lot better than Bars's one over here. Bars just felt like he wasn't ready for a challenge like this, at least for today. MBL came in very strong, and this is where I want to mention one of the underappreciated things. MBL has experience on LAN events, Bars does not, so the fact that, you got MBL, who at least has some sort of idea how to approach a LAN event. Neither of these players have massive time zone differences, so jet lag is not something that needs to be considered very heavily here. But, it's very different to play from home compared to playing at a LAN event.
MBL is going to be victorious, taking this first set and winning his first win here in the Swiss stage.
Welcome back to our analyst chamber here, my friends. There remains but one match for us to cover to close out our day one of action here at Red Bull Wololo 5 live from Heidelberg Castle. $100,000 on the line, of course, as we play our way through 4 days of Swiss before a cut to top 8 and eventually crown a champion that will take home over a quarter of the total prize purse. There are enormous stakes enormous enough to match and be befitting of the castle in which we find ourselves. I'm joined here in the chamber here by Memb and Nilly, who also have taken to the occasion to dress themselves up in their richest and finest robes here. And both of you really did a very good job of demonstrating how very seriously you're taking this event when it comes to this. And speaking of serious, my goodness me, Nilly, we have a very serious match coming up now between one of the game's all-time greats, if not the greatest player of all time here in TheViper, playing against Dogao. We've saved what many would call the best for last here, Nilly.
Yeah, Viper obviously huge fan favorite, right? Lots of people just aching for finally him performing to what his fans want to see in the Red Bull series, and Dogao, an absolute beast, right? Crazy performances in the Empire Wars Duo 2v2 tournament with basically Red Bull settings, and winning the tournament before $5,000 Empire Wars tournament, very similar settings as well. Probably one of the biggest achievers over the last month, and that has to be a bang of a set.
Absolutely, and look, one of the things that really strikes me about Dogao is he may be a little underrated at this point. He may be a bit of a dark horse in this field, but man, he's in great touch. He is in fantastic form and is poised to really do very well in this particular format. But TheViper has got everything to prove. We haven't seen him fire at a Red Bull event in the way that we're accustomed to. So there is an interesting dynamic as we head into our main match today.
Well, it's a series that I'm looking forward to see for sure. I mean, the Viper might feel the pressure now. He has been the favorite in many tournaments for so long. Like you mentioned, only went in the grand final in the Red Bull Wololo 1. We're in the number 5 edition. And then he's playing a player, like Nilly was telling that, and you mentioned, underrated. But he's an amazing player, super solid. He's not usually a player that is making mistakes. Probably Viper has, like other players also, Lierrey, Hera, faster micro, maybe multitasking. But leave it a hole or something. Let Dogao get the initiative, and he's going to be pushing constantly and not going to stop anymore because he has also a great macro. Looking forward for this last series of the day, guys.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge contest here, and I think we're really going to see the sparks fly. TheViper with everything to prove. He has a name and a reputation that he is wanting not only to defend but also to advance here, whereas Dogao has put in the time, put in the effort, and as we've said, is in fantastic touch. But we know that for so many of you around the world watching right now, Viper is a beloved competitor for many of you. We know that he's your favourite player. And we got the chance to sit down and catch up with TheViper for quite an extended period here. We want to bring you now some of Viper's thoughts, some of his perspectives, and some of the stuff that you can expect to see from him throughout this entire week here as we sat down with him to gather his thoughts before this event. On the other side of this, we'll be heading straight into the match, and you'll be in the very capable hands of Dave and T90. So stick around, everyone. After this interview with TheViper, we'll be getting straight into the game.
Oh man, look at the trap!
Oh, he's taking now absolutely everything.
And Viper just keeps clearing up the military. What a dominating performance here from him.
There you go, GG call. The Viper is in the top 4 in the tournament, and the Snake is there.
So I'm Örjan, also known as TheViper. I'm 29 years old from Norway, currently living in Germany. I'm a full-time Age of Empires 2 content creator and competitor, and I'm representing Gamer Legion. So working with the computer as many hours of a day as I do, I use the mouse a lot, and that has unfortunately led to some issues in the shape of a B9 tumor, also referred to as a ganglion cyst on my wrist. Yeah, it's not been great. It hasn't been painful, but it does obviously impact my work in a negative way. It very much varies how it affects me. Sometimes I will play 1 or 2 days and I will feel completely fine. Other days I will be playing 1 day or just an hour and I'm feeling in my wrist that I kind of have to I have to stop playing because it's just already uncomfortable, and I know that the more I use my hand there and then, it will just get more and more uncomfortable. So I definitely have to take breaks and stop kind of when my wrist tells me to. So the preparation for Wololo 5 so far has been a little bit lacking on my end, but I've been helping my teammates prepare for their qualifiers a little bit. And obviously we'll be training a bit online now going forward the next couple of weeks, but the week before the actual event in Heidelberg, we will have a boot camp in Berlin in the Game Legion Gaming House. So we're going to get all the players there, and yeah, looking very forward to that. And we're going to enter Red Bull Wololo 5 as prepared as we can be. I love LAN events. I'm always looking forward to meeting teammates, opponents, rivals, everyone. The Age of Empires community and its players are just so good to be around. Being able to meet up, and especially now with COVID been affecting the world so much for so long, and it's just going to be nice to pretty much meet the people you have met online and known for a long time, and you haven't been able to see them for a long time. So looking forward to that a lot. So being one of the more popular players, there is obviously extra pressure coming with that. It's the type of pressure I want though, right? If you weren't one of the popular players or the ones with more success, you wouldn't have that type of pressure on your shoulders. The Wololo Empire Wars style suits me as well. I've still had fairly good results overall if you look at it. It's just, I guess people are used to me winning more than I have accomplished so far in these events. I still think I fit Empire Wars nicely as well. Maybe not as good as normal random map, but I still think I fit this playstyle, and I think I can still perform to the point where I can win an event, and what better time than now.
There's no way he can stop this wave. This game is nuts.
All right, good to hear from Viper ahead of this amazing set. Hey Dave, did you get taller?
I don't want to talk about it. They took away his box. They literally took away his box.
It does look a little better,
and with it went any shred of my dignity that was remaining.
I can't believe they did that today. They didn't even wait to the end.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't really see chat. Were they complaining maybe?
Yeah.
Anyways, we got a set between Viper and Dogao. Of course, the wonderful analyst did a great time introducing it. And Dogao, in my opinion, is better than that true ranking position. Has had a very strong month, but also didn't have as much time to train. He was here very early. His hotel's Wi-Fi, his internet, he couldn't even, I think it took him like 2 days to download the game, and then it didn't even work well. So he maybe didn't have the time he needed to prepare, we'll see, but Viper was with his Gamer Legion squad. You can see his true ranking position and where the whole crew here and players rated him. To me, Viper seems to be maybe a step up over Dogao in some ways, but what do you think Dogao brings to the table that Viper's going to have to look out for?
I mean, Dogao's just solid. He's just solid. And if you mess up, he's going to punish you.
Yeah.
So don't mess up.
Wow, just win.
This is the type of hard-hitting insight that I've come to represent at these events.
Yeah, that's what made him taller. It just makes you grow and grow.
Yep.
Anyways, it is worth mentioning Dogao has won some big tournaments before. He's probably a better team game player than in 1v1s, but I think that Viper, when asked, and this was so long ago, maybe 3 years ago, but he said that Dogao was always in his top 8. Now, times have changed, these are different settings, but anytime there's a Viper quote, I write it down, and I remember it, and I will never forget it.
Mm-hmm. Now, we're going to be heading to the draft pretty soon from Viper and Dogao. Remember, we're doing the drafts here in person
And we have both our villagers ready, and we have our intimidating-looking admin, Krazini, sitting there behind the castle. He's doing an excellent job looking intimidating, by the way.
He's actually a really nice guy, just in case people thought he was mean.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy. There's Dogao. He's ready. And Krazini is going over how this is going to work. And how this works is they're going to do this just like they would in an online Civ draft, and they're going to start off with the maps, and then they're going to move on to the civilizations. Different process for the players. They have 40 seconds each segment of the draft, which is a little bit more time than online, but I think there was a good compromise so we could keep this happening. And yep, here we have a ban from Dogao. He's going to ban Meadow. No Meadow for the Viper.
And now Enclosed is getting banned.
Okay. Well, Viper wants to keep it open, but not as open as Meadow.
Now we have Haboob being picked by Dogao.
Viper's talking to him right now. He's like, good pick, good pick.
He's chatting. He's still got those shoes on,
Those
man.
shoes are
They're
disgusting.
so bright.
Like, okay, the shoes aren't
They're
bad.
good.
I like the shoes. It's just
Yeah.
he always wears like jeans with it.
Okay,
Anyways,
Runestones.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's the shoes.
Yes, the best production team on the internet.
I mean, it kind of matches the little carpet we have going on there.
This is coming from a guy who named his online
username after shoes.
Yeah.
If anyone would know, it'd be me.
Yeah, it would be you. Yeah.
Anything else fashion-wise,
Okay,
you can
so
forget about it.
it looks like Winged got banned there, and now Atacama is going to get banned. So we do have a crazy map in Haboob, but we just removed 2 of the craziest maps.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, really, this is getting less and less exciting. No, I'm kidding. There's so many maps. And I feel like for Dogao, he's definitely going to want to play a map that Viper maybe didn't prioritize in his training. That said, Viper spent a week training, so
yeah,
it's
I
going to be
think
tough.
Viper's probably played all these maps quite a few times here. Now we're selecting the 2 maps. Viper is picking 2 maps, and Dogao. It's Aftermath Acclivity, and Dogao gets to pick the one that Viper
gets. And that will be game number 1.
And it looks like it's oh, the villager almost.
Did he select? So he selected Aftermath. I expected him to avoid that. Viper kind of looked at him like, decide, my friend, because one is known very well, one is kind of fresh, and there we have it.
To the notebooks.
To the notebooks they go. Yes. Viper's pen micro is quite good.
Viper not remembering what was picked. This is the difficulty of an in-person draft, right? When you do it online, everything's on the screen, but obviously it just brings a different element here, and that room itself is just so cool. You guys can see it on the camera, but when you walk in there, like the stage is all lit up, they have the banners, the Civ draft table, like everything about it is just next level.
It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. It has definitely sold me. And Dogao maybe thinking as he steps away, Viper maybe doing the same. I mean, of course, they're probably just going to write down their maps and their civs, and then they figure out where they want to match it up, but maybe there's a bit more going on there for Viper. Are you good at lip reading?
I think he's speaking Norwegian to himself. And you
I
know
knew
how
any
bad
Norwegian.
my Norwegian is. Yeah.
Yep, we can't help you there, that's for sure. And they're staring at it, they're
Dogao
thinking.
doesn't like the notebook. He's punching it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aggressively.
Yeah.
And he's nodding his head. He's like, okay, notebook 1. I'll give you that round.
Now
they're
Krazini
talking
telling
to
them
Krazini.
it's time to pick the civs, and we're opening up with the global bans, and Ethiopians once again globally banned.
All right, maybe not good enough to want.
And Aztecs globally banned here from Viper.
All right, I like that. Of course, after these picks that are coming, and Viper should get the next pick if I'm not mistaken, after these picks there's then a snipe, so there's always the ability to remove one civ. Did he go? Okay, I thought he went
Vietnamese.
Yeah, seriously.
I was thinking, whoa. Okay, Vikings, that's no surprise from Viper.
Yeah,
it
Vikings
really
very good.
plays to his style.
And he's a Viking.
Yep.
He's from Norway.
He is a Viking. Those are traditional Viking shoes.
It really helps weather the environment. Cumins this early is
it
a little
Cumins
bit
or
of a-
Cumins?
You guys are saying Cumins, but we never had a talk about that. So I'm going Cumins, because that's what.
Saracens.
What? Is this Tatoh? Dogao with some crazy picks here.
Yep. Remember, he's been around all these other players for the last day and a
8
half
hours,
too. So
yeah.
he might be getting ideas from them.
Well, we had a conversation with Dogao about Sicilians at lunch yesterday.
Yeah, and he said they'll never be picked.
He said they'll never be picked, and they were picked what, 4 times, 5 times? So I'm guessing he won't pick it.
That would be a dark horse pick.
Now it finally is. And
okay, Magyars. I think Magyars, well, Vikings, Magyars, both pretty strong civs if you're going to snipe one.
Yeah.
From Dogao.
I feel like if you were to be critical of Viper's previous Red Bull performances, as he likes to sit back a bit, Magyars is not that type of civ, so I think that's good.
Do you want to go up against Magyars on a map like Haboob?
How about I just never face up against Magyars? How about I always have Magyars? That's what I would always like to have Magyars.
Yep. Ooh, Huns too. Huns and Magyars and Viking. That's a really good civ lineup there for Viper so far.
This makes me so happy to see those civs there, you know?
Yep.
I mean, Magyars is technically an expansion civ, but it was one of the Forgotten Empires expansions, so. I think Dogao just said something like, you took the civ I wanted, and now he's got to think.
Oh, I thought he was going Bohemians there for a second.
We have not seen Bohemians yet.
No, we haven't. Thank God, because there's some new units that I have trouble pronouncing names. I'm just like, I'm praying like, don't pick that, please.
Yeah, I struggle with Cumin.
Okay,
so
Berbers, Khmer. The smiley face is back.
Yeah, smiley face. Is that a smile? It's more of a neutral look.
Yep.
I just can't get over the earrings there.
They're big.
Viper, debating. The pressure's on. He only has 25 seconds remaining, and he go, what? Okay, again, I thought his arm must be too short.
I know.
Because I thought he went for Spanish, and I almost lost my mind. I assume he's also saying it at the same time.
Don't say too short.
This is bad timing.
Too soon.
This is bad timing. Oh, God. Okay, Dogao's like, I see your Tatars, and I will counter. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind. That was Viper's turn.
Yep.
That would have been a funny joke, though. Sicilians!
There we go.
Okay. Lots of Sicilians today. Bulgarians. Nice.
So a little bit more of an unorthodox civ selection here for Dogao as we see the first ban coming in. He's banning Vikings.
Shocker.
Yeah, big shock. And we see the ban, and is it going to be on Cumans here? On Saracens. Ooh.
You know why?
Ooh. Aftermath?
Nah, I was going to make a bad joke, but I already ruined it, so we'll save that for another day.
Yeah.
So Saracen's a civilization that he probably fears after facing up against Tatoh, doing that a million times. Tatoh known for being creative with Saracens. And we've got Cumans, Berbers, Khmer, Bulgarians for Dogao. I kind of like that civ structure. The only thing that's weird is he doesn't have a real strong archer civ.
I don't know. Vipers look solid, though. Huns, Tatars, Magyars, and Sicilians.
Also, Dogao, I was kind of sleeping on his banner, but his banner is freaking sick.
It's awesome, dude.
Yeah, I
It's
just
awesome.
It didn't stick out to me as much as some of the others, but I really like that.
Also, not a playable Eagle civ in here.
True.
Not a single one. Aztecs were
welcome
globally
that.
banned. Or Mayans and Incas weren't even picked.
I welcome that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Hey, if you had a banner, like if you were competing, what would your banner be?
I don't know. They'd probably make some meme of like, I don't know. Bald controller.
Okay.
Who knows?
All right, bald controller.
I like to think I'd be like some wolf.
What about you resembles a wolf?
My personality. Oh.
No. No, I mean, I trust me, I don't think my banner would be all that great either, but yeah, maybe we should move on before you ask me the same question.
Let's go.
Woo, 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 right? Woo, woo, woo.
Yeah, let's get on to the games here, and we will be starting soon. We just selected the civs and the maps, so both players are kind of considering their options here, and we'll be into game number one. Do you recall which map is going to be first here? We got.
What's wrong with that? Hold on. First map is.
The problem is we usually have it up on the screen, you know.
Yeah, it's normally there.
Yeah.
We don't have a notepad.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the
Oh,
issue.
look at this. Oh my God.
I was gonna say Aftermath.
Oh, it's so beautiful that they responded right away. Okay, we've got Aftermath coming up, so I think it's gonna be Cumans for Dogao, and then for Viper, maybe we're gonna see the Magyars on this map.
Close. I think we see Huns.
Huns. Okay.
Now, what's tricky is I don't know if we'll see Sicilians from Viper.
Yep.
Right? Like, I think if we go through Viper's civs, I think Aftermath will be Huns, try and take a lot of control and be flexible. Magyars is probably for Haboob. That used to be, might still be the #1
And then
Haboob civ.
Tatars for Runestones.
And then I think Tatars on Runestones because it's a bit more archer heavy.
Yeah.
What's tricky for me is I don't know what Dogao does on Runestones because it's archer heavy and he does not have a good archer civ.
Yep.
And he's also, funnily enough, a very capable archer player. It's not like he just goes knights. Of course, these guys can do everything, but as we see this wonderful, wonderful room, and there's Viper here as he's going to get prepped to try and win this best of 3. I think Dogao is incredible with crossbows, so I'm surprised.
Yep. And these statues you're seeing, folks, we haven't brought these in. These are part of the museum within the castle. We've literally booked out a castle museum to host our event in.
Yeah.
It's pretty spectacular. You should see the view off the balcony is amazing. And they're going to be getting in here soon.
It's so funny outside, you know, there's still some people who show up to see the castle.
Yeah.
So you've got all these people who are clearly tourists.
Yeah.
And then like a wave of nerds walks by right into the castle.
Did I tell you we were hanging out there the other day? There was like 4 of us talking, and I heard a couple guys speaking in English, and they were tourists. And they were kind of looking at us, and they're looking up the event because I saw the banners. And then they were looking on the website, and they realized our pictures were on there. So they were like pointing at who was who. I felt like a celebrity.
Did they ask for your autograph?
No, I waved at them and they ignored me.
Oh man, I cannot at all relate to that.
Yeah.
Well, one can dream. Maybe Red Bull Wololo 6. You'll get some fans up here. But hey, I mean, it is an incredible place. And for Viper and Dogao, they've been waiting all day. 8 hours now, almost that at least. We've been live, and of course we have been here for a lot longer. And you know, it was Viper who was really sitting there watching all of his teams. He had the magic book, like
He
the
had an
magic
intense.
strategy book.
Everyone else was like talking, playing chess and stuff, and Viper was watching every single game.
Like
with
Nelson,
intensity.
Nelson sat down like in front of one of the TVs, but not like fully in
Yeah.
front. Like maybe just a small portion was blocked, and Viper's like, Nelson, move! I need
Yeah.
to see that. And yeah, Nelson's angry. I can.
Yeah. And here we go into game number 1.
All right, Dave, and this is probably the most unique map we have. It is the Viper, looking to start off Red Bull Wololo 5 strong, and we have Dogao playing as the Bulgarians. Huns versus Bulgarians, and I was not expecting Bulgarians here.
He had Cumans.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be Cumans. We've seen it before on this map, but apparently he's decided to go for Bulgarians.
Dogao's going to win that.
Yeah, this is part of the reason that players don't like, a lot of players don't like this map, because you can just run around now. You don't have to take this fight.
Viper has the monument though, so or the trade workshop. So Viper's getting the resources.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He can just run around. This is what I was talking about with Tatoh. It's pretty much. Well, you had to spend it there, so it doesn't really matter. But it's pretty much RNG on which direction you go, and if you both get to the same one, then one player takes it and then just runs in circles.
Yeah. I think, like in many ways, for that reason, I think it was better when there was 3.
No, it was not. It's good the way it is. I think that was a really good change. But anyway, we're into the game here. Double archer range from the Viper in opening. Good quick walls there. He's on the ball. He's got a spearman out to drive those scouts away. And he does have control over one trade workshop, which, if you're not familiar, folks, the trade workshops are like Vittoria's. They give you a slow trickle of resources. You can see that up at the top. Whenever the resources go up by 1, that's the effect from the trade workshop. So not a lot of res, but in a matchup like this with players of this caliber, it matters a lot.
I think this is something that GL must have prepared. Not just the map, but the opening. Because remember, Tatoh went for archers and spearmen as well against Hera. Granted, I think that Viper's got a better civ to be able to switch into some mobility in the later game, so I do like Huns a lot more than Mayans, but Viper's been controlling those little workshops so far. He also has not had as much TC idle time. So in terms of economy, it's been all about the Viper so far.
Controlling both of those for this long, this early, is such a big deal.
Yeah.
It lets you get a couple more units onto the field, sustain villager production, even though you're making military. Think about going up to the next age earlier, and you can see Dogao just struggling to find openings. I think he attacked one archer there, but now Viper is knocking on the door to his base, and Dogao is just kind of bouncing off spearmen, bouncing off production buildings, not able to find any damage.
I don't think Dogao was ever expecting Viper to go in there with those archers. Nope. He probably expected that army to sit on the monument, or workshop, sorry. And you'll see if Dogao can maybe use the mobility right now, because we talked about that earlier today.
Yeah, and he can't even, this is the thing, right? If you send one spearman forward with your archers, it's so hard to engage with scouts.
Yep.
I think scouts are nice for the mobility on this map, but I think Viper has the right idea. Archer Spearman. It just secure the monuments, and then you're protected against the scout attack.
I think Dogao had a control group problem there, and he clicked the wrong one.
And now he's pushed off the wood line. This is not a good start for Dogao. And remember, all this time that Viper is spending over here,
he's got the
he's got the resources trickling in.
He could almost click up to Cast Link after this.
It's
this
a
is incredible.
huge impact.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's really looking weird to me that Dogao chose this. Remember, he had an option. He could have chose this map or the other one.
Yeah.
And he ended up choosing this one. And it's really, it's either Viper completely outclassing him, which he is, or Dogao just not knowing what to do on the map.
This is crazy pressure from Viper. Look, he's already pushed him off the wood line. Dogao went back to that. Now Dogao sent military in, but it's all cleared up by Viper. That archer range will probably be delayed, and the villagers are wondering where to go. They can't go back into the archers, and Viper can either camp the berries or go back to the wood line, and Dogao realizes this. Dogao just taps out. That is the quickest game of the day.
Which is saying something, because those
6
NBL,
minutes and
those
34
NBL Barrels games were pretty fast.
I think that's a great performance from Viper, and just showing that I think he knows how to play the map better. He's practiced it more.
I agree, but that was just an awful game for Dogao. I know we have to sugarcoat things, but offensively it was horrible and defensively it was horrible.
But it's
and he didn't even prioritize the important
It's not like
elements
he
of the map.
threw away his scouts right away. He was running around with them. It's just scouts are not the best option there.
Tell Hera that. From earlier.
Yeah, he was against
the same thing. It's okay.
But he got punished early too.
Right, you know,
He got punished. He didn't hold
Dave,
the trade workshops early, and he got hit on his wood line too.
Okay.
He just kept the scouts around.
That's all right. I'm sorry I fought you. Will you forgive me?
Yeah. Go back and rewatch the game.
Okay, I'll do that later.
Okay.
Dogao's got to go back to the drawing board here. He's looking at his book now, and obviously this is going to go to one of his maps, which is good. You'd expect the preparation to be good as well. However, clearly the civilizations are going to be more unique here, right? Bulgarian's not something I was truly expecting on the previous map, and he's got civs like Berbers to work with, which was picked pretty high compared to other times in this tournament.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something. I think even just dragging the game, even if you're not feeling great in Dogao's position, dragging the game out to 20 minutes, just to head into tomorrow with a good feeling, even if you know you're going to struggle, right? Or you're just getting your feet wet, or maybe it's uncomfortable to play with lights. I know we've seen him at home playing in complete darkness.
I'm sweating here, man.
I know we've seen him play in complete darkness, so maybe he's thrown off a little bit by the whole land setting, but it's important for him to get his feet under him and get some confidence going into day number 2. I don't mean to sound like I'm writing him off already, but that was pretty definitive from Viper.
Yeah, it was 6 minutes. I think it can't go worse. Yeah. I think that Dogao will be on a home map, a map that he's familiar with. It should be a better game for Dogao. And so we're going to move on now. The next map is not Aftermath. We just saw that. So the next map will be Haboob. And Haboob, you've got to be thinking scouts. So there's actually any number of civilizations which could be good here, because Kumans, Berbers, and Khmer are all strong with scouts. Viper's likely going to go for Magyars, though. While I could be wrong, I feel Magyars is probably the go-to pick for Viper.
Yeah. I mean, Magyars is just so strong in Empire Wars, right? You get that extra +1 attack, and your scouts are cheaper, and it's just everything works in your favor. And you have a really strong Castle Age in terms of options, and then once you get to Imperial Age as well, you have strong compositions, so...
I actually think Kumans, I know Khmer is definitely a standout there, maybe even Berbers.
Yep.
I mean, he has any number of choices.
I think humans might match up better against Magyars, yeah.
The cheap stable's insane. It's, to quote Hera, it is way too many resource savings at the start in Empire Wars. That's what he said last week after winning the 2v2 Empire Wars duo. So we'll see. Dogao did prioritize that civ rather early, but he also picked Bulgarians at the end of his draft. I went for that for game number 1. No doubts about Viper's performance, though. 6.5 minutes. He's ready, and I think we're ready to hop into game number 2 here in just a bit, Dave.
Yeah, you can see the focus there on Dogao's face. He needs to make something happen here. And Viper, obviously, just stone cold in Viper fashion. I don't think I've ever seen him any other way.
Yep. I'm never going to be distracted, always focused on the task at hand, and here we go. So we do have Kumans versus Magyars, and for Viper, he's going to start out with Forging being free, And
double archer range.
Also, we'll have the cheaper scouts, and we see the double ranges, Dave.
Yeah, and you can get away with that right away.
They're really
Humans.
close.
Yep, they are
really
very,
close.
very close. We can see that tiny little pyramid in the middle with the relics sitting underneath it. Nice little cosmetic feature. You cannot enter that pyramid,
Can you
though.
get a hill bonus on it?
No.
Oh. Archers will be coming out of these ranges for Dogao in a second. But I think the most important thing is, and we've seen this, is include the spearmen. Right?
Yeah.
Even just 1 archer, 2 spearmen is incredibly difficult for Viper to face up against. A bit sloppy there for Dogao, does lose some HP on his scout. And Viper adding the range, he's going to look for some skirmishers here as he needs an answer to those spearmen.
Yeah. And it's going to be really tough for him at the beginning because the extra production that Dogao can afford is going to hit him fast. But if Viper saves up his army, he can take one big fight. You can see him doing it. He doesn't want to engage with the scouts yet. He wants to make sure he can win the fight, and then he'll engage. And he'll, as the villagers are getting hit, he'll just pull them away, pull the weak one, put it back in the TC, try and save it. Good pick there from Dogao, though.
Okay, now Dogao doesn't have a scout, so now skirmishers can't really be counted when they get mass. So Viper probably recognizing this now. Yep, just pulling back, using the skirms. Now Dogao should have a cheap stable. I can't see what's going on at home, but like with Kumans, I feel like, again, economy matters as well. Yeah. Maybe a stable, and there it is for Dogao.
And Viper, the 4 scouts is all he's going to manage for the time being. It doesn't really have the food eco yet to sustain that, so he's going to just keep making skirmishers. There we go, queues up another scout finally. And I wonder if he's going to pressure down the middle, or if he just keeps his skirmishers in the middle and then goes and hunts around with his scouts. Maybe it hits that wood line.
Well, you can sit your skirms there on their own until that stable's been up a bit. So he could actually try and leave, but I think he realizes the skirmishers will not kill that.
Fast.
Yeah. Like the villagers will still live. As we see another stable for Dogao. So in case you're new, and I know there's some new people out there, this is not possible with any other civ. And Viper, gotta be careful there. But yeah, this is what happened when they made that change to Kumans, Dave. Suddenly everyone started picking them, and it's made them very, very tough to deal with.
75 wood.
75 wood for a stable.
For a stable.
Yeah.
Or an archer range. Pick your poison.
Yeah. He is paid less for his 4 military buildings than Viper did for his 2.
Yep.
That's
but
broken.
I mean, Viper's gonna be in a much better position in terms of security.
Yeah.
Like he's got the army forward. Dogao has to deal with this before he leaves. It's Magyar scouts. He doesn't want to leave them around. They automatically get forging, so they're going to do extra damage to the villagers. And there's the skirmishers there as well, which can deal with his archers. So Viper's going to be safe at his own base, and Dogao has to worry about all of this pressure that's hanging out here.
The problem is Viper's comp is a little vulnerable in some ways. Like you look at the archers out there, those archers are fairly good against the scouts, and then those skirmishers are very vulnerable against the enemy scouts. So the difference here is just simply that the skirms from Viper are only good against half of Dogao's army, and Dogao did get forging, so he's going to go into this fight. At least he's thinking about it, and if he can focus fire down Viper scouts, as micro will be important here, I think this could easily swing back to Dogao's favor.
Yeah, Viper has a lot more upgrades on his scouts, though.
True.
And he's building numbers right
Also
now. He's
a
got
hill.
7. He's got 3 in the queue, too, it looks like.
Yeah, and you know what? He's working off 2 stables as well
Yep,
now.
and there you go. He loops 1 scout around. That's going to be very annoying for Dogao.
Dogao thinking about taking the fight. That's a really good engage for him. In fact, so good I think he should stay in the fight here, Dave. This is a good engage for Dogao, the best engagement he'll get. And maybe Viper focused elsewhere for a moment, and you can see the difference. The skirmishers do not offer anything for Viper.
Yeah, even with the fully upgraded scouts, Viper still loses that fight, and that's because the archers were doing damage behind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the difference. And now Viper's kind of tricky because if he starts to make more skirms, then the scouts are going to counter him. So you normally switch into your own archers with the scouts. Viper's doing that, and Viper on the back foot here in game number 2.
Yeah, and that's a big ball of archers coming forward. That's a big ball of archers. Dogao is temporarily housed at the moment, so the production's going to stall just a little bit here. But he does have 8 scouts, and Viper going in?
What? That was really weird.
That was kind of sloppy there.
You know the army's going to be there, so I think he got distracted as he was moving around, and even that's not a good fight to take unless I'm wrong, because it seems like Dogao agreed that Viper was going to win.
I don't think Dogao realized how many of Viper scouts were pretty weak there.
Yeah, maybe.
There's 4 of them that have taken hits, and that scout is continuing to be annoying for Viper. Dogao now attacking it with villagers, but that scout has armor. It has bloodlines.
Well, there's still 2 armies versus 1 on the other side, and Viper just abandoning farms, not taking losses, but he is taking losses in terms of the long-term resources he's going to bring in here.
And I wonder if he towers the wood line. I mean,
if he hasn't, he's in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think he has, because look at the stone count.
Oh.
Look at the stone count right now, and Viper still is going to have trouble engaging this army. Dogao still has the scouts in front. This is really, really good from the Brazilian here. Viper, though, not even losing a villager, I don't think, on that wood line there.
Yet. I love the patience. I think you and I would have placed the tower, but as more scouts come in for Dogao, I mean, there's 25 army versus 12, Dave. Those villagers are going to have to die, or they're going to have to run at this point. I do not see how Viper can
I
catch
think
up with
Dogao
numbers.
is being a little bit too timid here, maybe. With his army.
Well, giving Viper a lot of respect, because you don't want to overextend yourself.
Yeah.
But I also
there
think
we go. What happens if he just does this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should be going to game 3 here, Dave. Either a tower comes up in the wood line right now and saves half the villagers, which won't be enough.
Yeah, I mean, none of those archers died from Dogao. The
Micro
scouts
sick.
go down, and it'll be easier to engage for Viper, but he doesn't have the numbers.
That's 6. Yeah, they just traded like 10 military units, basically. And now we see the tower. Yeah. But for Viper, this might not be in time. However, he did send half of those villagers
It's going to go
over.
up perfectly in time. It's going to go up like what, right now?
2.
There it is. Pushes the archers away. He only lost 3. In
Well.
hindsight, that's probably pretty good.
Well, yeah, he ended up losing another. The scouts coming in. You're right, Dave. I expected more to happen there.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I mean with Viper. He's really good at getting that timing down at times.
Yeah.
And that's something that would not have happened with me or anyone else here. I think we would have
But
just
look at
placed
this.
the tower.
Dogao's here with 4 scouts.
And more archers.
Yeah, he has the armor upgrade. He's got forging. He's got bloodlines. Like, these scouts are super deadly. Viper, though, is going to clear up all the archers from Dogao. So potential for momentum shift here if Dogao takes a bad fight.
Yeah.
Viper can push back across the middle of the map. We're looking at the resources from both players. Not super close on clicking up to the Castle Age. So we still have a ways to go in the Feudal Age here.
Viper's got to be careful because 8 archers isn't enough against 6 scouts.
Yeah, I mean, even with the tower, it's going to be tough. I think he can find a really good position between the tower and the wood line there, though. And the villagers in front, I think he can do some damage. He is going to lose some vills to the archers from Dogao, though. And I don't know where Viper scouts are. Looks like they're going forward, so he's opted to go forward, try and do some damage to Dogao, and neglect his economy at the back.
Dogao should know this. You've got to be thinking about it
He
for
has
Dogao.
to know it.
Because that army used to be at Viper's
Oh,
base.
these could do so much damage. At least he notices fairly quickly.
Yeah, he does.
But
And of course, there's still an army in Viper's base.
Yep.
So this is why people love Haboob.
Yep.
This is what this map provides. And Dogao picked this map, and Dogao is now pouncing on Viper's army.
It's a base trade, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, what
but
do you
the
do?
problem is that Dogao has way more military in Viper's base than Viper has in Dogao's base.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, as long as there's not a hole in the wood line, I think that Dogao is going to be in a better position after all of this.
Yeah.
As long as he keeps this army alive. Now, Dogao hasn't towered, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, he still hasn't towered, but he doesn't really need to against scouts. That's the difference.
No, and that's the threat for Dogao. He has scouts and archers, so he can range anything that Viper walls in. Dogao can just quick wall everything.
You know, the scouts are cheap for Viper. That's a good thing here because he's really struggling to get
Yeah,
food
he
right
needs
now.
it. Yeah.
Really struggling to get food. Only 12 on food, and like one of those villagers just dropped off the resources. Viper scouts are now going down. Kind of feels like, Dave, that this is Dogao's time to finish off the game.
Yeah. Well,
it's tough.
It's kind of tough for Dogao because the longer the game goes, the more you kind of favor Magyars
And Viper,
in this
I'd say.
position.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I would say Viper's weakness in Empire Wars specifically is probably.
I can't believe he's still alive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the
Impressive.
Viper magic right there.
Also, I have to give Dogao props because there's been opportunities for him to overextend, but he hasn't done so over the last 30 seconds. Like, Viper's army's looking fairly decent there, and Dogao's now going to get a good fight out of this, and he's on his way to Castle Age. So bought himself a lot of time, kept Viper at home, now is on the way to Castle Age, and Viper's not even anywhere close.
No,
Viper's
Viper
got
needs a
13
market.
on gold.
Viper needs a market. He's got 600 gold now. There's the market for Viper. He can't even buy himself up, though.
Yeah, I know.
And 2 more stables. Well, I wonder what you can do with cheap stables. This is what you can do.
I mean, if the devs are watching and they're like on the fence, like, I'm not sure if that's an issue. Well, here you have it. This is strong. Not saying you necessarily need to call for nerfs just yet. We'll see. after this tournament, Dave, is Viper's coming in for a counter.
But it's all walled at the front there now.
I was just going to say, it kind of feels like there should be a hole there, but I don't think there is.
I don't think so.
Oh, well played, Dogao. There's red around the left side. Actually, it looks like it's been called out. And whoa, what are those scouts doing there? Viper loses his archers. And now yet again, he can't even threaten the woodline or force a tower.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Dogao. This is a really firm advantage from the Brazilian. So this is a great response after last game.
Oh yeah, like this game, it looked like he knew what he was doing, right?
Yep.
Like the other game, it just...
And it clearly showcases the momentum that humans can get.
Yeah. Against Magyars too. Magyars was the #1 pick in previous Red Bull Wololos.
Yeah.
Viper's first pick here, so it's serious. Now Viper does have his archers looping around the right, and I'd say that's pretty much the only thing that keeps him in this game right now, Dave. That's a lot of archers. If it gets killed, it's game over. But if it can find a wood line, it won't.
A lot of those scouts are quite weak though. If Viper plays correctly with the archers and the scouts, I think he can win this fight. But he sent his scouts over to the other side.
Ooh.
And now the scouts of Dogao are free to get hits on the archers there.
This is interesting to me. He made more stables, Dogao. I mean, this is an amazing clear. And it's GG.
Yeah,
It's GG.
Yeah.
Dogao beats the Viper, scores 1-1.
That's crazy.
And you said it. It was an amazing response. It went from absolute disaster to near perfection for the Brazilian.
Yeah, and that's got to be such a good feeling for Dogao.
know,
you know,
right?
Yeah, like I'm talking about. Oh, he needs to extend the game, get some momentum for tomorrow. I know.
You said till 20 minutes. He got it to 1930s.
Yeah, well, he beat him in under 20 minutes.
Yeah,
that's
there you go.
that's awesome.
That's the way to do it.
Let's go.
Well, that's exciting, and we're now going to move on to Viper's home map. And so, you know, slight advantage for him, of course.
I think Viper just took a few bad engagements early. And like that one engagement he took against the scouts from Dogao, Dogao just had more.
I think in some cases with Haboob, the players are a bit further apart.
Yeah.
And the further you are, the better the scout opening is.
Yeah.
So I think that it was kind of unfortunate for Viper in that sense that Dogao chose the right strategy.
And
was
he
so
only
close.
had scrims there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like it's kind of impossible to go scout into Archer right away, so I understand that. But score 1-1. Viper's home map is Runestones. This is not a map that we should be confused by. It's a map that's understood, and Viper will have Sicilians and Tatars available. Again, those previous civs are not crossed off on your screens, but they were played in this set. And then for Dogao, this is where it gets a little confusing. He's got Berbers and Khmer. He does not have a crossbow civ, which is what you typically see.
I honestly don't know what you do here in Dogao's position. I feel like Berbers might be the better pick here. A little bit more. It's tough. You're gonna be going cavalry either way.
I mean, the cheap knights is incredible to be able to flood the map. However, it's also great to have 8-range scorpions with Khmer. You know, I feel like the usual opening is to just wall and make very little military.
Yeah.
So, is there a world where maybe he does that with Berbers, uses his market, sells all his stone, buys his way up faster, and just floods knights? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe an all-in play.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Is it gonna work though?
I don't even know if it's going to happen. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty complicated to say that. But in terms of the order, Berbers was picked before. And am I incorrect in just assuming that we're going to see Tatars from Viper? Because he does have Sicilians.
I think it's probably gonna be Tatars.
He did say in the interview that it's one of his favorite civs.
Yeah, and he's used them a lot throughout the Red Bull events.
Yeah.
And he's used them effectively too in the early rounds. Some of the later rounds, he gets punished. I remember the game against Villese where he went like 5 TC with Tatars. Was that Tatars?
I think it was Bulgarians.
Was that Bulgarians?
But Bulgarians, Tatars, they're the same. They both make stable units, right? I mean, it's
fair
the
game.
same thing. One civ gets thumb ring and goes crossbows. The other civ doesn't get crossbow. I mean, potato, same difference.
You can see the replica of the castle there. It's much bigger in person.
Oh, God. Much bigger. So big, we're standing inside it. That looks great.
Yeah,
I kind of, like, the nerd in me wishes that was made out of Legos.
Okay.
Just saying.
Yep. Game number 3, though, a 1-1 series, which I wouldn't have predicted after game number 1.
Yeah.
But Dogao making a case for himself, and we're going to be going into Runestones here, and it is Berbers versus Tatars. So we were kind of correct there.
Berbers versus Tatars. This map is a bit more open than previous generations in Red Bull Wololo. So, I mean, it's definitely not as weird as that one map gen we saw earlier today with Tatoh and Hera. You're definitely able to wall between the wood lines. And Viper going to open with an archer range. Again, this is expected. And it is also expected, as you see a stable for Dogao, that he might make some scouts against Viper, and Viper is going to need to wall.
Look at how far forward Viper's gold is, though. As
Right.
Viper scouts the gold and the forward wood line from Dogao, Viper's gold, you say he needs to wall. He needs to wall that in somehow. And he's going to be forced to go to the archer range wide around that side.
You know what's actually nice about that is that his deer villagers and his gold villagers are in the same spot. Normally you'd need a spearman in multiple locations, but now one spearman, at least for now, is going to do the job. So that's good for Viper.
Yep.
And here comes Dogao, and he's going to run into that spearman, and then he's going to say, okay, we can hit berries, woodlines, and deer. And then he's going to say, oh no, I guess we only have 2 options remaining. But good opening here. It's actually very much the opposite of the opening we saw in the previous game.
Yep.
Viper deciding to go archers this time.
Well, I think this is more or less kind of standard Tatar play in Viper's hands, right? He's going to play it safe. He's going to open archer range, make a few spearmen, deny the scouts from doing any easy damage. Good gate and wall there.
Yeah.
Get the deer food in for free and wall up his base and make his way to the castle age.
I like the sense of urgency from Viper right now. He knows that he needs to push forward before any skirms come out.
Yep.
And Dogao at the same time, he realized he had an opportunity when the spear
What is
was
that
forward.
villager doing out there?
It's gonna die, and the archer's there as well. Dogao should take the spearman too.
Yeah.
Choosing not to, as I think he's defending himself
Oh
right now.
boy.
Dave.
But there's some villagers there exposed from Dogao. One of them at least is going to go down. The other one gets away, but now Viper, he knows where that gold is too. He scouted that gold earlier.
Just 1 vill on the gold for now. It's also Berbers, so your villagers are faster. I'm really surprised that Dogao's brought the scouts back, but he should not take any more damage to this then.
No, he's going to clear this up for sure.
He did play pretty safe last game. Makes sense. You don't want Viper in your base with military, and say goodbye to your archers, Viper.
Which one would you prefer? If they assuming they both get up to Castle Age, they're both kind of walled.
Oh my God, Viper just took out a farm from Dogao.
Oh.
Minus 60 wood,
That's
bro.
just mean, man.
Oh, no, she doesn't even have a job. Anyways, what were you saying?
Which one would you prefer in Castle Age? If it's a straight up matchup, both walled, both stable economy, Berbers or Tatars?
I think I would prefer to have Berbers because it's more my play style.
Yeah.
Like my archer micro is horrible. So,
Yeah.
but also at the same time, in this specific scenario, Viper just lost archer numbers and he's got a lot of spears. So I feel like he's kind of overmade spearmen. 6 spearmen.
Yeah, and
Like,
there's the
this is crazy.
skirmishers.
Is this MBL?
What's gonna deal with the skirmishers?
Exactly. That's a very weird thing to see Viper do. I don't know.
No
why.
armor on those yet though from Dogao.
Well, I just got it, I think. So just got the
Oh
armor
yeah, just
upgrade.
got it. Okay.
But I mean, at least on the bright side for Viper, he's going to push this back a little bit. But I expect everything he has there to die to those skirms.
Yeah, the skirmishers falling back now. The scouts falling back, but Dogao doesn't really mind. He's going to pick off these units
Shouldn't
basically
you
for
leave
free.
with the archers?
And the archers are going. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
okay,
archers are coming back to Viper's base, and look at the walls from Dogao. He's walling off a quarter of the map.
Yeah, Viper, I think Viper is doing the better thing here. He's going for these tiny little walls. It is awkward to make an egg-shaped wall like this, but it keeps you safer. You don't have to have as many villagers walling as well. Both players clicking up similar castle age times, Dave. And again, Viper, he needs archer numbers. He's got 6 right now. I do not think that's the position you need to be in if you want to be playing Tatars well.
And Dogao's going to play it fairly standard too. He went for another stable.
Yep.
He's going to flood the knights like you said. And Viper is just going to try and hold on to this main gold. Everything so far in this game has kind of been centered around this main gold from him being forward.
Such a good position for Dogao to be in. He can take care of archer numbers, and he's camping Viper's gold. And you might think, oh, but the gold is forward. You got to control the game. Dogao's not even walled right now. And Viper is falling back here, and I mean, he's going to have to temporarily abandon his gold.
Viper's doing the little sneaky sneak thing.
Oh.
Look, he's going around.
Oh.
But I think Dogao might be walled in time. We'll have to check the wall on the right-hand side. There you go. He's just finishing it.
Yeah.
And I saw earlier our excellent observer, Mapu, checking for a hole on that wood line. He's learned the game well.
Is there and shout
there
out
it
to
is.
Mapu
Shout out
TV.
to Mapu.
Is there a world, though, where Dogao gets surprised by this? Like, he should know.
He shouldn't. You have to kind of feel it. Oh, the scalping inside there is actually quite nice. And the crossbow upgrades are coming in. The skirmishers are forced to come back as well. Same with the scouts. Crossbow upgrade will be in, though, and those scouts won't be able to take that army. Dogao has to wait till Castle Age.
This is the difference. With crossbow, it's relatively cheap, and you get an instant power spike because the upgrades come in quickly. With knights, and Dogao didn't have even the feudal age armor.
Yeah.
Oh my God, but
and
with
now
Knights, it takes so
Viper.
much time.
Now I guess the question for Viper is, you know you don't want to keep this army for later in the game. You're going in the Cav Archers, right? How much damage can you do?
Yeah. The fact that Dogao didn't have scale barding already is huge because he wanted to instantly click an upgrade, which takes 60 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully he doesn't take much damage. He's really done a good job dodging. But Viper also is going to have more time to mass those CA.
Yeah, and Viper's just picking off those skirmishers. Not much usability later in the game for
Whoa.
those, but a couple crossbows sneaking around. Very sneaky stuff here from Viper. Dogao forced to pull away from that wood line. This is a ton of damage with, to be honest, not much military.
Dogao would have had chain barding.
Yeah,
armor
he would have been
40
able to
seconds
engage
faster.
that way earlier. And these two crossbows are going to be so annoying from Viper.
I like it from Viper's
Good
perspective.
gameplay, yeah.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Even coming in with a few CA, he has so much time, so much control. And Tatars, if they're able to mass those Cav Archers, it's almost impossible
Oh,
to
that
stop
hole
them.
was still open. I was wondering where all the units were coming from. The hole in the wall is still open. The Cav Archers are in. Viper can use that mobility perfectly. Picking off 2 villagers, he'll just run around the wood line, run away from that knight there, and it's still open, so Viper will have more Cav Archers on the way. He's looped another group around to the left, maybe clears up the knight with 6 of them, and then heads on to that goal. Dogao is not going to be doing any damage to Viper's base anytime soon.
I think Dogao's time window is closing. Like, it's such a tough position. He has to engage against the army from Viper, but he also has to get a counter in because Viper's killed Vills.
Honestly,
and now
if you're
he's
in
gonna have
Viper's
TCs.
position, you pull all this military. Yeah, there it is.
3 more!
You pull all of this military, the knights, the camels, everything over to the left side, and you loop around to the right side. And what's Dogao doing? He's going for a TC right where the Cav Archers are
He'll
coming
even
in.
block the foundation.
Oh, they're going to block the foundation, and Viper's going to see all of those villagers. This is so good for Viper.
That could be it, Dave.
I
That
think
could
this
be
is it,
Dogao
yeah.
played so well this game. It was just not tracking those archers,
Yeah.
which he knew should have been in there, and then also not getting chain barding.
And he's back on the wood line again.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And Viper can just, with this sort of mobile composition, the Cav Archers, Viper can just play games with Dogao's mind, especially with that hole being in the wall, right? You can hit him from the left, you can hit him from the right, and you see he's sending more Cav Archers forward. We notice the house actually blocking that hole now, but he's on the gold again, and he's still on the right-hand side. And look, he just pulls 2 Cav Archers away there. It's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately all that Dogao can do. Sending these knights forward is his best chance.
Yeah.
If he doesn't do damage,
and now
then he's
2
in
houses
trouble.
are up, and he can't do damage.
Yep. Another big difference between ranged units and melee units, right?
Yeah.
Berbers did seem a little weird to me.
I don't think Viper should fight that.
Well, I don't think he's trying
I don't think
to.
he should hit and run that at all.
I don't think he's trying to.
Well, he was trying to hit and run a little bit, but I think you can just, like I said, play games with him. Play with your food a little bit. Like draw
that?
armies out of position.
Yeah. I mean, he's 22 Vills ahead. He could shift delete half his army and I think still be okay.
True.
It's a little risky against Berbers, of course, and Dogao is...
Oh, good little flank attempt there from Dogao. Didn't quite engage at the moment he needed to. See, the problem with going Knights versus something like Eagles, like we saw the comeback from Capoch earlier with the Eagles. Eagles cost a lot less than Knights do. It's very, even with Berbers, it's very hard to sustain that sort of production with all the eco he's lost.
Looks like Viper has ballistics, so he's got thumb ring and ballistics. I mean, he's getting to a number now where it's almost unkillable and Dogao not noticing.
And now Tatar's on the hill too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Forgot about that hill bonus, Dave. That's another bonus that works for Tatars. Viper looking really comfortable right now, getting a few kills. Probably a few more on the way.
What he has to do for Dogao to be in a good position or a better position here is accidentally put all of his Cav Archers on no attack. Keep them in that position, you know?
And then make no more.
Yeah. It's super tough here for the Brazilian. Viper, with an advantage like this, almost unbeatable.
Can't help but feel, I mean, I think Dogao's going to be so frustrated with himself. Game 1, and then this game, I think, was in the better position. If he didn't allow those archers to move forward before they were crossbow, and had the armor upgrade at the proper time, he would have been in the better position.
Like, the scout being in there was so big
Yeah, it
from
was.
Viper, because
Right.
otherwise Dogao just sends, like, 1 villager over there.
Yep.
And walls up behind, but the scout being there denied the wall, and Viper was able to go around that right-hand side. If he goes around the left-hand side, that's where Dogao's military production is. He can defend against that.
Yeah.
But if he goes to the middle like he did, it's much, much harder.
Oh, apparently he didn't have ballistics. Sorry, the shades of red failing me after 8 hours today. Ballistics is an important upgrade that Viper did not have and will have. Also getting wheelbarrow. It's so sick with Tatars too. You also get that sheep per town center. Viper's been on 3 for a while.
I love that.
So.
There was a hole, and I'm going to house wall it in, and he attempts
Just
to
kidding.
trap.
Just
he
kidding.
attempts to trap just 3 knights. It's not even worth it at this point.
Well,
he's just doing it for
he's
style
ahead.
points.
Yeah. He's like, I got to get 1 masterpiece in here. Come on. Dogao, 2 TCs, but very much in an all-in situation when he is this far behind. And I think like maybe mixing in some siege could have worked, Dave. Maybe some scorpions, but it's still, when you're 25 vills behind, so difficult.
Yeah, and more archer ranges. Viper can just, he knows he can just finish this in Castle Age.
Yep.
Just more production. Keep flooding, keep flooding. Camels aren't even going to touch you if you play it correctly.
Yep, it's all about those numbers.
Yep.
And it's 29 military, 29 and Viper. You do have to be careful with camels, especially with the pathing of Cav Archers. Sometimes they'll reposition on you. Camels do chew up CA pretty quickly. So maybe he moved too far forward here.
I think he should be good. He's got a couple monks behind too.
Yeah, a couple choke points to work with.
Yeah, he's got 2 monks, so he can convert a couple camels there. Looks like Dogao is going to actually kill one of the monks for free. And Viper's only going to get 1 conversion, but he's pushing them back with the Cav Archers again. And those 3 knights aren't going to do much. Dogao is just between a rock and a hard place right now.
I mean, he's in the correct spot to try, because truthfully, if Viper takes a bad engagement, those camels could mop up everything.
Yep, but Viper is still 30 villagers ahead even if that happens.
Right. 4 TC for Viper.
Yep.
That's unique. Okay, 4 TC going to
wants the
extend his
sheep.
lead even more. Oh yeah, he just wants the sheep. He doesn't need produce out of it. He just wants the sheep.
food. Of course, getting 2 sheep every time you build a TC as Tatars is a very nice bonus.
Wheelbarrow nicely timed so the villagers could run over there a bit faster, and Viper's still hitting and running. You can see how many camels have died in the center. And he just runs back to the gate, sits in a choke point. This is so frustrating.
Yep.
You can't surround me with
This
melee
is like
units
the
now.
4th time we've seen this.
Yeah.
It's like we're just watching an instant replay at this point.
And it's not just beating a player. It's like kind of beating their mind as well.
Yeah.
It's like Dogao shouldn't resign, but every time he tries to attack, Viper's like, nope, not today.
Yeah,
Got to be quicker than that.
Taking him outside and beating him like a dirty carpet.
Oh, God. I mean, I still feel as though, as we see the third
there is a
TC,
chance if he takes a good engagement. There's a really good chance if he takes a good engagement.
I would have liked to have seen Scorpions earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 22 minutes into
But
an Empire Wars
Viper,
game, but
Viper is I think I saw he had quite a few on stone. Yeah, he's got 500 stone, so I think he's just waiting for a castle
in the
position.
front,
Yeah.
I actually kind of like it on the right side because that's where the golds are. He's got 2 golds, like 1 there. I guess you could place it forward as well.
Oh, geez, yeah, 2 golds there and a hill.
Yeah, but I mean, like even further to the right, if you look in the minimap, there's another
Even
one.
against literally anywhere, even against those production buildings, I think would be good. Like
Put it against the edge of the map.
Yeah.
Honestly. Get silk armor. Your
Yeah,
Cav Archers are even
yeah.
stronger. Just put it in the corner next to the bear. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
By the way, Mapu is definitely catering to our shenanigans really well today. Like, we talk about something like that, and he actually goes to an area of the map.
He's a bro.
Yes. Just saying. I feel bad, actually.
And 3, 2, 1 until we get the little map thing coming.
Oh, God. Well, Scorpions go down.
Hey! There we go.
Ooh.
Hey, some raids from Dogao. That's encouraging.
All right, yeah.
The
And
castle
there's
is
the
not
castle.
encouraging, though. There's 2 golds there. There's a wood line there, and that's on a hill, and it's really, really tough to fight against. And Dogao is giving it a good shot. It just feels so inevitable when Cav Archers get to this number. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. Trying to win these engagements is so difficult.
Is it fair to say that Dogao is about to go down? Go down?
I'll
Okay,
let you work your way
yeah,
through
we'll
that
get
one.
that 3 days from now. We'll
Yeah.
practice.
Oh my God, that was a lot of Cav Archers going down.
It was.
It was.
Oh,
And
we have
there's
a
the castle
there.
from Dogao. So Viper,
Interesting.
now that he sees that, needs to go up to the Imperial Age. He has 1 goal. Okay.
Yeah, Viper. This is the thing with camels, is that camels do get hits on you. They can always take good engages.
Viper stopped production when he made that castle. Stopped production completely. He's got more than enough stone in the bank, and Dogao is
Viper's
suddenly
gonna switch
pushing
to
him back.
pikes. I mean, if Dogao can get camel archers are the ultimate unit against Tatars.
Yep.
Like, the unit. Maybe you could argue Magadai instead or something. But yeah, Viper's got to be careful now.
Viper could place 2 more castles.
Yeah, he had a lot on stone. He's 20 on stone right now.
Way too many.
He is his Vill lead on stone, pretty much.
All right, you know what you could do in this situation? Do you really need more castles? You can just sell the stone, go up to Imp.
Hey,
He's 41 food.
By the way, people, to everyone who called GG 10 minutes ago, this is why you play on.
Yeah.
Viper is really struggling to be able to close this out.
He's struggling to finish it out, and that shows the strength of the Berbers, and it shows the strength of Dogao as well.
Yeah. Viper wants to switch into Keshix now? I mean, I don't think that's a great unit here. Maybe, like,
and now he's losing the rest.
I am really confused here. I mean, Viper's got to be real careful. Again, the Camel Archer is the unit that I'm thinking of that could be the most problematic for the Viper, and that castle is up for Dogao.
It kind of feels like he's misreading the situation here. Like he's going for the safe castles on either side. It feels like he thinks Dogao is much closer than he actually was. Now Dogao's kind of, he's kind of closed the gap. I mean, he's at 100 villagers, and his eco is looking decent.
Viper is imping though, and that's kind of expected because Viper's been ahead in eco for so long. Viper with 44 on food. Dogao probably thinking of clicking up as well, Dave, but he doesn't quite have it yet. Spent a lot of food on those camels while they are cheap. And so, yeah, again, I think Viper's position is strong. But did you know, Dave, that Tatars lack the 2nd and 3rd armor upgrade for their infantry?
Yes. It's trash.
It is trash.
It's trash.
But trash in a different way. Yeah, it's really weird that he's going for
But
Viper.
still, you don't really need that against the camels that Dogao's making currently.
Yeah. I agree. You could just continue with Cav Archers.
There is some Camel Archers on the field, but only 1 castle for Dogao. I just see now that 2nd foundation going up on the left-hand side there.
Are they having a castle war in the center? Why are those castles blinking?
They're shooting each other forever.
Oh, but there's Camel Archers in the other side. It'll only take like 20,000 more volleys to take that down.
Yep.
Sick. I'm not even kidding. If there were 5 Rams all of a sudden for Dogao and he pushed that castle, that would be sick. Like, it's too late now, obviously, but because Viper doesn't have melee units.
I don't think so, because look at the pathing around that castle. You have to go around the wood line and, like, up the hill and everything. And there's villagers there. I think it would have been disaster if you tried that,
Well, somehow, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the Imperial Age.
It's a game here.
Did not look like it,
It's a game.
Did not look like it at all. And the Viper sitting at 165 pop, he will be an imp first. We now have a unique tech coming in, which gets me excited. However, a lot less excited because he only has 14 Cav Archers now. And that applies to those Cav Archers.
Oh, that castle. I don't think he sees the TC.
That should never
from
go
Dogao.
Well,
yeah, he doesn't see the TC.
I mean, it's a bonus if he finds out the TC is there.
And he's only sending 5. Okay, he's sending pikes. It'll go down. Okay.
Yeah, Dogao also not comfortable taking that engagement. Doesn't know the villagers are on the way. Viper with heavy Cav
And now
Archer.
a heavy Cav Archer coming in after he lost like 30 Cav Archers for free.
Yeah, a little weird.
I think he was a bit unsure on how to finish the game off, but
Clearly,
in typical Viper fashion, for all we've said about him not being able to finish Dogao here, he has got castles on either side. His eco's completely safe. He's boomed up behind. He's got some techs in. Like, he's done all the Viper-style things to make it harder for Dogao to come back.
Viper, please go Flaming Camels. We've seen Keshik upgrades. We've seen Halberdier now.
We're seeing a Daut castle.
We're seeing a Daut castle. We're seeing Cav Archers. The only thing from Tatars we're missing is he at?
He's actually going to be Daut castling this. Yep. This is, I don't know what to say here. It's crazy.
He is, the word throw has not come to mind yet.
And he's throwing away his Cav Archers against the castle, too.
He should have won this game 10 minutes ago. What is happening?
And now he's up against Camel Archers, and Imperial's coming in. Thumbring's coming in for Dogao. He's got 2 castles on the field. He's making a 3rd castle on the foundation of Viper's castle. If he gets Camel Archer numbers up, you were talking about it before, Tristan. You said the counter to Tatars is Camel Archers.
It is. And also kind of an overboom.
This is extremely worrying if you're in Viper's position.
He's going for everything. Now,
okay, Trebuchet. I like to see that. I like to see that.
But that Treb won't stay up, Dave. Not if Camel Archer upgrades come in. There's no way he can defend that. He doesn't have elite Camel Archer yet, but I think Camel Archers with chemistry, armor,
But look at all the red dots coming from Viper. There's insane production coming across the field. We got more Halberdiers. Okay, those were
crappy
villagers.
Halberdiers. They don't get the armor upgrades.
And that castle's going to go down, which is another production building for Dogao.
We have to keep that in mind. He's only going to have 2 castles once that one goes up, if it stays up at this point.
Ripped at the skirms. Now the Trebs are being attacked. Dogao looking to save his castle. Viper getting cav upgrades now. Really just indecisive here, Dave, on how to finish out the game with the Tatars. But he still has a massive lead.
Yep.
And he takes a semi-decent fight here. Unfortunately, Camel Archers don't wreck Trebuchets like Mangadai would.
Yeah, and now Dogao's going to expend stone. He's going to have to buy stone in here soon because he can't take those Trebs down fast enough.
Yep.
There's more Cav Archers coming. There's more Halberdiers coming. I think Viper can delay long enough, and he's got villagers there repairing. There's no melee units for Dogao, so he's going to have to manually shoot this. He will lose the castle on the right. He will lose the castle on the left, and Viper wins. Even, man, if you're a Viper fan, you almost had a heart attack there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're on the way to the ER. I mean, the heart attack has already occurred.
You should have seen us both. We were literally sitting back on our chairs, like leaning back. We're like, yeah, this is probably over.
And we stood up.
Oh, geez.
We jumped up.
What a comeback for Dogao. Comeback attempt, you know?
Great respect between these two. They've known each other for a long time.
He didn't throw away his military. He kept his economy rolling behind and gave himself the best chance to come back in that game.
Yeah, honestly, Dave, that was a good game. I think Dogao will look back at a few of those moments and say that it should have been or could have been a victory for him.
Yeah.
But game 1, 6 minutes. If you go back after that set and say what went wrong, your approach on game 1 was just bad. And you cannot do that against the Viper.
Yeah.
You should not be able to do that against any of the players here. So in a Swiss system, Dogao continues to play, and there will be more games, but that is a loss in a best of 3. So he's got to, he can't do that. Man.
That was,
approach.
You know what though? That was a great recovery from him. After that first game,
I thought so too,
that was fantastic. Dogao should be, like, not proud of himself for the first game, but the response after that was really, really good. Because it's so difficult to come back from that.
Let's talk about how far ahead Viper was in game 3 and how he didn't close it out. Like, do you think that influences where we sit him as favorites going into future sets?
Maybe us as casters. We'll have to ask him. And Nelson, I think, is getting ready with the Viper to ask his opinion on this sort of stuff. And yeah, this is the last time you're going to see us for tonight as we go to the interview with Viper. I am Dave. This is T90. And we've had a great time today. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Yep. See you guys.
Peace.
Yeah, great job there, casters. T90, Dave, Mem, Neely, great job all around. Viper, congratulations on your first win in this tournament. Listen, you've answered these questions tons of times, but people will kill me if I don't ask. How's your wrist?
I played without my wrist support today, and it felt okay. So I think if I was training without it as well, I would have more problems. But today felt good, so I'm feeling good, and I'm ready to give it my all in this tournament.
You told me before in an interview that it tends to get worse when you play many hours in a row. So I'm kind of thinking about the GL bootcamp. How did things feel there?
So in the GL bootcamp, I was using my wrist support the whole time. So it's kind of bearable to play like that in that case. But yeah, it didn't really hold me back too much. I was able to play, I would say, close to my. Okay, not close, but like I was able to play well. And yeah, as long as I'm able to play like I did today, at least the first game, then I think I can do well this tournament.
Nice. In the pre-game interview, you did say that Empire Wars fits your style, but maybe less so than Random Map. Could you expand on that a bit?
Well, Random Map has a lot more build-up where you can strategize and plan forward, while in Empire Wars you're kind of thrown into it right away. Like I've always said, I don't think Empire Wars is bad for my style. It might not be as ideal as normal Random Map, but still, I think I'm more than capable to put in a good performance in Empire Wars as well.
Absolutely. Daut has told me before that he expects Empire Wars at some point to become the future of Age of Empires 2. Maybe after a couple of tweaks. What's your take on that?
I don't think it will ever take over as like the game mode we play in Age of Empires, but I mean maybe some sort of hybrid version where like in between, because we don't want to skip Dark Age completely, but at the same time Dark Age is a bit slow sometimes. So maybe if we find some middle ground in between, that might be more what the future holds for Age of Empires. But I mean we'll just have to wait and see, don't we?
He was talking about maybe starting from Dark Age, but with 500 food, so that you can click straight away and you get enough time to scout a little bit around. Does that sound like a compromise to you?
Does not sound like a compromise. I think something like start with more villagers simply, and maybe a few more resources, and then we might have something we can play around with. But But yeah, not like Daut suggestions, but I mean, I would say that no matter what he said, because it's Daut, you know.
All right, Orion, congratulations on your first win. Looking forward for the rest of your tournament. And that's it for me today, guys. I'm going to throw it back to the analyst desk. Back to you, Riley.
Thanks so much, Nelson. Yep, and great to hear from the Viper. There's something, you know, I've been involved in a couple of different gaming communities, and there is something that really unites the best players, and it's just this sense of easy confidence, this sense of self-possession, and there's a level of magnetism that these players have that really just indicates very quickly how good they are, and it's good to see the Viper get up. But as we open it up to our analysts here, we have Mem and Nilly standing by. The Viper's challenged. We really saw him tested in that 2-1 series there, although I guess not so much in game one. Let's talk about that. Man, what happened in game number one, man? Bit of blink and you'll miss at age there. What was going on?
Well, in game number one, I was sit down and was like, it's over already. And then we came here to the analyst booth, like, let's go because it's gonna finish. But then you saw what happened in the second. But basically, in the first game, we saw how it was a little bit too greedy from Dogao against a player like Viper. Viper did 3 military buildings, only the stable form for Dogao. Then you cannot counter that one. He went to the woodland, and in a map like that, it's impossible. And it was, I think, the quickest game in the tournament.
I think it was the quickest game we've seen today so far. I mean, maybe there'll be quicker ones, but I mean, what, 6.5 minutes? That's going to be tough for them to beat. Let's move on to game number two now, Nilly, and have a chat about what happened on Haboob. We saw a fantastic comp, and something I was actually asking you to sort of explain to me, because we had scouts and archers go up against scouts and skirmishers. Now, obviously, skirmishers are an anti-ranged unit, so you'd think, well, great, the person with the skirmishers is going to win because they've got the scissors to the other person's paper, but mixing scouts in that composition really changes things up, and that's what we saw turn the tide of that match.
Yeah, kind of the rocks in between the scissors and the papers, and you don't understand the matchup anymore. It becomes really tricky. We have a small clip of that as well, trying to take a look at the engagement, and it just is because the skirms are good against the archers, but the archers simply do so much more damage against the scouts, and then it becomes tricky to take this fight. And as you can see, now it looks pretty reasonable, but the archer numbers are keeping alive. What the Viper is trying to do here, he's not taking the engagement with his scouts, goes back, and the skirms are shooting constantly against the archers. But Dogao moves away, muscles up his scout numbers, and now can jump because Viper is a bit out of position. Now we see the fight. Archers are doing a lot of damage here, and you simply see that the scouts are simply dying slower for Dogao. The Viper, going for an interesting approach here, went for stable, which makes a lot of sense with Magias, right? You build the scouts cheaper, you have more attack, and only then going into the archer range. On the other side, Cumans, cheaper buildings, double archer range, lots of pressure instantly. I know that the AM guys, for example, more often open archer range and then the stable, even with Magias, which is a bit counterintuitive, but makes you an easier start, and you don't have to go that heavily into skirms.
It's really interesting to see some of the way that these compositions between various units, based on their strengths and weaknesses, when they're combined, how it can often feel like they're greater than the sum of their parts. And I think we saw Dogao really, I guess maybe outmuscle's not the right way to say it, but certainly put together a composition that really tested the Viper to his limits and picked up a very worthy win there. But we moved now to game number three, and this is the one that obviously went on for a little longer than we anticipated. You know, we sort of thought that the Viper was in a commanding position quite early on, but it took a while for him to close it out. Do you think that the Viper was really challenged at any point? Do you think that Dogao was just, I mean, not running down the clock, because obviously that's not what he's doing there, but was he... What was his objective in that late game? Because it did really seem to be a foregone conclusion.
Well, I was talking with Nilly about that game because, to be honest, Villese is a great civilization against Tatars. If the game go for the later game, and that's why Dogao was trying to bring that game that late, the Camel Archers, like T90 and they were pointing out, it can just dominate the Tatars. But what happened? That transition to Castle Age, like 1 minute, I think it was Castle Age faster. And like I was talking with Nilly, those ship bonus that it give more food, you need less farmers, right? So he put those archers, crossbows inside, and he got that economy lead like about 10 villages, something like this. And from there, he was confident. I mean, he was comfortable with the situation. He was doing more economy. I think he did at the end almost 5 town centers. And when he finished the game, and if he was looking that he could come back, he really have a big economy. And that's why he was getting like, I don't know, almost 3K, 2.5 score ahead. And well, I think we have seen many, many times Viper going that kind of a style. He made the early damage, then he keep going and finish the game in the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that I think is really characteristic of his style, Nelly. We've seen the fact that the Viper does play to, I'm not always going to call it the long game, although he doesn't mind the long game, but he plays macro just like no one else, right? He has the big picture. He's got these, these galaxy brain strats. He can see the matrix almost come together. And, I think on paper you look at something like Capoch just coming against Capoch, you're like, that makes a lot of sense. But was the Viper ever troubled by that, do you think? Or did he know that he had it?
I think the game was over for a very, very long time.
Right.
And if you think about the Viper and try to show something, it is a defensive, finished castle somewhere on a hill back in his base. And that's what we saw the full game there. Viper sat back. I think with the 2 crossbows there, he got the villager advantage and was looking really, really hot. And I think that's something he would never admit, but it was a bit, let's get accustomed to the stage. Let's play this out 20 more minutes. I can't lose it if I just play it out, get the massive economy, and then Kashyyyk, Halberdier, and those heavy CA will carry me.
Just anchoring himself in a very strong position, making the most of his time on the big stage, and obviously bringing home the bacon as we anticipated, really. I think the set had a couple of surprises for us. It went 2-1, and Dogao put up a monumental fight and won a fantastic game in the second game. But ultimately, the Viper winning out, rounding out our matches for the day. So we turn our attention now to what follows, and of course an entire week of action coming your way from Heidelberg Castle as our 14 players, 14 of the game's greats, chase down $100,000, 100,000 reasons to smile this week. And it's going to, of course, all be brought to you live by the team that you've already seen on your screen unfolding. Right now, let's have a look at the results at the end of day number 1. To remind you, we are playing Swiss. If you're not familiar with Swiss pairings, what this does is effectively tracks people based on their record. So you can see a very clear division between the people who have done well towards the top, the people who maybe not so hot on day number 1 as we move down the list. And this sets up day number 2 in a fashion where we see players on a similar record.
Not always correct, but what you're saying is correct. Yeah.
A similar record paired against each other in future.
I mean, the stats aren't correct.
Okay.
Just so that some people might get confused here, but yeah, indeed, that's how Swiss works.
I was going to say, I've been covering Magic the Gathering, the Deckmaster game, for 7 years, and that uses Swiss pairings in every tournament. If I've misunderstood them, I've been telling a lot of people a lot of wrong things for a long time. But no, look, we move now nearly to the matches for tomorrow. These are, of course, as I say, Swiss pairings. We are pairing the winners against the winners and the losers against the losers. And as a result, Nilly, we have some incredible matches coming your way tomorrow.
Oh, God. Let's just start off with the top, right? Bards against Slam. Both players looking to really get into the tournament, trying to show themselves. And yeah, that feels like if you lose here, you're kind of out of the tournament already.
It's not a great position to be in when you are in that, that 0x bracket here, but I'm sure they'll be doing their best. We move down the list. Dogao versus Tatoh, Jordan against Daut, Capoch and Vinchester. Lierrey versus MPL, and closing things out. Oh my goodness me, what a blockbuster there. Hera versus the Viper. On our backup channel, you'll be able to watch Nicov and Villese. We're able to bring you a highlights package from our backup match today as well. So if you stick with us here on the main channel, you will get effectively all the action as we get across this entire tournament. And what a day we've had. My goodness me. As we had our 14 players and the entire caster team, and indeed the coverage team, take over this castle, Heidelberg Castle, as we have set out for this quest for glory and, of course, great wealth and riches. It has been an incredible show, and we're only one day into it, my friends. It has been so fantastic to bring you coverage of this event, and we do hope you've enjoyed it. And the best news is we're just getting started. On behalf of the entire broadcast team and the rest of my casting colleagues, I'd like to thank everyone for contributing to the success of today's broadcast, and a particular thanks, of course, to the wonderful production team behind the scenes. You don't see them, but when things are ticking over smoothly, you know they're doing their job just about as well as they can. But the show would be nothing without you. That's right. I'm not talking to any other clowns in Twitch chat. It's just you right here listening and watching this broadcast. Thanks so much for being with us, and we do hope to have your company once again tomorrow, where we'll do it all again, but so much better. On behalf of the entire coverage and production team here, this is Riley Knight saying for now, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.